Hello everyone's like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And exciting news. My store is now live. Explore our collection and shop the best products today. Chapter 97 Contract. In the secret room, the air seemed to freeze, making people feel suffocated. Steve took a step back suddenly, staring at Fury with eyes as sharp as a hawk. Director Fury, you'd better explain it clearly. Is what it said true? Fury sighed, the Holy Lord is not wrong, it's just a little ambiguous. Bound together means that your life and the Holy Lord's life are linked. The death of one will lead to the death of the other. Only by concluding such a contract can we have some trust between us and continue our cooperation. Steve glanced at the parchment floating in the air and shook his head. This so-called contract was also made by it, right? I don't believe it won't tamper with it. The Holy Lord snorted, humans, I don't bother to deceive you on this matter. Only beings as weak as you humans would be so keen on playing such conspiracies and tricks. These words made Steve and Fury silent. They looked at each other, left the room tacitly and closed the door. Why choose me? Because you are the most suitable person. Fury replied, only if you have a will of steel can I rest assured and not worry that your soul will be corrupted by the Holy Lord. Steve, you can see that there are more and more mysterious incidents and the danger level is getting higher and higher. We don't have much time to hesitate. The Holy Lord is the only mysterious being we have encountered that we can communicate with smoothly. Only by obtaining more information from it that we don't know can we better deal with the mysterious events that will occur next. Steve, I don't think you want to see so many innocent citizens die tragically, right? Steve was silent for a while, then nodded and said, in that case, fine, I can promise you, but I still have to say that I don't trust that guy. Steve, I don't believe in it either, but cooperating with it is our only hope. Call. Steve let out a long breath and lowered his eyes, I hope you are right. I also hope that. After reaching a consensus, the two returned to the secret room, and the Holy Lord said at the right time, it seems that you have made your choice. Ah! Steve took 2 steps forward, staring coldly at the red spots on the parchment, I can make a contract with you. Tell me, what do I want to do? Haha, it's very simple. Just put your hand on the parchment and leave the rest to me. Steve looked back at Fury and saw him nod slightly. He pursed his lips and placed his palm on the parchment as he was told. The parchment felt unexpectedly smooth, not as rough as he had originally thought. Its surface was as smooth as the scales of a venomous snake, glowing slightly red. When his palm slid lightly over it, he felt an icy coolness, which reminded him of the coldness and weirdness of snake skin sticking to his skin. Steve frowned slightly. Then, his eyes were suddenly covered by a dazzling red light. The red light gathered rapidly on the parchment like a raging flame, as if it had life, and with immense power and heat, it desperately drilled into his palm. He felt a surge of burning energy rushing into his body, as if a fire dragon was roaring and surging in his blood. In an instant, his heartbeat accelerated sharply and his breathing became extremely rapid, as if the whole world had frozen at this moment. The invasion of the red light not only brought severe pain, but also aroused an inexplicable chill and nausea in his heart. It seemed that something had invaded his mind, making him feel very uncomfortable. Steve's hands trembled slightly, but he couldn't help but hold the parchment tightly, as if it was his only lifeline. Fury, who had a panoramic view of the whole scene, was as nervous as Steve. He admitted that he was gambling. If something happened to Steve, it would undoubtedly be the worst situation and the entire SHIELD might be destroyed. But, just as he thought, Fury believed in Steve and was willing to bet everything on him. Ugh! Steve cried out in pain, the sound tearing the silent air. He felt like an electric drill was spinning madly inside his head. The severe pain was too much for this battle-hardened super soldier to bear. Familiar images flashed before his eyes. They were his past experiences, learning and growing up with Bucky, joining the army regardless of everything, meeting the beautiful Peggy for the first time. Haha, so you fell in love with Peggy Carter from the beginning? You even did some unspeakable things to her in your dream. Shut up! Steve yelled, using all his strength to resist the Holy Lord who was browsing his memories in his mind. Don't you know that people's privacy cannot be violated? Get out of here. His hard struggle seemed to really work. The pain that was originally like a heavy burden pressing on his body began to recede like the tide. Steve felt a sense of relief, a relief he had never felt before. It was like seeing a ray of light in the darkness. Hope ignited in his heart, and every breath became smoother, as if he had been reborn. He straightened up and let out a long breath. "Captain, are you okay?" Fury stood there, rubbing his fingers slowly down to his lower back, and asked tentatively. Hi, I'm fine. It just hurts a little bit." Steve turned around and faced Fury, and was surprised to find that Fury's expression was not right. "What's wrong, Fury?" Fury took a deep breath, and in his eyes, Steve didn't look quite normal. Steve once had a pair of charming blue eyes, which were like the boundless ocean, deep and mysterious. However, his right eye had undergone an astonishing change. It became a vertical pupil like a beast, flashing with a strange red light, as if burning with endless anger. Around the eye sockets, scales emerged one by one like stars in the dark night, cold and hard. Fury couldn't help but ask again, "Steve, are you really okay?" Steve was about to answer, but he found that his mouth moved on its own and said something else in a strange tone. "Oh, I can prove that Steve is fine, but he is a little hungry." "Well, I am hungry too, give me some food, I like to eat meat." "You are, Holy Lord," Fury confirmed. "Why are you so shocked? Isn't this the content of the contract?" "As you wish, I am now sharing the same body with Mr. Steve." The left half of Steve's face showed incredible shock, while the right half of his face had a weird smile, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a hint of inexplicable evil in his eyes. These two completely different expressions appeared on his face at the same time, which was chilling. Chapter 98. Watching his body lose control and his mouth opening and closing to say words against his will, Steve felt as if he was trapped in a terrible nightmare. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, and tried hard to control every muscle in his body. The right side of his body seemed as heavy as if it were filled with lead and was completely out of control, causing him to feel powerless and anxious. However, when he concentrated and tried to feel the reaction of the left side of his body, he found that his left hands and feet were still able to move with his thoughts. This discovery was like a ray of light in the darkness, which shocked his heart and ignited the flame of hope. Steve took a deep breath and slowly shifted his attention from the right side to the left side. He slowly gained control of the left side of his body, including his mouth. "Holy Lord, this is my body. You have no right to control it. Stay still. Otherwise, The right eye glowed red, and the mouth was controlled by the Holy Lord again. "Oh, sorry, according to the contract, this body is our common property." "Damn it, you didn't even show me what the terms of the contract were." "Oh, really? Maybe I forgot. Let me show you now." Looking at Steve talking to himself like a schizophrenic, Fury breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Steve did not completely lose control of his body, it meant that the plan was successful. The Holy Lord is now on the same boat with them. "Okay, Steve, Holy Lord, stop arguing and listen to me first." Fury interrupted their quarrel and acted as a mediator, but he was definitely on Steve's side. "Holy Lord, as great as you are, you must look down on our weak bodies. So, there is no need for you to conflict with us over such a small matter. Getting your power back as soon as possible is the most important thing, isn't it?" "Nick Fury, thank you for the reminder." The Holy Lord controlled Steve's body, slowly raised his right palm, spread out his 5 fingers, and his fingertips trembled slightly. There seemed to be an invisible force surging in the air, making people feel suffocated. Suddenly, he put his 5 fingers together and clenched his hand suddenly. The wallet seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and it shook violently. Then, with a whistling sound, it rushed into Steve's hands at a high speed. A red light flashed in front of Fury like lightning. Before he could blink, the sturdy wallet case was torn into 2 halves in an instant as if it was torn apart by an invisible force. The box lid flew to both sides with a dull thud, as if announcing its complete collapse. Several pieces of charred things fell out of the box and rolled to the ground, emitting a pungent burnt smell. The Holy Lord chuckled and said, "You see, having a body does have its benefits." Immediately, Steve's right hand formed into an eagle claw shape and clenched it again. The demon vines on the ground immediately turned into ashes. Only a green light that was invisible to the naked eye flew into his palm and disappeared. Steve, who was controlled by the Holy Lord, showed an intoxicated look on his right face. "Not bad, not bad, it is indeed the power of the devil. Although it is a little less, it is quite pure. Okay, I'm going to digest it. I'll return my body to you for the time being." After saying this, the red light in his right eye gradually dissipated, and the scales on his face retreated like the tide. Steve took a deep breath and clenched his right hand with lingering fear. Only now could he have full control over his body. He glanced at the broken wallet case on the ground, then looked at Fury, who had a heavy face. "Is this the cooperation you want? You can't control that guy. You'll get into trouble, Chief Fury." Fury shook his head. "No, we have succeeded. Now it's up to you, Captain. I advise you to monitor me at all times, otherwise I'm not sure what my body will do." Steve said coldly, turned around, and walked out of the secret room. Fury sighed softly, his eyes full of fatigue. "One day you will understand me, Captain. The news of Captain America's return is known only to a few people and is a top secret of SHIELD. But as we all know, SHIELD is a branch of Hydra, so Hydra also knew the news. This undoubtedly touched the sensitive nerves of many people in the Hydra organization. After all, Captain America was the culprit who led to the dissolution of the previous Hydra organization. To this end, they held a secret meeting. "How long are we going to stay undercover? Don't we already have the superhuman serum? Fury has as much superhuman serum as we do. If a fight really breaks out, unless we kill Fury directly, we will all be at risk of being exposed. Let's wait until the superhuman serum can be successfully manufactured. We have people in the research department as well. We will always be one step ahead of Fury. What about Captain America? Just ignore him. Humph, he's just an old man who has been eliminated by the times. What kind of trouble can he cause? Second, we don't need to bother with Captain America, he's outdated. This view is recognized by most people, and Captain America is no longer a threat to Hydra today. Well, let's move on to the next topic. General Ross seems to have made some big moves recently. The Patriot Alliance he created seems to be a potential threat as well. Well, I heard that Norman has rebuilt the Superman Serum Laboratory. He has the most complete information about Superman Serum and may have started to produce new Superman Serum. Are you going to kill Norman Osborn? He has also been injected with superhuman serum, and has two superheroes under his command, Spider-Man and Black Cat. They are not easy to kill. Humph, if the Homelanders were still around, we might still need to worry about them, but how come it's so hard to kill just those few guys? It's not good to make too much noise. Last time, Nick Fury almost caught the clue. Why don't we just use our own troops? I remember that King said he wanted to join us. It just so happens that we can use Norman Osborn's head as a test. Yes, Jinping wants to be on an equal footing with us. How can he do that without making sufficient contributions? Can Kingpin kill Osborn? I heard that his hands and feet were cut off. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. That Kingpin is also a monster. In that case, I have no objection. Me too. Okay, let's have the people over there inform Jinping that we can start the plan, so that General Ross can be busy. In addition, mysterious incidents have been happening more and more frequently recently, so you'd better not go out at night, otherwise you might get involved in a mysterious incident. You should know the consequences of this. Is there no way to remove them yet? Not yet. It doesn't matter. If anything goes wrong, SHIELD will be there to help. We will continue to hide ourselves. Chapter 99. Parker, pour me a cup of coffee. You know, with 2 sugars and about 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I can't drink it too hot. Parker? Parker? Are you listening to me? Oh, sorry, ma'am, I know, I'll get it ready for you right away. Parker ran to the tea room in a daze, picked up a teacup, put it under the coffee machine, and pressed the switch. However, his mind kept recalling the terrible things that happened a few nights ago. That pure and lovely Anna actually has such a crazy side. Her crazy words and the fanatical expression on her face reminded Parker of a terrible word, cult. For some reason, whenever Parker wanted to tell Uncle Ben and Aunt May about his experience, his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't say what was in his heart. Did I still care about Anna in my heart and didn't want her to be put in jail? No, this is saving her. If she gets deeper and deeper into trouble, it will be the end. What's the reason? It can't be that it's too embarrassing to say it, right? Parker laughed at himself. It was really embarrassing that a pretty girl finally showed her affection for him, but it turned out to be just his wishful thinking. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice that the scalding coffee had overflowed from the cup. The coffee was steaming hot and ran down the rim of the cup until it dripped onto his fingers. At that moment, the burning liquid stung his skin like a flame. He pulled his hand back suddenly, and the pain made him involuntarily cry out in pain. Ow! To make matters worse, he pulled his hand back so violently that he overturned the coffee cup. The scalding liquid of coffee splashed everywhere, splashing onto his white shirt and beige pants, leaving dark brown stains. Looking at the mess on the ground, a trace of panic flashed across Parker's face, followed by helplessness and annoyance. He looked down and saw his dirty clothes, secretly blaming himself for his clumsiness. He tried to wipe it with a tissue, but the coffee stain had already seeped into the fabric, as if mocking his inability. Parker sighed softly, simply cleaned up the dirty floor, and went to the bathroom. Fortunately, there was no one in the bathroom. Parker took off his shirt, revealing his slightly bulging abdominal muscles. What was even more conspicuous was the birthmark-like pattern on his chest, several circles stacked together, divided into sectors of equal area by several line segments, like a spider web, but with a vertical eye in the center. This pattern suddenly appeared on his chest after that night, scaring him so much that he couldn't sleep. However, nothing unusual happened in the past few days, so Parker had somewhat forgotten about it. Parker stroked the spider web pattern on his chest, feeling somewhat surprised. Could it be that he also had a connection with spiders like Uncle Ben? Just at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the bathroom door. Parker did not have an exhibitionist tendency, so he quickly took his clothes and hid in a cubicle, locking the door. In this small enclosed space, Parker let out a long breath, relaxed, and sat on the toilet. Hey, did you hear that? What? The latest batch of improved superhuman serum has been developed, and volunteers for drug testing are being secretly recruited. Huh? Really? How did you know that? You forgot that my uncle is the director of the Superman Serum Laboratory. Oh yeah. Superman Serum, if I'm injected with it, will I become a Superman like Homelander? Hee, that's for sure. By then, I can even be teammates with Black Cat, and it's not impossible for us to develop into boyfriend and girlfriend. Gee, Black Cat's figure is simply amazing. Hey, after all that talk, how can one become a volunteer for a drug trial? I don't know. This is confidential. Don't tell anyone. I understand. My mouth is the tightest. Accompanied by the sound of dripping water, Parker could hear the conversation between the two clearly. Superhuman serum. If I could also get the injection, I could become teammates with Uncle Ben and Jessica and fight alongside them. A strong desire surged in Parker's heart, and at this moment, a thick shadow appeared in front of his eyes, blocking his entire vision. The shadow seemed to have life, spreading and expanding rapidly, bringing a sense of oppression, making his heart beat faster and his breathing become rapid. His eyes tried hard to penetrate the darkness, but he could only see a blurry black, as if the whole world was sucked into a bottomless abyss. After an unknown amount of time, Parker's eyes seemed to have adapted to the darkness and he could barely see his surroundings. He immediately showed a shocked expression. In front of him was an endless wilderness, with the horizon blurring into the sky in the distance. The grey sky was like a heavy curtain, pressing down on this dead land, exuding a suffocating dullness. What's going on? Wasn't I in the bathroom? Why did I suddenly appear here? Parker raised his hand and slapped himself hard. At that moment, intense pain burned on my cheek like a flame. His eyes widened, his heart beating wildly as if it was going to jump out of his chest. The pain told him mercilessly that this was not a dream but a living reality. It's over, I've been dragged into a mysterious incident. After experiencing the demonic incident, Parker also became curious about mysterious events and searched the internet for a lot of information related to mysterious events. Many people told their own personal experiences, and those strange and magical stories made Parker terrified, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn now. Was it that night? Have I been targeted since then? Thinking of Anna's words that he was favored, Parker couldn't help but feel cold all over. The shadow in front of him was indeed very similar to the figure sitting high on the throne that he saw in a daze. Could it be that he was really favored by an evil god? And this is the kingdom of the evil god? Suddenly, Parker felt that the spider web mark on his chest seemed to come alive and moved in rhythm with his heartbeat. With every beat, the mark would emit a hint of heat, like a hidden flame burning in his body. His heart tightened, as if some inexplicable premonition urged him to look up. On the distant horizon, a shadow like a tall tower suddenly appeared, with a faint light flickering on the top of the tower. The light seemed to be calling him, creating some strange resonance with the mysterious spider web mark on his chest. Parker had a vague suspicion in his heart that he had to go to the tower to find the truth, escape from this strange place, and return to the real world that belonged to him. With a determined look in his eyes, he raised his feet and stepped forward. Chapter 100. Parker felt as if he had been forced to swallow a tube of thick petroleum. The taste of the potion was simply disgusting, as if all the rotten things had poured into his mouth in an instant. Like a slimy snake, it slowly and persistently crawled across his throat. His stomach suddenly churned and the feeling of nausea surged over him like a tide, almost suffocating him. My head was dizzy, as if shrouded in thick fog, and my thoughts were stuck in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. The scene before my eyes began to distort. The originally clear world gradually became blurred. The colors were like an overturned palette, flowing and interweaving in my field of vision. Red, blue, yellow, black, all kinds of colors are dancing before your eyes, like countless fireflies dancing in the night sky, dazzling you and making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. There were also inaudible strange whispers in my ears, which seemed to come from ancient whispers, or like ghosts whispering in the dark, bringing with them a creepy chill. Parker knew very well that his current condition was not very good. The information in his mind clearly showed that there was a chance of death if he drank the potion. He tried desperately to regain his sanity, but his mind was in chaos, as if it had been washed away by a flood. The scenes flashed one after another, replaying like a kaleidoscope. First of all, there is Uncle Ben's kind face. His gentle smile is as warm as the sun, but it is also filled with deep worry. Next came Aunt May, who was always so gentle, with eyes full of endless care. Jessica's face also emerged, her clear eyes seemed to always be able to see through his thoughts. Even Lightning Thompson's arrogant face appeared in his mind, with a hint of disdain and provocation, which then slowly turned into an encouraging smile. "Come on, Parker, you're not that vulnerable when facing me." "Yes, didn't Lee say that being beaten is not scary? What is scary is to assume that being beaten is normal and to lie down and allow yourself to be ravaged." The scenes in his memory miraculously appeared before his eyes clearly, and a power surged in Parker's heart, helping him find himself again. The colors in the field of vision seemed to be slowly pulled away by an invisible hand, the bright red, bright yellow, and deep blue faded away one by one, and finally turned into an ordinary gray. The whispers in my ears gradually faded away, as if they were whispers from a distant dream, gradually becoming unclear until they disappeared completely. Parker panted, looked down at his hands, and let out a breath. He knew that he had succeeded. He successfully resisted the side effects of the potion and became a wanderer. Flipping through the information in his mind, Parker frowned slightly with an expression of disbelief. After drinking the Wanderer's potion, I became a mysterious person with magical powers. Well, the process wasn't easy, and he almost lost himself, his mind, and died. According to the information obtained, after becoming a wanderer, his strength has been improved, he has keen observation skills, can quickly detect the arrival of danger and dodge it nimbly, and his resistance to poison has been significantly improved. Well, judging from the description, it doesn't seem too mysterious, and it seems that the gap between him and Uncle Ben and Jessica is still quite large. However, this is already incredible, and he will be able to come here in the future to undergo even more terrifying trials to gain even stronger power. So, that evil. Ba ba ba. Parker was afraid that what he said in his heart would also constitute blasphemy, so he quickly changed his words. Therefore, the gods do exist, and they are even still alive and well, able to perform miracles and grant powers to believers, even though they themselves are not true believers. Parker scratched his head, not knowing whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but it didn't seem that bad. As long as he sticks to his original intention and is just a shallow believer, he can use the power he has gained in the right way, just like Uncle Ben, and become a superhero who protects people. Yes, that's right, I can do it. Parker's face was full of confidence, and he was happy to have shortened the distance between him, Uncle Ben, and Jessica. After that, he had to continue to become stronger until he could stand beside them. But how could he become stronger? While Parker was thinking, a door made of dark fog appeared in front of him. He stepped in without thinking. When the figure appeared again, he had returned to the same compartment. The light from the restroom shone softly on Parker's face, causing him to squint. Having stayed in the shadow wilderness for too long, he had long been accustomed to the darkness, and even such ordinary light seemed a little dazzling to him. But at least I came back alive. Parker left the cubicle and saw through the window that it was pitch black outside. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that several days have passed? This is over, this is absenteeism. He rushed out of the bathroom, every step seemed to carry the wind, and waves of rapid breathing echoed in the corridor. When he passed by his colleagues, his figure was so fast that it seemed like a phantom, making people even wonder if they were dazzled. Parker came to his workstation panting, feeling like he had just run several kilometers and was extremely tired. Maybe this is what wanderers are like, because they often don't have enough food and their physical strength is poor. Parker shook his head, picked up the phone on the table and took a look, and his heart immediately settled down. Fortunately, it was only a few hours later and the situation was not that bad. Parker. Parker turned his head and saw the female colleague who had just stood there with her hands on her hips, looking at him unfriendly. It's been 9 hours, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds since this morning, so where's the coffee I asked you to get? Parker looked down at his coffee-stained shirt and shrugged, sorry, ma'am, I think my clothes drank your coffee and it seemed to like the taste. Parker used the excuse of going to work to get rid of the entanglement of his female colleague. As usual, he talked to Harry for a long time. In order to keep it secret, he did not directly tell Harry about his bizarre experience today, but instead used the phrase "a dream of a friend." After talking, Parker felt much better, and the guilt he felt for missing half a day's work was also alleviated. So, I packed up and went home after get off work. When he came downstairs, Parker saw his car parked on the side of the road. He blinked, walked up and knocked on the car window. The car window rolled down, revealing Uncle Ben's kind face. Peter, it seems that you have had a very fulfilling day today. Ahem, yes. Parker, who was not good at lying, subconsciously avoided Uncle Ben's gaze and said casually, I'm a little busy today. Well, it seems that there will be an important experiment tomorrow. Ah, yes. Uncle Ben groaned, nodded, and said, hurry up and get in the car, your Aunt May must have been waiting for a long time. Oh. I don't know if it was Parker's illusion, but he found that the distance between him and Uncle Ben did not get closer, but became more distant. He shook his head vigorously and got in the car. Chapter 101. Secret Military Base. Jin Bing suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes pierced Dr. Adela in front of him like a sharp blade. His eyes were full of coldness and intimidation. Dr. Adela felt an invisible pressure coming at him. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and cold sweat unconsciously seeped out of his palms. I hope you bring me good news instead of the same bullshit day after day. Ahem, of course. I have brought you absolutely good news. Dr. Adela tried his best to keep his voice steady, but still couldn't hide the slight tremor. Having been with Kingpin for so long, he knew very well that the man in front of him was not only a synonym for cold-blooded and ruthless, but also an unfathomable existence. Even though he was now tightly bound with chains and his limbs were cut off for research, the other party could still kill him easily. Mr. Kingpin, have the Supreme Council pass a resolution that as long as you can kill Norman Osborn, the chairman of the Osborn Group, you will become another head of Hydra. Oh! Jinbing showed a sinister smile on his face, so, I can finally leave this damn place. Of course, everything has been arranged outside. Boom! A loud noise interrupted Dr. Adela's words. Jinbing, who had been impatient for a long time, suddenly let out a deafening roar, as if to tear the entire space apart. All the muscles in his body suddenly became hot, as if they were burned by flames, and expanded rapidly. The chains that bound him instantly broke under the impact of this powerful force, making a sharp sound of metallic shattering. Tumors quickly grew at the broken ends of Jinbing's limbs, like living vines growing wildly, and soon turned into his new hands and feet. This scene was like a magical transformation, which stunned Dr. Adela, who was present. A hideous smile appeared on Jinbing's face, the flame of revenge flashed in his eyes, and every inch of his muscle was trembling, as if it contained infinite power, ready to tear into pieces anyone who stood in his way at any time. I actually have the key. Dr. Adela swallowed these words in his heart, secretly hid the key in his hand, and carefully handed a green potion in his other hand to Jinbing. Although I have been replenishing you with nutrients these days, your previous injuries were too severe, and you will still have a long way to go before you fully recover. Therefore, the higher UPS asked me to bring you this, the semi-finished product of the superhuman serum. Just a semi-finished product. Even a semi-finished product is much stronger than ordinary medicine. It can help you recover quickly. I think you should move faster. You made too much noise just now. Seeing that Jinbing was still staring at him coldly, Dr. Adela couldn't help but remind him. In fact, he had already heard the alarm ringing outside. Kingpin snatched the potion from his hand and stuffed the test tube and the potion into his mouth without hesitation. The test tube made a crisp sound between his teeth, glass fragments burst in his mouth, and the liquid mixed with the medicine slid down his throat, entered his body, and was quickly digested and absorbed by his stomach. Jinbing's face twisted into a ball in an instant, but his eyes remained firm and calm from beginning to end. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. Before Dr. Adela in front of him could react, he flew backwards and knocked down the shelves behind him. He ignored Dr. Adela, who was lying on the ground wailing, and walked straight towards the cold wall with a sharp gaze. After standing still, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and tensed his muscles, as if all the strength in his body was concentrated at this moment. Suddenly, he threw a punch so hard that one could almost hear the sound of his fist breaking through the wind. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the wall actually made a heart-shaking cracking sound under his fist. In front of his unparalleled strength, the steel wall was like fragile paper, and a huge hole was punched out by his fist. Dr. Adela struggled to raise his head and looked at the burly figure standing at the gap, knowing that nothing could stop him anymore. Osborn Building. Norman looked at the somewhat exasperated General Ross on the screen and asked curiously, "General, what happened? Why are you looking for me all of a sudden?" It was natural that General Ross would not tell the news of King Bai's escape. He had told Norman at the beginning that King Bai was dead. How could a dead man escape from the base on his own? Moreover, the fact that he failed to keep an eye on a half-dead guy was a huge stain on his career. This also sounded a wake-up call for him that the military cannot be without its own superhero, otherwise such things will happen again in the future, and the military cannot lose face again and again. "Norman, have you gotten your superhuman serum back? To be precise, it is superhuman serum type 2. On the basis of the original, we absorbed the technology from Mr. Uldrechi Killian, so that..." "Stop. You don't need to explain this to me. I just want to see the results. When are you going to conduct human experiments? I want to see it in person. I'm still looking for volunteers. As for volunteers, the army has plenty of them. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll bring the people here tomorrow and you can arrange for the test directly. General, isn't this a bit too hasty? No, Norman, you have to believe in yourself. The previous superhuman serums have been successful. There's no reason why something would go wrong now, right? Oh, indeed. Okay, then it's settled. General Ross hung up the call in a hurry. Looking at the black screen in front of him, Norman smiled and shook his head, looking at Spider-Man Ben Parker sitting opposite him. Okay, Ben, have you thought about it? Do you want to fight for your good nephew to get a chance to inject superhuman serum? You just heard that General Ross attaches great importance to superhuman serum. Maybe the future share will be provided to the military, and there will be very few opportunities like this. Uncle Ben certainly knows how precious the superhuman serum is. Each tube of the potion can create a powerful superhero like Jessica. However, after careful consideration, he shook his head. Forget it. I think Peter should live a simple and ordinary life like an ordinary person. Becoming a superhero is not necessarily a good thing. Every battle with the enemy means risking one's life. Uncle Ben doesn't want his loved ones to live in conflict every day, not to mention the frequent mysterious events recently, which can take the lives of superheroes if they are not careful. Simplicity is actually a kind of happiness. Okay, I respect your choice. I'm sorry, Chairman. Uncle Ben said goodbye and left the office, hid in a small corner to change out of his spider suit, and went downstairs of the Osborn building to wait for Parker to get off work. Peter, you won't blame me, right? Chapter 102. Parker, who is always talked about by Uncle Ben, is still walking alone in the endless grey land. The soil under my feet has cracked into countless tiny cracks, like scars left by time on the earth. Every step seems to be stepping on the pain in my heart. The wind blew up dust and blew towards us, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill that made people shiver. It was eerily quiet all around, with only the sound of the wind whistling in my ears. Parker tightened his thin white shirt, feeling an indescribable sense of loneliness in his heart. With every step he took, he could feel the helplessness and confusion in his heart growing larger and larger, as if it was about to swallow him whole. The tall tower in the distance seemed to be getting closer step by step, gradually becoming clearer and larger in his vision. Originally just a tiny dot on the skyline, it now took up most of the picture in his eyes like a giant beast. The sharp outline of the tower top flickered with a faint light, as if waving to him, attracting him to move forward. It should be soon. I'll leave here as soon as possible, otherwise Uncle Ben and Aunt May will be worried. Parker calmed himself down and continued moving forward. After an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived in front of the tower with unsteady steps. When viewed up close, the tower appears even more majestic and magnificent. The tower rises high into the clouds, as if it will pierce the sky. The stone bricks are closely connected, revealing an ancient atmosphere, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. What attracted Parker's attention most was the spider web logo printed on the gate at the bottom of the tower. The mark on the chest seemed to be getting hotter and even emitting a red light, shining through the white shirt and reflecting on the land shrouded in shadows. At the same time, the single eye on the spider web mark on the tower gate moved, as if waking up from a deep sleep, slowly turning, and finally staring at Parker. The one-eyed gaze seemed to have a kind of magical power that penetrated Parker's soul and reached deep into his heart, causing his heartbeat to suddenly speed up, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping his heart. Parker involuntarily took a step back, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. The tension in his heart made him panic and blurt out everything he thought of. "Hey, Mr. One-Eye, you look a little scary, can you speak? Can you tell me where this place is? How can I leave here? Oh, I am really stupid, how can an eyeball speak? But, what if? Well, Mr. One-Eye, why don't you try to squeak?" As soon as he finished speaking, the one eye suddenly flashed, as if conveying some message. Immediately afterwards, Parker felt a severe headache, as if countless fragments of information flashed in his mind. He clutched his head tightly, trying not to lose consciousness, but the force grew stronger and stronger, almost tearing him apart. "What?" Parker held his head and his howls of pain tore through the silent wilderness. He pressed his hands tightly against his temples, as if trying to squeeze the unbearable pain out of his head. The world in front of my eyes began to blur, and the surrounding scene seemed to be shrouded in thick fog. His knees went weak and he fell heavily to the ground, his body shaking violently as if every nerve was on fire. Gradually, Parker's screams became weaker and weaker, from the initial heart-wrenching sound to like a whisper drifting in the wind, and finally disappeared into the air. His eyes gradually regained clarity, no longer confused and fearful, but revealing a long-lost sense of enlightenment. "This is the Shadow Wilds," Parker murmured, standing up again. He received a lot of information. He not only knew the name of this place, but also knew that this was a trial place where the gods bestowed power on believers. Only by passing the trial and truly becoming a God's favored one can you leave here. However, making him a believer of an evil god is a terrible thing no matter how you think about it. He doesn't want to become as fanatical as Anna and lose her mind. In confusion, Parker looked towards the gate of the tower. As if his identity had been confirmed, the gate slowly opened and the spider web mark on it lost its original magic and became ordinary. As the door gradually opened, the shadow inside became thicker and thicker, as if to swallow everything. Parker sighed deeply, and finally decided to go in and take a look. After all, he couldn't stay here forever. He moved his feet and walked over carefully. Standing in front of the door, Parker's hands trembled slightly and a thin layer of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Hesitation was like an invisible shackle that made him unable to move for a moment. He took a deep breath, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, he clenched his teeth, took a big step forward, and was instantly swallowed up by the darkness. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The shadows around him surged in like living creatures, completely submerging his figure. As the darkness in front of his eyes gradually faded, Parker's vision slowly became clear. He blinked and found himself in a quaint room. The room was empty, the only piece of furniture was a familiar laboratory table that stood quietly in the middle of the room. The experimental table was piled with all kinds of strange materials, some of which flickered faintly, some gave off a faint fragrance, and some were filled with an unsettling odor. These materials come in various shapes, some look like rare plants collected from the depths of a mysterious forest, and others look like strange ores dug out from ancient mines. Judging from the information received, this should be the place where the trial is to be taken. The so-called trial is to mix the things on the laboratory table according to the extra recipe in his mind to make a bottle of qualified potion, and require Parker to drink this bottle of potion. Immortality is success. Well, that doesn't sound difficult. Parker was eager to try. When he worked in Osborne Building, he didn't have many opportunities to touch experimental instruments, let alone do experiments himself. Forget it, let's talk about it after we get out. As long as he stays true to himself, he won't necessarily become like Anna. There was determination in Parker's eyes. He took another deep breath and walked to the experimental table. Now that he had made the decision, he had to try his best to do it. He tried hard to identify the strange-shaped materials in front of him, matching them one by one with the information in his mind, and simulated the experimental steps several times in his mind until he had a clear understanding of them. Judging from the amount of materials, he only has 3 chances. If he fails all 3 times, he will have to stay in this hellhole forever. Fortunately, his major is suitable for him, so he is very confident. Parker flexed his finger joints and began to prepare the potion according to the recipe. First, heat and melt the starlight stone, then add the screaming grass and screaming flower. As a result, I failed the first time. When Parker picked up the screaming grass, it really started screaming suddenly, which scared him so much that he added the wrong amount due to shaking hands. After preparing himself mentally, Parker started over. This time it was very smooth, and soon there was a tube of strange sticky liquid emitting blue smoke in his hand. Is this really drinkable? Parker's face was full of disgust, but for the sake of the long-awaited freedom, he had to bite the bullet and face the challenge. The potion bottle trembled slightly in his hand. The liquid in the bottle seemed like some kind of dark food, emitting a disgusting smell. Parker closed his eyes, mustered up his courage, and poured the disgusting potion into his mouth. The liquid slid across the tip of his tongue, and the bitter taste instantly exploded in his mouth, almost suffocating him. Ugh, this is too hard to drink. Sorry, I posted it in the wrong order. Chapter 101 is at the front. Chapter 103. Steve hasn't been having a good time these days. Even though the Holy Lord no longer controlled his body and seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, he still felt deeply uncomfortable. I always woke up in the middle of the night, worried that I was not lying peacefully in bed, but standing among a pile of corpses with blood on my hands. You don't look well. Why, haven't you adapted to modern life yet? The speaker is Sharon Carter, a female SHIELD agent. She is Peggy's niece and was assigned by Fury to take care of Steve's daily life and diet and to monitor him at the same time. At this moment, she was wearing a white nurse uniform, holding a change of clothes in her arms, and tilted her head to look at Steve, who was exercising. There was a bit of Peggy's charm in her eyes and eyebrows. Steve learned about Sharon's identity from Peggy. He just treated her as a child. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm just worried whether your director Fury will pay me. I'm penniless now and I always feel a little uncomfortable." "Ha, maybe you should ask the government for your pension? That's a lot of money." The two chatted for a while, the atmosphere was harmonious, and Steve's mood improved a lot. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Steve's mind, "Steve, I bet this little girl likes you. As long as you hook your finger, you can spend a wonderful night." Steve's expression suddenly changed. Sharon, who was standing opposite him, immediately noticed his change of mood and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Didn't you hear anything else?" "No." Steve frowned and heard the Holy Lord sneer again. "Stupid, I am talking inside your mind, others can't hear me." This guy. Steve felt heavy in his heart, but smiled. He politely told Sharon to leave. "Maybe I heard wrongly." "Sorry, Sharon, it's nice chatting with you, but I'm going to take a shower." "That won't do, Steve. It's easy to lose your chance to mate. Or maybe you just like older girls, just like a certain boy." The Lord was still chattering in Steve's mind. "Okay." Sharon understood and smiled sweetly, "Then I'll go and help you wash these clothes first." "Thank you. Oh, by the way, remember to close the doors and windows at night. I saw a lot of home robberies on the news recently." "Haha, do you think I will control your body to find this little girl?" "Oh, please, you humans are uglier than insects in my eyes. I can't do it, but I can still bite you. With Captain America like you living next door, why should I worry about robbers? Besides, I am an agent after all." Sharon, an agent, noticed something unusual in Steve's words, nodded and left the house, then immediately sent a message to Fury, "Director, I think I need to tell you." After listening to Sharon's description, Fury was silent for a moment and said, "Listen to Steve, close the doors and windows at night, and notify me immediately if there is any strange movement." Although she felt strange, Sharon answered seriously, "Yes." On the other side, after Sharon left, Steve frowned and gritted his teeth. "Holy Lord, don't go too far. Do you know that it is very immoral to snoop into other people's memories at will?" "What? You still want to use your so-called morality to restrain me? Ha, what are you thinking about?" As long as the Lord is immoral, Steve cannot use morality to bind it, which makes Steve lose the important weapon of preaching. "Okay, in that case, let's talk about something else." Steve has not been idle during these days and has developed several ways to communicate with the Holy Lord. Since talking about morality doesn't make sense, let's talk about interests instead. "Holy Lord, we are already in a cooperative relationship. Shouldn't you prove your worth? Fury thinks highly of you, but I don't know what role you play yet." "My value? Humph, it's very simple. I know a lot of things that you don't know. For example, Hawkeye, who is still lying in a vegetative state in the hospital bed, and your good friend Winter Soldier who is not in a good mental state, I know where to take them to recover." When it comes to Bucky, Steve immediately loses his composure. "Are you telling the truth?" "Oh, I remember I said that I would never bother to deceive you." Steve could indeed see that the Holy Lord was an extremely arrogant being, who would become extremely angry if others questioned him, and in his heart, he began to believe what he said to some extent. Then stop hiding it and tell us where it is. Our growing strength will also be good for you. We now have a common enemy. Common enemy? You seem to have made a mistake. You have never been their enemy. You are not worthy at all. At most, they are a group of annoying ants that can be found everywhere, humble beings that can be crushed to death with just one foot. Steve's heart sank, and he snorted coldly, even if there are a lot of ants, they can eat up an elephant. I advise you not to underestimate humans. Unexpectedly, the Holy Lord actually agreed with him. Indeed, you humans are very adaptable, which is why I want to cooperate with you. If possible, I don't mind making you stronger and causing some trouble for those guys who have awakened. So, where is the place that can heal Bucky? The next second, the clear voice of the Holy Lord rang in Steve's mind. Wakanda. Wakanda. At the SHIELD headquarters, Fury frowned, looked at Steve in front of him, shook his head and said, as far as I know, it's just a poor and backward African country. He is using his own ignorance to question me, how ridiculous. Steve raised an eyebrow, he's calling you ignorant. Thinking of what the Lord said before, everything came true, even Captain America who was frozen in the North Pole could tell the exact location. Fury had to nod and said, okay, maybe there is a magical power there that we don't know about. Steve couldn't wait to say, Fury, arrange for me to go to Wakanda as soon as possible. I can't see Bucky in pain anymore. Fury thought about it for a moment and nodded, that's fine. After all, Bucky is also an important force of our shield. It will only be good for us if he recovers sooner. When Steve showed his delight, Fury added, however, since we know that place is not that simple, we must be fully prepared. Or, treat it as the Avengers' first official operation. Captain, it's time for you to get to know your teammates. Hearing this, Steve glanced at Fury and nodded, okay. Chapter 104. Bucky hasn't been out for a long time. He has been staying in the safe house provided by Fury. He has stockpiled a lot of food and daily necessities, enough for him to live for more than half a year. The safe house was fairly spacious, with walls of a light grey hue. In the corner stood a simple wooden table with a few books scattered on it, making it look a bit old. The curtains were kept closed from morning till night. Even though it was morning and the sun was beginning to shine its warm rays, the room was still immersed in deep darkness. Bucky curled up on the edge of the bed, his body pressed against the cold wall, as if trying to seek a sense of security. His face was pale, his eye sockets were sunken, and he looked very haggard. Only when his gaze passed through the narrow gap in the curtains and looked out the window, allowing the long-lost blue sky and white clouds to come into view, did the corners of his mouth slightly rise, revealing a faint smile. It seemed that at this moment, all the pain and fatigue were dispelled by that ray of sunshine. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the door. Bucky, who had been lazy, suddenly looked cold and alert. He quickly turned over and got out of bed, moving as agilely as a cheetah without making any sound. He lay on the ground, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's, staring at the door, his metal palm clenched into a fist, and his other hand quickly took out a pistol. The cold gun body seemed particularly heavy in his palm. Bucky did not forget that he still had many terrible enemies outside. The most hateful one was the Hydra organization that brainwashed him. Even if he was torn to pieces, he would rather not fall into their hands again. However, as the footsteps got closer, Bucky's face showed surprise and disbelief. This sound of footsteps had appeared countless times in his memory, so there was no way he could have remembered it wrong. But, didn't that best friend whom he could never forget pass away long ago? Under Bucky's shocked and expectant gaze, the footsteps gradually approached and finally stopped outside the door. The air seemed to freeze, and every second seemed extraordinarily long. Suddenly, with a click, the door lock was gently turned, and with a slight creaking sound, the door was slowly pushed open. A tall and strong man appeared at the door. He had facial features as distinct as sculptures, and his handsome face had a smile that Bucky was very familiar with. Bucky's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He held his breath, staring at the man in front of him without blinking. He could feel the blood rushing in his body, as if every drop of blood was calling out the same name. Steve. Bucky. Steve's eyes were slightly moist. I'm back, sorry to have kept you waiting. Bucky raised the corners of his mouth, lowered his head, and shook it gently. I should be the one to say sorry. During the time I was waiting for you, I did a lot of stupid things. It's okay. Now that I'm back, you can return your stupidity to me. Ha ha ha. When our eyes met, we were filled with nostalgia. Long time no see, brother. Shield, it's still that conference room. Eddie, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned and walked in first with heavy steps. He looked at Agent May, the only one sitting in the conference room, and opened his mouth in surprise. Didn't you finish the meeting? Or did you only call me? Agent May glanced at him and replied coldly, neither. You are the first one to arrive. Sit down and wait. Am I the first one to arrive? Eddie found a random seat and sat down, then glanced at his watch. Isn't the meeting time at 3 p.m.? It's already 2:57. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just shut up and wait. Good good. In order to avoid being beaten, Eddie wisely closed his mouth and yawned again. When the minute hand was about to point to 12, Matt, the daredevil in black, pushed the door open and walked in. He still had a hood covering his eyes on his face, which made Eddie very curious. He had never seen what Matt looked like, but judging from the lower half of Matt's face, he was probably not as handsome as himself. Hey, what's so late? Is there a traffic jam? No, I like to be on time. Matt simply responded and shut his mouth, ignoring Eddie's words, which made Eddie feel quite bored. Each of his teammates is more like a cold-blooded assassin than he is, which really worries him. If he gets a chance, he must talk to Fury and ask him to recruit some lively ones, preferably girls. Speak of Fury, and Fury will appear. Fury pushed the door open and walked in, followed by two burly men. Eddie's eyes swept past one of the guys with a more stern face and landed on another man who was a bit more handsome than him, revealing a surprised expression. This guy looks familiar. Eddie searched his memory, and suddenly a name popped up, which scared him. Captain America. You're Captain America. Although Eddie participated in Captain America's excavation, he was slacking off the whole time and didn't understand what the real mission was, so he was a little surprised at this moment. Steve nodded slightly to Eddie. In response, the voice of the Holy Lord suddenly rang in his mind. Haha, interesting, your new teammate is about to die. What? Steve was a little surprised, and quickly asked the Holy Lord in his mind what was going on. At this time, Fury walked up the stairs steadily, scanning the future Avengers below the stage with sharp eyes, but found that one person was missing. Agent May, where's Tony? He said he had more important work to do and didn't have time to play childish games of house with the director. Agent May imitated Tony's sarcastic tone perfectly. There is no need to repeat it so completely, right? Forget it, leave him alone. Fury coughed and said in a deep voice, Eddie did not recognize the wrong person. This is indeed the Captain America in history. Now he will join the Avengers and become your captain. How can this be? Eddie blurted out, didn't Captain America die heroically a long time ago? No, he just disappeared and now he has successfully returned. Matt silently listened to the heartbeats of the people present and knew that Fury was not lying. Haha, a man who lived more than half a century ago could still have such a strong physique. Captain America is indeed not simple. He had no objection to who became captain, and if the captain was Captain America, he would have even less to say. In many people's minds, Captain America is a well-deserved hero, and this earliest superhero was also the one Matt admired most when he was a child. And this is the Winter Soldier, also our new partner. Fury looked around, his face serious. You five are currently all members of the Avengers, and the most important force of our shield. Today, the enemies we face are becoming more and more powerful, and the events are becoming more and more mysterious. We must unite to protect the world. Chapter 105. Fury stood on the stage, his voice loud and passionate, as if every word could penetrate the air and reach everyone's heart. However, several people in the audience seemed a little stunned and had no reaction at all. Eddie yawned and said, "Director, why don't you give me a raise? Maybe I'll be more motivated." Fury's face darkened. If S.H.I.E.L.D. had sufficient funding, he wouldn't have to waste so much time. "Chief, let me do it." Steve turned to face his teammates with a serious look on his face. "I know that you are standing here, you are already very clear about your responsibilities, and you have anticipated how many terrible enemies you will face in the future. What I want to say is that this is far from enough. The enemies you are about to encounter will be thousands of times more terrible than you can imagine. We must be prepared to die at any time. This is a road from which there is no turning back." Everyone's faces became extremely serious, except Eddie, who raised his hand timidly. Facing everyone's gaze, Eddie felt a little guilty. "Well, when I joined, I didn't say it would be a life and death situation. Can I quit? I'm just a useless reporter. You won't lose much without me, right? I've seen your file, Eddie Brock." Steve walked up to Eddie and said slowly, "I know that you were just an ordinary reporter before. But when you drank that bottle of assassin potion and mastered extraordinary power, you were destined to say goodbye to those peaceful days. Even if you escape from it, it will not let you go. What's more, you're going to die, Eddie." What? I'm going to die?" Eddie pointed at himself, looking incredulous. "You are lying to me. Don't think you are Captain America and that whatever you say is right." Steve shook his head gently. "Your own body should know better than me. How many days have you not had a good sleep?" For a moment, Eddie was speechless. Lately, the mumbling sounds in his ears have become more frequent, like an invisible hand constantly twitching at his nerves. Every night, he had trouble falling asleep, and even sleeping pills didn't work, which made him very upset. The sad thing is that even the psychologist hired by S.H.I.E.L.D. at a high salary couldn't cure his tinnitus. This is undoubtedly a mysterious thing. He was thinking of taking advantage of this meeting to ask Fury for help, but he didn't expect that Captain America saw through it. How did you know?" Of course it was the Holy Lord who reminded him, otherwise Steve would have thought that Eddie had kidney deficiency because of excessive indulgence. "That's not important. What's important is that I can help you. Of course, you can't keep running away. Facing it and defeating it is your only chance to survive." Okay, I get it." The only thorn was easily taken down by Steve, and there were no more discordant voices within the company. "Haha, see, little Steve? This is my worth. Shouldn't you give me some thank you gift? Let's wait until the method you mentioned is really useful. How dare you, a tiny human being, question me?" Steve ignored the noisy voice in his head. He tightened his face and looked directly at each team member with sharp and determined eyes. "Tomorrow, we Avengers will carry out our first secret mission. I hope you can prepare in advance. Although it is said to be tomorrow, in fact, at night, Steve and his group will board a plane to the African continent and spend the night on the plane. After waking up, they will reach their destination." They were riding on S.H.I.E.L.D's secret combat weapon, the Quinjet. After being designed and modified by Tony himself, the originally small Quinjet was expanded a lot, making it large enough to accommodate the 5 Avengers for living and resting. Flying a fighter plane is not very difficult. Under Agent May's instruction, Captain America and the Winter Soldier quickly learned how to operate it. Eddie wanted to learn but was rejected by Agent May, who thought he was unreliable and would drive the fighter plane into a ditch. As for Matt, well, no one was willing to let him operate it. "Okay, now the 3 of us will take turns flying the plane. Agent May will be the first, and the rest of you can go and rest." Steve gave an order and everyone returned to their seats to rest. Only Eddie couldn't sleep, so he secretly found Steve with a look of deep expectation. "Ahem, Captain, didn't you say before that you had a way to solve my problem?" "Oh, I was just about to come find you." Steve took Eddie to the lounge and poured him a cup of hot water. "Eddie, I actually heard this from someone else. I don't know if it will work. This method is called role-playing performance." Eddie looked confused. "What does this mean?" "It means that you need to digest the accumulated potion energy in your body by playing a specific character template. Didn't you drink the assassin potion? I guess you need to play the assassin. Playing an assassin. Eddie couldn't help but think of the time when he went to the Arctic. He had inadvertently played the role of an assassin. His symptoms had indeed been alleviated at that time, but as time went on, this trick became less and less effective. He brought this up, causing Steve to look odd. It turns out that this guy is also his savior. Is there something wrong? Well, maybe you are acting too simply? An assassin doesn't just hide, he also has to kill people. Ah? You want me to kill someone? Eddie shook his head desperately. No, I can't do it. Steve also doesn't like killing people, and it's even more impossible for him to instigate others to kill people, I mean, let you try to kill some animals. Of course, by assassination. Will this really work? Eddie expressed doubt. Steve didn't quite believe it either. It was all said by the Holy Lord. How about you try it first? All right. Thanks, Captain. Eddie drank the hot water in one gulp and left the lounge. Steve sat alone in a chair, talking to the Lord in his mind. Holy Lord, what exactly is that assassin potion? A very extraordinary thing. According to legend, it can make ordinary creatures become gods. Becoming a god? With just a bottle of potion? Of course not. This is just the first step. There is still a long way to go. Steve was silent for a while, then asked, does God really exist in this world? It depends on what kind of gods you are talking about. If they are gods who claim to be gods but are so weak that they are beaten by mortals, there are many of them. Okay. This was completely beyond Steve's expectations. Could there be such a weak god? So where are they? Why didn't we know about it before? Not on Earth anyway. Chapter 106. The next day, the darkness before dawn enveloped the vast grassland, and there was silence between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a black iron plane appeared quietly in the night, gliding silently in the air like a ghost. Its body flickered coldly under the faint starlight, like a ferocious beast waiting for its chance to hunt, quietly descending on this silent land. The Quinjet, which has both radar stealth and optical stealth functions, silently crossed the vast sky of Africa, like a wisp of smoke in the dark night, avoiding all detection equipment and secretly arriving at the border of Wakanda. Steve led the team members out of the fighter plane one after another, with firm and powerful steps. They were dressed in black combat uniforms specially made by SHIELD, which exuded a cold luster. Each person's equipment was meticulously configured, and the weapons on their waists flashed with cold light, ready to face any possible battle at any time. Steve tightly grasped the long-lost star-spangled shield, as if he was holding an old friend who had fought alongside him. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, looking around, observing possible accidents. After confirming that there were no traces of the enemy around, he slowly turned around and glanced at the team members behind him, especially at Eddie and Matt who had no combat experience, and said seriously, the main task of this mission is to sneak into Wakanda secretly and try to avoid contact with the locals. Even if you do come into contact, you should be friendly. You cannot shoot without my order. Do you understand? Understand. Eddie. Steve looked at Eddie who looked depressed and said in a low voice, if you have any questions, ask me immediately, don't act on your own. Why do you need to remind me specifically? Eddie vaguely felt that he was labeled as a bad student. He was indeed no match for the experienced Agent May and Bucky, and Matt also looked like a sensible and well-behaved student. Among these people, he really seemed to be the worst, so he could only shrug helplessly, okay, Captain. Well, let's go. Steve took the lead and walked in the front, and the others followed quickly. Agent May, who was walking at the end, pressed the power button, and the Quinjet behind him slowly disappeared. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the sky gradually turned from dark to bright. The mountains in the distance were looming in the morning light, layer upon layer, like an ink painting. Eddie was not in the mood to enjoy himself. The unchanging scene around him made him feel irritated. Captain, how far is Wakanda? We are almost at the border. But Wakanda is an agricultural and pastoral country, and there are many undeveloped areas. We may still have a long way to go before we can reach the city of Wakanda. Why don't you just fly the fighter planes near the city? Isn't it too tiring now? Steve glanced at Eddie and patiently explained, we are not going there to start a war. Driving a fighter plane there could easily cause misunderstandings. It would be bad if it turned into an international dispute. What are you afraid of? Do they dare to resist? Eddie, remember, we are not a villain organization. Steve was about to continue correcting Eddie's wrong opinion when Bucky's steady voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Steve, you better come take a look. What's the situation? Steve immediately left Eddie behind and walked over to Bucky. Bucky pointed at the plain grass in front of him and said in a deep voice, did you see it? Something is wrong. Something's not right. Steve squatted down and looked in the direction Bucky pointed, and suddenly saw several strange little grasses. The grass swayed in the breeze, but Steve, who was watching it all the time, noticed a slight inconsistency between the root and the top of the grass, as if they were spliced together. There's something really wrong. Steve picked up a stone and threw it forward. The stone seemed to pass through a thin film in an instant and disappeared at the other end. Everyone looked at this strange scene with surprise on their faces. Could it be a mysterious incident? Uncertain. Steve frowned slightly, stood up, and slowly extended his hand forward. Snapped. Bucky grabbed his hand and stopped him, let me do it. Without waiting for Steve to answer, he extended his metal arm. Bucky didn't feel that his arm touched anything. It passed through a layer of transparent film without any hindrance and disappeared. He glanced at Steve, shook his head, and walked over directly. His figure quickly disappeared, but in less than 2 seconds, Bucky's figure reappeared in front of everyone. Steve breathed a sigh of relief, how is it? Bucky had a strange expression, as if he had discovered something incredible. I think you should go and have a look for yourself. Steve naturally trusted Bucky and was the first to step forward. After passing through the film, his eyes suddenly lit up. I originally thought it would be a flat and vast grassland, but what came into view was a magnificent technological city. In the distance, the towering silver towers sparkled brightly in the sun, and the transparent suspended tracks intertwined into a web in the air, like flowing light bands. This is impossible. Steve took a deep breath, not daring to believe what he saw. Agent May and Eddie, who came in later, also slowly opened their mouths. Isn't Wakanda a backward farming and animal husbandry country? How come it looks more developed than us? So, what did you see? Matt was curious. A city of the future. Steve and his team hid under a big tree to rest temporarily and discuss the next plan. Now, our target Wakanda is very different than expected. I think we have to change our plan. In addition to being shocked, Steve also felt a little happy. He finally understood why the Lord said that he could find a way to cure Bucky here. Judging from the surface alone, Wakanda's technological level is far higher than that of the outside world, and naturally there is no shortage of advanced medical technology. The only thing worth worrying about is that, for some unknown reason, this high-tech African country chose to use large-scale stealth technology to cover itself up and isolate itself from the outside world. Even SHIELD mistakenly believed that it was just a poor and backward agricultural and pastoral country. A secret infiltration is definitely not going to work. Agent May said, we don't know what kind of technology they have, but it's obvious that they can easily find our group. Perhaps they already knew when we entered the border. Then why haven't they shown up yet? I don't know. Maybe he is secretly observing our movements and then decides what method to use to appear in front of us. Just waiting here is not a good idea. Steve said, Agent May, please tell Fury about the situation here and ask him to contact Wakanda through normal diplomatic channels to explain our intentions. On the other hand, we... At this moment, the Holy Lord's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting him. Boy, be careful, I smell a strange smell in that city. What? Steve's expression changed and he looked up at the sky. At some point, a dark cloud hovered over the city in the distance, giving people a very ominous feeling. Chapter 107. The changes in the sky attracted the attention of Steve and others. They stared at the dark cloud and felt very uncomfortable. There is a very evil atmosphere there, and of course, it is also very dangerous. Matt, who had the strongest perception here, clenched his right hand and whispered, "There is no doubt that a mysterious incident has occurred there, and it is even more terrifying than it was back then." Bucky and Agent May looked stern, knowing that Matt was talking about the incident of the Triangle Iron Head Man. Matt and the other two were eyewitnesses of that incident, so they naturally knew how terrifying the Triangle Iron-Headed Man was. This mysterious incident is even more serious than that one, and the danger level is undoubtedly above level A, enough to destroy the entire city. It may be beyond the ability of just these few people to resolve this incident. "Captain, why don't we retreat first?" Agent May said. "It can be said that the strongest forces of SHIELD are gathered here. If all of them are killed here, Agent May is worried that Fury will collapse directly. Eddie is undoubtedly supporting Agent May and just wants to stay out of danger." Matt didn't say anything, just lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Bucky looked at Steve and said, "Captain, I support whatever decision you make." Steve took a deep breath, feeling very conflicted. He never expected that an ordinary mission would have such an amazing change. He stood there, his brows furrowed, his heart in turmoil. Steve was unwilling to retreat. Bucky's hope of recovery was within reach, but he also didn't want to put everyone in greater danger because of his obsession. In desperation, he had to ask for help from the Holy Lord in his body, and prayed silently in his heart. "Holy Lord, what else did you notice? Is it really dangerous there?" The weirdness there is not scary, what is scary is the guy hiding behind it. I advise you to retreat obediently." However, Steve heard another meaning in the Holy Lord's words. "So, as long as we don't alert the hidden existence, there is a high chance that we can escape unscathed. You wish. Even if you didn't run into that guy, with your level, you would still be in danger of death. What about you? Are you just standing by and watching? I think it's not a coincidence that you brought us to Wakanda. You did it on purpose. You knew that mysterious things would happen here, right?" "Certainly." To Steve's surprise, the Holy Lord did not deny it. "There are very few things in this world that I don't know. I just picked the answer that is most beneficial to me. What is in your best interest? What do you want to get out of this? Since you stepped into this place, I have already gotten what I want. If you continue to move forward, I can only protect your safety, and I will not care about other people. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, the Holy Lord fell silent and no longer paid any attention to Steve. Steve let out a long breath, and his heart was once again in a dilemma. After a long silence, Steve raised his head again, his eyes regained their firmness. "There are more and more mysterious incidents. We can't hide forever. We have to face them. So, I decided to go to the city to take a look." "Captain." Agent May wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Steve. "We will split into two groups. I will take Bucky and Matt to check the city. As for Agent May, you and Eddie will go back to the fighter plane and be ready to pick us up at any time." Steve knew that this was a life-threatening mission, so it was not a good idea to lead everyone into danger, so he divided them into two groups, leaving Agent May, who was more familiar with fighter planes, and Eddie, who was in a bad mental state, behind. "At least we can preserve a little spark and avoid being wiped out." Eddie wholeheartedly agreed with his arrangement. At least he didn't have to take any risks and could save his life. Seeing that Steve had already made a concession, Agent May didn't say much. Bucky and Matt surprisingly agreed at the same time, and no one objected to the order. "In that case, let's act immediately." Steve said simply, "Let's go." As he said that, he immediately started towards the city that was gradually shrouded in darkness, with Bucky and Matt following closely behind him. When they were out of sight, Agent May turned back and said to Eddie, "Let's go too." "Long live Wakanda!" A deafening shout broke the silence of the battlefield. The female guards were like tigers out of their cages, the spears in their hands flashing coldly in the sunlight. There was fearlessness in their eyes, and their roars were filled with endless determination and strength. Every movement was precise and powerful, as if their spears were an extension of their nature. Their opponents were unexpectedly small, a group of clockwork soldiers only thigh-high. These mechanical creations move stiffly yet pose a deadly threat. Their gears clatter as if mocking human fragility. Each clockwork soldier is equipped with a sharp weapon and has a cold red light flashing in his eyes. The hearts of the female guards were filled with anger and indomitable will. Their homes and their beliefs turned into infinite power at this moment. They knew that although the enemy before them seemed insignificant, they must not be taken lightly. Every time they swung their spears, they used all their strength, and every time they stabbed, they did so with the firm belief of protecting Wakanda. On the battlefield, the sound of spears colliding with iron was endless, the roars of the female guards and the mechanical sounds of the clockwork soldiers intertwined to form a magnificent war song. The air was filled with the smell of metal and sweat, and the tense atmosphere made it almost impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a silver light flashed across the sky, and a well-proportioned man fell from the sky. His landing posture was as swift as a diving falcon, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In his hand, a spear shining with cold light danced like a dragon or snake, swung quickly, and repelled a group of clockwork soldiers that were rushing up. "General Okoye, where is the king? Prince Tichola, why did you come out? You should stay in the palace to protect the princess and the queen. They are safe, answer me. The king has to close the portal, otherwise these endless stream of dwarves will tire us to death." Okoye stabbed out with his spear, knocking a clockwork soldier away, and looked up at the black clouds in the sky. Those clockwork soldiers fell from the black cloud like rain. "You're going to let him go alone?" Tichola was very dissatisfied. Even though his father T'Chaka was the strongest person in Wakanda, entering the enemy's lair was an extremely dangerous thing. It is the king's duty. It's also the prince's responsibility. "I want to go too." As he said this, Tichola was about to leave the main force and head for where the fighter planes were parked. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster emerged from the dark clouds and fell to the ground with a momentum to destroy the world. With a loud bang, countless houses collapsed. Seeing the huge figure, Tichola couldn't help but stop and said, "This is really hell." Chapter 108. It was a giant clockwork soldier, its body as huge as a tall building. Its body is made up of countless precise gears and steel components, with a huge clockwork installed behind it. Every detail reveals coldness and precision, and it is many times more complicated than a clockwork soldier. This should not be called a clockwork soldier, but a clockwork general. The clockwork general's eyes flashed red, like two burning flames, filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Its arms were like huge hammers, and every swing brought up a gust of wind, as if to smash everything that stood in its way. Each of its steps left deep indentations in the ground, shaking the earth as if the whole world was trembling under its feet. "We can't let it continue to cause damage." Tichola rushed back and shouted urgently, "Okoye, take your royal guards and follow me. Hail Wakanda!" He let out a low roar and leaned forward with his muscles tensed, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. The vibranium spear drew a graceful arc in his hand and went straight to the clockwork general's eyes with a whistling sound. Boom! The spear pierced the clockwork general's eyes like lightning, instantly penetrating the metal shell. The powerful impact caused the clockwork general's eyes to shatter like glass, splashing sparks and metal fragments. The clockwork general's body shook violently, and the mechanical clicking sound echoed in the air, as if telling of its pain and powerlessness. Tichola! Okoye hurried over with several female guards, and the spears in their hands quickly crossed in the air, forming a solid net. Their movements were smooth and clean, like a carefully choreographed dance. Tichola's eyes were sharp and he instantly understood their intentions. He took the spear handed to him by a female guard, felt the power coming from the cold metal, took a deep breath, bent his knees slightly, and jumped suddenly, his body jumping onto the net woven by the spears as agilely as a cheetah. "Ugh!" Several female guards shouted in unison, their voices as deafening as thunder. They tensed their muscles and swung their spears with all their might, their movements as fast as lightning. Tichola was thrown out by their powerful force, his body drew an arc in the air, and went straight to the clockwork general, landing smoothly on its broad arms, climbing up along its arms and reaching its shoulders. Just as he was about to kill the clockwork general in one fell swoop, Tichola saw a door open at the clockwork general's neck, and a large number of short clockwork soldiers ran out. Now that he had not yet drunk the heart-shaped grass and turned into a black panther, he immediately fell into a tough battle. This is how the same thing. When Wakanda's army was fighting the enemy, Steve and the other two quietly entered the city and came to the battlefield. Looking at the Wakanda soldiers fighting with spears and other cold weapons, Steve became more and more confused. Wasn't it said to be a high-tech country? Why are the weapons so primitive? Wakanda really is a strange place full of surprises and contrasts. Steve shook his head and looked at their opponents, a group of toy soldiers with life. This was undoubtedly a mysterious event. Under the overcast sky, clockwork soldiers fell one after another from the darkness like endless raindrops. They didn't look powerful individually, and their movements were mechanical and stiff. However, when they descended from the sky in groups, their numbers surged like a tide. The sense of oppression could not be ignored. There is also the clockwork general on the battlefield who is like a giant and should not be underestimated. It would be very dangerous if they were surrounded, but there was still a chance of escape. Then, the terrifying existence hidden behind the scenes that the Holy Lord mentioned should be there. Steve narrowed his eyes, looked up at the dark clouds above his head, and fell into deep thought. Captain, the guy on top of the big guy is about to die. We have to go and help. Matt, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Steve came back to his senses and nodded, "You're right, let's go. Judging from the intelligence we have obtained, that man is none other than Prince Tichola, the biological son of the current king of Wakanda, who will most likely take over the throne in the future. If they could save him, they could easily establish friendly relations." Bucky! Steve yelled, taking a few steps back and rushing towards Bucky. The tacit understanding they had built over the years had not faded with the passage of time, and Bucky immediately understood Steve's intention. He squatted slightly and quickly folded his hands together to form a solid support point for Steve to jump on. Bucky's strong metal arm suddenly exerted force, like a powerful catapult, and launched Steve out quickly like a cannonball. Steve drew a graceful and swift arc in the air, aiming directly at the clockwork general who was still wreaking havoc. In midair, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, locking onto the clockwork soldiers beside Tichola. Without hesitation, Steve swung the shield in his hand with all his strength. The shield drew a silver arc in the air, spun and hit the first clockwork soldier rapidly, making a clanging sound of metal collision. Then, like a nimble falcon, it knocked down the soldiers around Tichola one after another. Each impact was extremely precise, as if it had its own will. The clockwork soldiers fell to the ground one after another under the impact of the shields, sparks flying everywhere. Just as the shield completed its mission and drew its last graceful arc, it miraculously returned to Steve's hands. Steve's feet landed steadily next to Tichola and he caught the shield. His arms shook slightly as if he felt its weight and warmth. "Who are you?" Tichola asked, breathing heavily, as he stood back to back with the stranger who suddenly appeared. "Come and help your people." Steve used his shield to block the iron sword in the clockwork soldier's hand and kicked it away. He frowned as he felt the weight of the clockwork soldier. "Hehe, Wakanda doesn't welcome trespassers. Sorry, things are urgent. Let's talk about it after we kill these guys. You don't want to see your city continue to be destroyed, right?" Tichola looked at the retreating defense line below and the city with billowing smoke everywhere. He was silent for a moment and said, "Okay, let's kill these damn guys first. Do you have any way to deal with this big guy? Like a powerful cannon? If there was, we would have used it long ago." "That's true. So, why not? I see that your technology seems to be quite advanced." Steve couldn't help but ask the doubts in his mind. Tichola said unhappily, "We in Wakanda don't need such backward things." Chapter 109. On the body of the extremely tall clockwork general, Steve used his shield to knock away several clockwork soldiers in a row, with a strange expression on his face. "If guns and cannons are outdated, then what about the spears and shields in your hands?" Well, he couldn't say much. It was other people's freedom to use whatever weapons they wanted. Steve couldn't understand, he could only respect. "So, Tichola, Do you have any ideas? Oh, by the way, you can call me Steve. Okay, Steve, my method is to blind this big guy first. Well, that sounds good, let's do it. Steve crouched down, shield raised sideways. Tichola smiled slightly, accelerated suddenly, his steps were as light as the wind, and ran towards Steve quickly. His toes stepped firmly on the shield, and he took off into the air with the help of Steve's strength. The spear in his hand flashed with a cold light and pierced directly into the Clockwork General's forehead. This attack obviously angered the Clockwork General, and he swung his huge fist like a giant hammer, heading straight for his own head with a whistling sound, trying to smash Tichola into a pulp. Tichola's eyes focused, and he used the spear as a fulcrum to fly up and barely avoided the Clockwork General's fist. With a loud bang, the fist hit his forehead, and the powerful force caused the Clockwork General's head to tilt to the other side. Landing on top of the Clockwork General, Tichola seized the opportunity and slid his foot across the General's hard metal forehead, stepping on the bridge of his nose. Tichola's gaze fell on the spear that had pierced the General's eye. He took a deep breath and gripped the spear's handle with both hands, his muscles tensed and veins bulged. With a low roar, Tichola exerted force suddenly and pulled the spear out of the General's eye socket. The harsh sound of metal friction echoed in the air, as if it was the General's painful groan. Without the slightest hesitation, Tichola turned and aimed at the General's other eye, the spear in his hand flashing with a cold light as he concentrated all his strength on this one strike. Ha! Tichola roared, and his spear pierced out like lightning, accurately piercing the other eye of the Clockwork General. The Clockwork General's mouth opened and closed, making a crackling sound, as if he was howling in pain, and he smashed his face with his hands frantically. Tichola, be careful! Steve warned. Sensing the approaching shadow, Tichola didn't hesitate, quickly let go of his hand, and jumped down from a height of 4 or 5 stories. During the battle, Okoye was still concerned about Tichola's safety. When he saw him jump from such a high place, his pupils shrank immediately and he exclaimed, "Tichola!" At this moment, a strange voice sounded beside him, "Can I borrow your spear?" A black shadow passed by like a ghost, and Okoye felt his hand lighten as his spear was taken away by the other party. Her heart sank suddenly, and a hint of shock and anger flashed in her eyes. But the next second, she saw the other party suddenly throw the spear in his hand away. The spear cut through the air like lightning and pierced the back of Tichola's collar with incredible precision as he fell into the air. The powerful kinetic energy carried him more than 10 meters away, knocking down a group of clockwork soldiers. Even though the appearance of the spear offset a lot of gravitational potential energy, Tichola still fell to the ground. What's worse is that the clockwork soldiers who were knocked down by him stood up faster than him and raised their iron swords towards him. Tichola's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Was he going to die at the hands of these soldiers? Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air broke the silence. Bullets flew from a distance and mercilessly hit the clockwork soldiers approaching him. Snap, snap, snap. The clockwork soldiers fell one by one, parts scattered and sparks flew. On the rooftop in the distance, Bucky had a calm expression on his face as he fired the sniper rifle in his hand. Every shot meant that at least one clockwork soldier fell. Okoye stared at the strange man in the mask in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" Matt smiled, "The one who puts an end to evil." Steve finally shook off the annoying clockwork soldiers and rushed over panting. Tichola was surrounded by a group of soldiers. Although he remained calm, the slight wrinkles between his brows revealed his inner tension. There were too many enemies, and even Bucky, using a sniper rifle, couldn't clear them all. Steve rushed forward without hesitation, his shield drawing a silver arc in the air and accurately knocking down an enemy. "Tichola, are you okay?" Steve asked loudly while waving his shield. Tichola nodded, but the beads of sweat on his face and his slightly shaking hands showed that he was close to his limit. "I'm fine, but we have to take care of these guys quickly. Fortunately, the big guy has gone crazy." The clockwork general, whose eyes were poked out by him, was obviously unable to see anything and fell into madness, constantly attacking everything around him. The people of Wakanda had already evacuated from its vicinity, so the ones attacked by it were all those poor clockwork soldiers. It had turned from the biggest threat to their biggest help. However, before the smiles on their faces could bloom, the dark clouds in the sky rumbled with thunder again. Amidst the thunder, 4 identical clockwork generals descended from the sky, like the god of death, bringing with them endless threats and a breath of despair. The appearance of these clockwork generals instantly plunged the entire battlefield into a cold silence. Even just one of them was enough to put them in a tough fight, and now 4 of them appeared at once. How could they resist? Even Tichola, who was always positive and optimistic, showed a look of despair. At this time, the communicator on his wrist rang. "Brother, take everyone back to the palace immediately. We are going to implement the final plan to fight the enemy. Withdraw to the palace and abandon another large area of the city." Steve, who was fighting nearby, said, "Tichola, the most valuable thing is not the city, but the people of your kingdom. As long as people are still alive, the city can be rebuilt at any time." How could Tichola not understand this? He looked at the soldiers who were immediately caught in a tough fight, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat to the palace." Although the king was away, Prince Tichola's words were still very prestigious, and everyone retreated to the palace in an orderly manner under the leadership of Tichola and Okoi. Steve and others naturally followed them. The moment everyone stepped into the palace, suddenly, a transparent protective cover rose from the ground and expanded rapidly, like a huge glass bowl, tightly wrapping the entire palace. The clockwork soldiers that were chasing after them were isolated from the outside by this protective shield. No matter how hard they struck, they could not break through and could only create small ripples. Seeing this, everyone in the palace breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 110. It's really spectacular. Steve stood at the edge of the protective shield, looking at the clockwork soldiers who were only 10 centimeters away but out of reach, and couldn't help but sigh. Although the weapons used in the battle were really primitive, the protective shield technology made him see the light. If this technology could be widely used, it would definitely save many lives. The person who invented this technology must be a rare genius. Thanks for the compliment. A girl who looked only in her teens walked up to Steve with a smug smile, patted her chest and saluted. "My name is Shuri, and I'm Tichola's sister." Tichola's sister? Princess Shuri? Are you saying that you invented the shield technology? Steve looked at Tichola with some disbelief. Tichola nodded. Shuri is a genius among geniuses. He is smarter than anyone else. But, she is too young. Steve was still a little surprised. I thought Captain America would be different from others, but it turns out he's just a boring guy who judges people by their appearance. Shuri shook his head in disappointment. Captain America. Now it was Tichola's turn to be surprised. He squinted at Steve and said, "In my impression, Captain America should have died a long time ago." Steve nodded and said, "I am indeed Steve Rogers." "How do you know my identity?" Shuri smiled and said, "You didn't cover your face like that guy. It's not difficult to find your identity by comparing the data in the database. I compared your previous videos and was sure that you were Captain America. It's amazing, how come you've lived till now and your appearance hasn't changed much?" Shuri walked around Steve, his bright eyes flashing with interest, as if he wanted to dissect Steve on the spot. "Oh, by the way, there's another Sergeant Bucky. He's the same as you, right?" Seeing Steve's frown, Tichola interrupted Shuri in time. "Okay, let's talk about these issues later. The most important thing now is how to deal with the enemies outside. Also, our father has been missing for a long time, we have to find him as soon as possible." Shuri's slightly childish face suddenly became serious. "I understand, you guys follow me." Tichola walked up to Steve and whispered, "I'm sorry, Shuri has always been our most precious treasure, so I'm a little spoiled. Please forgive me." "It's okay. Princess Shuri is very straightforward." "Call." Steve secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that trying his best to help Tichola in the previous battle was the right decision. Now Tichola had a much better impression of them, otherwise he would not have rescued them. He winked at Bucky and the other man and followed them. In the hall full of a sense of technology, the cold lights shine on the metal walls, reflecting a cold light. In the center of the hall, there were many clockwork soldiers that had been disassembled into parts scattered around. Every part is extremely delicate, the gears, springs, and screws, as if they were some kind of precise work of art. However, at this moment they were like bodies without souls, lying quietly on the ground without any reaction. These are captured clockwork soldiers. I disassembled them all into pieces. Guess what I found? Sarui stood among a pile of spare parts, spread his hands, and spoke to everyone. She seemed to know that Tichola and the others could not give an answer, so she simply answered herself, there is no energy device in their bodies, not even one. You should know that cars need gasoline or electricity to run. However, I have dismantled so many clockwork soldiers, and none of them have energy inside. Electricity, nuclear energy, solar energy, none of these. Even for us humans, our bodies need to rely on bioenergy to provide power for our movements. But their bodies are just cold pieces of iron, there is nothing special about them. Shuri's face showed a solemn expression, do you know what this means? Tichola also frowned, this means that it is moving in a way that we cannot understand. Not bad. Shuri added, let's call it magic. Isn't magic something made up in novels and movies? No, magic is real. Steve, who had read the internal files of S.H.I.E.L.D., said in a deep voice, not only magic, but even wizards have appeared before. Our world hides many secrets. You should be able to guess it when you see that strange black cloud. Tichola tried to digest this shocking news and asked, okay, whether this is magic or something else, what should we do to defeat the enemies out there who don't know how to stop? From my observation, those soldiers don't think for themselves. There should be someone behind them who is responsible for giving orders. Sarui raised his fist and said crisply, so, if we find and defeat this guy, those soldiers will most likely stop their actions. Steve sighed, I guess that guy should be hiding in that black cloud. Ah! Tichola nodded. He had the same guess. Father obviously thought of this, so he flew into the black cloud alone. We must set off immediately to support Father. Suri, how long can the shield protecting the palace last? If we maintain the current offensive, we can probably last 10 hours. Only 10 hours. In such a short time, Tichola was not sure if he could defeat the enemy successfully. After all, no one knew what was inside the black cloud. I can help you. Steve stepped forward at the right time. Just the three of you. Tichola shook his head. No, we still have many teammates if you are willing to accept our help. Steve said, let me introduce myself formally. We are the Avengers, a superhero team whose purpose is to solve mysterious incidents like this. We have a good cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. If necessary, we can ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for help. S.H.I.E.L.D. With Wakanda's intelligence capabilities, it is not difficult to know about this mysterious organization under the coalition government. However, Wakanda's policy has always been to be closed and hide itself, and it has never been willing to interact with the outside world. Seeking help from S.H.I.E.L.D. is undoubtedly a violation of this policy. After thinking for a while, Tichola said seriously, okay, I am willing to accept your and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s help. Elder brother. Sarui on the side shouted. I know my father might not agree, but I'm not my father. Tichola said firmly, I can't watch Wakanda perish in this disaster. This is the most important thing. Chapter 111. The people of Wakanda are tough and every citizen is a soldier. Women, children, and the elderly can all take up arms and serve as combat forces, but due to the barren land, the country's population has never increased. The palace alone is enough to accommodate the entire city's population, with plenty of room to spare. The injured among them were sent for treatment, and the rest were divided into 3 teams for rotation to defend against the clockwork soldiers who could break through the protective shield and attack at any time. Captain Okoye of the Royal Guards stood on the city wall, looking at the endless tide of clockwork soldiers outside with a solemn look. Even though the black cloud has stopped dropping clockwork soldiers, the number of enemies outside has reached a terrifying number. Once the protective shield is broken, it will be difficult for them to withstand the collective charge of the enemy. Suddenly, a slight fluctuation began to appear at the top of the originally stable protective shield, like ripples on the water. The energy of the protective shield gradually weakened and finally slowly disappeared. At this moment, a Wakanda fighter plane rushed out like a tiger out of a cage, and the low and powerful roar of its engine broke the silent sky. The fighter plane rose rapidly like a bird of prey and plunged straight into the rolling black clouds. In an instant, its figure was swallowed up by the thick clouds, as if it had never existed, leaving only a faint roar echoing in the air. This is... Seeing that Okoye didn't look happy at all when the protective shield was restored, she had a bad premonition in her heart and hurried back to the palace. Not only Okoye but also the leaders of various tribes noticed something was wrong. They stood in front of Shurui with their guards and asked, "Shurui, who was in the fighter plane that just left? You should know, right? Don't tell us that the change in the protective shield was not caused by you. So what if I did it?" As a princess, Shuri's aura is no less powerful than those present. The one in the fighter plane is Tichola. He is going to rescue the king from the black cloud. Do you have any objections to this? There's nothing wrong with saving the king, but why did Tichola go alone without bringing along the warriors from our tribe? There was also anger and resentment on Okoye's face. Saving the king was originally the responsibility of the royal guards, but now they were excluded. How could she not be angry? Surui! Okoye slammed his spear on the ground, the loud sound attracting the attention of everyone present. Why did you act on your own without consulting us? You need to explain yourself. Facing this loyal captain of the guard, Surui's expression softened a little and he explained, "It's not that we don't want to discuss this with you, but time is running out and we can't waste any more time. Besides, we need your help here as well. Compared to this, rescuing the king is more important. How can Tichola do it alone? No, he's not alone. He has 3 very powerful guys helping him. Bucky, I still think you should stay down there. No, Steve, you need me more than they do." In the fighter plane, Steve and Bucky stared at each other, neither of them was willing to compromise. Tichola, who was sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't bear to watch any longer and said in a deep voice, "Pay attention, we are about to come into contact with the black cloud." Hearing this, Steve withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. Sure enough, the next second, the world outside the fighter plane suddenly fell into darkness, as if it was instantly swallowed up by an invisible giant hand. There was no longer any light in sight, only endless darkness, which was suffocating. Immediately afterwards, the fighter plane began to tremble violently, as if it was fighting against some invisible force, and the fuselage made a harsh metal friction sound. The needle on the dashboard spun wildly, completely out of control, as if screaming silently. "Hold on!" Tichola shouted, gripping the joystick tightly with both hands, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Steve and the other 2 held on to their seat belts tightly and felt the vibrations of the fighter plane becoming increasingly intense, as if it was about to fall apart in the next second. At the same time, a strong pulling force suddenly acted on them, as if an invisible giant hand was grabbing their souls and pulling them out fiercely. Every inch of their muscle was resisting, every nerve was screaming, as if their souls would be torn apart in the next second. It felt like being sucked into a bottomless abyss. The air around me became thinner, breathing became difficult, and my heart was beating wildly in my chest, as if it would jump out of my throat at any time. Steve gritted his teeth. At this critical moment, he only had time to shout, "Holy Lord!" Just before he passed out completely, he seemed to see a deep red color appear before his eyes. "Bucky!" Steve woke up suddenly. He looked at the thick fog surrounding him. It didn't look like a safe place, so he immediately wanted to stand up and take a defensive posture. However, his hands and feet seemed to be out of control. Instead of getting up successfully, he fell hard and landed on his head in the muddy soil. Most of my feathers were wet, and I felt really uncomfortable. "Wait, what's with the feathers?" Steve's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on his hands, but what he saw was not the familiar fingers, but a pair of wings covered with dark brown feathers. The mud-covered feathers trembled slightly in the breeze, as if mocking his powerlessness and confusion. He couldn't believe his eyes, his mind was in a mess. He tried to clench his fists, but he could only feel the gentle touch of feathers, as if this body no longer belonged to him. What happened? I turned into a bird. Steve was shocked and couldn't believe that this was true. He struggled to stand up and found in despair that his feet had also turned into bird claws. It is covered with yellow scales and has 4 toes, 3 in front and 1 in the back. Each toe has a long, curved claw at the top, and the tip of the claw is as sharp as a knife, as if it can easily tear the skin and flesh of its prey. Steve shook his head, finally accepting the fact that his body had turned into a bird. He tried to calm himself down and whispered, "Holy Lord." Fortunately, what he said was still human language, which was a blessing in disguise. However, after waiting for a long time, the Holy Lord did not respond, as if he had disappeared from the body. Could it be that the Lord stole my body and stuffed my soul into a bird? Thinking of this possibility, Steve could no longer remain calm. No matter what, he had to at least find the missing Bucky and the others first. Hopefully they are still normal people. So Steve tried to flap his wings and fly, but he failed. He only blew away some of the thick fog around him. He seemed to see the reflection of the water not far away, rippling with waves. Steve dug his claws into the mud and walked stiffly to the water's edge. He looked down and saw a bald eagle reflected in the water. Chapter 112. By the wide pool, Steve looked at his reflection in the water and sighed, "Bald eagle? I turned into a bald eagle. Still a dirty bald eagle." He flapped his wings gently, trying to use them to scoop up pond water to clean his new body. However, water droplets always slipped from the edges of the wings, and his efforts ended in failure again and again. His movements seemed so clumsy, like a newborn baby who couldn't even control his limbs. The disappointment and helplessness in his heart continued to deepen. Steve looked around. The scene before him was desolate, without a single sign of life. His gaze rested on the murky pool water. The surface of the water was rippling slightly, reflecting his face covered in muddy hair. He hesitated, knelt on the ground, and put his head into the pool water, trying to wash the mud off his head. As a result, the next second, he quickly raised his head and quickly moved away from the pool, with disbelief in his eyes. Although it was just a brief glance, he clearly saw the scene under the pool, piles of bones lying quietly in the water. The shapes of those skeletons were extremely strange. They were obviously not human bones, but a large number of bird remains. The skeletons in the water looked particularly eerie in the dim light, as if telling some unknown horror story. Is there some monster in the pool that specializes in hunting birds? Now that Steve has turned into a bald eagle, he even walks unsteadily like an old man, let alone fighting. There was no doubt that this strange place would not be without dangers, and he should try to stay away from them before recovering his teammates and his own body. Steve took a few steps back, looked at the unchanging thick fog around him, picked a direction at random, and took a step forward with difficulty. At the same time, Shuri and others in the Wakanda palace were still arguing. Without the king's leadership, they were originally united and immediately split into factions. At this moment, a guard suddenly rushed into the palace and shouted in panic, "Oh no, King, the king has been held hostage by those clockwork soldiers." What? Everyone was horrified and ran to the walls of the palace, where they saw Wakanda King Tichola, wearing a Black Panther suit, tied up and held in the hands of several clockwork soldiers. The rest of the clockwork soldiers formed 2 squares and watched as Tichola was carried onto a platform that had been built at some unknown time. 4 gigantic clockwork generals stood around the platform, their figures as majestic as mountains, casting shadows over Tichola. "Hey, are these guys going to execute my father in public?" Sarui almost screamed, "No, this is absolutely not possible, we must go out and rescue our father immediately." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. How could they rescue Tichola from being surrounded by so many enemies? This is really a bit difficult. Okoye was an exception. After becoming a royal guard, she put her own life and death aside and shouted without thinking, "Royal guards, assemble!" 2. A group of heroic female guards responded loudly, tapping their spears and forming 2 neat rows behind Okoye. "Okoye, wait!" The leader of the border tribe, Wakabi, said anxiously, what do you want to do? Do you want to open the shield and kill everyone here? Wakanda is made up of 5 major tribes. Except for the Jabari tribe that refuses to submit to the rule of Black Panther and lives alone among the snow-capped mountains, the people of the other 4 tribes are closely united. This disaster caused many tribesmen to be trapped in the palace, with the largest number of people from the border tribes. They originally lived on the border of Wakanda, very close to the city, and as soon as they saw the attack, they all ran over to support. Therefore, Chief Wakabi did not want to see his tribe completely destroyed in this disaster. Okoye raised his chin and looked at him contemptuously. Not all Wakandans are as afraid of death as you. Who else is willing to go with me to rescue the king? It seemed that because the word cowardly was too heartbreaking, many people at the scene raised their arms and shouted, "Me!" Wakabi gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want Wakanda to be destroyed. I believe that T'Chaka would not want to see this happen either." Before he could finish his words, a deafening roar of artillery fire suddenly came from outside, breaking the tense silence in the air. Everyone turned their heads quickly and saw a black fighter plane that they had never seen before, roaring down from the sky like an angry beast. A cold light flashed on its wings, and its machine guns spewed out flames, firing fiercely at the clockwork soldiers below. For a moment, the clockwork soldiers arranged in formation were in chaos. "Good chance!" Okoye shouted, "Suri, open the shield. Give me 5 seconds." Sarui tapped the device on his wrist lightly, and a gap immediately appeared in the protective shield in front of the city wall. Okoye didn't hesitate and jumped down from the city wall. "Everyone follow me and rescue King Tichola. Long live Wakanda! Hail Wakanda!" A large group of people followed Okoye and rushed out of the gap, and soon engaged in a battle with the clockwork soldiers. Shurui looked at Wakabi coldly, "What are you still hesitating about?" Wakabi sighed and shouted, "People of the border tribes, follow me and charge!" Boom boom boom! Under their command, the rhinoceros wearing vibranium armor suddenly exerted its strength and rushed out like a flash of lightning. Its heavy iron hooves stepped on the ground, making a deafening roar, and every collision seemed to declare its unparalleled power. Under its impact, piles of clockwork soldiers were thrown into the air like pieces of paper, parts flew everywhere, and a harsh sound of metal collision was made. "Wow, what a powerful rhino!" In the Quinjet, Eddie looked at the battle below and whistled, "It feels more powerful than a tank. I quite like their fighting style, which is both advanced and brutal." Agent May said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, aim carefully and don't hurt friendly forces by mistake." "Haha, don't worry, ma'am, I'm a professional shooter. But you should be careful with those big guys and don't get hit by them." "Humph, you don't need to tell me." With the fire support of Eddie and the others and the concerted efforts of the people of Wakanda, they actually managed to rescue King T'Chaka back. Helplessly giving up many people who were entangled by the enemy, the protective shield closed again. Shuri didn't have time to feel sad, and hurried to Okoye's side and looked at T'Chaka who was in her arms. "Father, wake up, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, Princess Shuri, the king just fainted. Let's rush him to the infirmary for treatment." Oh. However, no one noticed that a strange smile appeared on T'Chaka's face. Chapter 113. In the bedroom, Parker stared at the ceiling above his head with wide eyes. His gaze was empty, and strange thoughts kept rolling in his mind. No one knew what he was thinking about. He has been in this position for a long time. The alarm clock in my ear is like a tireless bee, buzzing and disturbing. However, he still lay there lazily, as if all the bones in his body had been drained out and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The alarm clock on the bedside table kept ticking, as if mocking his laziness, but he just closed his eyes and let the shrill sound echo in the room. As if wondering why Parker had not shown up yet, Uncle Ben went upstairs to his bedroom door and knocked. "Peter, it's time to get up and go to work." "Okay, I get it." Parker knew he couldn't lie there any longer, so he slapped his cheeks hard, stood up with great willpower, turned off the alarm, and got up. He quickly washed up, put on his white shirt, and walked out of the bedroom. When he went downstairs, Uncle Ben and Aunt May had already finished their breakfast, so he quickly gobbled up his delicious sandwich. Eat slowly, Peter. Why did you get up so late today? Well, I didn't sleep well last night. Well, Aunt May, I think we should go. Parker drank a glass of milk, hurried out the door and got into Uncle Ben's car. Uncle Ben had been waiting in the driver's seat for a long time. When he saw him get in the car, he immediately stepped on the accelerator. Peter, are you okay? I saw that you looked a little bad. It's okay, Uncle Ben, I just didn't sleep well. As you know, today is special, I'm a little nervous and worried about making mistakes. Uncle Ben said a few words of comfort, and Parker nodded repeatedly, but he didn't agree in his heart. He is already an entry-level mystic, and it won't be long before he can officially become a superhero after mastering more powerful skills. Parker felt that he seemed to have no interest in anything else. However, there is only one exception, and that is the promotion of the mystic. This incident seemed to ignite a fire deep in his heart, making him feel extremely excited and fulfilled. Whenever he thought of the mysterious man, Parker's eyes would unconsciously become bright and his heartbeat would speed up, as if an invisible force was driving him forward. Countless images would emerge in his mind. The mysterious man shuttled through the darkness, uncovering hidden secrets, gaining unprecedented power, solving one mysterious incident after another, and gaining the appreciation of Jessica and Uncle Ben. These images overwhelmed him. Arriving at the company, Parker said goodbye to Uncle Ben and went to the laboratory alone. Everyone in the laboratory has become busy, and everyone's face is filled with tension and concentration. After all, this is a critical moment that determines success or failure. Parker was also infected by their mood and immediately went to pour a cup of coffee for each of them. This was the most appropriate thing he could do. When the clock struck 9, the sound of a large number of footsteps was heard in the corridor outside the laboratory. Is it finally coming? Parker picked up a document and flipped through it, pretending to be busy, but his eyes glanced towards the door. Drop. The sound of the door unlocking was particularly clear in the silent corridor. The door slowly opened, and light shone through the crack in the door, gradually illuminating Norman's smiling face. He walked into the laboratory, with General Ross, who had a serious face, next to him. Behind him was a large group of people, whose footsteps were in unison, like a well-trained army. In fact, many of those people were wearing military uniforms. They were elite soldiers under General Ross. Norman, are you all ready? Of course, we can start any time. Then let's get started. General Ross turned around, his eyes as sharp as ice, and quickly scanned the area. Finally, his sight stopped at a short but muscular man. The man's eyes were different. There was no panic or anxiety, only determination and courage. Mr. Emil Brinsky, would you like to be the first experimenter? Of course, that's what I came for. The first one and the last one make no difference. Bronsky took a step forward, walked out of the crowd, and looked at Norman. Excuse me, what should I prepare for? Norman shook his head. No need. Parker, please take this Mr. Brinsky to the locker room and change into a lab coat. Ah? Oh. Parker didn't expect that he would eat the melon. He was surprised and quickly agreed. He walked to Bronsky and said, please follow me. Bronsky nodded and followed Parker away. Boy, you look very young. Have you graduated from college? No, in fact, I haven't even graduated from high school yet. Oh, then you must be great. Fortunately. Seeing that Bronsky seemed easy to talk to, Parker couldn't help but ask, Mr. Bronsky, aren't you afraid of accidents in the experiment? Oh, compared to this, what scares me more is watching myself getting older little by little under the erosion of time. My body is like a machine that is gradually rusting. My once flexible limbs have become stiff, and my once agile mind has become slow. The me in the mirror has gradually become unfamiliar, and I am no longer the me who was able to charge into battle. Bronsky looked at the young Parker, and it was as if his own self from more than 20 years ago appeared in his eyes. Do you know who I admire the most? Parker shook his head. Captain America. He died at the peak of his powers and became an eternal figure in the hearts of many people. I also hope that I can be like this, born ordinary and die extraordinary. Born ordinary, died extraordinary. Parker repeated it in a low voice, the ripples in his heart growing bigger and bigger, gradually turning into a huge wave. He seemed to understand Brinsky's thoughts a little, and he didn't want to die alone in a hospital bed. Since we were born ordinary, we should die in a splendid way, so that our life will not be in vain. The Captain America described by Bronsky did not die heroically, but was still struggling in the foggy and muddy swamp in the form of a bald eagle. Yes, he finally understood that this was an endless swamp. The ground is full of hidden traps, and every step could be a deadly trap. The mud under your feet is like a bottomless abyss. If you are not careful, you will be swallowed up without a trace. If he had not been careful enough, he would have disappeared silently in the swamp. Suddenly, Steve's sharp eyes caught a different scene, which seemed to be a wooden house. He was refreshed and walked over quickly. Sure enough, a small wooden house appeared in front of him. The outer walls of the wooden house are covered with traces of time, and the wooden boards are mottled due to erosion by wind and rain, as if they have gone through a very long time. Next to it is a bare, crooked tree with mottled bark and cracks, which also looks like it has experienced countless baptisms of wind, frost, rain, and snow. Is there no one here? With a glimmer of expectation, Steve raised his little paws and approached carefully. Through the gap in the wooden house, he seemed to see a huge creature inside. He hesitated for a moment, then went forward and knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone here? Chapter 114. Steve stood in front of the cabin, feeling confused and uneasy. He took a deep breath, raised his wings and knocked gently on the door. Hello, is anyone here? Unexpectedly, as soon as the knock on the door sounded, a delicate girl's voice came from inside the door. Who is it? The voice was like the morning dew, gentle but with a hint of vigilance. Steve's heart skipped a beat, as if he could sense the other person's nervousness. He didn't expect someone to respond so quickly, and he didn't expect the person to respond would be a girl. He held his breath and tried to appear calm. My name is Steve. He tried to make his voice sound calm and friendly. I accidentally got lost here, and I want to ask you something. Lost in this damn place? You're really unlucky. There was a heavy sound of footsteps in the room. Steve suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly took a few steps back. The next second, the wooden door creaked open, and a tall and strong crocodile appeared in front of him. The crocodile stood upright on its feet, its body like a thick wall, almost filling the entire door frame. Its scaly skin glowed coldly in the dim light, and its sharp teeth were slightly exposed, as if ready to tear everything apart at any time. On the contrary, its eyes were round, revealing a clarity and cuteness that surprised Steve. Oh, no! You are a bird. A living bird. Before Steve felt scared, the other party showed a look of horror and quickly closed the door. You, go away quickly, don't come near here. I have finally enjoyed a few days of comfortable life, and I don't want to be involved in a terrible incident so soon. You know, you birds are synonymous with plague here, especially birds as beautiful and big as you. I can see that you have disguised yourself, but it's not enough. Miss Crocodile spoke a bunch of words that Steve couldn't understand, which made him more and more confused. Please wait a moment. Steve interrupted him and asked, why are birds so unwelcome here? You do not know. It lowered its head slightly, and its large, obsidian-like eyes peeked at Steve outside the door through the gap above the wooden door. This place is called the Swamp of Despair, which means it's a place that makes birds feel desperate. I'm sorry, I know nothing about this place. I entered here accidentally. Oh my god, you must have really bad luck then. Yes, I feel the same way. Steve flapped his wings and asked again, so, why is this place called the Swamp of Despair? Why are they so hostile to those, us birds? Miss Crocodile in the room was silent for a while, as if she was lost in memory. A long time ago, this place was not like this. It was beautiful with birds singing and flowers blooming. But one day, after that adult appeared, all the beautiful white swans were the first to suffer. Later, even all the birds were killed, and this place became a desperate swamp where no one could fly. Oh my god, it was really terrible. Steve took a deep breath. Who is that adult? Adults are adults. We dare not say its name carelessly, otherwise it will be dangerous. I'm telling you in secret. Miss Crocodile lowered her voice and whispered, I heard that the adult is the same species as the white swan and was bullied since childhood, so... Being the same species as the white swan, and being bullied? I seem to have heard of this somewhere before? It's unlikely, right? Steve shook his head, shaking off the incredible thought in his mind, and continued to ask, have you ever seen humans? Humans? Those despicable and shameless humans in the legend. Miss Crocodile shook her head, making a whirring sound. Steve outside the door could hear it clearly, of course not. There is nothing here, so how could there be humans? But I heard that a portal to the human world seemed to have appeared in the mechanical kingdom on the 3rd floor, and they are eager to occupy the territory. This is it. Steve tried hard to suppress his joy and asked curiously, what does the 3rd level mean? You really don't know anything? The fairy tale world is divided into 7 levels. The Swamp of Despair is the 1st level, and the Mechanical Kingdom is the 3rd level. Fairy tale world? Although Steve had long guessed that this was not the Earth, he still couldn't help but be surprised when it was confirmed. It seems that the Black Cloud is the so-called portal. As long as we go to the Mechanical Kingdom on the 3rd floor and destroy the portal there, we should be able to save the Kingdom of Wakanda. Of course, Steve has not forgotten the danger that the Lord mentioned, so he does not intend to cause trouble. He just wants to destroy the portal as soon as possible to prevent the conflict between the two worlds from becoming bigger and bigger. Ms. Crocodile, if I want to go to the 3rd floor, how should I get there? There are passages connecting each floor, but the passages are usually controlled by the floor master. Layer master. The most powerful being on each floor is the floor master, so the floor master of the 1st floor is that adult. So, I advise you to give up. If you are discovered by that adult, you will die. It's troublesome. Steve sighed. He had intended to quietly make his way to the 3rd floor, but he ended up having to face that powerful-sounding adult. Based on the word fairy tale from the fairy tale world, he had a vague feeling that his guess was very likely to be true. What a strange world. Thank you, you are a good crocodile. But I also have reasons why I have to go. Can you please tell me the direction of the passage? Steve said sincerely to Miss Crocodile in the house. That's annoying. It's been a long time since a bird praised me. You are also a good bird. Steve couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Okay, I'll tell you, the passage is to the west. If you keep going west, you will see a big tree. Climb to the top and you will see the passage. You must be careful, because that adult lives there, don't let him find you. Okay, thank you. Steve thanked Miss Crocodile again and said goodbye. He was very worried about the safety of Bucky and others. This strange fairy tale world is probably full of dangers everywhere. Steve identified the direction and headed west. He soon moved away from the wooden cabin, and the outline of the cabin slowly disappeared in the thick fog. After a long time, the door of the wooden house was opened a crack. Miss Crocodile looked outside carefully, and when she found nothing unusual, she opened the door and hurried out of the house, carrying a small skull bag on her back, walking briskly on the swamp as if it were flat ground. I always feel like something big is going to happen, so I better run away. Chapter 115. Swamp of Despair. Steve trudged westward, not knowing how far he had walked, and his steps had become heavy. Suddenly, a shockingly huge plant appeared before his eyes. The plant is so tall that it seems to pierce the dome of the sky. Steve was more inclined to think it was a giant bean vine than a tree. Its vines are as thick as a dragon's spine, winding upward, but there are only a few withered yellow leaves on them, making it look extremely desolate. The passage to the 2nd floor is at the top of this bean vine. Steve raised his head, his eyes piercing through the layers of clouds, staring at the bean vine that reached into the sky. The top of the bean vine disappeared into the horizon, as if it was connected to the sky, and it was impossible to see the end. I don't know how long it will take to climb to the top of this bean vine. What's worse, he was hungry, but there was obviously no food on the road to fill his stomach. He wouldn't starve to death on the way, right? Steve sighed. No matter what, he had to go there to stop the fairy tale world from invading the real world. He believed that Bucky and the others were definitely trying to find a way to get to that place. He took a deep breath, and his sharp claws gripped the bean vine's skin like iron hooks, and he climbed up step by step. As he expected, it wasn't long before he felt hungry and his throat was as dry as the desert. Hunger was like an invisible hand, gripping his stomach and twisting his insides. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and his legs began to feel weak, as if every step required all his strength. Steve knew that if he continued like this, he might faint here and become a forgotten body. He looked at the withered yellow leaves beside him, hesitated, turned his head, tried to open his mouth, and bit off a small piece of leaf with his sharp beak. The bitter taste of the leaves quickly spread in his mouth, making him frown. However, he did not spit it out immediately, but tried to endure and swallow it. After a while, the whole leaf fell into his stomach. Steve felt a little better, less hungry. In this way, he ate leaves when he was hungry and leaned on the bean vine to rest when he was tired. After a long time, Steve finally saw the top of the bean vine. Hoo 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 hoo. Steve was breathing heavily, his thin legs almost losing strength. He knew that the end was ahead and the last leg of the journey was just before him. However, just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to take the decisive step, a huge black shadow suddenly enveloped him. Steve looked up, and the sight before him made his heart beat faster. It was an enormous monster, with grey-white wings that covered the sky like dark clouds. Its slender hands and feet, as if spliced together, tightly grasped the bean vines. It poked its head out from the top and stared at Steve. Its body was swollen, as if filled with countless nightmares. Its ugly appearance was disgusting, and its eyes flashed with cold and resentful light, like the gaze of the god of death, which was chilling. Perhaps because of his preconceived notions, Steve seemed to see the shadow of a skinny duck in this monster. No way, it's the adult that Miss Crocodile mentioned. How could it be so big? Is it really the ugly duckling in the fairy tale? Steve's face was bitter. With such a powerful monster guarding the passage, how could he get through? No, that's not right. What we should be considering now is how to escape, right? But before he could make any move, the monster's claws, like a flash of lightning, tore through the air and reached towards him with incredible speed. The next second, Steve felt a huge force suddenly lift him up, the whole bird hanging in the air, his limbs hanging limply. The claws were cold and hard, like cast iron, tightly holding his body, making him unable to move. The monster suddenly dragged him in front of it, its sharp claws dug deep into his shoulders, and its eyes emitted a cold light that seemed to penetrate his soul. It slowly opened its huge mouth, revealing fangs as sharp as knives, and a disgusting stench hit him in the face, almost suffocating him. The monster's voice was low and cold, like the north wind in the cold winter, with a biting chill, and he slowly said, "I can smell the stench on you from a long distance away, it's so disgusting. There is still a bird that has escaped the net, I will punish you. It just so happens that my feathers need to be replaced, so I will use your beautiful feathers to replace them." The implication of its words made Steve shudder. Could it be that all the feathers on its body came from other birds? However, facing this powerful enemy, Steve, who had now become a bald eagle, had no ability to resist at all. He could only watch himself being taken to the monster's residence. The space at the top of the bean vine was unexpectedly wide. There was a grand and luxurious palace with a large open space. The whole palace was shrouded in white mist, making it difficult to see clearly. After Steve was brought into the palace, he was thrown by the monster into the hands of a group of armored toads. "Take him away and treat him well. Do you know how to do it?" I know. Don't worry, sir. Those toads are incredibly strong." They rushed towards Steve and grabbed him quickly and accurately like a group of well-trained soldiers. Steve struggled, but every time he waved his arms it seemed as if he was stuck in an invisible quagmire, and it was completely useless. The eyes of these toads flashed with strange light, as if mocking his inability to resist. They dragged him hard, moving forward step by step, and brought him to a bathing pool full of mist. The toads mercilessly pushed him into the pool, splashing water everywhere, and the scalding hot water instantly enveloped his body. Steve was forced to gulp down a big gulp of hot water. He felt much better and struggled hard, but it was still no use. He, I advise you not to struggle anymore. Save your strength for screaming later. Scream? Soon, Steve knew what this meant. The toads dragged him out of the pool, all wet. Their movements were rough and merciless, as if they were enjoying the process. Then, they actually began to pluck his feathers one by one. Every time a feather was plucked, he felt a sharp pain, as if every inch of his skin was being torn apart. Even someone as strong as he was couldn't help but groan, which gradually turned into a scream. These bastards! It was obvious from their skillful techniques that they had cooked many birds like Steve, causing Steve to be in unbearable pain and furious, wishing he could kill them all. Just as Steve was being tortured to death, he seemed to hear a huge explosion and the panicked shouting of the toads. Then came several familiar voices. Bucky, what's wrong, should we go? There's a bald eagle here, and it looks a bit miserable. We don't have time to take care of a hawk. No, Steve, I'm taking it. Okay, Bucky, hurry up and take it, let's go, the monster will react soon. Okay. Steve opened his blurry eyes and saw Bucky and his companions, as expected, as well as his own familiar appearance. He suddenly felt cold all over. Chapter 116. He is me? So who am I? No, that's not right, he is not me, he is the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord took my body away. Bucky, please recognize that the person next to you is not me. Steve, this weathered bald eagle, had all his feathers plucked out, leaving only a tuft of white hair on his head, and blood all over his body. He held on to his last breath, trying to open his mouth and reveal the true identity of the Holy Lord to everyone. However, his body seemed to be crushed by an invisible burden, and it was so limp that he didn't even have the strength to move a feather. His head seemed to be filled with lead and kept shaking, and the scene in front of him became blurred. Bald Eagle Steve was struggling fiercely inside, with a strong desire burning in his heart to reveal the truth. He knew clearly that this moment might be his last chance. However, his weak body refused to obey his commands, and every inch of his muscle resisted his will. Steve's beak opened slightly, but then closed weakly, as if even the air had become extremely heavy. As time passed, Steve's consciousness gradually became blurred and the scene in front of him gradually dimmed. In the end, he couldn't resist the limit of his body, his vision went dark, and he completely passed out. Bucky held him in his arms and hurriedly followed the footsteps of the people in front of him and ran towards the transmission passage. Their experience was not as rough as that of Steve the Bald Eagle. After flying through the dark clouds in a fighter plane, they also arrived at this desperate swamp, but they did not get separated. Steve, Bucky, Matt, and Tichola have been together. Because the fighter plane cannot fly for some reason, they have to abandon the fighter plane and leave on foot to explore the situation of this strange world. On the way, I met an old turtle and got a lot of information from it, including how to leave here and go to the second world. So, they took the initiative to find the bean vine, used a trick to lure the terrible monster away, and wanted to take the opportunity to pass through the transmission channel. But no one expected that Bucky, who always behaves coldly, would meddle in other people's business and suddenly lend a helping hand to a bald eagle. Only Bucky himself knew that it might be because he saw the miserable appearance of the tortured bald eagle that he thought of his own brainwashed self in the past. He. While running, Steve frowned slightly and wondered in his heart, "Holy Lord, what are you laughing at?" "It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something funny." Seeing that the Holy Lord looked mysterious, Steve became secretly alert and took Bucky and others to the depths of the palace, where the transmission channel was. However, bursts of roars soon came from behind them. The sound was as deafening as thunder, as if the earth was shaking. The huge monster finally realized that it had been tricked and chased after them, roaring. Its huge body rampaged through the palace, smashing pillars and walls and raising dust everywhere, as if the entire palace was collapsing in its anger. "Run!" Steve growled and ran a little faster. The monster's roar was getting closer and closer, the low roar seemed to tear the air apart, its anger was like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. Every time I stepped on the ground, it shook, as if it would collapse in the next second. Finally, a thick black fog appeared in front of Steve and the others, like a huge black vortex slowly spinning in the air, emitting a mysterious and strange aura. That should be the transmission channel, let's charge. Everyone used all their strength and ran with their heads covered. Bucky had a grim expression. While running, he hugged the bald eagle tightly in his arms and threw the grenade behind him. Amid the continuous rumbling sounds, everyone was blown away by the air waves generated by the explosion and directly pushed into the transmission channel. The monster's unwilling roar came from behind. Bucky felt again the violent pulling sensation he had felt when he passed through the black cloud before. Could it be that these two types of portals are the same? When the light in front of him gradually returned, Bucky opened his eyes and found himself in a sunny place. Surrounded by rows of familiar houses, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground, as if returning to the long-lost human world. The air was filled with the faint scent of flowers and soil, which made him feel dazed for a moment. However, Bucky soon realized that the situation was not good. He looked around, but Steve and the others had disappeared, as if they had been dispersed while passing through the transmission channel. Only the bald eagle in his arms was still lying quietly. Bucky gently stroked the bald eagle's feathers and carefully examined its injuries. After confirming that it was not in immediate danger of life, he felt a little relieved, but the anxiety in his heart had not completely dissipated. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and began to observe his surroundings carefully. He found himself standing in a narrow alley between two buildings. The walls of the alley were covered with moss, a few dead leaves were scattered on the ground, and there was a hint of dampness in the air. Bucky's eyes swept to the end of the alley, where he could faintly hear the noise of people and vehicles, which seemed to be a busy street. He took a deep breath, knowing that he had to find Steve and the others as soon as possible, so he prepared to step out of the alley and collect some information. Bucky took a deep breath and felt the cold touch of the pistol on his waist, and his vigilance became stronger. He slowly walked out of the alley, and the scene before him made him breathe a sigh of relief. On the streets, the sun shines in every corner and pedestrians' faces are filled with happy smiles, as if everything is so peaceful and beautiful. Bucky's eyes swept across every face. Some were looking down at their phones with a slight smile on their lips, some were having lively conversations with friends, laughing heartily from time to time, and some were holding their children's hands, looking at them tenderly. Such a scene should warm people's hearts, but Bucky's heart could not relax at all. He knew that under this seemingly calm surface, there might be unpredictable dangers hidden. He continued to move forward, his steps light and cautious, every step felt like he was walking on thin ice, ready to deal with any sudden changes at any time. Suddenly, a beautiful blonde walked towards him with a puzzled look on her face. Bucky's heart suddenly tightened and he slowly placed his hand on the pistol. "Hey, do you need any help?" The blonde beauty took 2 steps closer and saw the miserable bald eagle in Bucky's arms. She immediately turned pale. "Oh my God! What a poor bird! What happened to him? Who did such a cruel thing to him?" Bucky pursed his lips and shook his head. "I don't know, I picked it up on the road. I think he really needs help. I happen to know a veterinarian in town. Can I take you there?" Bucky thought about it, didn't refuse, and nodded, "Okay." Chapter 117. In the pet clinic, a pretty black-haired woman was gently bandaging the wound of Steve, a bald eagle. Her technique was skillful and her movements were gentle, as if she was handling a precious work of art. Soon, Steve was bandaged like a mummy, with only his head exposed. "Okay, this should be fine." The woman carefully placed the bandaged Steve into a spacious cage and gently closed the door. Bucky's originally tense face relaxed a little at this moment, but there was still some worry between his brows. "Just in case," the woman said softly, with a soothing tone in her voice, "we should keep him here and continue to observe him for a while." Bucky nodded. "Thanks, doctor. Money? I'll pay for it, right?" The blonde beauty at the side noticed Bucky's embarrassment and said, "First, Dr. Wendy will give me a discount, right?" "Haha, yes, yes. Okay, I won't disturb you from continuing your work. We'll go out first." Bucky curled his lips, glanced at the listless little animals locked in cages in the clinic, and left the clinic with the blonde beauty. "Thank you, my name is Edith. You look a little strange, first time in town." "Yep." Bucky hesitated, but continued to ask, "Where is this? Is this the second floor?" Edith's eyes flashed with a strange color, and she smiled and nodded, "Yes, this is the fairy tale town on the second floor. I guess you came down from the third floor? Because no one has come to the first floor for a long time." "Fairy tale town?" Bucky blinked and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "My companions and I are lost. Do you know any way to help me find them quickly?" Edith frowned slightly and shrugged, "I'm not sure, maybe go to the police station and ask for help." "All right." So, the two of them set out on the road to the police station together. The so-called police station is actually just a simple little house. The house had a mottled exterior and some broken glass on the windows, and it looked a bit out of repair. When I walked in, I was greeted by a policeman on duty. He looked full of energy and asked Bucky if he needed any help. Bucky briefly described the appearance of Steve and the others, emphasizing that they were wearing uniforms similar to his own. Unfortunately, the police shook their heads in disappointment and told him that they had not found a stranger matching Bucky's description. "You go back and wait for news," said the police helplessly. "It seems that things are back to square one." Bucky looked at the setting sun in the distance, and his worry grew stronger. "You probably have nowhere to go, right? Would you like to stay at my house for a night?" Edith invited him. "Don't get me wrong, it's just more convenient this way." Bucky thought about it and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Steve stood in a green grassland, looking at a group of cute sheep in front of him with surprise. These sheep stood upright on their feet and spoke like humans. Human, what is your name?" "Well, we've seen talking turtles before, so it's no big deal if sheep talk." Steve put away his surprise and smiled, "My name is Steve, what's yours?" "Happy sheep." "Beautiful sheep." "Boiling sheep." Each sheep announced its name, then jumped around Steve with a smile on its face, getting closer and closer, and pounced on Steve together, as if wanting to play with him. Steve swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the lambs that were rushing towards him, then reached back and grabbed the knife that was stabbing from behind. At that moment, his eyes were as cold as ice, shooting straight at Pleasant Goat behind him. There was a flash of surprise in Pleasant Goat's eyes. He obviously didn't expect that his sneak attack could be resolved so easily. "What exactly do you want to do?" Steve's voice was low and powerful, as if carrying an invisible pressure. Every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Pleasant Goat's heart. Pleasant Goat couldn't help but take a step back. His heartbeat quickened, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and his cute face became extremely hideous. "Of course I'm going to kill you. Come on!" Pleasant Goat roared ferociously. The originally docile and cute lambs suddenly changed their expressions, revealing ferocious smiles. They pulled out various simple but deadly weapons such as knives, iron rods, iron pots, etc. from their arms, shouted in unison, and rushed towards Steve fiercely. "Really? Then don't blame me for being rude." Steve responded coldly. Without hesitation, the shield in his hand flew out swiftly like a flash of lightning that cut through the air. The shield spun in the air, making a shrill whistling sound, knocking down several lambs in succession, causing a splash of blood. After knocking down the last lamb, it returned to Steve's hands as if it had life. Steve's movements were clean and neat, without any hesitation. There was no trace of mercy on his face, only coldness and determination. He knew that this was a life and death struggle, and there was no room for mercy. In his eyes, those lambs were no longer harmless animals, but ferocious enemies. The pace of the battle was getting faster and faster, and the air was filled with tension and danger. Every swing of the shield was like a death knell, and also meant the fall of a sheep. After a while, Steve took back the shield while panting. There was no sheep standing around. He walked in front of Pleasant Goat, put the shield across his neck, and said coldly, "I think you will tell me everything you know, right?" Unexpectedly, Pleasant Goat sneered, with a hint of sarcasm and cunning in his eyes, "Haha, do you really think you won? Hi. Steve frowned in confusion. Suddenly, he heard a sound of breaking air. His heart tightened and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He almost instinctively moved the shield behind him quickly. Swish! A sharp friction sound was heard, and Steve felt a huge impact force suddenly hit him. He was knocked flying and rolled heavily on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. He gasped, looked up at the field, and suddenly there was shock in his eyes. Those lambs that originally seemed harmless began to tear off their sheepskins one by one, revealing the ferocious wolf shapes underneath. Each wolf's eyes flashed with ferocity and its teeth were sharp white, as if it was ready to pounce on its prey at any time. Even Pleasant Goat, who escaped from his control, was no exception. Under Steve's nose, he tore off his disguise, and his body kept growing taller, turning into a ferocious grey wolf over 2 meters tall. It stared at Steve teasingly and sneered, "Haha, you've been pretending to be a sheep for too long, and I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Now, let's start the second round. I hope you can make us enjoy it." Steve stood up and shook his head, "I can fight you all day long." Chapter 118. Night falls. Bucky lay on the table, silent. Edith on the side showed a weird smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a chilling light flashed in her eyes. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently brushed aside her long hair at the back of her head with her fingertips, revealing a thin chain. Her fingers deftly grasped the chain head and pulled it gently. The zipper made a slight sound, and as the zipper gradually slid down, the skin on Edith's body slowly fell off like an old piece of clothing. After the skin fell off, a shocking truth was revealed, a werewolf with green eyes, exuding a wild and dangerous aura. Edith's eyes flashed green, like 2 deep gems, and her sharp teeth reflected a cold light in the dim light, as if ready to tear everything apart at any time. "Ha, a fresh human. I haven't seen one in a long time. Let me taste it." The next second, Bucky, who should have fainted, stood up suddenly, raised his pistol to its head, and pulled the trigger without mercy. Boom! With a loud bang, the bullet hit the wolf's forehead accurately. The powerful impact force instantly made the wolf raise its head suddenly. Bucky's heart sank. This ferocious-looking wolf did not fall to the ground as he wished. The wolf's head paused in the air for a moment, then it slowly lowered its head, with an even more ferocious light flashing in its eyes. The bullet only left a red mark on the wolf's head, as if it was just a light scratch. The wolf growled, his voice low and threatening, "Human, have you known my identity for a long time? Do not." Bucky clenched his gun tightly and stared coldly at the wolf in front of him. "The drug you gave me was too low quality. It couldn't make me fall asleep at all. In fact, it was his vigilance that saved him." After taking just a sip of water, he realized the problem and pretended to sleep. However, no one expected that the truth would be so shocking. Such a charming woman was actually a vicious wolf in disguise. What about those people he had seen during the day? Were they also disguised as wolves? There were too many enemies. No, that's impossible. It hasn't failed in such a long time. The wolf bared his teeth at Bucky and said, "Forget it. Since you want to experience the pain of having your skin torn off while you are awake, I will grant your wish." In the blink of an eye, the monster flashed and pounced towards Bucky as fast as lightning. It was moving so fast that it seemed as if the air was being torn apart. However, no matter how fast it is, it cannot be faster than the speed of a bullet. Faced with this sudden threat, Bucky's hand was unusually steady and he pulled the trigger decisively. The sound of gunfire rang out again in the silent night sky, and several bullets whizzed out and headed straight for the monster. Bang bang bang! The wolf's body suddenly stopped, as if it was tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Bullets kept hitting its flesh, leaving red marks, and its body couldn't help but tremble. It slowly retreated, the ferocity in its eyes growing stronger, mixed with a hint of pain and rage. A hint of coldness appeared on Bucky's face, and he emptied the magazine directly, and the pistol became useless in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw away his pistol, took 2 quick steps forward, and like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he swung his cold metal fist with all his might. His fist cut through the air, with a low whistling sound, and hit the wolf's chest directly, making a dull sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a thick wooden board. The wolf's body shook violently. The severe pain in its chest made its face turn pale instantly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Its eyes changed from fierce to terrified, and its body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily to the ground with a dull sound. Bucky took a deep breath and did not continue chasing. Who knew how many guys like it there were here? It would be better to retreat first. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain and looked out, only to see many figures appear in the yard outside, all of whom seemed to be attracted by the gunshots just now. Bucky's heart suddenly tightened as he realized that a silent retreat was no longer possible. He quickly adjusted his strategy and without hesitation, rushed towards the wolf that was trying to struggle to its feet as fast as the wind. There was a flash of fear in the wolf's eyes, and before its limbs could stand firmly, Bucky had already pounced on it like a tiger, raised his metal fist high, and smashed it hard into the wolf's body with unparalleled power. A punch that was strong enough to shatter a solid wall landed heavily on the wolf, making a dull thud. The wolf's body trembled violently, and its ferocious face instantly twisted into an expression of pain. Its eyes were filled with despair and fear, and a low howl came out of its mouth, as if silently begging for forgiveness. Bucky raised his fist again and said coldly, "I ask, you answer, otherwise, die." A trace of fear flashed across the wolf's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce light. He gritted his teeth and said, "Dream on. You're dead, human." As a heavy knock on the door sounded, Bucky frowned and slammed his fist down, leaving a pool of blood on the clean floor. He took a deep breath and scanned the room, looking for another possible escape route. In less than 10 seconds, Bucky had formulated an escape plan. He quickly took off the 2 grenades on his body, stuffed them into the microwave in the kitchen, and turned the switch to start it. Then he ran up to the 2nd floor as swiftly as a cheetah, rushed into Edith's bedroom, and quickly wrapped himself tightly in a thick quilt. At this time, the people outside gradually realized that something was wrong, and their inner anxiety surged into their hearts like a tide. They exchanged nervous glances with each other, then decisively broke open the door and tried to find out what was going on. Just as they rushed into the room, the grenade in the microwave exploded with a deafening sound. The shock wave of the explosion swept in like a storm, and the entire room was instantly filled with smoke and debris. The moment the explosion sounded, Bucky wrapped himself tightly in a quilt, and with the impact of the explosion, he broke through the glass window and jumped down from the 2nd floor. The quilt on his body acted as a good cushion. Bucky fell to the ground, rolled over, and stood up quickly without suffering any serious injuries. While those people were in panic, Bucky turned around and fled without hesitation. However, just when he thought he could get away, the scene in front of him made him stop suddenly. In front of him stood a little girl wearing a bright red hood. Her eyes were like clear lake water, sparkling with innocence, and there was a sweet smile on her face, but Bucky's heart began to beat violently, as if he had encountered some terrible enemy. "No, uncle, you can't leave here yet. Stay here and play with me." Chapter 119. On the vast green grassland, night falls quietly, and the moonlight sprinkles like silver gauze, covering the earth with a mysterious veil. Steve stood in the moonlight, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, his chest heaving violently, his breathing rapid and heavy. Those sharp eyes were staring straight ahead like an eagle. Several ferocious grey wolves were standing upright, growling, with murderous light flashing in their eyes, circling around him. Although Steve managed to quickly defeat several wolves in the initial confrontation by taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation of the enemy, the number of enemies was too large. Every time he tried to break through, new wolves would rush in and block his retreat. His heart was beating like a war drum, and in his ears were the growls of the wolves and his own rapid breathing. Steve's mind raced, recalling every bit of terrain and every possible escape route. He knew that he couldn't keep wasting time like this and had to find a breakthrough, otherwise he would make a mistake sooner or later in this not very bright environment. Mistakes mean failure or even death. However, the wolves' encirclement was getting tighter and tighter, and Steve couldn't find any opportunity to break out. The air was filled with tension and danger. Suddenly, the moon was blocked by clouds and the view suddenly became dim. A wolf over 2 meters tall couldn't hold back any longer, so it suddenly jumped up and pounced on him. Steve quickly dodged sideways and swung his shield like lightning, cutting through the wolf's body. Blood spurted out, staining the grass red. The wolves were immediately enraged, roaring in unison and rushing towards Steve like a tide. There was a fierce light flashing in their eyes, and their sharp teeth gleamed coldly in the moonlight, as if they wanted to tear Steve into pieces. At this critical moment, a long stick appeared quietly in the darkness like a ghost and hit the wolf hard. Each blow was as powerful as thunder. Within a few seconds, several wolves were knocked flying with screams. They fell heavily to the ground and struggled to get up. The largest wolf stopped and turned its fierce eyes to the figure in the dark, and asked coldly, "Who is it?" Its voice was low and threatening, as if it was about to pounce and bite at any second. Steve also turned his head, his eyes piercing through the darkness, and finally saw the familiar figure. He breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in his heart instantly turned into joy. "Matt, it's nice to see you. It's just that you saw me in such a mess." Matt walked out from the shadows, the long stick in his hand flashing coldly in the moonlight, with a faint smile on his face. "Don't worry, Steve, I won't tell anyone about your embarrassing appearance." "Haha, I don't mind." Steve straightened his chest. With the appearance of Matt as a strong ally, he didn't have to think about breaking out. He could just kill all these wolves that didn't look like good guys right here. The leader seemed to sense the sudden change in the atmosphere, and sneered, revealing his sharp fangs, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "You think you'll be fine if you have help, you all have tonight." However, before it could finish its words, a straight long stick stabbed in front of it like lightning, forcing it to swallow the rest of its words. The leader wolf's pupils suddenly contracted, and he secretly shouted in his heart, "How fast!" Although surprised by the opponent's speed, the wolf leader was not afraid. Its claws blocked in front of it like a phantom, holding the long stick tightly. Although the leader wolf was surprised by the opponent's speed, there was no fear in its eyes. The wolf claw quickly blocked in front of the body like a phantom, firmly grasping the attacking long stick and completely blocking the opponent's attack. The corners of Matt's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. He twisted his hands and quietly pulled the sword out from the middle of the long stick. His movement was as swift as the wind. The sword edge drew a graceful semicircle in the air, and with a sharp cold light it went straight to the vital point of the wolf leader. Puff! The wolf leader covered his throat that was cut by the sharp blade, and blood gushed out like a spring. His eyes dimmed instantly, and his once sharp eyes were now filled with pain and unwillingness. It staggered a few steps, and finally fell to the ground weakly, its body twitching, and gradually losing its life. Steve raised his eyebrows and looked at the fallen wolf leader in surprise. He didn't expect that the opponent he had fought with for so long would be defeated so easily by Matt. Only now did he realize the true strength of this usually low-key teammate. The surrounding wolves stopped moving, focused their eyes on their leader, and gradually showed looks of fear on their faces. If even such a powerful leader couldn't resist that move, what else could they do? Going up there would just be suicide. A low whimpering sound came from the wolves, as if they were mourning the failure of their leader. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with retreat and fear. Every wolf could read the same emotion in their companion's eyes: "Run away, or you will die." In an instant, the wolves fled in all directions like a broken beehive, and their figures looked particularly desolate in the moonlight. Matt was too lazy to chase after the frightened wolves. He put his sword back into the iron stick and walked in front of Steve. "Captain, are you okay?" "It's okay, just a little exhausted." Steve took a breath and asked, "Matt, have you met Bucky and Tichola?" Matt shook his head. "No, I was alone in the grassland. I didn't meet anyone else or even any other creatures except you." "Then I'm the same as you. Could it be that the second floor is just a prairie?" Steve said regretfully, "If I had known, I would have left a wolf to ask." "Same now." Matt chuckled, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and slowly walked towards a wolf lying on the ground. The wolf was motionless, as if it had lost its life. However, Matt's keen ears caught the thunderous sound of its heartbeat, which shook his eardrums again and again. He stopped, raised his long stick, aimed at the wolf's heart, and stabbed it hard. However, just as the stick was about to pierce the wolf's body, a wolf claw suddenly stretched out and firmly grasped the long stick. The evil wolf slowly opened its eyes, with pain and anger flashing in them. It was obviously seriously injured, and the strength of its claws seemed a little weak. "You're not pretending anymore? Then can you answer some of our questions? Otherwise, you know the consequences." Matt's words were filled with coldness. Steve also walked over and looked down at the weak wolf. "Now all your companions have escaped, and no other wolf can save you. If you can answer our questions, we can let you go." A trace of struggle flashed in the wolf's eyes. "You will really let me go? Why not?" "Okay, I'll say it." Chapter 120. Under the dark night, Steve and Matt walked side by side on the grassland. "If the wolf didn't lie, we'll be able to see Storybrooke soon. Fairy tale world, fairy tale town, everything here seems to be related to fairy tales. What is the meaning? I don't know. Before today, I never thought there was such a fantastic world outside the earth." The mere fact that animals could talk like humans was enough to open Steve's eyes. "Haha, these are nothing. When you see the real world, won't you be so shocked that your eyes will fall out?" The Holy Lord's voice suddenly rang in Steve's heart again. Steve's expression changed, and he asked, "The real world?" However, the Holy Lord seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again and ignored him. "Humph, this guy always likes to leave things unsaid, it's really annoying." Steve had no way to deal with the Holy Lord who was staying in his body. He didn't even know whether the other party had used any bad tricks. He always felt that he had unknowingly fallen into a huge conspiracy. After secretly cursing Fury, the instigator, he turned his attention back to the current incident. Now they not only have to find the lost Bucky and Tichola, but also have to find the transmission channel to the third level. It is understood that the mechanical empire on the third level is the culprit behind the invasion of Wakanda. Their ultimate goal is to destroy the portal connecting the real world and the fairy tale world, so that the two sides can cut off contact again. Therefore, there is still a tough battle waiting for them. They don't have time to waste here any longer. Steve let out a long breath, and suddenly heard Matt say, "Captain, I heard a different sound, just ahead." Ahead. Steve looked up and saw the outline in front of him gradually becoming clearer, and the vague outline of a town was looming in the night light. It was a row of low roofs, arranged in an orderly manner, as if waiting for their arrival. "I think we should be here. Go right in." "No, we better be careful." It was already late at night, and the fairy tale town was pitch black and unusually quiet. The streets were empty, with only a few dim street lights flickering weakly, emitting a faint light. Suddenly, two dark shadows appeared like ghosts and quickly swept across the street. Their movements were light and agile, as if blending into the night. The two men climbed over the high wall of a house effortlessly, making almost no sound when they landed. The moonlight shines through the shadows of the trees onto the ground, reflecting their agile figures. Who else could it be but Steve and Matt? The two of them crouched and approached a closed window quietly. Matt took out a wire from his arms and skillfully pried the lock core. After a moment, the window opened silently. Steve shrugged silently, turned over and went into the house, observed the layout of the room, and walked towards the bedroom, but Matt held his shoulder. Matt shook his head, turned and walked in another direction. He heard the sound of even breathing over there. Steve chose to believe him and followed. Sure enough, they pushed open a door and saw a big bed with a fat guy lying on it, snoring loudly. The two men each performed their duties, one quickly held down the fat man's hands, and the other covered his mouth. The fat man suddenly woke up from his sleep, his eyes widened like bells, and he struggled desperately, trying to make a sound. However, Matt leaned over and whispered in his ear, threateningly, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." After weighing the pros and cons, the fat man nodded decisively. "I ask, you answer. Is this fairy tale town?" Matt loosened his hand that was covering his mouth. The fat man took a breath and whispered, "Yes, this is fairy tale town. Have you ever met anyone wearing the same clothes as us?" "No, no." Matt frowned slightly and heard the other party's irregular heartbeat. It was obvious that he was lying. So, has Bucky already been to this fairytale town? Why would this guy lie? He was about to ask again when his ears suddenly trembled slightly and he heard 2 footsteps approaching quickly. Matt turned his head to face the door and shouted, "Be careful, someone is coming." Hearing this, Steve also looked towards the door, his body tensed, ready for a fight, but then 2 familiar figures appeared in his field of vision. "Bucky? Tichola? Why are there 2 of you? I should be the one asking this question." Bucky smiled and said, "Why is the famous Captain America breaking into someone's house? Aren't you trying to get some information from him? Are you all right?" As he said that, Steve let go of the fat man's hands and was about to walk forward, but was stopped by Matt. "Wait a minute, Captain. The important matters here have not been resolved yet. Don't rush into reminiscing about the past." Steve turned around suddenly and was surprised to find that Matt covered the fat man's mouth and eyes again. There was no smile on his face, and his lips trembled slightly, as if he was silently uttering a word. At that moment, Steve's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The heart that had just been put down suddenly rose to his throat again. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and each one made him shudder. Matt is right, there is still work to be done." Steve calmed down and turned back to face Bucky and the other man standing at the door. His eyes wandered over them and he chuckled as he said, "Where did you go today? We've been looking for you for a long time. We have been looking for you in this fairytale town. We knew you would come here, and it turned out just as we expected." "Really? Did you find anything?" "Of course, we have found the passage to the 3rd level, right in this fairytale town. So, don't waste time on this useless fat guy, let's go quickly." "Have you found the passage?" All kinds of thoughts flashed through Steve's mind, and finally turned into a bright smile. "That's great, what are you waiting for, let's go, Matt." Matt nodded slightly, acknowledging Steve's decision. So, the reunited 4 people left this place and started their journey again. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Bucky and Steve walked side by side, while Tichola stood at the end of the team, keeping a close eye on Matt's back. Matt seemed unaware of the gazes behind him, and said softly, "We killed a lot of wolves in the wild grasslands. Didn't you encounter any danger?" Bucky seemed to pause. "No, the residents here are quite friendly. We didn't encounter anything, right, Tichola?" "Yes." "Then you are quite lucky." The few of them stopped talking and soon came to a building that looked like a church. The transmission channel is right inside. Chapter 121. This is a small church with spotless white exterior walls, which looks particularly mysterious under the cover of night. The moonlight shines through the sparse clouds onto the church, as if covering it with a layer of silver gauze. The breeze was blowing, the shadows of the trees were swaying, and the outline of the church was looming in the darkness, giving people a chilling and eerie feeling. Steve took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Bucky, who was standing beside him. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of uneasiness and doubt. "Is the transmission channel really here?" Bucky turned his head and looked back at Steve firmly. He responded in a low voice with a firm tone, "Yes, Steve, we have checked it many times. There is an entrance to the transmission channel inside." Steve narrowed his eyes at the confident words. "Okay, let's go in then." As he spoke, he took the lead and stepped out into the church. Inside the church, it was quiet and solemn. Several rows of candles were burning quietly, filling the air with a faint scent of incense, giving people a feeling of tranquility and solemnity. Long wooden benches were neatly arranged in the center of the spacious hall, with exquisite patterns carved on the backs. In front of the church, a huge cross stood quietly. What surprised Steve was that the figure on it was not the one he was familiar with, but a strange sculpture of a beautiful woman. Her face is peaceful, her eyes are slightly closed, her hands are crossed in front of her chest, her fingertips gently touching, as if she is in deep thought or praying. Her long curly hair falls like a waterfall, carved so lifelike, as if she will open her eyes in the next second. Steve calmed himself down and looked around, but did not find the transmission channel that Bucky mentioned. Just as he was about to ask, Bucky quickly walked past him and walked straight to the candlestick in front of the sculpture. Bucky moved quickly and decisively, reaching out to turn the mechanism on the candlestick. With a crisp click sound, the candlestick turned slightly. Then, a low rumbling sound echoed in their ears, and the ground beneath the sculpture slowly cracked, revealing a long hidden secret passage. The secret passage was deep and dark, like a huge black hole that swallowed up all the light. They could just vaguely see the steps at the entrance, leading down into endless darkness. Seeing this, Steve lowered his eyes to hide the cold light in them, and asked in a deep voice, "Is the transmission channel inside?" "That's right, let's go down quickly." Bucky held up a candlestick and walked in front. Seeing this, Steve looked back at the smiling Tichola and the quiet Matt and nodded slightly. "Let's go down too. Be careful." "Okay, Captain." Tichola responded, but once Steve and the other man entered the secret passage, his face darkened and he followed them. The secret passage was as dark as ink, as if even the air was swallowed by the darkness. Only Bucky, who was walking in the front, had a candle in his hand flickering faintly, emitting a little warm light. His face flickered in the candle light, looking a little weird. The air was filled with a stale, musty smell that was stifling, and with every step you took you could hear your footsteps echoing between the narrow walls. Steve felt more and more uneasy, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching them in the darkness. After a long while, they finally passed through the seemingly endless corridor and came to a spacious hall. The hall is surrounded by towering walls, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The most eye-catching thing is the two constantly rotating black fogs in front of the hall. Their shapes and volumes are not much different. The only difference is that one rotates clockwise and the other rotates counterclockwise. Two transmission channels. Steve frowned slightly. Is one for transmission to the third floor, and the other for returning to the first floor? Good. Bucky nodded and said, the clockwise one is the transmission channel to the third floor. Let's go without further delay. Wait a moment. Steve glanced at Bucky and said in a deep voice, in order to prevent us from getting separated after entering the third floor, why don't we hold hands together, and maybe we won't be separated. Bucky frowned and thought about it, then nodded and said, that's good, let's give it a try. So, the four of them held hands and walked together. Steve stood in the front, followed by Bucky, Tichola, and finally Matt. Are you ready? Ready. Steve breathed a sigh of relief, squinted his eyes, and whispered, 3, 2, 1, do it. Before he could finish his words, Steve suddenly turned around and swung his fist at Bucky, who was close at hand like lightning. However, Bucky seemed to have seen through everything. A hint of calmness and determination flashed in his eyes. He instantly stretched out his hand and firmly grasped Steve's fist. The two people's eyes met in the air, as if they were in a silent confrontation, sparks flying. At the same time, a sharp light flashed in Tichola's eyes. He shook his arms violently, broke free from the restraints on both sides, kicked his feet, and shot out like an arrow. One could almost still hear the sound of the wind created by his rapid movement in the air, which was full of the beauty of power and speed. Matt quickly pulled out two short sticks from his waist. He ignored the escaping Tichola and focused his attention on Steve and Bucky in front of him. The short stick in his hand swung down like thunder, and with irresistible force, it smashed hard at the pair of former comrades in arms. Boom! With a loud bang, the short stick collided with fists and arms, causing a violent vibration. Steve didn't expect Matt to attack him. He was caught off guard and was hit hard by the stick. He flew backwards and hit the wall. After landing, he quickly turned over, took out the shield from behind, and protected himself in front of him, with disbelief still in his eyes. Matt, are you crazy? Why are you attacking me? Bucky and Tichola are the imposters. Stop pretending. You're not a captain at all. When I killed the wolf, your disordered heartbeat gave it away. Matt took 2 steps back, distanced himself from Bucky, who blocked his attack, and sneered, of course, the other two are not much better. In other words, I am the only one who is real here. Tell me, where did you take the others? I think you are the imposters. I've been feeling something is wrong for a long time. Bucky's face was cold, if they were really the captain and Matt, how could they do such a thing as interrogating civilians? Tichola, who was standing the farthest away, took a deep breath and said, I don't know who is real and who is fake among you, but don't drag me down with you. Get out of my way. I just want to get to the 3rd floor and find my father. Go to the 3rd floor? No one can leave unless you tell me the whereabouts of my teammates. Steve looked around and felt the murderous aura emanating from the other 3 people. His mind was in a mess and he couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Forget it, let me knock you down first. Chapter 122. The dim secret passage hall was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Steve and the others fought mercilessly, with fists and feet flying everywhere, and the flashes of swords and sabers interweaving in the air, creating a murderous aura. Their movements were swift and precise, and every attack carried a deadly threat. Only Tichola stood quietly by, his eyes as cold as ice. There was a hint of disdain and calmness in his eyes, as if these fierce fights had nothing to do with him. He knew that he was not strong enough to compete with the other 3. Instead of wasting time here, he should look for a better opportunity. Anxiety and determination surged in Tichola's heart. His goal was the teleportation channel, which was where he really needed to go. However, this hall is not large, and every corner is full of danger and hostility. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, looking for a safe path. Suddenly, Tichola's eyes locked on a slightly empty corner. He took a deep breath, his heart beat faster, and his body leaned forward slightly, like a cheetah ready to pounce, ready to burst out all his strength in an instant. Just as Steve and others were fighting fiercely, Tichola suddenly exerted his strength and flashed across the battlefield like lightning. His movements were swift and agile, like a gust of wind, and hardly attracted anyone's attention. He had only one thought in his mind: rush into the transmission channel and leave here. However, just as he was about to approach the transmission channel, a sharp knife light suddenly slashed towards him. Tichola reacted quickly, leaning back sharply and narrowly avoiding the attack. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his heart was beating like thunder, but he did not stop and continued to rush forward. Suddenly, a shield came whistling like a whirlwind, heading straight for Tichola with a whistling sound that broke through the air. Tichola's pupils suddenly constricted, and his heartbeat accelerated like a drum. He jumped up almost instinctively, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the shield hit the wall hard and bounced back, faster and with greater force. There was a flash of astonishment in Tichola's eyes, but it was too late to react. The shield hit his chest hard and knocked him to the ground. He felt a sharp pain and it was as if his chest was hit by a huge hammer, making it difficult for him to breathe. Tichola gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, but his body refused to obey him. His eyes gradually changed from initial astonishment to anger and unwillingness. The next second, a chain flashing with cold light came whizzing and wrapped around Tichola's feet precisely. The chain tightened quickly like a poisonous snake, making a harsh metal collision sound, and his legs lost their freedom in an instant. Great, now no one's running around. Steve took the shield back in his hand and looked at Bucky and Matt coldly. He was not very familiar with Tichola and Matt, so he could not tell the real ones from the fake ones, but Bucky was very different from what he remembered. He must be a fake, so Steve threw the shield at Bucky without hesitation. Bucky seemed to have turned evil, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He raised his metal arm and slammed the flying shield towards Matt. His figure flashed and he rushed in front of Steve. His fists attacked like a violent storm, each strike carrying immense power. Steve tried his best to resist, but was still knocked back repeatedly by the series of combined punches, looking very embarrassed. At the same time, Matt dodged the shield, appeared beside Bucky like a ghost, and swung the sword in his hand mercilessly. Bucky felt the threat from behind and turned around suddenly. His metal arm swung again, colliding with Matt's sword, sparks flying. Matt didn't pause at all. He moved as nimbly as a cat, found the right moment, and kicked out suddenly, hitting Steve in the chest. Steve was kicked away and fell heavily to the ground. He felt severe pain in his chest and there was a hint of blood in his breath. He gritted his teeth, picked up the shield on the ground, and rushed forward again. The three of them were fighting again. The door of the pet clinic was pushed open, and the black-haired female doctor who had rescued the bald eagle walked in carrying an otter with an unsettling smile on her face. Her appearance was like a cold wind, frightening the animals in the cages. They huddled in the corners of the cages, trembling, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The black-haired female doctor ignored these reactions, walked straight to an empty cage, stuffed the otter in her hand into it, and grinned strangely. "There's one more interesting material. Who's the lucky one today?" Her cold eyes swept across the bald eagle that seemed to be still unconscious, and finally landed on a skinny hamster. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. "It's you." The hamster was frightened by the sudden gaze and trembled with fear, his eyes wide open, full of helplessness and fear. The black-haired female doctor slowly walked to the cage, opened the door, reached out and took the hamster out. The hamster struggled in her hands but couldn't escape from those cold and powerful hands. The female doctor turned around and walked towards the operating room with firm steps. The door closed silently behind her, isolating her from the outside world. The hamster was placed on the operating table, its limbs were fixed, and its eyes were full of despair and pleading. However, there was no trace of mercy on the female doctor's face, her eyes were focused and cold. Soon, the hamster's shrill cries were heard in the operating room, piercing the silent air. It seemed to be telling of endless pain and fear, which was chilling. Bald Eagle Steve suddenly opened his eyes, a cold light flashed in his pupils. He knew clearly that there was definitely something wrong with this doctor. At this moment, worry surged into his heart like a tide, and he couldn't help but think of the missing Bucky. Could it be that Bucky had fallen into the hands of the enemy? No, I must find a way to leave here. With the help of medicine, his wound has stopped bleeding. Although it has not yet healed completely, it does not affect his movements. The only question is, how can he escape this cage? While he was thinking, the door of the operating room was reopened, and the female doctor walked out with a satisfied look on her face, and the hamster had disappeared. Steve, the bald eagle, quietly opened one eye, and when he saw that the female doctor didn't notice him, he quickly closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious again. Fortunately, the female doctor did not examine the patient closely, she simply washed her hands quickly and left the clinic. The clinic fell into silence and darkness again, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Steve waited for a while, and after making sure that the female doctor had gone far away, he cautiously opened his eyes. "Can any of you speak?" Steve lowered his voice, with a hint of urgency in his tone, "I mean, speak human language." There was a moment of silence in the air, as if the whole world was holding its breath and listening. Then, a faint but clear response came from the darkness, "I will." Steve's heart skipped a beat and he quickly turned his head to look for the source of the sound. In the corner, a small figure slowly moved, gradually revealing a grey mouse. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, and it was obviously weighing whether to trust the bald eagle in front of it. "What's your name?" Steve asked softly, trying to make his voice sound gentle. The mouse hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "My name is Mickey." Steve nodded, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Just then, another voice rang out. "Steve." "Okay." Steve's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 123. Hearing the familiar call, Steve turned his head in disbelief and saw the newly arrived otter looking at him with the same shocked eyes. He tried to call out, "Bucky." "Steve, is it really you? How is this possible?" Bucky the otter stood up, looked at his skinny paws and the narrow cage around him, and said in disbelief, "I became an animal. An otter, to be exact." "Otter? This?" Bucky began to doubt his life. "How did I become an otter? Am I dreaming?" "Sorry to interrupt." The mouse named Mickey interrupted and said, "This is not a dream, but a real thing, although it sounds magical." "Mickey, are you the same as us?" Steve asked. "Uh-huh." Mickey nodded and said, "It should be said that all the animals here are the same. They were once residents of Fairy Tale Town. So many, all of them." Steve looked at the cages piled high, surprised. "Is it much?" Mickey shook his head bitterly. "Fairy Tale Town used to have hundreds of residents. But 2 years ago, everything changed. What happened? Mickey's eyes were filled with fear and pain. A group of terrible wolves attacked Storybrooke. When the townspeople rose up to resist, they found that the people around them had been replaced by the wolves without knowing when. In that battle, we were completely defeated. As if to prove Mickey's words, the animals in the cages all showed expressions of sadness and pain. It's actually like this. These wolves are so hateful. Steve's eyes became extremely cold. Bucky regained his composure and said in a deep voice, I remember now. I did meet a little girl. She was very powerful and I was no match for her. She knocked me unconscious and I came here when I woke up. Steve, did you meet her too? Do not. Steve shook his head. I have become like this since I passed through the black cloud. The me who followed you at the beginning was a fake. It is likely that the Holy Lord has robbed my body. He briefly recounted the story of the Holy Lord. Holy Lord? Parchment? Contract? Bucky frowned. If what you said is true, then things will be troublesome. Even I didn't notice anything wrong with you, so it's even more impossible for others to know that he is fake. So, we have to get out of here and find Matt and Tichola as soon as possible and tell them the truth. Steve looked at Mickey and said seriously, Mickey, I need your help. Mickey shook his head vigorously. No, we can't fight those guys. They are too powerful. How do you know you can't fight if you don't try? Are you willing to watch your companions disappear every day and be thankful that it won't be your turn? Steve looked at Mickey solemnly and said in a deep voice, this may be our last chance. Join us and escape from here with us. I firmly believe that if we work together, we will succeed. Mickey glanced at his companions, took a deep breath, and nodded slowly, okay. In the secret hall, the noise of the battle gradually subsided, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and the remnants of gunpowder. Steve's face was covered in blood, and he leaned against the wall in a mess, breathing rapidly and intermittently, as if every breath was fighting against death. His eyes were filled with reluctance and pain, but more of it was powerlessness, as if the whole world was gradually blurring before his eyes. Bucky was lying on the ground with a long sword stuck in his body. Blood was gushing out from the wound, staining the ground red. His face was as pale as paper and his eyes were dull, as if he could no longer feel anything around him. His fingers were trembling slightly, as if he was still making his last struggle. Matt, who had been injected with superhuman serum, was undoubtedly the most powerful among the few. His figure looked particularly tall in the dim candlelight, with a smile of victory on his face. Although he was still standing, his body was covered with scars and the blood at the corner of his mouth showed that he had also experienced a fierce battle. He knew that although he had the last laugh, this victory was not easy to come by. The entire hall was silent, with only the sound of a few people breathing and blood dripping on the ground. The aftermath of the battle was still echoing in their hearts. Everyone's emotions reached a climax at this moment. Pain, anger, unwillingness, and victory were intertwined into a complex picture. Just then, a sudden burst of applause broke the silence. The candles on the walls on both sides seemed to be summoned by some invisible force and lit up on their own. In an instant, the hall was illuminated by warm candlelight, and in the interweaving of light and shadow, the figure of a little girl gradually became clear. She was wearing a bright red hat, her face was filled with unconcealable joy, and her eyes were shining with excitement. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful performance! She clapped her hands, her voice full of joy, I haven't had such fun watching a show in a long time. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, echoing in every corner of the hall, as if even the air became lighter because of her happiness. However, Matt's brows were tightly furrowed. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully, but was surprised to find that he could not hear the little girl's heartbeat. The eerie silence made his heart sink, as if she was a ghost that appeared out of nowhere, carrying with her some unfathomable mystery. Who are you? His voice was low and alert. Me. A sweet and childish voice suddenly came from behind Matt, as if it was right next to his ear. Matt was startled, his heart started beating violently, and he quickly took a few steps back, trying to keep some distance. Tichola, who was lying on the ground, clearly saw the little girl in the red hood disappear mysteriously, and then appear behind Matt, looking at him innocently with a pair of clear big eyes. Those eyes were like two pure crystals, radiating an innocent light, but to Tichola, they held a disturbing mystery. He, big brother, are you confident in your hearing? But don't you know that sound can be faked? Matt's nerves were even more tense, and he felt a chill rising up his spine. The voice was erratic, making it impossible for him to determine the enemy's location. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the anxiety in his heart was like a vine that was getting tighter and tighter. Matt's heart sank suddenly, and the scene of his teammate falling to the ground in pain emerged in his mind. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deeply into his palms, and blood dripped through his fingers. Damn it! Chapter 124. Ever since losing his eyesight, Matt's world has been dark, as if everything has been ruthlessly taken away from him. However, fate did not completely abandon him. His master, Gunsu, guided him with patience and wisdom, allowing him to learn to rely on his keen hearing. At first, this dependence was out of helplessness, but as time went on, Matt gradually discovered that hearing not only allowed him to see the world around him again, but also gave him power beyond that of ordinary people. On the quiet street late at night, Matt could clearly hear footsteps in the distance, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and even the subtle movements of mice in the corner. These sounds painted vivid pictures for him, making him feel at home in the darkness. He became Daredevil, an embodiment of justice walking in the darkness. He was extremely proud of his abilities and believed that he held the key to his destiny. However, he never expected that this skill that made him so proud would also become the source of his mistakes. At this moment, his ears were filled with Steve's weak breathing. Every rapid breath was like a hammer hitting his heart. Matt's heart was filled with regret and self-blame. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain at all. In my mind, the scenes just now were like nightmares, replaying over and over again. He clearly remembered how he had used his long stick and long sword to corner Steve. Every swing of the weapon, every blow on Steve, was as clear as yesterday in his memory, like a judgment that could not be escaped. Oh, and Bucky. Matt's mind was struck by this sudden thought, and his heart seemed to be clenched. The tragic scenes flashed through his mind. He stabbed the sword into the man's body with his own hands, blood splattered, and his vitality quickly faded away. Is Bucky real too? He didn't dare to think any further, and an uncontrollable panic surged in his heart. At this moment, as if hearing his inner cry, a petite figure appeared beside Bucky. It is Little Red Riding Hood, who looks innocent on the outside but is evil and cunning on the inside. There was a hint of a smile on her lips and a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. She said with a click of her tongue, "How cruel! You were really afraid that he wouldn't die, so you stabbed the sword directly into his chest. Do you really hate your teammate that much?" He, I'm sorry, he is also your real teammate." What? Matt's heart sank suddenly, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His hands and feet instantly became cold and his whole body froze in place, unable to move. Little Red Riding Hood's laughter echoed in the air, as if a demon from the abyss was mocking him. Every word she said was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Matt's heart, making him feel miserable. Ahem, Matt, don't believe her. Steve's weak voice sounded in Matt's ears, cheering him up. Compared to the enemy, can I be more untrustworthy? Matt, you not only have ears, but also a nose, hands, and your heart. Use them to feel the truth. These words were like a bright light, illuminating the fog in Matt's heart and cheering him up again. He knew that Steve was right. He couldn't just rely on appearances, he had to feel and judge with his heart. Matt, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save me first. I can kill that bastard. Tichola, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, couldn't help but speak. He almost became the soul under Matt's sword, so his tone was not very good. He, will you save him? Do you think he is real or fake? Little Red Riding Hood laughed maliciously. Call. Matt took a deep breath and ignored the chattering Little Red Riding Hood. He quietly felt Tichola's words, movements, and heartbeat. The next second, Matt appeared beside Tichola with light footsteps, quickly pulled out a small knife that was flashing with cold light from his waist, and cleanly cut the chain that locked Tichola's feet into 2 pieces. Tichola was stunned. Vibranium dagger? Where did you get it? I picked it up on the battlefield. Matt helped him up and said with deep apology, I'm sorry, I almost hurt you. It doesn't matter. It's all that guy's fault. Tichola looked at Little Red Riding Hood coldly and clenched his fists. TCH, it's boring. Seeing that Matt was not fooled, the smile on Little Red Riding Hood's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold frost. Her voice was as sharp as a knife, forget it, the good show ends here. Black Wolf, they are left to you. It's up to you to kill or scrape them. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure began to fade away, like a wisp of smoke, and soon disappeared completely from Tichola's sight. Escaped? Or is he not here at all? Tichola was confused, but he didn't have time to continue to dwell on this question because a new threat was imminent. Haha, it would have been better if you did this earlier. I'm almost suffocating myself. A low and mocking voice came from the ground. Bucky, who was lying lifeless on the ground, suddenly sat up and his back began to move violently. With a sharp zipper sound, a hairy, thick black arm stretched out from behind Bucky, making Tichola's eyebrows twitch wildly. What the hell is this? His eyes widened and his voice trembled slightly with shock. Tichola had long suspected that Bucky was a disguise, but he never expected that the disguise would be revealed in such a strange way. The scene before him was hard for him to accept for a moment, as if reality and illusion were intertwined together. Steve also looked over and witnessed the familiar scene again, but the difference from before was that the victim became Bucky. Hateful. Steve was furious and in agony. As everyone watched with bated breath, Bucky's skin slowly fell off his body like an old coat. When Bucky's disguise was completely stripped off, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge black wolf nearly 5 meters tall. Its black hair shone with a cold luster in the dim light, and its eyes were like 2 burning flames, revealing ferocity and wisdom. The appearance of the black wolf filled the air with a sense of oppression, as if even breathing became difficult. Ah, I feel better at last. The black wolf let out a low growl from deep in his throat. He stretched his limbs and felt the strength returning. I was tortured in that garbage human's body. It was inconvenient to do anything, and I got beaten so much for nothing. He slowly raised his head, his eyes swept over Tichola and others like a knife, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That smile was full of mockery and disdain, like a cat teasing a mouse that it was about to kill. Say it. Its voice was low and cold, as if carrying the chill of death. How do you want to die? Chapter 125. Facing the huge black wolf, Tichola's heart beat as fast as a drum. He subconsciously reached for his waist, wanting to grasp the familiar vibranium spear. However, what the fingers touched was just empty air. Only then did he remember that he had lost his vibranium spear when he passed through the teleportation channel, otherwise he would not have been knocked down so easily just now. Tichola stretched out his hand to Matt beside him. Give me the dagger. Matt shook his head. No, let me handle this guy. You? But just now you. Tichola clearly remembered the scene where Matt and the other 2 were fighting desperately. Now, Matt's body was covered with scars and his strength was almost exhausted, while Steve didn't even have the strength to stand up. At this moment, he was the only one who could still maintain his strength. Therefore, he is the only one who can take up this battle. Tichola held out his hand to Matt without lowering it. Let me do it. No, it's okay. I'll take care of this guy soon. Matt's tone was calm, as if he was stating something very ordinary. Haha, you can get rid of me quickly? Who gave you such confidence? That small dagger in your hand. Black Wolf laughed arrogantly, his voice echoing in the empty hall, like a sharp blade, piercing everyone's heart. Matt responded coldly, it was me. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped resolutely towards the Black Wolf. The Black Wolf's laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes instantly became cold and cruel, like an enraged beast, ready to pounce on its prey at any time. He assumed an attacking stance, obviously not intending to give Matt any chance to breathe. Matt's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he tightly grasped the dagger in his hand. The mark of the big knife on the palm of his hand suddenly became extremely hot, emitting a black smoke that lingered on the dagger. What was surprising was that the black smoke gradually condensed and formed the shadow of a sword more than 3 meters long. The air in the hall seemed to be torn apart by this force and became heavy. A hint of surprise flashed across Black Wolf's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a stronger murderous intent. At this moment, the black smoke not only stayed on the dagger, but also spread as if it had life, quickly covering Matt's whole body. The black smoke swirled and surged around him, and finally condensed into a huge triangular iron-headed man's shadow, like an indestructible armor, protecting Matt firmly inside. Tichola's eyes widened, his voice filled with incredible surprise. "What is this?" Steve on the other side was also shocked by the scene and was speechless. He turned his head with difficulty and widened his eyes. "This is... interesting, that guy can actually use strange powers. However, strange powers are not something that everyone can use, and he needs to pay a price for it." The Holy Lord's low and cold voice suddenly came into my mind. "Strange power?" Steve muttered to himself, shock in his heart mixed with deep worry, his eyes fixed on Matt. As if to confirm the Holy Lord's words, Matt's face quickly turned pale as paper, his body trembled slightly, and he was obviously in great pain. The Black Wolf sneered a few times, with a cruel light flashing in its eyes. It did not stay there stupidly waiting for Matt to be ready, but decisively took the initiative to attack. The huge body turned into a black shadow, so fast that it seemed like a black lightning cutting through the air. "Go to hell, blind man!" Its voice was like a cold blade, piercing Matt's eardrum. The Black Wolf instantly appeared behind Matt, its sharp claws with a cold light pierced Matt's back, and an excited smile appeared on its face, as if it had seen its claws pierce Matt's body and grasp the beating heart. At that moment, its heart was filled with the joy of victory. However, just as the Black Wolf's claws were about to touch Matt, an illusory sword came out of nowhere with a force as powerful as thunder. The sword light was like lightning, cutting through the Black Wolf's body and splitting it in two. The smile on Black Wolf's face froze, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and his body split in the air and fell to the ground. "Idiot, your heartbeat has already exposed your location." After saying that, Matt groaned, his legs could no longer support him, and he fell to his knees. Tichola seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and quickly walked over and helped Matt up. When his hand touched Matt's arm holding the dagger, an expression of surprise appeared on his face, and his fingers felt a strange coldness and dryness. Tichola quickly rolled up Matt's sleeves and was shocked by the scene before him. Matt's arms were like dried branches, shrunk by half and covered with ugly wrinkles, as if they were being rapidly eroded by time. "Matt, your arm!" Tichola's voice trembled a little, his eyes full of worry and confusion. Matt forced a smile and shook his head. "It's okay, I just used too much strength, just take a rest." Tichola's heart tightened. He knew that things were not as simple as Matt said, but he had no time to ask more questions at the moment. He could only support him and slowly walk towards Steve. Steve took a breath of cold air when he saw the abnormality of Matt's arm. He knew very well that this was the price of using strange power. He frowned and said, "Matt, don't use this power if you can, otherwise it will cost you your life sooner or later." "Don't worry, I'm sensible." Matt shook his head and smiled. "I'm sorry, Captain, for hurting you so much." "It's okay. I hit you a few times with my shield, so we're even." Steve sighed. "I am also responsible for this. I was too impulsive." "Okay, there's no need to talk about the past. Let's think about what to do next, shall we?" Tichola stared at the black fog still hovering in the air, his brows furrowed, his eyes revealing deep anxiety and uneasiness. "It's been more than a day since we came to this world, and I don't know what Wakanda is like now." His sister Shurui once told him that the protective shield could only last for 10 hours at most. Today, time has far exceeded this limit. Every passing minute and every second was like a sharp blade cutting into his heart, making him anxious. "Tichola, I understand how you feel." Steve exhaled twice and said, "But we are in very bad condition now. Going to the third floor will not help, but will make things worse. If we are caught too, Wakanda will be in real trouble. So, let's take a rest. We've already lost Bucky, we can't lose another companion. Yes, I know. Tichola nodded, trying to calm himself. Chapter 126. Under the overcast sky, a city made of steel stood quietly like a giant mechanical beast. Tall chimneys can be seen everywhere, like giants' fingers, stretching towards the sky. Every chimney was emitting thick smoke, and the black smoke was swirling in the air, like countless giant black pythons swimming in the sky. The air was filled with a metallic smell, mixed with the pungent smell of burning engine oil and coal, which was suffocating but impossible to ignore. On a hillside not far from the city, 3 men holding hands suddenly appeared strangely. They were Steve, Matt, and Tichola. After resting for a while in the secret hall, Steve carefully folded up Bucky's lifeless skin, carried it on his back, and passed through the clockwise rotating transmission channel with Matt and Tichola, and appeared in this strange place. Is this the 3rd floor? Matt sniffed the turbid air, covered his nose uncomfortably, and frowned. Well, it shouldn't be wrong. Steve stared at the steel city in the distance and said in a deep voice, that's probably the city of the Mechanical Kingdom. I hope the portal to Earth is there. Look over there. Tichola suddenly handed the telescope over excitedly, a rare smile on his face. I think I have found the portal. Oh. Steve took the telescope and put it in front of his eyes. The scene in his field of vision suddenly became much closer. He looked in the direction Tichola had pointed, and saw a portal that looked like a black cloud appear over there. Around the portal, densely packed clockwork soldiers were shuttling back and forth, as busy as a group of industrious bees. Steve's heartbeat quickened. He gripped the telescope tightly, staring at the clockwork soldiers with his brows slightly furrowed. It should be right. That's the portal. It looks like we're lucky. However, the guards there are tight, and it doesn't look that easy to break through. Well, we need to make a careful plan. Tichola said firmly, not only must we successfully break through the defenses and reach the portal, but we must also find my father's whereabouts. More importantly, we must find a way to destroy that portal. A way to destroy the portal. Steve frowned. This issue obviously touched upon a crucial point. Several people looked at each other, and no one could come up with an effective solution. After all, no one had ever tried to destroy a portal. This was something unprecedented in their experience. Holy Lord, do you know? Steve helplessly called out to the Holy Lord in his body and his heart, hoping to get some hints. However, the only response he got was silence. The Holy Lord did not seem to intend to intervene in the matter, and did not even offer any suggestions. There was a brief silence between them, each one lost in thought. If it really doesn't work. Tichola finally broke the silence, his tone filled with determination. We can only use all the explosives we have on us to see if we can blow up the portal. Steve took a deep breath and nodded. Well, this is our only option at the moment. After discussing the plan, Steve and the other 2 each took out a piece of compressed biscuit and chewed it simply but eagerly. The biscuits were dry and tasteless in their mouths, but at the moment they had no time to enjoy the taste. They just wanted to fill their stomachs and replenish their energy. The biscuit crumbs rubbed against each other in their mouths, making a slight crunching sound that was unusually clear. Soon, night falls. Steve stood up, looked down at the steel city in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." It seemed that because there had been no foreign invasion, the city had no walls or checkpoints, allowing them to sneak into the city smoothly. Sure enough, they are all clockwork soldiers, there is not a single figure to be seen. They hid in a dark corner, and the cold wind whistled past them, bringing waves of chill. The streets were empty, with only the mechanical clockwork soldiers patrolling silently. Every movement of the clockwork soldier seemed to have been precisely programmed, uniform and lifeless. The soldiers looked almost identical, their cold metal shells glowing with an icy luster in the moonlight, as if they were cast from the same mold. The factories scattered throughout the city are undoubtedly the production bases of these clockwork soldiers. Captain, are we going to take a look inside the factory? No need to waste time on them, our goal is the portal. Steve turned his head and asked, Tichola, what's going on? No, I can't find the signal of the Black Panther suit, and my father doesn't seem to be on this floor either. Tichola fiddled with the signal receiver that Shuri had given him specially, and shook his head with a heavy face. Don't worry, maybe King T'Chaka has already gone back. Well, let's go ahead and destroy the portal. It is good. The patrol route of the Clockwork Soldiers was very simple, and Steve and the other two easily mastered the pattern and avoided them safely. Along the way, Matt parted ways with Steve and Tichola and disappeared into the shadows. His mission is to travel to another key location to pave the way for their plans. Matt's departure left a hint of tension in the air, but Steve and Tichola could only silently pray for his success. Time passes silently, as if every second is infinitely stretched. Finally, Steve and Tichola approached the area where the portal was located. The number of Clockwork Soldiers here has increased significantly, forming an invisible interception net. Each soldier was like a precisely choreographed part, fitting perfectly in his or her position without any flaws. Especially beside the portal, a square formation of several Clockwork Soldiers stood quietly, like an indestructible steel wall. Their eyes were empty and indifferent, as if they were waiting for some order to come. We can't risk going any further, Tichola whispered, a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Steve nodded, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. They could only wait quietly for Matt's signal. They are on high alert, ready to deal with any possible emergencies at any time. It's almost time. Steve spoke up while looking at his watch. Just as he finished speaking, a roar was heard in the distance, and flames shot up into the sky, dyeing half the sky red. The originally quiet Clockwork Soldiers suddenly became agitated, and almost half of them began to move towards the location of the explosion. The explosion did not occur in just one place, but the roars were heard one after another. More and more Clockwork Soldiers were led away, and only a square formation of Clockwork Soldiers were left guarding the portal. Okay, now it's our turn. Let's go. Steve and Tichola emerged from the shadows and rushed towards the portal at incredible speed. Chapter 127. Steve and the other man did not hide their figures, so they were quickly noticed by the Clockwork Soldiers. The Clockwork Soldiers made harsh mechanical sounds and quickly surrounded them. Faced with the densely packed enemies before them, Steve and Tichola did not flinch or choose to dodge, but rushed forward without hesitation. There was a determination gleam in Steve and Tichola's eyes. They knew that their mission was to defeat these Clockwork Soldiers guarding the portal as quickly as possible. This was a crucial part of the plan. Boom! Steve swung his shield, and the shield drew a silver arc in the air, and with a whistling sound, it smashed hard into a Clockwork Soldier. At the same time, Tichola held a vibranium dagger in his hand and slashed it across the chest of another soldier like lightning, sparks flying. Both of them gave it their all, and every movement was full of power and speed, as if their lives were burning to the extreme at this moment. Although the Clockwork Soldiers were numerous, they gradually seemed unable to withstand the fierce attacks of Steve and Tichola. Their cooperation was as smooth as flowing water, with perfect tacit understanding, as if they had practiced it countless times. Finally, they successfully arrived at the portal. Steve turned around and looked at the Clockwork Soldiers approaching, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Tichola, it's up to you." Tichola nodded, "Don't worry." He quickly took off the backpack on his back, which was filled with various bombs. Tichola picked out a time bomb, pressed his finger lightly on the button, and the 5-minute countdown began. Then he carefully put the bomb back into his backpack and secured it under the portal. After completing all this, Tichola rushed towards Steve, who was gradually becoming overwhelmed, without hesitation. They fought side by side, fighting off the swarming Clockwork Soldiers together. The sound of each other's breathing was particularly clear in the tense atmosphere. "Okay, we still have to hold on for 4 minutes." Tichola gasped, "Will Matt make it in time?" Steve nodded vigorously, sweat dripping down his forehead, his voice firm and powerful, "Hoo-hoo, he's fine, I believe him." The two men stood back to back, with backpacks full of explosives under their feet. Time seemed to freeze around them, and every second seemed particularly long. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded in the silent air, as if every step created a deep pit in the ground. Steve looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 huge clockwork generals approaching them with firm steps. The sound of each mechanical joint turning is like a declaration of death, which is chilling. His expression changed several times, and he said anxiously, "Be careful, the troublesome guy is coming." Tichola looked down at the time on the time bomb and said nervously, 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. There was no way that the 2 of them could defeat the 3 clockwork generals, so they could only delay time as much as possible. Soon, the distance between the 3 clockwork generals and them was only a few dozen meters. In the night, the moonlight shines on the metal surface, reflecting a cold light. The clockwork general walking in the middle looked particularly tall and mighty. His iron body looked particularly ferocious in the dim light, and there was a glittering crown on his head, as if declaring his kingly status. This doesn't appear to be a clockwork general, but a clockwork king. When Steve and the others were just wondering, the clockwork king wearing a crown actually spoke, "Haha, there are still humans who dare to appear in the mechanical kingdom. I will arrest you and turn you into dumb toy soldiers. You will laugh at me for not wearing any clothes." Steve and Tichola looked at each other, and the familiar fairy tale came to their minds at the same time. But at this moment, they had no time to delve into the truth of the story, because the clockwork king's right hand was already raised high, and the huge knight's gun in his hand flashed with cold light and whistled towards them. "Get out of the way!" Steve growled, his voice filled with tension and anxiety. He quickly grabbed Tichola's arm, and the 2 of them rolled to the side together. As soon as they dodged, the huge gun head fell like thunder and pierced straight into the ground. The earth shook, dust flew, and gravel splashed. All the clockwork soldiers around were blown away, as if the whole world collapsed at this moment. Steve and Tichola's hearts were beating like drums, and the sound of gunshot hitting the ground was ringing in their ears, as if reminding them that they had just escaped from the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They first looked at the bomb under the portal and were relieved to find that they were not affected. Perhaps the Clockwork King did not want to destroy the portal, so he deliberately threw the spear away to avoid a direct hit. The Clockwork King was a little surprised that Steve and his companions did not lose their ability to move in the attack just now. It let out a soft seeming very surprised. Then, it strode forward with firm steps, as if every step carried overwhelming momentum. The Clockwork Generals on both sides followed him closely like loyal protectors. The sound of their mechanical footsteps echoed in the empty space, adding a bit of solemnity. "Captain, 32 seconds left," Tichola said urgently. Unknowingly, Tichola also regarded Steve as the captain. "I see." Steve looked around, expecting to see Matt, but saw nothing. The 3 giant robots approached step by step, and every step shook the ground like an earthquake. Steve felt the pressure in his chest getting bigger and bigger, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said through gritted teeth, "Let's hold on for another 20 seconds. He really didn't want to see another team member sacrifice here, especially Matt, who was a trustworthy teammate. Boom boom boom. In less than 10 seconds, the Clockwork King had already approached them. His huge body was like a moving steel fortress. He drew out a huge sword from his back, and the blade flashed coldly in the moonlight. Without any hesitation, the giant sword swung down at them mercilessly, with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Steve's pupils suddenly shrank and his body rolled to the side almost instinctively, avoiding the fatal blow. The huge sword smashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and gravel that hurt his eardrums. Before he could confirm Tichola's safety, the light in front of him was suddenly swallowed up by a thick shadow. Steve looked up suddenly, and saw the huge figure of Clockwork General approaching, with its huge mechanical feet raised high, and stomping down at him suddenly with ruthless murderous intent. At the critical moment, a dark shadow rushed over and took Steve out of the shadow. With a loud bang, Steve said in surprise, "Matt." Matt nodded, "Sorry, Captain, I'm late. Let's go." Tichola was already waiting in front of the portal, waving at them. Seeing this, they no longer hesitated and rushed towards the portal together. When there were only 5 seconds left on the time bomb, Steve and the other 2 successfully rushed into the portal. Chapter 128. Pull, rotate, twist. Tichola once again flew through the black cloud. The pain deep in his soul was like being pierced by thousands of arrows. This time it was even more intense, as if every inch of his soul was torn into countless pieces. His consciousness was quickly swallowed up by the boundless darkness and he fell into an endless coma. After an unknown amount of time, Tichola gradually heard a familiar voice calling him. The voice was gentle and urgent, as if it had ignited a ray of light in the darkness. His consciousness began to awaken, and the calling voice became clearer and clearer, like a thin thread pulling him back from the abyss. Tichola opened his eyes with great effort, and everything in front of him gradually became clear. He saw Shuri, and his sister's worried face came into view. Tsurugi's eyes were sparkling with tears as he stared at him closely, as if afraid that he would fall into a coma again. "Thank the Panther God, Tichola, you're finally awake." Shuri's voice was filled with barely concealed excitement and relief, and her hand tightly grasped Tichola's hand, conveying endless warmth and concern. "Shuri." Tichola's mind was still in a mess, and he stared at Shuri for a long moment, as if trying to piece together reality and memory. Before long, his thoughts gradually became clear, but what followed was endless worry and anxiety. He sat up suddenly, his eyes becoming sharp and nervous. "Wakanda, how is Wakanda?" Tichola asked eagerly, his voice full of anxiety and uneasiness. "Don't worry, Wakanda is fine, look." Tsurugi moved aside and helped him to the edge of the city wall. Tichola's eyes scanned the distance eagerly, his heart filled with anxiety and anticipation. When he looked up, he found that the strange black cloud in the sky had disappeared, as if it had never existed, and the bright sunshine filled the earth. Tichola's heart calmed down a little, but he still kept his eyes on the battlefield ahead. On the battlefield, Wakanda's warriors were like a torrent of steel, charging forward bravely and fearlessly. Determination and resolve were written all over every warrior's face. Their weapons sparkled in the sun, leaving silver trails. Tichola saw them killing the clockwork soldiers one after another, and the battlefield was littered with the wreckage of the clockwork soldiers, like a sea of metal. Several huge clockwork generals were also smashed, and their shattered remains were scattered on the ground like huge scrap metal sculptures. However, what caught Tichola's attention most was the lightning-like figure above the battlefield. The iron battlesuit emitting blue fluorescence flew flexibly in the air, and each bombardment was accompanied by dazzling blue lasers. Wherever the laser went, the clockwork soldiers were torn apart like pieces of paper and instantly turned into scrap metal. "That's Iron Man, Tony Stark." Tichola's voice was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide. "Uh-huh." Shuri nodded, a bright smile on his face. "He was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to support us. I was shocked at the time. I didn't expect him to show up in person. Without his help, Wakanda might have fallen long ago." Shuri's smile was filled with a hint of mischief and pride. She continued, "Of course, the greatest credit goes to you. It was you who destroyed the Black Cloud and saved Wakanda." Tichola shook his head slightly, a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. "It wasn't me, it was a few of us who saved Wakanda together." "What about the others? How are the captain and the others?" "They are all fine," Shuri comforted him. "Before you fell into a coma, they were safely taken away by people from S.H.I.E.L.D. It is worth mentioning that your lives were saved by Iron Man." Tichola frowned slightly, with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Don't you always look down on Stark? Why do I feel like you're always praising him?" Tsurugi shrugged, with a sly glint in his eyes. "Really? At least his suit is really good. I think it's time to upgrade our Black Panther suit." When Tichola heard the word Black Panther, his heart sank and his father suddenly appeared in his mind. His face darkened instantly, his eyes revealed deep sorrow, and his voice became low. "I'm sorry, I didn't find the King of Wakanda, our father." "What are you talking about?" Tsurugi covered his mouth mischievously, with a smile spilling from the corners of his eyes. "Father has returned a long time ago, much earlier than you." "What? Is this true?" Tichola opened his eyes wide in disbelief and excitedly held Shuri's shoulders, as if he was afraid that all this was just an illusion. "Of course it's true. Why did you lie to me?" Shuri patted Tichola's shoulder gently and smiled tenderly. "He's in the palace right now. How about I take you to see him? Tichola nodded heavily, his heart beating faster, the urgency and excitement in his heart almost overflowing from his chest. He couldn't wait to meet his beloved father, the king whom he respected so much in his heart. Shuri smiled at this, turned around, and led the way briskly, with Tichola following closely behind, his steps eager but with a hint of uneasiness. Every step seemed to bring him closer to his father, while also deepening his inner anticipation and anxiety. Finally, they arrived at the palace gate. Shuri stopped and turned back to Tichola, nodding and motioning him to go in. Tichola took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy door. Inside the door, sunlight shines through the tall windows onto the ground, outlining a warm area of light and shadow. Tichola's eyes quickly swept across the room, finally settling on the familiar figure. His father, Tichola, was half lying on the bed with his back to him, seemingly staring out the window, worried about the battle situation outside. "Father!" Tichola couldn't help but shout out, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy. The figure slowly turned around with a loving smile on his face. For a moment, Tichola felt as if time had stopped, and all his anxiety and uneasiness disappeared at this moment. He staggered forward and hugged his father tightly, feeling the familiar warmth and strength. "Tichola, my son, you are my pride," Tichola said softly, his voice full of pride. Tichola opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly he felt his fingers touch something attached to his father's back. It was hard and cold, like a zipper chain. His heart suddenly sank, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze at this moment, and the cold quickly spread from his fingertips to his entire body. Tichola's breathing became rapid, and his chest seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe smoothly. He slowly leaned back, his eyes involuntarily meeting Tichola's deep and strange eyes. "Oh, you are really my good son." Chapter 129. In the glow of bright light, Steve suddenly found himself at a lively cocktail party. The people around had bright smiles on their faces and raised their glasses as if they were celebrating some important moment. This cheerful atmosphere quickly infected him, and a smile appeared on Steve's face. He raised the glass in his hand and saluted the people around him, his heart filled with warmth and joy. Just then, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Steve looked back and saw that it was his best brother Bucky and the goddess of his heart, Peggy. Their presence brightened his mood, as if the moment had become even more perfect. Steve was about to go up to them and give them a warm hug, however, he suddenly noticed that Bucky and Peggy's smiles became strange, with a hint of evil. This set off alarm bells in his heart, and he stopped involuntarily. Just as he was stunned, Bucky and Peggy's faces suddenly twisted, their skin was torn like paper, revealing two ferocious wolves. Steve's heart sank suddenly, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. What's even more terrifying is that the smiles of all the people around them also turned eerie. They slowly approached with malicious gleams in their eyes. Steve wanted to fight back, but found that he had turned back into his thin self and had no strength left. He helplessly watched the wolves and the crowd approaching step by step, his heart filled with despair and fear. Just when he was about to be overwhelmed by the enemy, he suddenly shouted, "No!" Steve opened his eyes suddenly and found himself lying on the bed with cold sweat on his forehead. It turns out that this was just a nightmare. It seems that the incident you experienced this time was not simple. The sudden sound made Steve turn his head and see Nick Fury, who looked unchanged, sitting on the chair, with his legs crossed and looking at him with his usual solemn expression. Steve let out a long sigh. "Fury, why are you here too?" "Because I don't want to see the newly formed Avengers alliance being wiped out. Besides, it is necessary to win over the country of Wakanda." Fury told the truth. After receiving the information from Agent May, Fury immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and decided to come and find out in person. After 2 days of field investigation, he found it easy to find that Wakanda actually possessed advanced technology that surpassed other countries, and even S.H.I.E.L.D., which had always been far ahead, could not reach it. Steve nodded slowly. "Wakanda is indeed very strong, but it is also closed enough that your idea will hardly succeed. That was in the past. I don't think that after experiencing a disaster that nearly destroyed their country, they would still be stubborn and continue to pretend to be that poor and backward farming and pastoral country. Fury was clearly confident. Besides, we saved them. Hee. Steve chuckled and didn't intend to continue discussing these political topics with him. He turned around and looked around and asked, "Where is this? Where is Matt?" "This is our shield transport plane. Matt is receiving treatment in the next room. His condition is more serious than yours, and he may not wake up until later." Fury narrowed his eyes and said, "Perhaps you should tell me the whole story of this incident? If you don't need to continue sleeping." Steve shook his head. How could he sleep now? This time, we entered a fairy tale world that is different from the real world. There, even animals can talk. At the same time, another Steve is facing life and death danger. Bald Eagle Steve and Otter Bucky led Mickey and other animals and successfully escaped from the cage while taking advantage of the clinic doctor's negligence. They quickly rushed out of the clinic, grabbed a large truck, and drove quickly to the edge of the town. The townspeople disguised as wolves soon discovered their jailbreak and swarmed in, starting a fierce manhunt. Bucky held the steering wheel tightly and calmly controlled the truck. With his superb driving skills, he made several dangerous turns and accelerated, and finally got rid of the pursuers and rushed out of the town. However, what greeted them was an endless prairie. "Steve, I think we should look for the portal to the third floor." "No, I see that the place is surrounded by enemies. With our capabilities, it will be difficult to break through," Steve replied in a deep voice. He looked at the prairie ahead and took a deep breath. "So, we can only escape outside and find another chance to come back. Mickey, is there a safe place outside?" Little Mouse Mickey lay on the bald eagle's head, shook his head gently, and called out in a sharp voice, "I have always lived in a small town and don't know what is going on outside, but legend has it that there is a very mysterious castle hidden in the prairie. It is said that it is a restricted area for evil wolves." "Mysterious castle? The wolves' restricted area?" Steve and Bucky looked at each other, and seeing each other's intention, they made a decision very straightforwardly, "That's it, let's go find the castle. It's just a legend." "No, believe me, generally speaking, legends are true." They began to drive deep into the prairie, trying to get rid of the pursuers behind them and search for the legendary mysterious castle. However, just after they drove a short distance into the grassland, they were attacked by a group of vicious wolves. No one knew how many vicious wolves were hiding in the grassland. All he knew was that they were like a tide, coming one after another to surround Steve and the others. Steve pounced forward and held down the accelerator with his wings. The big truck was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, making a deafening roar and rushing out rapidly. The wheels kicked up a cloud of dust, as if to tear apart the quiet wilderness. The wolves tried to stop the galloping steel behemoth, but they underestimated the power of the truck. A vicious wolf just jumped up when it was hit hard by the front of the car, thrown into the air like a piece of rag, and then fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. When the other wolves saw this, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, but they still pounced on the truck unwillingly. Bucky sat in the driver's seat, maneuvering the truck, and with an expressionless face, he knocked away all the wolves that appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the wolves quickly changed their strategy. Instead of just besieging the truck, they began to grab gravel and mud from the ground and threw them at the truck like throwing weapons. The gravel hit the car body with a bang-bang sound, and the window glass was also smashed and made a rattling sound. Several wolves even jumped onto the roof of the truck. Their heavy bodies caused the truck to shake violently, as if it might overturn at any time. "Steve, think of a solution." Bucky's voice was filled with urgency. Steve had no idea what to do. Just as he was racking his brains to think, Mickey suddenly pointed to the right and shouted sharply, "Go over there, there's a river over there." Bucky instantly understood what Mickey meant. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and turned the car sharply to the right. Under the dual pressure of the wolf's attack and the sharp turn, the truck's body shook even more violently. Through the car window, Bucky saw the winding river. The surging water seemed to be calling them. "Hold on tight." Bucky gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and the truck rushed towards the river like a frightened beast. The vicious wolves were chasing them relentlessly from behind, and the wolves on the roof were biting and hitting them frantically, as if they wanted to eat them alive. The big truck finally rushed to the river and rushed into the river with an unstoppable momentum. The cold river water instantly submerged the car body. The wolves behind were forced to stop and howled angrily. Chapter 130. The icy river water quickly engulfed the truck. The broken windows were unable to block the raging torrent and the car was instantly filled with freezing water. Steve, who turned into a bald eagle, lost his previous swimming skills. After he and Bucky smashed the car window and escaped from the truck, he tried his best to open the rear compartment so that the animals hiding inside could escape. The coldness and pressure of the water caused his limbs to gradually lose feeling. Soon after, his consciousness became increasingly blurred and he eventually fell into a coma. When Steve opened his eyes again, his vision was blurry and he could hear the sound of falling water. He struggled to sit up, his vision gradually focused, and what came into view was an extremely tall man. The man had a full beard and a burly figure, like a moving mountain. He exuded a sense of power that was hard to ignore, as if his presence was permeating the air. At his feet, squatting, sat a tiny otter, so small as a mouse that Steve almost ignored its presence. Bucky. Steve's voice was a little weak, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Steve, you're awake. Bucky turned his head suddenly and shouted in surprise, then trotted over and helped Steve up. His movements were gentle yet urgent, as if he was afraid of disturbing something, yet he couldn't wait to confirm that Steve was safe. Steve asked softly, "Who is that?" Bucky replied, "You and I were swept away by the river, and this gentleman saved us. He is a magician." Magician? Steve's eyes widened slightly, full of curiosity and confusion. "To be precise, I'm a magical animal keeper." The giant gave a friendly smile and said in a low, warm voice, "You can call me Hagrid." Magical creature keeper. Steve repeated, trying to comprehend this new and strange title. "That is, the person who is responsible for getting along with you little cuties," Hagrid explained, with a hint of mischief in his tone. He extended his broad palm to Steve and Bucky, as if a warm shelter. "Would you like to come with me? Back to Hogwarts together." Hogwarts? Steve and Bucky asked almost in unison, their eyes full of confusion. This is another unfamiliar term. "Oh, it's a wonderful place." Hagrid's voice was full of longing and pride. "You will definitely like it very much." Steve and Bucky looked at each other and nodded slowly. Fairy tale world. In the lounge of the transport plane, after Fury heard Steve's narration, the shock and solemnity on his face were revealed without any concealment. 7 levels? Now that even the first 3 levels are so dangerous, aren't the last 4 levels even more terrifying? Steve nodded silently, still feeling frightened when he recalled his previous experience. During that time, every step they took was like walking on thin ice, and the god of luck seemed to always be favoring them. In terms of danger level, we can barely handle the monster on the first floor. Steve's voice was low and slow, as if every word was filled with heavy memories. If we had fought head-on, we would have been wiped out on the first floor, not to mention Little Red Riding Hood on the second floor and the Clockwork King on the third floor. It's enough to lose only one Bucky. Steve's voice suddenly choked, and a trace of pain and guilt flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the pain of losing his comrades was still surging in his heart, like a surging wave, hitting his heart again and again. Fury stood aside, his eyes fixed on Steve's face. He could feel Steve's inner struggle and pain, the deep helplessness and sadness almost suffocated Steve. Fury pondered for a moment, and finally said, "Steve, we must be vigilant against the invasion of the fairy tale world. I have a feeling that they will not give up because of this failure, and they will come back one day." "I know." Steve's voice was low and firm, as if he was suppressing the grief and anger in his heart. "What about the Holy Lord? Did he say anything about the fairy tale world?" Fury asked, frowning, obviously very concerned about this issue. "He just said it was dangerous there." Steve's answer was brief but full of deep concern. "Okay, you rest for a while, and we'll have a meeting together later." Fury patted Steve's shoulder, trying to give him some comfort and support. Steve watched Fury leave the room, still feeling heavy inside. He closed the door and walked to the bathroom. The sound of water running from the faucet was particularly clear in the empty room. He splashed the cold water on his face, trying to sober himself up. Looking in the mirror, there was a hint of fatigue and determination in my eyes. After staring for a moment, Steve's eyes gradually became calm. "Lord, I know you can hear me. I want Bucky to come back to life. Tell me, what are your conditions?" In the mirror, Steve's right eye suddenly turned scarlet, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if a dark force was awakening in his body. The Holy Lord's voice came out coldly through Steve's mouth. "Steve, I want you to not resist my control over your body when you need strength. Is it that simple?" Steve was full of doubt and frowned slightly. "No, it's not that simple." The Holy Lord's voice was cold and without a smile. "Even a small mistake in the battle will lead to ultimate failure. Therefore, you must restrain your instincts and not hinder me. I don't want to go back to that parchment so soon." Steve has rich combat experience and knows that what the Holy Lord said is true. He pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, I promise you." Steve knew in his heart that the Holy Lord's request was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and there must be a deeper purpose hidden behind it. But for Bucky, he was willing to take the risk. "Very good, but don't be happy too soon. Bucky's resurrection may not be successful." The Holy Lord's voice was filled with a hint of cold sarcasm. "Huh? What do you mean?" Steve's heart suddenly rose to his throat, and his voice was anxious. "Literal meaning." The Holy Lord's tone was still cold and ruthless. "I am not in my prime right now. It is not so easy to revive that guy." The Holy Lord smiled, and that smile was like an icy blade cutting through Steve's heart. "Perhaps, you can wait for me to become stronger, so that the success rate will be higher. Otherwise, if Bucky fails to be resurrected, he may turn into a monster. So, are you willing to wait?" Steve was silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to get stronger." Chapter 131. In the conference room, Fury and others sat quietly in their chairs, glancing at the clock from time to time, waiting for everyone to arrive. It was almost time. The door slid open silently, and Steve strode in. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk, scanning from Agent May to Eddie in turn, and finally stopping at Fury, nodding slightly. "Sorry, I'm late." Steve's voice was low and powerful, with a hint of apology. Fury smiled slightly and shook his head. "It's okay. It's not time yet. Besides, there's still one person who hasn't arrived yet." "Is there another person?" Steve frowned slightly and looked around again. Almost all members of the Avengers were present, except Matt, who was absent due to injury. "Are there new members joining?" While he was thinking, the door opened again and a figure walked in with a slightly frivolous voice. "Ha, are you all so free? Why are you here so early? If you really have nothing to do, you can go outside and help clean up the battlefield, or help me collect some spare parts or something." There was a hint of sarcasm and unruliness in his voice. Steve looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome middle-aged man walking in. His face was somewhat similar to Howard Stark, which made him immediately realize the identity of the visitor. "Tony, please sit down. You're the only one missing." Fury didn't even look at Tony. He just said it calmly, as if he was already used to his complaints. Tony Stark shrugged and walked to his seat and sat down with his usual confidence and cynical smile on his face, as if the whole world was under his control. "If you have anything to say, just say it now. I'm different from you. I'm very busy." There was a hint of impatience and defiance in his tone, as if to say that his time was precious and should not be wasted. Steve frowned slightly, his displeasure obvious. He instinctively felt disgusted by Tony's arrogant attitude. As a soldier who had just come out of the war, he was more accustomed to being straightforward and sincere. "Tony Stark? I've met your father. He's a respectable man." Steve's voice was low and firm, with a hint of reproach and nostalgia. "I hope you have learned not only his romanticism, but also his gentlemanly manners. He would not say something mean and rude to others for no reason." Tony narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Steve sitting opposite him. After a moment, he suddenly realized, oh, who was it? It turned out to be the famous Captain America. He deliberately stretched out his voice, his tone full of sarcasm. No wonder I smelled an unpleasant smell of antiques as soon as you opened your mouth. I guess you are not used to modern life, old man. Steve's face darkened, but he remained calm and said calmly, Stark, I'm your father's friend. You should call me uncle. Tony sneered, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Humph, the vibranium shield my father made for you saved so many lives, shouldn't you say thank you to me first? It was your father who saved me, not you. Steve's voice was firm and calm, and he did not give in. So, you are my father's friend, not mine. Tony's tone was provocative and indifferent. The two looked at each other and there was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if an argument would break out at any moment. Eddie stood aside with an unconcealable excitement on his face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, as if he was watching a wonderful drama. At this moment, if he had a camera in his hand, he would definitely press the shutter without hesitation to freeze this tense and subtle moment forever. However, Eddie could only sigh in his heart, because he had long bid farewell to his career as a reporter and no longer had the tool to record history. All right. Fury slammed the table, breaking the deadlock, and said loudly, we have more important things to discuss, don't waste time here. His voice was like a thunderbolt, instantly easing the atmosphere in the room. Although Tony and Steve were still confronting each other, they temporarily restrained their sharpness at this moment and turned their eyes to Fury, waiting for his next words. Fury did not delay any longer and said directly, you should all know about the mysterious incident that occurred in Wakanda in the past few days. I named it the fairy tale world, and the degree of harm is rated SS level, which means it has the potential to destroy human civilization. Tony chuckled, spread his hands, and said with a bit of sarcasm, oh, SS level? Aren't you exaggerating a bit? I don't see what's so great about those scrap metals. Fury's eyes became more serious, and he shook his head slowly, no, the fairy tale world I'm talking about is not just those toy soldiers. He briefly repeated the information he got from Steve, and every word was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into the hearts of everyone present. The terrible message contained in Fury's words made Eddie secretly smack his lips, and a chill rose in his heart. However, Tony still didn't care, with a disdainful smile on his face, these so-called monsters may be vulnerable, and they may not be as scary as some people say. After all, to be honest, the strength of the team members who carried out the mission is average, of course, including the famous Captain America. Tony's confidence is not groundless. Over the past period of time, he has been studying the magical cosmic cube and has achieved considerable results. He successfully applied the power of the cosmic cube to the Iron Man suit and created a brand new cosmic cube suit. Recalling that period, Tony's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. It was while wearing this cosmic cube suit, which was still in the testing phase, that he easily defeated those clockwork soldiers. The power of the cosmic cube made him feel extremely powerful and a little dizzy. Now he even has the confidence that he can destroy the last demon by himself. Tony's contempt for his teammates made Steve clench his fists and look at him coldly. Stark, you don't understand anything at all. You're the one who doesn't understand. Do you still think that close combat is still the same as before? Times have changed, old fogey. Tony sneered, this is the age of technology. Fury looked at Tony and shook his head. Tony, I understand your confidence, but the enemy this time is far more complicated and dangerous than you think. We must unite to deal with the coming disaster. The Iron Man suit is powerful, but it also has enemies that it cannot deal with, such as those strange beings with mysterious powers. Tony's smirk faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness and thought. He once read through the confidential files of SHIELD and witnessed the records of those strange existences with his own eyes. Faced with these unknown threats, he had to admit that his iron armor was not omnipotent. Well, you may continue, Chief. Chapter 132. Steve was surprised by Tony's concession. He was stunned for a moment, as if he really knew Tony for the first time, and looked him up and down again. However, Tony just responded with a disdainful eye roll, as if to say, "What are you looking at?" Fury coughed lightly, breaking the brief silence. His voice was low and firm, "Okay, go ahead. In view of the seriousness of this incident, we must establish good relations with the country of Wakanda." He turned to look at Tony, his eyes serious. "After these days of investigation, we found that the reason why Wakanda has such advanced technology is all thanks to the rare metal vibranium. Tony, you should be familiar with this metal." Tony shook his head, with a hint of helplessness and boredom in his tone. "Those are all my father's research, I haven't been exposed to them much. However, it is obvious that this metal is not suitable for making iron armor, so don't even think about asking me to study vibranium. It's better to let the old guy who has been playing with the vibranium shield for decades talk about feelings with those primitive people. I feel like they must be able to get along well." As soon as he finished speaking, Steve's face darkened instantly. He swore that no one had ever made him hate him so much. Fury had anticipated Tony's rejection, but he didn't let Steve waste time on this matter. He paused and told him the arrangement he had already thought of. "Agent May. Exist. You stay here as the liaison between SHIELD and Wakanda, and collect all the intelligence about Wakanda as soon as possible. Also, I will have someone bring Hawkeye here. The medical level in Wakanda is much higher than ours, and there may be a way to wake him up. We have helped them so much, they will definitely not refuse." Agent May nodded solemnly, "Yes. As for you captains." Fury glanced at Steve and Eddie and said in a deep voice, "There is a more important mission waiting for you." Steve and Eddie looked at each other. They felt an unquestionable sense of urgency in Fury's tone. "What's the mission?" Steve was the first to break the silence. Fury frowned slightly, as if he was considering how to word. "I want you to go to South America. According to the latest intelligence, the situation there is deteriorating rapidly, and something extremely bad is brewing." Steve's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "Is it related to the mysterious incident again?" "Of course." Fury nodded seriously and said, "The relevant information will be handed over to you soon. By then, you should have boarded the plane to South America." Eddie sighed, a bad feeling rising in his heart. He couldn't avoid the mission after trying to dodge it several times. "Fortunately, this time I am on a mission with the captain and have someone to lean on." Inside the cafe, Parker wore a low-key dark hat, slowly stirring the coffee cup with the silver spoon in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the familiar figure in the cake shop across the street. The sunlight came in through the window, casting tiny shadows on his slightly furrowed brows. He never thought that after that incident, Anna could continue to work in the cake shop as if nothing had happened. What was even more unacceptable to him was that he had actually followed her like a stalker on her rare day off, with mixed emotions in his heart. "I'm not a pervert," Parker said silently to himself, "I just want to get information about the god and the mysterious person from Anna." He tried to convince himself and calm his heart. However, when he looked up at the cake shop again, he found that Anna had disappeared. Anxiety suddenly surged in his heart, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping his heart. Parker's breathing became rapid. He stood up quickly, almost knocking over the coffee cup on the table. His eyes searched back and forth on the street, trying to find the familiar figure. Every disappointment was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. "Anna, where have you been?" Parker shouted anxiously in his heart. He knew that today's opportunity was fleeting, and if he missed it, he might never be able to obtain any valuable information from her again. Parker walked quickly out of the cafe and stood on the street, scanning the surroundings with eyes as sharp as a hawk. He did not miss any pedestrian or corner. Just when he was about to give up, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of an alley not far away. Parker's heart skipped a beat, as if he saw a ray of hope. He took a deep breath, feeling the air in his chest become fresher, and then he quickly chased after him. In the dimly lit alley, Parker lost Anna again. His pace slowed down, his eyes searched around anxiously, sweat rolled down his forehead, and his heart beat violently in his chest like a war drum. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through his mind, and his body instinctively lunged forward, just in time to avoid the fierce attack from behind. However, the next second, Parker's collar was grabbed by a strong force and his body was pulled over involuntarily. The force was strong and familiar, leaving him almost no room to resist. He was pressed heavily against the cold wall of the alley, and a piercing chill ran down his back. Just as he was trying to regulate his breathing and preparing to fight back, a pair of lips with a fresh fragrance came close to him. "Hi!" Parker suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Anna, who was so close to him, in disbelief. There was a complex emotion in her eyes, including anger and a hint of deeply hidden tenderness. 1,000 emotions surged in Parker's heart, surprise, anger, and confusion intertwined together, making him speechless for a moment, and he even closed his eyes. After a long time, Parker suddenly pushed Anna away, his eyes burning like fire, staring at her angrily, his voice almost squeezed out from between his teeth. "What are you going to do?" Anna chuckled, with a sly look in her eyes, and her originally innocent face instantly became extremely charming. "Why, didn't you come to see me?" Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, yet it carried an unsettling charm. Anna approached slowly, her steps light but firm, like a beautiful but dangerous cheetah. She took a light sniff of Parker's breath, an expression of intoxication and joy on her face, as if she had smelled the most beautiful fragrance in the world. "It smells good," she whispered, her voice as soft as a feather. "You have indeed become a mystic. Also." Parker's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Anna in surprise. "You are also a mysterious person." Anna's eyes flashed with pride. "Of course, my stupid boyfriend, you guessed it now." "Boyfriend?" Parker's voice was trembling, his face was full of confusion and puzzlement. When will I?" Anna licked her lips, her smile was a bit naughty and teasing. "Why, you don't admit it." Parker's face turned red instantly. Chapter 133. Parker gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently, and stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling above his head. The patterns on the ceiling seemed to blur into a ball in front of his eyes, and his thoughts were as tangled and chaotic as the patterns. After a long time, he finally let out a sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him, and closed his eyes tiredly. At that moment, all the tension and fatigue seemed to be released in this sigh. Suddenly, a soft touch came from his feet. Parker opened his eyes slightly and saw Anna slowly crawling up from the end of the bed like an elegant and beautiful snake. Her movements were light and seductive, each step like a carefully choreographed dance. Anna's eyes were full of teasing and provocation. Her red lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently tapped Parker's chest, drawing circles one after another. "So, why did things turn out this way?" Parker struggled to look away from Anna, as if he was fighting an inner struggle every second. His heart was filled with self-blame and anger, and he hated himself for being so weak. He should have pushed Anna away decisively, but he lost himself in that warm embrace. "I shouldn't be like this." Parker blamed himself in his heart. "I once studied hard for a whole month for a goal and refused all fun. I thought my willpower was strong enough and would not be easily shaken." He took a deep breath, trying to calm his thoughts. "However, the doubts in my heart came like a tide and could not be stopped." A thought flashed through his mind and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Anna, you didn't use the power of the mysterious person on me, did you?" Parker's voice was trembling, and his eyes showed complicated emotions. He was a little angry, but also a little uneasy and suspicious. Anna smiled slightly, but there was a mysterious light in her eyes. She did not answer immediately, but gently raised her hand and stroked Parker's face with her fingertips, as if examining his soul. Parker's heartbeat became faster and faster, as if the whole world had stopped and only the two of them existed. "Parker, do you really think it is my power that is affecting you?" Anna's voice was soft and low, with an irresistible charm. I don't know." Parker turned his head away, unwilling to meet her eyes. "Ah!" Anna chuckled. "Like you, I have only been a mysterious person for a short time. I am just a novice. How can I have the ability to influence you? Besides, my sequence pathway is called gourmet, and I don't have the ability to seduce you." "Gourmet?" Parker raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The name didn't sound aggressive, and even seemed mild, at least weaker than his wanderer. Thinking back to Anna's performance just now, Parker's heart was moved. That was indeed the performance of a gourmet. Her every move and every word is filled with her love and persistence for food. No, that's not right. Parker quickly came to his senses and frowned. Then how come you have so much strength that even I am no match for you? Anna smiled, with a sly look in her eyes, because gourmets have to catch and prepare the ingredients themselves, they can't be without strength. Well, that sounds reasonable. Parker put down his guard and continued to ask, from what you said, there are many sequence pathways. Well, from what I understand, there should be 7 in total. 7? So many? Do you know what they are? Do not know. Anna shook her head, and her soft hair brushed against Parker's face, making him itchy. My level is too low, and I know too little. If you want to know more, you can come with me to find my guide, and he will be happy to answer your questions. Guide? Parker hesitated, worried that this was another trap. Seeing Parker's hesitation, Anna rushed forward with the ball and hugged his arm. It just so happens that tonight is the time for our party, so you can go with me. I will protect you. Otherwise, the next time will be half a month later. Half a month? He didn't want to wait that long, so he agreed. Anna was very happy, kissed Parker on the face, and said excitedly, there is still some time before the party starts, let's continue to enjoy the food. Ah! His. Parker couldn't help but close his eyes and indulge in Anna's tenderness. As night falls, the city's neon lights light up the streets, making them particularly charming. Parker stood in front of a bar, the neon lights reflected in his puzzled eyes. He turned his head to look at Anna beside him, frowning slightly. The party is here? Are you sure you are right? Of course not. Anna chuckled with a hint of joy in her voice. She was like a happy little bird with a sweet smile on her face, no different from other girls immersed in love. Her arms were tightly around Parker, her body slightly tilted, almost leaning against him, her brightly lipsticked lips gently approached Parker's ear, and she exhaled softly. Although it is difficult for ordinary people to discover our presence, it is necessary to remain cautious, otherwise it will be troublesome if the police come to our door. Therefore, we arrange it in such a crowded and chaotic place. It turns out you also know that you will be targeted by the police. Parker complained in his heart, took a deep breath, tried to make himself look calm, raised his foot and stepped forward. His steps were firm and powerful, as if he wanted to prove with his actions that he was upright and had no guilty conscience. Okay, let's go in. Looking at Parker's stiff, robotic steps, Anna chuckled and followed him. Parker pushed open the door of the bar, and in an instant, deafening music came like a gust of wind, hitting his eardrums directly. He couldn't help but frown and felt uncomfortable, as if the whole world was trembling in this noise. Inside the bar, colorful lights interweave into a gorgeous ocean, as if every ray of light is beating to its own rhythm. The crowd was bustling like a rough sea, and everyone was releasing themselves to the fullest in this frenetic atmosphere. Parker took a deep breath and tried to adapt himself to the chaotic environment. His curious eyes wandered around the bar. It was his first time to go to such a bar. Be more natural. Anna smiled and pulled him into the crowd, twisting her graceful body to the rhythm of the music, which made Parker's throat a little dry. He imitated Anna, twisting his body slowly, gradually finding the rhythm, and his movements became more and more unrestrained, and soon he became the most handsome guy in the entire dance floor. Chapter 134. All right, that's enough, let's go take a break. In the bar, Anna saw Parker dancing higher and higher, gradually letting himself go. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. She was a little worried that it would affect the party later. Taking advantage of the break between music changes, she hurried forward and pulled Parker off the dance floor amid the cheers and applause of the crowd. Sitting in the chair, Parker's face still showed the excitement from before, the sweat beads on his forehead sparkled under the light, he was panting, his eyes flickering with excitement. I didn't expect that dancing could be so much fun. Parker's voice was a little hoarse, but he couldn't hide his inner surprise. Anna rolled her eyes at him, with a hint of joking and seriousness. I thought you had become a different person, completely different from the low-key you before. This you is the real you, right? Parker was stunned, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the wine glass in his hand, as if thinking about Anna's words. After a moment, he raised the glass and took a sip. The bitter liquid slid down his throat, bringing a hint of cold sobriety. "Is this the real me? Maybe," he murmured to himself, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Anna looked at him and felt pity in her heart. She knew that Parker had many unknown emotions and stories hidden deep in his heart. She reached out and gently patted Parker's shoulder, trying to give him some comfort and support. Her fingers were warm and firm, as if she wanted to convey endless power through this simple touch. "It's okay, Parker." Anna's voice was gentle but firm. "Under the care of the great gods, we can all live as our true selves." Listening to Anna's slightly fanatical words, Parker's eyebrows couldn't help but jump. He raised his head and took another sip of wine, trying to use alcohol to cover up the fluctuations in his heart. The wine burned his throat, but it couldn't take away the worry and uneasiness in his eyes. He glanced at Anna secretly, feeling mixed emotions. Anna's eyes sparkled with a fanatical light, which was a devout belief in the gods. Parker knew that between the gods and him, Anna would choose the gods without hesitation. This discovery was like a sharp knife, deeply hurting his heart and making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Parker couldn't help but clench his fists. He wanted more. After a while, Anna leaned over and whispered in Parker's ear, "It's time, follow me." Parker took a deep breath, trying to put aside the messy thoughts in his mind, nodded, stood up, followed Anna, left his seat, and walked towards the private room in the bar. Soon, they arrived at a private room with the house number 436. Anna looked around vigilantly to make sure no one noticed them, then took out a key from her handbag and opened the door lightly. After entering the private room, Parker closed the door and quickly glanced around. The decoration of the private room was simple and ordinary, with a few bland paintings hanging on the walls and a long sofa in the corner. The whole room was empty and seemed a bit deserted, not at all like a place for a gathering. Before he could even utter his doubts, Anna had already quickly walked to the side of the room and pushed the sofa open. Parker was surprised to find that there was a secret passage hidden under the sofa. The dark entrance seemed to be calling them. Anna looked back at Parker and curled her lips. "Let's go, the real party place is downstairs." A feeling of nervousness and anticipation intertwined in Parker's heart. He took a deep breath, nodded, and followed Anna into the unknown secret passage. The air in the secret passage was surprisingly fresh, without a trace of peculiar smell. "Although the dim light above my head is weak, it is enough to illuminate the way ahead." Parker followed behind Anna, moving forward cautiously, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor, as if every step was striking at their heartstrings. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, an ancient wooden door appeared in front of them. Parker took a deep breath and watched Anna push the door open. The scene in front of him made him widen his eyes. It was a secret room that was twice as big as the previous private room and was surprisingly spacious. The lights in the secret room were dim, as if shrouded in a mysterious shadow. Parker squinted his eyes, trying to adapt to the dim environment. He vaguely saw a round table in the middle of the secret room, with several chairs randomly placed around the table. There were several doors in the wall, opposite the one they had just entered. The most eye-catching thing was the 4 people who were already sitting on the chairs. Parker's eyes were involuntarily drawn to one of the thin old men. The old man's eyes were still bright in the dim environment, as if he could see through everything. Parker's heart suddenly tightened, and an inexplicable sense of alertness surged in his mind. He could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat accelerating. The old man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, like a lurking beast that might pounce on its prey at any time. He calmly adjusted his breathing and tried to calm himself down. Parker clenched his fists lightly, feeling the slight pain from his fingertips, which made him feel a little more at ease. "Good evening, Priest Hansen." Under Parker's gaze, Anna walked up to the old man. Her movements were graceful and firm, and she drew a circle in the air with her hands, making a peculiar gesture. Then she knelt on one knee and lowered her head, as if paying homage to some mysterious power. Priest Hansen smiled slightly and slowly placed his right hand on top of Anna's head, but his eyes passed over her and fell on Parker. There was an elusive depth and insight in that look, as if it could see through people's hearts. "Little Anna." His voice was low and gentle, with an unquestionable sense of authority. "It seems that you have brought us good news. Our Chaos cult will have another like-minded companion." Parker felt a chill running down his spine, but he forced himself to calm down and said in a calm tone, "No, I haven't said I want to join your Chaos cult. I just came to take a look and ask some questions." Priest Hansen chuckled, and that chuckle was like the night wind blowing through the leaves, with a hint of mystery and temptation. He slowly said, "It doesn't matter. Everyone has confusion in their hearts. My duty is to dispel the confusion in your hearts. Then, you will find out how right it is to join the Church of God." Parker's heartbeat quickened. He could feel Priest Hansen's gaze like an invisible hand, trying to pry open the defenses in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, trying not to be swallowed by the strange atmosphere. Anna was still kneeling on the ground like a statue, with a pious glow on her face. Parker suddenly realized that this was not just a simple ceremony, but a declaration of faith and a spiritual belonging. Chapter 135. Chaos is the real eternal thing. The so-called order is nothing but the shackles that bind humans. What we need to do is to completely smash these shackles and return to our true selves. Priest Hansen's voice was low and powerful, as if every word was vibrating in the air. His eyes were so blazing that they seemed to penetrate the soul and arouse resonance deep in everyone's heart. Sloth, gluttony, lust, greed, pride, anger, jealousy, these so-called 7 deadly sins are all part of our true self. We cannot fear them or hate them, but we must take the initiative to control them and make them the sharp blades in our hands to break the shackles. Priest Hansen's voice became louder and louder, as if to fill the entire secret room. Parker felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood rush through his body. He looked around and saw that other people's eyes were also burning with fanatical flames, as if they were infected by an invisible force. "Nothing is real, only chaos is eternal. Praise my Lord. Nothing is real, only chaos is eternal. Praise my Lord." In the secret room, those attending the secret meeting shouted in unison, and their voices echoed like thunder. Parker's heart was shaken. He felt an unprecedented power surging in his heart, as if it was going to pull him into this frenetic torrent, but there was another voice in his mind that kept reminding him not to believe these words. There seemed to be a fierce war going on deep in his heart. On the one hand, the fanatical power was as hot as fire, burning his reason and making him almost unable to resist. On the other hand, the calm voice was as clear as ice, trying to pull him back to reality from this hot torrent. The confrontation between the two made Parker feel extremely tormented. Fortunately, the teaching session ended quickly. Priest Hansen slowly lowered his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then, everyone began to share their experiences in spiritual practice. Parker discovered that all the dozen people present were mysterious persons, but almost all of them had just become mysterious persons not long ago like him, and were newcomers of Sequence 9. Only Priest Hansen was a Sequence 8. This made Parker feel a little awe and uneasiness. No wonder he felt threatened by Priest Hansen. Parker tried to calm himself down and listened carefully to what others were saying, but he found that he seemed not to understand. After everyone finished speaking, Priest Hansen looked at Parker and said with a smile, "Parker, do you have any questions? Just ask and we will help you answer them." "Yes, of course, and there are many." However, Parker felt everyone's gaze on him, opened his mouth and said, "Priest Hansen, can we talk alone?" "Of course can." Priest Hansen waved his hand, signaling others to leave. Anna was among them, and her eyes swept over Parker for the last time before leaving, full of concern. Parker hesitated for a moment and wanted to ask her to stay, but finally chose to remain silent. As the last person left, the secret room became silent, leaving only Parker and Priest Hansen. "Parker, you can talk now. It is good." Parker sorted out his thoughts and asked, "Mr. Hansen, I want to know what you meant by pursuing the true self." Priest Hansen smiled slightly, with a mysterious light flashing in his eyes. "Pursuing the true self means restoring the real you. The moment you drank the potion, my lord had already given you a hint." "Hint?" Parker frowned, looking even more confused. Priest Hansen did not answer directly, but smiled and said, "Excuse me, Parker, can I see your family certificate?" "What proof of family ties?" Parker was even more confused. "That is the mark my lord left on you." Priest Hansen's voice was low and firm. "Mark?" Parker raised his eyebrows, and a vague memory flashed through his mind. He looked down at his chest. The only thing that could be called a mark seemed to be the strange spider web pattern. Parker hesitated, but slowly unbuttoned his clothes, revealing the mark on his chest. It was a complex and strange spider web pattern, which seemed to be wriggling slightly as if it had life. Priest Hansen's eyes lit up instantly, revealing incomparable enthusiasm and reverence. I feel it. This is indeed the mark of my lord's followers. Such a strong divine power, his grace to you is beyond description." Parker was startled by the sudden enthusiasm and took 2 steps back involuntarily. His heartbeat accelerated suddenly and his mind was filled with doubts and anxiety. Priest Hansen's eyes made him feel an unprecedented pressure. For some reason, he seemed to see a hint of deep disappointment in those eyes. What is he disappointed about? "Mr. Hansen, what is going on?" Parker tried to calm his voice, but there was still a hint of trembling in his tone. Priest Hansen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Parker, you must understand that this mark represents the contract between you and my lord. You are the chosen one with a special mission. The pursuit of your true self requires you to find your true self and unleash the potential deep within you. Don't worry, you are not alone." As he said this, he lifted up his long sleeves and showed Parker his arms. Parker's pupils shrank as he found a similar mark on his arm, but it was not a spider web, but a gaping bloody mouth covered with fangs. It's just that the mark is much smaller than Parker's and not as clear. "My lord holds the 7 paths to godhood. Mine is the gourmet path, which represents gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. I think yours is the wanderer path, which represents greed." "Mine is greed." Parker was puzzled. He was not usually greedy. Priest Hansen seemed to see through Parker's thoughts and said with a half smile, "My lord will not make mistakes. You must learn to accept the real you. This is the first step for a novice to practice." "Okay." Parker nodded helplessly, then seemed to remember something and asked in surprise, "Mr. Hansen, you just said that this is the way to become a god? Can we become gods too?" "Yes." Priest Hansen nodded solemnly, "This is the generosity of our Lord. Anyone can become an immortal god and serve our Lord forever." Hearing his words, Parker's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Oh my god, becoming a god, what an incredible thing that is." Priest Hansen smiled slightly, "You probably don't know how to use the seal of the familiar yet? You only need to smear your own blood on it, and you will receive the gift of my Lord. He will teach you how to become more powerful." Parker took a deep breath and nodded, "Okay, I understand." Chapter 136. Late at night, the bedroom was quiet and silent. Only the faint moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, sprinkling onto the floor, casting a cold silver glow. Parker stood in front of the mirror with his upper body naked, his eyes fixed on the mysterious mark on his chest. His expression gradually changed from confusion to determination, as if he had made some kind of decision. He took a deep breath and picked up a small knife. The blade flashed coldly under the light. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the handle tightly. He pointed the tip of the knife at his left index finger and gestured back and forth a few times, with hesitation churning in his heart. Finally, he gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and cut it with a little force. The stinging pain instantly spread to his mind like an electric current. He couldn't help but frown slightly, watching a thin scratch appear on the fingertip, and bright red blood slowly seeped out and condensed into a blood bead. Parker quickly smeared the blood on the mark on his chest, worried that the wound would heal before it was completely smeared and he would have to cut again. The blood dyed the mark red, as if giving it life. The mark began to wriggle slightly, like a hungry creature greedily devouring the blood. As the blood continued to seep in, the mark gradually became brighter, emitting an eerie light in the darkness. Parker felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a fire was burning inside him. His breathing became rapid and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At the same time, he felt a familiar and intense pain in his head, as if countless steel needles were piercing his nerves. A series of information flooded into his mind like a flood, chaotic and disorderly, making it almost unbearable for him. Parker clutched his hair tightly with both hands, the pain on his face was clearly visible, and he couldn't help but let out a low and suppressed roar from his throat. In the master bedroom next door, Uncle Ben suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his eyes quickly turned to Aunt May, who was sleeping beside him. After confirming that she was not awakened, he quietly lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Uncle Ben walked lightly to the door of Parker's bedroom, frowned slightly, and listened to the movements in the room. There was no movement inside, but the low growl seemed to still echo in his ears, making him feel a little worried. Uncle Ben bent his fingers and knocked on the door gently. "Parker, I think I heard you scream, are you okay?" There was silence in the room, as if time had stood still. After a long while, when Uncle Ben almost couldn't help but go forward to open the door himself, the door slowly opened from the inside. Parker stuck his head out, with an embarrassed smile on his face, but his eyes couldn't hide a trace of fatigue. "Sorry, Uncle Ben, I accidentally hurt my finger just now. Did I disturb you?" Uncle Ben looked at Parker carefully. Although he was wearing pajamas and his face seemed to be fine, there was a layer of sweat on his forehead, which made Uncle Ben feel vaguely uneasy. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just patted Parker's shoulder and said softly, "I'm glad you're okay. Go to bed early." Parker nodded, forced a smile, and watched Uncle Ben leave. The door closed gently, and his smile disappeared instantly. He leaned against the door as if all his strength had been drained away. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil. I was almost discovered by Uncle Ben," he whispered to himself, with a hint of fear in his eyes. There was still a pool of undried blood under his pajamas, but fortunately the mark on his chest had settled down and no longer sent him any messages. "God, you are such a fool. Why can't you just pass all this knowledge to me all at once? You made me suffer so much for nothing." Parker frowned, his heart full of resentment and helplessness. Recalling the pain he suffered last time in the Shadow Wilderness, his body trembled involuntarily, as if the cold darkness was swallowing him up again. He picked up the water cup on the table and drank a big sip of water eagerly. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, which slightly relieved his inner anxiety and uneasiness. Then, Parker took a deep breath, sat on the edge of the bed, and began to carefully digest the sudden increase in information in his mind. "Acting? Digesting? So this is what it means to pursue your true self." There was a flash of excitement in Parker's eyes, as if he saw a ray of light in the darkness. He finally knew how to move forward, but after the excitement, doubts soon emerged in his eyes. "Then how can I play the role of a wanderer? Do I really have to experience the life of a wanderer?" He frowned, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. He slowly closed his eyes, fell back on the bed, and fell into deep thought. In an ordinary house, Priest Hansen opened the refrigerator expressionlessly. The cold air instantly hit his face. He took out a large piece of frozen meat, threw it into warm water, and let it thaw slowly on its own. During the long wait, Hansen walked into the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and took out a chef's hat. The hat looked a little funny, hanging crookedly on his head. However, Hansen's expression was extremely serious, as if he had instantly become a top chef preparing for an important cooking competition. He took a deep breath and began to prepare dinner, a salad and a delicious soup. Of course, he didn't forget the meat. After a while, the meat was finally thawed. Hansen carefully picked it up and cleaned it thoroughly. His movements were slow and focused, as if he were treating a precious work of art. Then he wiped the meat dry with a napkin, carefully smoothing out every wrinkle. Then he put the meat into the oven, set the temperature and time, and waited quietly for the aroma to fill the entire kitchen. Hansen stood in front of the oven, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes revealing a hint of mixed emotions. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was expecting something, or recalling something. There was a sizzling sound coming from the oven, the meat gradually turned golden, and the air was filled with tempting aroma. Hansen's mood gradually warmed up with the fragrance. The meat in the oven was finally done. Hansen carefully took it out, placed it on the dining table, and poured the sauce over it. He sat down, picked up the knife and fork, cut a piece of meat, put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully. At that moment, his eyes softened a lot, as if this simple barbecue gave him a rare comfort and satisfaction. But soon, Hansen's face turned gloomy and he did not hide his disappointment. The improvement these ingredients bring to me is too small, so small that I can't even feel it. It would be great if that guy is also a mysterious person on the gourmet path, what a pity. Hansen sighed and continued to finish the sumptuous dinner in front of him. Along with the sound of his chewing, there was also his devilish murmur. I want to become stronger. No, I want to become a god. I must become a god. Then, I will be able to do it. Chapter 137. The next day, Parker stood in front of Uncle Ben in high spirits with a bright smile on his face. Uncle Ben looked at his energetic appearance, his worries gradually dissipated, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally planned to say something caring, but seeing how energetic Parker was, he decided to swallow the words back, so as not to be despised by Parker as a nagging old man. After breakfast, Uncle Ben drove Parker to Osborne House as usual. Along the way, Parker excitedly talked about the work to be done today in the car. His eyes were shining and he spoke very fast, as if every word carried his endless expectations and enthusiasm. Uncle Ben listened with a smile, his eyes full of love and relief. As the vehicle slowly passed a street corner, Parker's eyes were attracted by a ragged homeless man. The man curled up in the corner, his face full of traces of time, his eyes empty and confused. Parker followed the homeless man with his eyes until the car drove away, then he turned around. He frowned, with a bit of confusion and curiosity, and asked in a strange tone, "Uncle Ben, what do you think those homeless people have in common?" "Tramp." Uncle Ben was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "It's hard to define. After all, there are many reasons for becoming a homeless person. Some are simply because of laziness, some are because of illness and accidents, and some are for freedom." After that, he paused and asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly interested in homeless people?" "Ahem, I'm just curious for a moment." Parker changed the subject, and Uncle Ben soon lost interest in the inquiry. Arriving at the building, Uncle Ben stopped in a hidden corner and watched Parker enter the building. Then he quickly put on the spider suit, transformed into Spider-Man, and went to Norman Osborn's office. In the office, besides Norman, Uncle Ben also saw the black cat Jessica. She was wearing that special black battle suit, leaning on the sofa, yawning, with a hint of boredom in her eyes. Sitting upright on the chairs opposite the sofa were two soldiers, Emil Brinsky and John Walker. These two people have just been injected with the improved version of Superman serum and successfully gained superhuman powers. They have officially joined the Patriot League and become their new members. Unfortunately, one of the losers died on the spot after the injection, which made people realize that not everyone can withstand the transformation of the superhuman serum. Seeing Uncle Ben, Jessica's eyes lit up immediately. She waved and said with a bright smile, "Good morning, Spider-Man." "Good morning, beautiful lady." Uncle Ben responded to her with a smile, with a hint of warm kindness in his tone. After Uncle Ben exchanged a few pleasantries with her, he nodded to the two new team members and found an empty seat to sit down. Norman coughed lightly and looked around. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle and full of majesty. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's have a small meeting. Last night, General Ross contacted me and said that he had found a terrible guy who was seriously endangering America. He hoped that our Patriot Alliance would go out immediately to arrest him." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. Everyone's expression became serious. Norman turned to Bronsky, with a hint of inquiry in his tone, "Bronsky, you two should have heard about this matter, right?" Bronsky stood up and nodded seriously, "Yes, General Ross asked us to succeed in this mission." Norman showed a trace of contemplation on his face. "Oh, when he talked to me, his tone was also very urgent. It seems that this mission is indeed unusual. Then the few of you will go to South America together." "No." Walker at the side chuckled and shook his head, with a hint of contempt on his lips, "I don't think it's necessary for all of us to go. No matter how powerful that guy is, with Bronsky and I here, this mission will not fail. So, the two of you on the opposite side, just continue to maintain law and order in New York." Walker's words sounded fine, but Jessica could clearly feel the pride and contempt for them in his words, which instantly made her feel unhappy. However, Jessica also felt disgusted with General Ross, who always liked to give orders, and was unwilling to work for him. So, she followed Walker's words and said, "Okay, I also don't think it's necessary to mobilize all of us. What if something big happens in New York while we're away? The Dr. Lizard who was repelled by Spider-Man and I last time doesn't seem to be willing to give up." There was a brief silence in the conference room. Uncle Ben has a similar opinion to Jessica, thinking that they should not give up protecting New York City for an unclear mission. The dangers encountered during this period are still vivid in his mind. Every dangerous scene seems to be imprinted in Uncle Ben's memory. He does not want the tragedy to happen again because of his departure. Of course, the specific arrangements still have to be decided by Norman. After spending some time together, Uncle Ben developed a deep trust in Norman, and Norman's decision-making ability and calm analysis made him feel at ease. As for Bronsky, he had a half-smile on his face and seemed to agree with Walker's proposal, or at least did not explicitly object. Norman pondered for a moment, glanced at everyone, and finally nodded, "Since you all have no objection, let's arrange it as Walker said. With Walker and Bronsky taking action, there shouldn't be any problem if the opponent is not too strong." He paused, and continued, "It just so happens that I also have a mission for Spider-Man and Black Cat. If you encounter any difficulties, let Spider-Man and the others go. Then, you two should go meet General Ross first." "Yes." Bronsky and Walker responded in unison and quickly left the office. Their departure made the atmosphere in the office much more relaxed. Jessica snorted lightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes, and her mood was obviously not completely calmed down. Why are those two guys so arrogant? Do they really think they are invincible after being injected with the improved version of superhuman serum? I really want to beat them up. Norman smiled and comforted her, "From the results of the last test, Jessica, you really can't beat them. However, actual combat is not about comparing data, and we have to consider the influence of many factors. So, my chances of winning are higher." Jessica's smile was blocked by Norman's next words before it could bloom. "No, your chances of winning are even smaller. After all, they are well-trained soldiers and are much stronger than you in combat. It might be better to replace them with Spider-Man." Jessica helplessly found that Norman was right. Uncle Ben smiled and shook his head, then asked, "So, what is our mission?" Norman chuckled and said, "Go have a friendly meeting with the aliens." Chapter 138. While Norman and others were still in heated discussion, Steve and Eddie had quietly boarded a flight to South America. They had just returned from Wakanda, and after a short rest overnight, they embarked on a new journey again. At this moment, the plane was flying steadily above the clouds. The lights in the cabin were soft and warm, shining on the two people's focused faces. Steve leaned back in his chair, staring intently at the investigation report in his hand, his brows furrowed, obviously thinking about something. Eddie raised his head from time to time and stared through the porthole at the white clouds outside, with a hint of uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes. He tapped his fingers on his knee, revealing his inner tension. "Captain, 2 agents have disappeared inexplicably during the investigation. This so-called chaos cult sounds a little bad. Could it be?" Eddie's voice trembled slightly, and he was obviously afraid of the unknown he was about to face. "Well, you guessed right, this is indeed another mysterious incident." "No way!" Eddie lamented. Steve shook his head slightly and ignored Eddie. He continued to stare at the report in his hand, his eyes fixed on the familiar prayer. He knew that the Lord had told Fury the same thing, which made him feel even heavier. "Holy Lord, aren't you going to say anything?" Steve called out in his heart. "Oh, I can only say that he is a true God." The Holy Lord's voice sounded in his mind, and there was a rare hint of respect and fear in his tone. "Real gods?" Steve took a deep breath, his heart sinking. He actually heard the Holy Lord, who was always extremely arrogant, speak with such deep respect when he mentioned him. This showed that the god was much more powerful than he had imagined, and was not something they could contend with at all. What are you thinking? Even 10,000 years ago, no one would be stupid enough to regard him as an opponent. Fortunately, it is not so easy for such a terrifying existence to regain its power and return to the truth. The most you can do is to deal with his believers. The Holy Lord added coldly. Before Steve had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he was hit again by the Holy Lord's words. However, those who can become believers are at least mysterious. With your level, I am afraid it will be difficult to defeat them. So, my suggestion is that you should help me find my power. You can just ignore this mission. No, how do you know if you can beat him if you don't try? Steve refused without hesitation. He knew that if the development of the Chaos Cult was not curbed now, it would be more difficult to deal with them once they grew up. By then, there is no telling how many victims there will be. Humph, I knew it. The Holy Lord seemed to have anticipated Steve's determination, and he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Call. Steve sighed and looked out the window like Eddie, feeling extremely solemn. This would probably be another arduous and difficult mission, but this time, he didn't want to see any more of his companions sacrificed. He gripped the shield tightly in his hand, feeling the cold touch of the metal, and a determined fire ignited in his eyes. No matter how dangerous the road ahead is, he has made up his mind to protect every companion and complete the mission. The fighter plane landed steadily on a green meadow, surrounded by dense jungle, as if it was in a primitive secret land isolated from the world. Steve and Eddie jumped out of the fighter plane fully armed, and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were already waiting there. They quickly got into a jeep, and with the roar of the engine, the car sped towards a wooden house in front. Outside the cabin, Eddie recognized Phil Coulson, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, at a glance. A warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart, and an expression of irrepressible joy appeared on his face. He eagerly opened his arms, wanting to give Coulson a warm hug. Hey, man, I thought you were sent on some important mission, but I didn't expect you to be here. However, Coulson did not respond to Eddie's enthusiasm. His eyes passed through Eddie and fell on Steve behind him. A complex expression appeared on his face, which was both shy and excited, as if he had met his idol. No, it was just meeting my idol. Captain America, nice to meet you. Coulson's voice was trembling, and he tried hard to control his emotions. Nice to meet you. My name is Phil Coulson, and I'm an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.O. Actually, it wasn't the first time we met, it's just that you were still asleep at that time. His hand paused in mid-air, and Coulson seemed to suddenly realize that his palms were a little sweaty. He quickly retracted his hand, wiped it with his clothes, and then solemnly extended it to Steve again. Steve smiled and shook his hand, a warm, firm handshake that sent a thrill through Coulson. Hello, Agent Coulson, nice to meet you. Ahem, can you give me an autograph? You've been my idol since I was a kid, and I spent a long time collecting your cards, but it's a pity I don't have them with me. It's okay. Steve smiled and shook his head. I'm glad to be your idol. Where do you want to sign? Oh, here it is. My notebook. Okay. Eddie, who was left aside, felt very unhappy. Seeing that the idol's fan meeting seemed to be going on, he quickly stepped forward and put his arm around Coulson's shoulders. All right, we're already in our 60s, that's enough, let's get down to business, shall we? Yes, let's get down to business. Let's complete the task first. Steve agreed, feeling a little strange facing fans who looked older than him. Since even his idol said so, Coulson had no choice but to agree. He quickly adjusted his mood, turned back into the meticulous agent he was, and led Steve and his companions into the cabin. This wooden house looks inconspicuous from the outside, as if it is just an ordinary country cottage. However, once you step into the house, you are greeted by a high-tech atmosphere that is comparable to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The display screens embedded in the walls, flashing indicator lights, and various advanced equipment make people feel like they are in the future. Steve looked around, full of doubts, and finally couldn't help asking, why set up the base in such a remote place? Coulson said helplessly, originally our base was inside the city, but for some reason it was exposed 2 days ago and we were attacked by a group of guys in black cloaks. They used some mysterious powers and we were no match for them, so we were forced to evacuate. A cloaked man who can use mysterious powers. Steve frowned, thinking of what the Holy Lord said, perhaps they were the believers of that god. It seems that their development is faster than expected. We have read the investigation report. Do you have any new findings? Yes, we found him here too. Coulson handed Steve a photo of a young man with a tired face. His name is Bruce Banner. Also, he has another name, the Hulk. Chapter 139. Hulk. When Steve and Eddie heard the name, expressions of surprise instantly appeared on their faces. When they carefully looked at another photo handed over by Coulson, they finally understood the origin of the name. In the photo, a burly green giant comes into view. His skin seems to be made of hard rock, exuding a terrifying power. He held a car in his hands as easily as a child playing with a toy, and the scene made people gasp. Bruce Banner. Coulson's voice was solemn. He was just an ordinary man. However, during an experiment, his body was exposed to gamma rays and mutated. Since then, whenever he loses control of his emotions, he will turn into the Hulk and destroy everything around him irrationally. He is an extremely dangerous existence. Eddie's mouth dropped open. Are we going to have to fight this monster? Coulson nodded and continued, now that he's here, we have to be prepared for a conflict with him. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Steve took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, then let's formulate an action plan immediately. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. It is good. Coulson nodded without hesitation. He had already made sufficient preparations. He quickly pulled out several detailed combat drawings from the folder and spread them out on the table. His fingers moved quickly across the drawing, pointing out key locations and action steps. Steve and Eddie listened and offered suggestions from time to time, and soon their action plan took shape. Should we shout a slogan or something at this time? Coulson looked at Steve with a smile. Steve smiled, took a breath, clenched his fist, and waved his arm. I declare that the God Annihilation operation has begun. This city in South America has a few high-rise buildings, but it is mostly a mess of slums. It is not rich, but rather a bit run down. Simple buildings are stacked together like building blocks, and many are even converted from old containers. The narrow streets were crowded with people, and the air was filled with the smell of sweat and dust. A decadent man with sunken eye sockets and obvious dark circles was wandering unsteadily on the street, holding a half-empty wine bottle in his hand. Every step he took seemed extremely difficult, as if he would fall down at any time. His steps staggered, his body lost balance, and he inevitably bumped into several passers-by. Those who were hit glared at him angrily but didn't say much, as if such scenes were commonplace here. Finally, the man's body could no longer support him and he fell heavily in front of a shabby tavern. His face was pressed against the cold ground, the bottle rolled to the side, and the wine slowly flowed out and seeped into the dust and dirt on the ground. His eyes were empty, as if he had lost all hope and dreams, leaving only endless fatigue and despair. The hustle and bustle of the street continued, but to him, the world seemed to have stopped. Many passers-by passed by, and occasionally someone would glance at him curiously, then quickly turn back, as if he was a foreign object that should not exist. A group of teenagers kicked a football and passed by him. Their laughter was crisp and shrill. They pointed at him and laughed as if he was a funny clown. But he didn't care about all this. His heart was numb and he just stared blankly at the blue sky. After a while, the door of the bar opened and a graceful figure walked up to him. He turned his head and his eyes were attracted by the deep shadow. Have you seen enough? Do you want to come in for a drink? I don't have any money, will you treat me? She didn't say another word, just hummed softly, twisted her slender waist, turned around and walked back to the tavern. The man suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, but the smile only stayed on his face for a moment before quickly disappearing. Hee, did you really take the bait? He was Eddie in disguise. In fact, he didn't wear much makeup and looked very decadent, like a man who had lost all hope in life. Such people are most likely to become other people's prey, but they don't know that those who look like prey are often hunters. It was not a surprise that he chose to fall in this tavern. There was enough information to show that this tavern had close ties with the believers of those churches, and the owner was even likely to be a backbone of them. Eddie's goal is to sneak into the church and obtain intelligence. Now the first step is considered successful. He struggled to stand up, brushed off the dirt on his body, slowly walked towards the tavern, pushed the door open and walked in. A commercial vehicle was parked 2 streets away from the pub. Steve sat in the car, not hiding his concern for Eddie. "Let him go alone, is that okay?" "It's fine." Coulson, who was sitting nearby, said with a smile. Eddie used to be a reporter. He is the most professional in doing this kind of thing. He will handle it. Besides, he may be a little timid, but he is not weak at all. If anything goes wrong, he will at least have time to signal, and then it will be our turn to act. "Yeah." Steve nodded, stroking the shield in his hand, ready to provide support at any time. On the other side, Eddie pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, and the door hinges made a low creaking sound. He stepped into the dim room, but was greeted by empty silence. There were no noisy guests or cheerful music in the pub. There was only an old man with white hair behind the bar, quietly wiping the wine glass in his hand with his head down. When the old man heard the door open, he didn't even raise his eyelids, and continued to wipe the wine glass attentively. His movements were slow and firm, as if he was completing some sacred ritual. Just then, Eddie noticed the woman standing at the top of the stairs. She glanced back at Eddie with a hint of teasing in her eyes. She didn't say anything, just smiled slightly, then turned and walked up the stairs gracefully, her skirt swaying gently behind her, as if silently calling him. Eddie's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He instantly understood the woman's intention. Her eyes and smile invited him to follow in her footsteps. The old man was still immersed in his own world, and seemed to care nothing about Eddie's existence. Eddie hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to follow. The light upstairs was dimmer, and the air was filled with the aroma of stale wine. Eddie saw a few tables and chairs placed upstairs, which looked a bit messy. The woman was already sitting in one of the chairs, a glass of wine in her hand, sipping it elegantly. Her eyes were still fixed on Eddie, and she said with a hint of smile, "Want to have a drink?" Eddie's eyes were a little melancholy. Without saying a word, he walked straight to her, picked up the bottle of wine, and took a big gulp. "Oh no, I was careless. This wine tastes really bad." Chapter 140. On the second floor of the pub, there were many empty bottles scattered on the floor and the air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Under the dim light, Eddie stood there staggering, his cheeks as red as ripe apples and his eyes blurred, obviously drunk. "That stinky woman, what's wrong with me?" Eddie burped, his voice hoarse and full of anger, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "How am I inferior to that pretty boy? I'm more handsome, richer, gentler, and more loyal than him, but you chose him instead of me. You are really blind." His voice echoed in the empty tavern, carrying with it a deep sense of loss and unwillingness. Every word seemed to tear his heart apart, the pain and anger intertwined together, as if to devour him. Amy stood aside, her eyes flickering, as if she was thinking about something. She was a beautiful woman, with long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under the light, and her eyes were complex and deep, as if she found some resonance in Eddie's drunken words. She sighed softly and said softly, "She is indeed blind, you don't have to be so sad." As she spoke, her hands searched Eddie's body back and forth without hesitation, her movements gentle but with a hint of urgency, her fingers sliding through his pockets, groping for his wallet and keys, her movements skillful and secretive. Eddie was so drunk that he didn't notice Amy's little move at all. He just continued to mutter to himself, as if he wanted to pour out all the pain in his heart. Why did she do this to me?" Amy paused for a moment, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She patted Eddie's shoulder gently and comforted him softly, "Don't think too much, Eddie. You deserve better." Eddie just grunted and didn't answer her. After waiting for a while, Amy was sure that Eddie was really asleep. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, turned around and walked downstairs lightly. She didn't notice that Eddie quietly opened his eyes and glanced at her triumphantly the moment she left. If it was the old Eddie, he wouldn't be able to drink much. However, since he took the assassin's potion, his willpower has been significantly improved, and he can still keep a clear mind even when drunk. Despite this, he remained cautious and did not move, fearing that there might be surveillance around him. He continued to maintain the original posture, but his ears were perked up, trying his best to catch the movements downstairs. Although the distance is a bit far, at least some sounds can be heard. On the first floor, Amy was already sitting at the bar. The old bartender, still concentrating on wiping his glass, glanced up at her and asked expressionlessly, "How's that boy? The feelings are quite genuine, unlike those people. And he doesn't have any messy stuff on him." Amy replied with a hint of confidence in her tone. The bartender frowned slightly and reminded, "Be careful, there are more and more strange faces appearing here recently. Who knows if they are real tourists?" Amy chuckled and soothed him, "Don't worry, I know what's going on. I'll try it again tonight, and if there's no problem, I'll take him to church tomorrow." "So urgent?" There was a hint of surprise in the bartender's voice. Amy's eyes turned cold. "You know we are in great need of sacrifices now." Hearing this, the old bartender was silent for a moment, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. He continued to wipe the wine glass in his hand, even though it had been wiped spotless. Amy's mouth curled up into a sneer. She stood up and completely opened the half-closed door. "The pub is officially open for business." An unknown amount of time had passed before Amy went upstairs again, and she found Eddie lying on the floor, holding onto a table leg. Amy chuckled but glanced behind her without leaving any trace. Two drunken men were following her upstairs, with staggering steps and confused eyes. "Amy, I finally meet you. Why did you come up here alone? Come on, have a few more drinks with me." One of the big men grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Another big man caught a glimpse of Eddie lying on the ground, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Hey, why is there a man lying here? Could it be your old lover? He is so skinny and looks useless. He should just play with us two brothers." The big men's laughter was vulgar and harsh. Listening to their increasingly obscene words, Amy's expression turned cold, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. "Go down and drink your wine, or go home and act like a spoiled child with your mother, don't get drunk here." "Humph, damn bitch." Enraged by Amy's cold words, the two big men rushed forward, grabbed her hands and pressed her down on the table. A cold light flashed in Amy's eyes, but her expression instantly turned into panic. She struggled desperately and said, "Let me go. Don't mess around." The vibration on the table was transmitted to the floor. Eddie curled his lips secretly. "I didn't expect this woman to be such an actress. If I hadn't heard that there was a test, I would have believed it." He pretended to be woken up, snorted in dissatisfaction, and staggered out from under the table. The two big men looked at him in surprise, but suddenly he opened his mouth wide and a lot of vomit spurted out, splashing on the two men. Amy quickly seized the opportunity, dodged to the side and escaped. The two big men looked down at their clothes stained with vomit. Anger and disgust intertwined, their faces turned blue and they almost vomited. "You bastard!" one of the violent men roared and kicked Eddie to the ground. The two men surrounded him angrily, punching and kicking him, as if they wanted to vent all their anger. Tired of fighting, they finally stopped, stood up panting, looked at each other with disgust, and hurried away. At this time, they had lost all interest and were left with only embarrassment and anger. After they left, Amy walked forward, covering her nose, and looked worriedly at Eddie who was lying on the ground groaning. After making sure that he was not dead, she breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not have the courage to help the messy Eddie clean up the mess. Instead, she went downstairs and instructed the old bartender. "Is this your trick?" The bartender walked in and looked at the mess in front of him. His face turned pale and anger almost burst out of his eyes. He tried to suppress his anger, his voice low and questioning. It was just a small mistake, and the result is good. I am 100% sure that this guy is just an ordinary person who came here for tourism. Amy raised her eyebrows, or do you have any opinions? Chapter 141. Kill them, kill everyone. The next second, Eddie suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The strange mumbling voice echoed in his mind again, as if it came from some unfathomable existence, which was chilling and woke him up from his sleep once again. What happened? A familiar female voice sounded in his ears, with some concern. Eddie blinked, trying to wake himself up from the nightmare, and the scene before him gradually became clear. He suddenly realized that he was carrying out a spy mission, and when he turned his head, he saw his target Amy lying next to him. The quilt covered most of her body, revealing some healthy skin, and she was obviously naked. Eddie's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his mind was in a mess. He remembered that he had done nothing last night. After being dragged to take a shower by the bartender, he fell asleep quickly because he was so comfortable in the water. But now, why am I lying with Amy? Was my innocence sacrificed first? Eddie was filled with grief and indignation. Ahem, it's okay, I just had a nightmare. Eddie tried to sound calm, but he pointed at the two of them, the confusion and uneasiness on his face evident. We. Seeing this, Amy bit her lip lightly, a shy smile appeared on her face, but there was a hint of cunning in her eyes, as if she had already anticipated his reaction, and whispered, "Don't worry, nothing happened. You sleep like a baby, I just think you need some care." Eddie let out a long sigh, the tension in his heart gradually dissipating. He felt relieved that his innocence was preserved, but this was followed by an uncontrollable excitement. His eyes became hot and he stretched out his hands towards Amy impatiently. "Now that you're sober, why don't you join us?" His voice was slightly hoarse, full of anticipation. Amy, however, was like a nimble swallow, lightly slipping past his hand, with a playful smile on her lips. "I'm going to take a shower, if you don't feel comfortable, just lie down for a while." Ah! Eddie was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. This trick again? He secretly groaned inwardly. This kind of game of playing hard to get really made people love and hate it. Amy's figure gradually walked away and disappeared behind the bathroom door. Eddie sighed helplessly and looked at the closed door with complicated eyes. "Forget it, it's better to remain innocent," he said to himself in his heart, with a sneer on his face. "I won't be merciful later." The sneer was fleeting, and the corners of Eddie's mouth twitched and turned into an awkward smile. In fact, he had never killed anyone, which was undoubtedly a huge shame for an assassin. Perhaps because of this, those mumbling voices echoed in his mind more and more frequently. He looked down at his hands, his fingers trembling slightly, and a wave of helplessness rose in his heart. He really couldn't bring himself to do something like killing someone. Whenever he thought of the bloody scene, his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand and it became difficult to breathe. He is just an ordinary person with a heart full of contradictions and struggles. Despite receiving training as a special agent, he still couldn't get rid of his inner fear and anxiety. Eddie took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart. Perhaps, killing someone requires an opportunity. Amy walked out of the bathroom, water drops dripping down her hair, reflecting her smooth skin. She had planned to tease Eddie again, but she didn't expect Eddie to return to his decadent appearance of yesterday, staring blankly at the ceiling with empty and helpless eyes. Amy felt an inexplicable smile in her heart. She knew that Eddie was easier for her to control like this. Eddie's fragility made him like a wounded bird, at her mercy. Amy gently walked closer and sat next to Eddie, reaching out and gently cupping his face, her fingers gently stroking his cheek, feeling the coolness of his skin. "Stop thinking about the things that make you sad," Amy whispered, with a glimmer of pity and expectation in her eyes. "Accompany me to a place, and I will make you forget all your troubles." Her voice was soft but firm, like a warm current, trying to melt the ice in his heart. Eddie's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation. His gaze moved from the ceiling to Amy's face, with a hint of doubt and hope. "Can I really forget it?" His voice was hoarse, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw in the darkness. Amy nodded and smiled, "Believe me, it will definitely work." Eddie took a deep breath, as if he was making an important decision. Then he nodded slowly, and the despair in his eyes was gradually replaced by a glimmer of light. "Okay, I'll go with you." Amy was delighted, she knew that she was halfway to success. On the road ahead, she will guide Eddie step by step, leading him out of the haze and into the sacred dreamland she has woven specifically for him. What she didn't know was that Eddie was just as happy. "It seems that I really have a talent for being an agent. I won her trust so quickly." Eddie was secretly proud in his heart, but he knew that the real test was still ahead and there might be danger. Last night, Eddie overheard some conversations and learned that Amy planned to take him to a mysterious place. Unfortunately, however, he did not hear the key word that Amy deliberately said in a low voice: sacrifice. If he had heard it, he probably wouldn't be in such a relaxed and happy mood right now. So, the two people, each with their own thoughts, drove away from the pub with smiles on their faces, like a couple in love. Not far away, the agents of SHIELD were watching all this closely and immediately passed the news to Coulson. "Are you taking action so soon?" A trace of worry flashed in Coulson's eyes, and he whispered, "Captain, several team members disappeared while tracking them. We must remain highly vigilant." "Understood." Steve clenched the shield in his hand with a firm look in his eyes. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. The car they were riding in started and merged silently into the traffic. But instead of following directly behind Eddie's car, they took a different route, apparently to avoid detection. The atmosphere in the car was tense and solemn. Coulson and Steve looked at each other tacitly, knowing in their hearts that the success or failure of this operation would determine the fate of many people. At the same time, Bronsky and Walker led a team of elite special forces to the city. Their mission is to arrest Banner. Chapter 142. I never expected that Amy was really determined to make Eddie feel good again. She carefully arranged a whole day of eating, drinking, and having fun, as if to use a flood of joy to wash away the haze in his heart. Eddie was enjoying it, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. However, it was a pity for Coulson, Steve, and others who were following them secretly. They were exhausted and had to run around closely behind. As time passed, night fell quietly, and the neon lights of the city began to flicker. Amy showed a mysterious smile on her face and said to Eddie, "I will take you to a good place. I guarantee that all your troubles will disappear." Eddie put his arms around her slender waist and smiled, which he thought was very handsome. "I have no worries as long as I can be with you." "Amy, you are really an angel." Amy was amused and giggled, her voice as clear as a silver bell. "I'm not an angel, but I can let you see a real angel." "Oh, really?" Eddie raised his eyebrows, looking suspicious. Amy snorted, her lips curled up slightly, "Humph, just come with me." "But I still have to pick up a few people." "Pick someone up." Eddie looked confused, but he still got in the car obediently. After a while, he found himself squeezed in a car with several strange men. The small space was filled with turbid air, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Amy smiled back and said, "Sorry, I have a lot of friends, do you mind?" It's okay," the men answered in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness and embarrassment. "Good guy." Eddie secretly sighed in his heart. This was really an eye-opener. He never thought that this woman would keep a backup so blatantly. He was extremely grateful that he had kept his innocence. The car traveled through the night. Amy's laughter and the men's whispers mixed together, creating a strange atmosphere. Eddie looked at the street scenes passing by quickly outside the window, feeling both excited and uneasy, wondering if Steve and the others had caught up. Finally, the car stopped in front of a brightly lit building. Amy turned around and winked at Eddie mysteriously, with a meaningful smile on her lips. "Here we are you ready to see the real angel?" Eddie took a deep breath, followed Amy out of the car, and walked into the building with several other people. Unexpectedly, what greeted them was not a mysterious scene, but a spacious and bright hall. The hall was filled with laughter, and men, women, young and old gathered together, as if they were at a lively party. Eddie looked around, confusion in his eyes. Just then, his eyes were attracted by a generous girl wearing angel wings. She stood among a group of laughing people, with an innocent smile on her face, like a fresh morning light. Eddie's heart moved. Could this be the real angel that Amy mentioned? Eddie was full of doubts, wondering if Coulson's information was wrong. Amy and the people here didn't seem to have anything unusual, everyone smiled so naturally. Infected by the atmosphere, Eddie couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The tension in his heart eased a little. Together with the men who came with him, surrounded by enthusiastic girls and young women, they pushed and shoved to the center of the hall. "Welcome new friends, let's cheer together." A voice suddenly sounded, breaking Eddie's thoughts. "Oh!" People in the hall cheered in unison, the sound was deafening, as if it would overturn the entire building. Eddie felt a warm atmosphere coming towards him, and his mood couldn't help but rise. However, amid the cheers, Eddie's eyes once again fell on the girl with angel wings. Her smile was still innocent, but there seemed to be something deep in her eyes. Eddie suddenly felt uneasy, and he felt that there was something fishy behind this party. He took a deep breath, decided to stay alert, and began to look around carefully. His eyes wandered under the bright lights, trying to catch any signs of abnormality in the crowd. However, Amy obviously didn't intend to give him a moment's respite. She suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a girl wearing angel wings in her hand. "Eddie, do you see it? This is the angel you wanted. Do you like it?" Amy smiled brightly, with an elusive light flashing in her eyes. The girl smiled shyly, but Eddie could not catch any smile in her eyes. Instead, he felt an inexplicable chill. His heart tightened, and his smile was a little forced. "No, Amy, I still prefer you like this." "Hee, is it?" Amy's laughter was as clear as a silver bell. She glanced at the girl triumphantly, as if declaring her victory. She took the glass of wine next to her and handed it to Eddie. "Come, let's have a drink." Eddie took the wine glass and glanced around, and found that the people who came in with him also had glasses filled with wine. The orange-yellow liquid was swaying slightly in the glass, emitting an attractive luster. "Come on, let's drink together." I don't know who shouted first, but the whole room suddenly became lively, cheers came one after another, and everyone raised their glasses. Being stared at closely by the two women beside him, Eddie had no choice but to bite the bullet and raise his glass, but he felt filled with uneasiness. "Cheers!" He tried his best to make his voice sound steady, but his heartbeat began to speed up. The sound of wine glasses clinking echoed in the air, as if foreshadowing something ominous that was about to happen. Tons, tons, tons. Eddie simply poured the entire glass of wine into his mouth, motioned to Amy that the glass was empty, and received a satisfied look from the other party. Then the atmosphere became more and more heated, and the music was deafening, as if it was going to tear the whole room apart. Eddie was immersed in the hustle and bustle, and suddenly realized that there were fewer and fewer people around him. The originally bright lights gradually dimmed, as if they were being extinguished bit by invisible hands. Plop! A muffled sound broke his thoughts. Eddie turned around and saw a fat man lying heavily on the ground, as if he was drunk. The man's face was pale and his eyes were unfocused. It was obvious that he was not just drunk. This seemed to be a signal, and immediately afterwards, the people around Eddie fell down one after another, as if knocked down by an invisible force. Eddie's pupils suddenly shrank and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly pressed his temples and imitated those people. His body softened and he fell directly to the ground. The sound of music gradually faded until it disappeared completely, and was replaced by a sound of rapid footsteps, like the god of death approaching quietly in the darkness. Eddie opened his eyes slightly, and through the gaps between his eyelashes, he saw people in black cloaks slowly surrounding him. Their steps were neat and heavy, and every step seemed to be stepping on Eddie's heart, full of a weird and ominous atmosphere. Hiss! Eddie quickly closed his eyes and shouted frantically in his heart, "Captain, help me!" Chapter 143. On the rooftop of another building about 100 meters away from that building, Steve was staring at the opposite window with a telescope, carefully observing the movements inside the building. He had an earphone in his ear, keeping in touch with Coulson, who was on standby elsewhere. "Everything is going fine so far, they look like they're having a great time," Steve whispered, not taking his eyes off the window. "Really? Have you seen Eddie?" Coulson's voice came through the headset, with a hint of nervousness. "No, I can only see a small part of it." "Hi." Steve suddenly frowned and his eyes became sharp. "What's wrong, Captain?" Coulson immediately noticed something was wrong and his voice became urgent. "Something's going on." Steve's tone became serious. The curtains of the building were quickly drawn in a few seconds, blocking his view. Steve immediately reported the situation to Coulson, with a hint of urgency in his tone. "I'm afraid they have either discovered us or started the operation. I'll go check out the situation first, you guys don't move yet." As he spoke, he had already quickly descended from the roof to the ground, his movements swift and silent. He approached the target building cautiously, avoiding positions that might expose himself, and every step he took was extremely cautious. "Understood, Captain. Keep in touch and notify me immediately if there are any problems." Coulson's voice revealed a hint of worry. "Yeah." Steve responded briefly and turned off the communicator to prevent any sound from exposing his whereabouts. Steve took a deep breath, rolled suddenly, and quickly came to the wall of the building. The cold wind cut across his cheek like a knife, without changing his expression at all. His mind was quickly calculating various possible situations and response plans. Every detail, every possible variable, flashed through his mind. Suddenly, faint footsteps came from inside the building, breaking the silence of the night. Steve held his breath and pressed against the cold wall, his heart beating like a drum. He prayed silently, hoping that he would not be discovered. He knew that the success or failure of this mission was of vital importance and could not afford any mistakes. Any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Steve finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. He looked up at the small window more than 10 meters above. A faint light seemed to be coming through from there, indicating that there was a gap in the window. Steve took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, reached out his hand to grab the gap between the wall tiles, and climbed up with incredible agility like a nimble cat. He held every brick and every gap tightly, and his fingers made a slight sound when rubbing against the tiles. His movements were light and quick, as if blending into the night. When he finally reached the edge of the window, Steve paused and took a moment to catch his breath. Then he exerted force with his arms suddenly, and his whole body flew into the air in an instant like an agile cheetah, and his feet landed precisely on the narrow window sill. He bent his knees and stuck to the narrow space like a vigilant cat, peering through the gap in the curtains to see what was going on inside. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. At this time, the lights in the hall had been turned off at some point. In the dim environment, more than 10 or 20 people were lying on the ground in a mess, and there was deathly silence. What's even more creepy is that there is a group of mysterious figures in black cloaks standing around. They move like ghosts, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. Steve felt a chill in his heart. Those people were most likely the believers of that god. "I didn't expect there would be so many." Looking at the situation below, there was no doubt that something bad was going to happen, and he had to stop it at all costs. When Steve was about to contact Coulson to act together, the voice of the Holy Lord suddenly sounded in his mind. "Boy, if I were you, I wouldn't be so impulsive. There are more than 10 mysterious people under you, and you can't even beat one of them." Mysterious person? Steve guessed that this referred to believers who possessed mysterious powers, but he did not feel any fear in his heart. "Aren't you still here? Are you afraid?" "Me? I'm afraid? What a joke." The Holy Lord's voice immediately became excited. "I can knock all those guys down with one hand." "That's it, you won't forget our agreement, right?" "Oh, I haven't forgotten. But, because of your drag, my strength has dropped by more than half. At most, I can only guarantee your safety. I can't guarantee anything else." Steve was no longer willing to continue arguing with the Holy Lord. No matter what obstacles he faces, he will not waver, because saving others is his sacred mission since he became Captain America. "Coulson, can you hear me? Steve's voice was low and firm. Hey, Captain, what's the problem? Coulson's voice came through the communicator with a hint of nervousness. We've found those cloaked men, and I need your support. Steve's eyes were sharp, staring closely at the movements below. Okay, I'll be there right away. Coulson responded quickly. During the brief exchange, Steve kept his eyes on the situation below. The cloaked figures were slowly walking towards the victim lying on the ground, forming a strange circle, and the air was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. A leader with a gold ring on his cloak came out, opened his arms, and made low sounds, as if performing some mysterious ritual. Steve's heartbeat quickened sharply and he could feel the danger approaching. Suddenly, all the cloaked men drew out a silver dagger at the same time and cut their arms without hesitation. Blood gushed out, and the air was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. The cloaked men remained unmoved, as if it was not them who were bleeding. Then, as if driven by some force, they moved closer to the victim on the ground step by step. Steve's expression became more and more solemn. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, otherwise those innocent people would be in danger. Moreover, he also had to create opportunities for Eddie, who was hiding in the crowd. He quickly pulled out a shield from behind, held it in front of him, and rushed towards the window without hesitation. He slammed it hard, and the glass shattered, with fragments flying everywhere and making a sharp cracking sound. With a loud bang, Steve jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. He rolled in the air and landed steadily, with the shield shining in his hand. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Stop!" The noise Steve made was so jarring that the cloaked people stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him in astonishment. At this moment, Eddie, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes. A hint of determination appeared in his eyes. His body, which had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly jumped up and pounced on the leader. However, the leader seemed to have noticed his actions long ago. He calmly stretched out his palm towards him and slowly uttered a word. Flame. The next second, flames shot up into the sky. Chapter 144. Boom. Blazing flames gushed out from the leader's broad palms, illuminating Eddie's extremely astonished face. The flames roared and pounced on him like an angry fire dragon. In a hurry, Eddie leaned back suddenly, watching the blazing flames passing by his eyes, and could almost feel the scorching temperature. A lock of his hair was licked by the flames and instantly turned to charcoal, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of burning feathers. Before Eddie could breathe a sigh of relief, Steve's voice rang out anxiously, "Eddie, be careful." Eddie reacted almost instinctively, his body fell backwards and fell to the ground. The next second, a dagger shining with cold silver light appeared at his original position. The blade flickered in the dim light, looking extremely dangerous. The person holding the dagger was a thin cloaked man with a cold and ruthless smile on his lips. Eddie quickly rolled on the ground to the other side, trying to avoid the next attack. However, he was completely unaware of the attack coming from the other side. A slender leg cut through the air like lightning and headed straight for his abdomen. At that moment, he only felt a huge force suddenly hitting him, as if a speeding truck was coming towards him. His body was kicked into the air and fell heavily to the ground, sliding for several meters and knocking over several tables and chairs. Intense pain instantly swept through my body, my abdomen felt like it was being stirred vigorously by an invisible hand, and my internal organs seemed to be churning. Eddie's face turned pale in an instant, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it. He took a deep breath, endured the pain, supported himself with his hands, and stood up with difficulty. Two cloaked men were already standing in front of him, staring at him coldly, blocking his way. A familiar voice came from the slightly taller cloaked man, with a hint of sarcasm, "I didn't expect that you are really a liar." Eddie's heart sank suddenly, and his brows furrowed. "Amy." On the other side, seeing Eddie in danger, Steve could no longer hold back, and anger burned in his body. He grabbed the shield by the edge and swung it toward the cloaked men. The shield drew an arc in the air and flew towards the target with great force. However, when the shield was halfway through its flight, it was firmly grasped in the hands of a tall figure. Steve stopped in his tracks, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. He knew very well how much power the shield carried, but now it was easily held by the tall cloaked man in front of him, as if it was just an ordinary toy. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he immediately realized that this opponent was unusual. This guy is definitely a strong opponent. Steve clenched his fists, ready for a tough fight. Looking at the two people who overestimated their own capabilities, the leader with a gold ring on his cloak showed a mocking smile. Amy, Johnson, kill them. Everyone else, continue our sacrificial ceremony to the Great Spirit. Yes. At the same time, under the cover of night, Bronsky and Walker appeared silently outside an old and simple hut. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding their figures as if they had merged into the darkness. Behind them was a team of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, all of them with solemn expressions, the weapons in their hands flashing cold light in the dim light. In order to avoid international disputes, they must act covertly and preferably subdue Banner without alerting anyone. Bronsky approached the door cautiously and winked at a team member behind him. The team member understood and quickly released several micromechanical probes. These probes are like little spiders, with 6 limbs moving lightly and crawling silently into the house through the gaps in the door frame. Soon, the scene inside the house appeared on the connected screen. With the help of the probe, Bronsky quickly locked on Banner's location. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, as if meditating. A sneer appeared on Bronsky's lips, as if the hunter had finally spotted his prey. Once you find your target, the next steps are much easier. He pointed with 2 fingers, and the team members immediately dispersed, found suitable positions, and threw smoke bombs mixed with anesthetic into the bedroom. Thick smoke instantly filled the room, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. The expected resistance did not appear, and Banner still sat quietly on the bed, as if he didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing this, Walker snorted in disappointment. He's just a civilian after all. He's been undetected for so long, he must have slacked off. I thought I could have a fight, what a waste of my feelings. Although Bronsky was somewhat disappointed, he was more focused on completing the task. He took a deep breath, calmed down, and said softly, "It's good to complete the task." Seeing that the time was almost up, he took a deep breath, clenched his fists, kicked the door open, and rushed in first. The team members followed closely behind, aiming their guns at the dark shadow in the house. The thick smoke in the room had just dissipated, and Banner was still sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he was unaware of the sudden intrusion. He looked so quiet, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. Bronsky frowned, and this scene made him feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. Normally, anyone in this situation would show fear or struggle, but Banner seemed to be lost in some deep meditation, completely ignoring the dangers around him. He almost suspected that the Banner in front of him was just a lifeless shell with no signs of life. But no matter what, he had a mission to accomplish and he had to arrest Banner. Bronsky turned his head and fixed his eyes on Walker. His voice was low but firm, "Walker, go up and catch him." Walker raised his eyebrows, not caring about the solemnity in Bronsky's words. He took out a pair of handcuffs from behind and walked towards Banner with firm steps. At this moment, Banner's eyelids trembled slightly, and slowly opened, revealing a pair of green eyes full of anger. His originally peaceful face was distorted in an instant, as if a sleeping beast was suddenly awakened. This strange change made Walker's heart tighten, and he couldn't help but think of the description of Banner in the information. He gritted his teeth and pounced on Banner like lightning, trying to subdue him before he could fully transform. But the next second, an extremely huge green fist suddenly appeared in front of Banner. The fist hit Walker's chest with the force of thunder. Walker only felt a heart-wrenching pain, and his whole body was blown away like a kite with a broken string, breaking through the wall, drawing an arc, and falling heavily on the ground dozens of meters away. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement, with shock and fear written all over their faces. Banner raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a ferocious smile. Have you ever experienced the power of anger? Chapter 145. In the simple house with a big hole in the wall, Bronsky's eyes were fixed on Banner, who seemed harmless in front of him. The shock in his heart surged like a tide, almost making it difficult for him to breathe. What was that just now? Because Walker's body blocked his view, Bronski only saw a flash of green light, and then Walker was hit by an invisible giant hand and flew backwards in an instant, smashing the wall heavily and falling outside, his life or death unknown. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. The intelligence clearly states that Banner only possesses the power to destroy the world when he transforms into the Hulk. But now, Banner standing in front of him still maintained his human form. Why could he knock Walker away so easily? You know, he and Walker were injected with superhuman serum at the same time, and their physical fitness is almost the same. Bronski is slightly better than Walker due to his rich combat experience, and there is no obvious gap between the two. If Banner could knock Walker away easily, then he couldn't be Banner's opponent. Of course, it could also be because Walker was careless, Bronski comforted himself. In just 2 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Bronski's mind and he made a quick decision. In any case, he could not retreat directly, otherwise he would not be able to explain to General Ross. At least, he has to fight. Thinking of this, Bronski's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a hint of determination and coldness in his voice, he shouted urgently, "Attack!" The frightened team members no longer hesitated, gripped their guns tightly, and pulled the trigger. The bullets whizzed through the air, as if tearing through all obstacles. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and bullets left shining tracks in the dim room, tearing through the darkness. Banner still stood there, his eyes filled with anger, his face distorted by anger, and his eyes like burning flames. Suddenly, a bright green light appeared in front of him again, and quickly transformed into an extremely strong armor that protected his entire body, and the bullets bounced off uselessly. This time, Bronski clearly saw that the green light came from Banner's body. Is this another one of the Hulk's powers? An uneasy feeling welled up in his heart. Good, very good. Banner's voice was low and full of anger, as if he was suppressing a wild beast that was about to explode. Since you want to kill me, I don't have to show mercy anymore. Banner's voice gradually became higher and higher, and finally exploded in the room like thunder, "Go to hell." Before he finished his words, more green light surged out of Banner's body, so bright that it hurt Bronski's eyes. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his face changed drastically. "Everyone, retreat immediately!" Bronski ordered loudly, with an urgency that was hard to conceal in his tone. The quick-wit team members quickly escaped from the house with Bronski. However, the remaining few team members were crushed by the collapsed house due to a loud bang, and their screams stopped abruptly. They no longer had a chance to escape. Bronski rushed to the open space outside, looked up suddenly, and stared at the collapsed house with horror. In the ruins, a green giant more than 10 meters tall slowly stood up, like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Its figure was like a moving wall, almost filling their entire field of vision. This Hulk is completely different from what was reported in the intelligence. He is larger than expected, with skin as crystal clear as jade, shining with a strange light in the moonlight. Through that crystal skin, Banner's figure is clearly visible. He is tightly wrapped in the chest of the giant, as if he is the heart of this behemoth. Banner's face was burning with rage, his eyes were like burning flames, and he was strikingly similar to the Hulk's hideous visage. It was obvious that the two were inextricably linked. "What the hell?" Bronski muttered to himself, with an undisguised look of shock in his voice. If it was the Hulk in the intelligence, Bronski would still be confident that he could fight, but the behemoth before him was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fire of his courage. How could such a monster be defeated by human fists? Banner would not stop because of Bronski's hesitation. As soon as he thought about it, the Hulk raised his huge feet like a controlled puppet and stomped hard on Bronski and others. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth-shaking vibration spread all around in an instant. The surrounding residents were awakened by the sudden impact, and they sat up from their dreams and looked out the window in fear. Bronski only felt a huge force coming from under his feet, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground. His ears were filled with the screams of residents and the sounds of collapsing buildings, and the world before him seemed to be shattered at this moment. What a bastard! Bronski gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. His entire body trembles with rage and pain, but the superhuman serum coursing through his blood grants him incredible strength. His skin quickly turned red, as if the energy within was about to burst through his skin. Even his eyes were bloodshot, like burning flames. Brynski fully unleashes the power of the Superman serum, preparing for a life-and-death duel with Banner. However, what greeted him was a ruin, a half-ruined building. Banner controlled the Hulk armor, suddenly pulled up the remaining half of the house on the ground, and smashed it hard at Brynski. With a loud bang, the huge impact force caused the ground to shake, dust to fly, and gravel to scatter. Bronsky was no longer on the ground, he was buried under the debris of the house. A hint of coldness flashed in Banner's eyes, and the Hulk raised his fist, ready to give Bronsky another fatal blow and completely end his chance of escape. However, at this moment, Banner's brows suddenly frowned and his eyes looked into the distance. It feels like this. Why did he send down his power again? Is this a blood sacrifice? Banner's voice was filled with anger. Damn it! I warned them not to do this a long time ago, but they dared to disobey my orders. He snorted, and the huge Hulk armor quickly disappeared, leaving only 2-meter-long giant wings clinging to his back. With the flapping of his wings, Banner took off into the air and flew quickly into the distance like a huge falcon. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the sky, leaving only a blurry shadow. A few minutes later, Walker, looking disheveled, appeared in the ruins. He worked hard to clear the rubble of the building and successfully rescued Brynski, who was half dead. Seeing Bronsky's miserable condition, a trace of fear flashed in Walker's eyes. He took out the communicator from his pocket and contacted General Ross. General, the mission has failed. Chapter 146. Let's go back to a little while ago. In the hall, the air was filled with tension. The cloaked leader looked indifferent, completely ignoring Steve who suddenly appeared and Eddie who mixed in. He curled the corners of his mouth in disdain, as if he saw a few insignificant ants, waved his hand, signaling his men to stop them, while he continued the evil sacrificial ceremony leisurely. The remaining cloaked men also seemed calm, their attention completely focused on the sacrifice lying on the ground. They gripped their daggers tightly, the blades flashing coldly in the dim light, and slowly approached the lambs to be slaughtered on the ground. Stop! Steve roared, his voice full of anger and anxiety, and he rushed towards the cloaked men, trying to stop their atrocities. However, a tall and burly cloaked man suddenly stood in front of Steve, holding his shield tightly in his hand. Steve's heart tightened and his eyes instantly became alert. The sturdy man named Johnson raised his head. His rough face looked particularly ferocious in the dim light. He smiled provocatively. His white teeth stood out against his dark skin. Hey, I'll give it back to you. Johnson swung the shield in his hand violently, and the shield drew a silver arc in the air, and went straight towards Steve with a whistling sound. Steve's pupils suddenly contracted, and he almost instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He knew that taking such a blow head-on would be tantamount to seeking his own death. As it turned out, his judgment was extremely accurate. The shield flew past the corner of Steve's clothes, and the violent airflow made his clothes flutter wildly. Then, there was a loud bang and the shield hit the wall behind it hard, embedding itself into it, causing the wall dust to fall down. Steve was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking wind. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and almost subconsciously, his body rolled to the side. Just as he rolled to the ground, a heavy punch like thunder whizzed past his ear, and Johnson's fist almost brought up a gust of burning wind. Cold sweat broke out on Steve's forehead. If he was hit by that punch just now, the consequences would be disastrous. He stood up quickly and stared at Johnson with sharp eyes. There was a ferocity and unyielding spirit in the other party's eyes, and it was obvious that he would not let him go easily. When Steve was stopped by the enemy, Eddie's situation was also not good. He was facing two mysterious people, one of whom showed off her long legs, allowing Eddie to recognize her identity. It was Amy who tricked him here. Now that her identity was exposed, Amy stopped pretending and took off the hood of her cloak, revealing her beautiful face. She stared at Eddie with a cold face, unable to believe that she had been deceived by this man. "Don't look at me like I'm the heartless guy who abandoned you." Eddie shrugged, trying to hide his inner nervousness with a relaxed tone, "Didn't you lie to me too?" His eyes quickly flicked to the small figure beside Amy. The man showed half of his wrinkled face, and it was not difficult to tell that he was the mysterious old bartender. It turns out that these two people are mysterious people with mysterious powers. Hearing Eddie's words, Amy's face suddenly changed, as if she had been greatly insulted. Her emotions instantly exploded, and her voice was filled with uncontrollable anger and fanaticism. "Same? How can it be the same? I am a believer of the great gods, how can I be the same as a mortal like you?" Before he finished speaking, Amy's figure flashed by like a flash of lightning, her eyes burning with anger. The dagger in her hand flashed a cold light in the dim light, as if she was carrying endless murderous intent and approaching Eddie. At the same time, the old bartender was not to be outdone. His body was like a cheetah ready to pounce, and he suddenly shot out at a speed that was dazzling. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, approached Eddie quickly like two swift shadows. Eddie's heart was pounding and cold sweat was running down his forehead. He knew that he was on the verge of life and death, and would die if he was not careful. Eddie took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and his eyes became sharp and focused. Amy's dagger flashed coldly and was almost at Eddie's throat. Eddie's heart beat faster and he suddenly turned sideways, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, he quickly punched, aiming directly at Amy's chest. Amy sneered, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Her left hand seemed to have anticipated Eddie's move and blocked his fist quickly and accurately. Amy's movements were as smooth as water, as if she were a seasoned fighter. Her flexible bones allowed her to perform all kinds of strange movements, as flexible as a cat. Eddie felt dizzy and then a sharp pain came from his abdomen. Amy's foot had kicked him hard. He groaned in pain, took several steps back, and almost lost his balance. Even more dangerous is the old bartender, who has a cold look in his eyes and moves as swiftly as a venomous snake. He approached Eddie silently, the dagger in his hand flashing coldly, looking for every possible flaw. Before Eddie could steady himself, the old bartender seized the opportunity and stabbed out with his dagger. Eddie only felt a sharp pain, and soon there were several bloody marks on his body, and the blood soaked his clothes. Eddie's breathing became rapid and a feeling of despair surged in his heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would soon collapse. Eddie glanced at Steve out of the corner of his eye, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart, hoping that the captain would be able to show his power, quickly eliminate those enemies, and then come to help him. However, what came into view was the tragic scene of Steve being punched away by the sturdy man. His body fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, making a dull sound. Eddie's heart sank suddenly. What made him even more uncomfortable was that those cloaked enemies had already begun to attack the innocent people on the ground. The daggers in their hands flashed coldly and ruthlessly stabbed into the chests of innocent people. Blood gushed out as the dagger was pulled out, like streams of red spring water, instantly dyeing the ground red. "Damn Coulson, where have you been? If you don't come, we will be wiped out." Eddie dodged Amy's fist again and shouted loudly in his heart. As if the door had heard his thoughts, with a loud bang, the door shattered into pieces in a blazing flame, with fragments flying everywhere. In the light of the fire, the air was filled with the smell of burnt gunpowder, which was suffocating. Coulson led a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dressed in black and poured into the hall like a black torrent. "Everyone, stop!" Chapter 147. Coulson knew very well that verbal warnings alone were far less direct and effective than firepower deterrents. However, at this moment the lights in the hall suddenly went out, and the surroundings fell into darkness. He didn't dare to shoot rashly. He had to at least get closer to avoid accidentally hurting Steve and Eddie. Steve had just been punched and was struggling to get up from the ground. His chest was heaving violently, and his voice was hoarse but firm. "Coulson, go save those people. And me." Eddie's voice was filled with a hint of panic as he called out anxiously, fearing that he would be forgotten in the darkness. Coulson followed the direction Steve pointed, his eyes quickly adjusted in the darkness, and finally he could see the people lying on the ground. His heart sank suddenly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Realizing that the situation was not good, he rushed forward without hesitation with the agents behind him. However, the cloaked people reacted faster than them. More than a dozen cloaked men quickly turned around and faced Coulson and others who were rushing towards them. Their arms suddenly stretched out from their cloaks, and in their palms they were actually holding shiny pistols. The cold light was particularly dazzling in the dim environment. Without hesitation, and completely disregarding the possibility of accidentally injuring their companions, they pulled out their guns and started shooting. Gunshots suddenly rang out, tearing the silence in the air. Seeing the familiar firelight flash, Coulson's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly shouted, "Hide!" Bang bang bang! Bullets poured out like raindrops. They seemed to be able to clearly capture the enemy's figures even in the darkness. The bullets penetrated into the agents' bodies with incredible precision, causing fatal damage. After the first round of shooting, screams rang out one after another. Several agents fell to the ground, and blood spread on the ground, dyeing the battlefield red. Pain and fear intertwined into complex expressions on their faces, and life seemed so fragile at this moment. Coulson reacted quickly and led the remaining agents to find cover. They overturned tables and chairs, using these makeshift barriers to engage in a fierce firefight with the cloaked men. The bullets whistled in the air, brushed past my ears, and caused waves of shudders. The agents' sophisticated weapons played a role at the critical moment. In their counterattack, several cloaked men were shot and fell to the ground. Their bodies hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. Their bodies twitched a few times and then stopped moving, and it was obvious that they had lost their lives. Can the mysterious person also be killed by guns? This discovery surprised Steve. He originally thought that these mysterious beings were powerful beings that were difficult to deal with and almost impossible to be defeated. However, the facts before him severely overturned his cognition. What are you thinking? These guys are just rookies among rookies. They don't have much mysterious power at all. Of course they are very weak. At least much weaker than the guy you are facing now. The Lord's mocking voice sounded in Steve's mind. Steve didn't have time to respond to the Lord because he noticed Johnson rushing towards him again. Anger surged on Johnson's face, his eyes almost spitting fire. It was obvious that the fall of his companion had completely enraged him. What, you're not going to save your companions? Steve nimbly dodged Johnson's two heavy punches, his tone deliberately provocative. Steve was anxious, he didn't want to get entangled with Johnson here. He was more concerned about the innocent passers-by who were caught up in this incident and whose lives were in danger. More importantly, he must stop these guys' plans as soon as possible. Steve knew that these cloaked men were not so bored that they gathered so many people here just for meaningless killing. There must be a deeper conspiracy behind their actions. Humph, it won't be too late to help them after I get rid of you. In 1 minute, I can break your neck. Johnson tore off his cloak, revealing his strong body, and growled, "Beast transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, thick black hair quickly grew on his face, arms, and chest, as if catalyzed by an invisible force, quickly covering most of his skin. His whole body swelled up like an inflated balloon, his muscle lines became more distinct, and he looked particularly sturdy and powerful. His eyes also changed dramatically, from their original deep eyes to beast-like vertical pupils, emitting a cold and ferocious light, as if a beast ready to pounce was secretly observing its prey. Steve felt a chill running down his spine, and Johnson's breath became more ferocious, as if a real beast was standing in front of him. This is undoubtedly the mysterious power that Johnson possesses. Steve took a deep breath, turned and ran. Johnson grinned grimly, bent his knees slightly, then straightened them, and exerted force with his feet. His whole body was like a cannonball, shot up in an instant, drawing a fierce arc in the air, and landed heavily in front of Steve, blocking his way. I specifically hunted a black bear and a cheetah to gain their strength and speed. My strength is beyond the imagination of a mortal like you. You can't escape, so just prepare to die. Got the strength and speed of a black bear and a cheetah? Steve took a breath and looked at the shield embedded in the wall. He had not completely given up. As long as he could get the shield, he still had hope of winning. That's not good. Eddie was breathing heavily, his back pressed against the wall. He had no way out. Unexpectedly, Coulson's appearance did not save him. Instead, it made Amy and the others attack even more fierce, and they were forced into a desperate situation in less than 2 minutes. Amy looked at Eddie, who was at the end of his rope, and licked her lips with her pink tongue. "Go and help kill those men in black, and I'll take care of this guy." The bartender glanced at Eddie, nodded slightly, stepped back, and disappeared quickly. It was obvious that he also felt that Amy was enough here. "Okay, now you can tell me how you want to die," Amy said with a wry smile. "Well, can I die in bed?" Eddie said with a smile. "Sure, wait till I cut you into pieces," Amy sneered. On the other side, the cloaked leader frowned, looking very dissatisfied with the current situation. Faced with a group of ordinary people, the problem could not be solved easily and was simply at a stalemate. He turned his head to a petite figure beside him and said, "Louise, go ahead and get rid of those annoying guys as soon as possible." "Yes." Louise raised her head, revealing an innocent face. It was the girl wearing angel wings. She walked forward slowly, and all the cloaked people who saw her made way for her and hurriedly took something out of their pockets and stuffed it into their ears. Soon, Louise stopped, slowly opened her mouth, and sang a beautiful song. Chapter 148. The ethereal and pleasant singing sounded particularly harsh against the backdrop of gunfire, like a clear spring suddenly emerging amid the hustle and bustle of the battlefield. Coulson's eyes flickered slightly as he recognized it as a famous lullaby. The melody was like a mother's whisper, caressing his ears softly. It seemed to carry some kind of magic that made him feel sleepy involuntarily. His eyelids began to feel heavy, almost closing. Wrong. Coulson's heart skipped a beat. There was definitely something wrong with this song. It could hypnotize people. He reacted quickly and forced himself to stay awake. However, when he turned around and looked around, he found that the agents around him had fallen down one after another and fell into a deep sleep, breathing evenly and peacefully. He resisted the urge to sleep. The gun in his hand trembled as he aimed it at his arm and pulled the trigger. The hot bullet grazed his skin, leaving a bright red blood mark. The intense pain made Coulson sober up instantly. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to concentrate. Without time to hesitate, he quickly raised his gun and fired several shots into the darkness outside. The whistling sound of bullets echoed in the hall, and the cloaked men who were about to make a move were forced to retract their steps. However, sleepiness was like an invisible poisonous snake, slowly spreading through his body, becoming stronger and stronger. Every time he blinked, he felt like he was one step closer to the abyss. Is this the mysterious power obtained from the gods? It's really scary. If the director were here, he would definitely be interested in this kind of power. It would be great if it could be used for the right purpose. Coulson sighed, his face became extremely solemn, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and the world in front of him began to become blurred. He knew that he had to come up with a solution quickly, otherwise he would fall into endless darkness. He tried desperately to think with the little sanity he had left, and every thought seemed like a struggle in the quagmire. It is extremely difficult for mortals to fight against the power of gods. The beautiful singing not only lingered in Coulson's ears, but also spread like an invisible wave to every corner of the hall, as if it had its own loudspeaker, becoming louder and clearer, as if every note was jumping in the air. Eddie and Amy were fighting a life-and-death battle, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, this strange singing came into their ears. Amy's expression suddenly changed, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in her heart. This was not the first time she had heard such a song, and she knew very well the magical power contained in this song. Even a high priest whose power far exceeds theirs would fall into a deep sleep after listening for too long, becoming an unsuspecting prey. Amy's eyes quickly swept over Eddie, thinking of a countermeasure in her mind. She knew that if she blocked her ears with something, she could greatly weaken the power of the singing and reduce the hypnotic sleepiness. However, she did not act immediately, but looked coldly at Eddie, who seemed a little confused, with a sneer on her lips. "That bitch's singing can't do anything to me for now." She thought to herself that with her mysterious powers, she could definitely hold on longer than the guy in front of her. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Amy's eyes. She decided to get rid of Eddie first and then plug his ears. She clenched the dagger in her hand, and with a sudden flash, she pounced towards Eddie with swift and fierce movements. Eddie's eyes gradually became blurred, and his body's reactions began to slow down, but he still tried to concentrate, trying to resist this invisible force, and dodged Amy's attack with difficulty. The song still echoed in their ears, like an invisible net, gradually enveloping their consciousness. Amy's eyes flashed with determination. She had to get rid of Eddie before she completely lost consciousness, but she didn't notice that her movements were getting slower and slower, while Eddie's movements were gradually returning to normal. Eddie lowered his eyes to hide the strange look in them. He hesitated for a moment, but soon became determined and his body began to stagger again. Amy's face lit up with joy, as if the sleepiness in her body was dispelled a lot. She no longer hesitated and stabbed with all her strength. However, Eddie dodged this sure-hit attack. There was a gleam in his eyes, and he didn't look like a man who was about to fall asleep. Amy was shocked and watched the dagger in her hand being taken away by Eddie. All of Eddie's strength exploded in an instant, and he flashed past like a phantom and came behind Amy. Amy covered her neck in a trance. A thin bloodstain appeared on it and became wider and wider. Her eyes were full of disbelief. "Oh, no, it's impossible. How come you are not affected by the singing?" Eddie sighed, "I've been suffering from insomnia for a long time. How can a lullaby affect me?" Insomnia. Amy's body fell to the ground, her eyes wide open, obviously she died with her eyes open. Eddie took a breath, then fell to his knees with a thud. He used his only active skill to unleash all his strength in an instant. Now his body was limp and powerless. Of course, the reason he was able to resist Louise's singing was not just because of insomnia. The more important thing was that the mumbling sound suddenly popped up and offset the impact of the singing. Eddie took a look at Amy who was lying on the ground and let out a breath. He finally killed someone, and it was a beautiful woman at that. He felt mixed emotions. He slowly lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. "The rest is up to you, Captain." Steve was undoubtedly affected by the singing, and what was worse was that he was affected much more deeply than Johnson. Johnson, who has transformed into a beast, is full of wildness in his heart and is not so easily affected by the singing. When Steve showed a flaw in resisting sleepiness, Johnson immediately seized the opportunity, hugged Steve, and squeezed Steve with his strong arms, making Steve's bones make a rattling sound. Under the severe pain, Steve's sleepiness was dispelled a lot and he struggled desperately. "Ha ha ha, no need to struggle, just let me squeeze you into a meat patty." Johnson laughed triumphantly and arrogantly. Steve gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, "Hey, Holy Lord, how long do you want to watch the show? Oh? You can't do it anymore? I thought you could still struggle for a while." The Holy Lord said playfully. Steve could certainly hold on for a little longer, but he was worried about the safety of Coulson and others, who might not be able to wait any longer. "Okay, in that case, I'll come in." The next second, Steve felt an evil and burning power surging out from deep inside his body and quickly spread throughout his body. His body seemed to be burning in flames, and the pain and anger intertwined made it almost impossible for him to breathe. The right side of his face was instantly covered with a layer of dense green scales. His originally bright eyes turned blood red, as cold and ruthless as a snake's pupils, emitting a chilling light. What's even more terrifying is that his right hand also underwent a change. His fingers bent, and knife-sharp claws grew out of his fingertips, flashing with cold light. A huge wave of energy burst out from his body like a violent storm, instantly knocking Johnson several meters away and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Steve raised his head, an indescribable arrogance and evil appeared on his face, with unquestionable majesty, as if the whole world was under his control. "Big guy, who did you just say you wanted to die?" Chapter 149. The powerful aura that Steve suddenly burst out swept through the entire building like a storm, instantly frightening everyone. The momentum seemed to be tangible and substantial, pressing the air so hard that it became heavy. Johnson, who was closest, bore the brunt of the attack. He felt an ancient and majestic force bursting out from Steve, like a giant beast awakening from ancient times, bringing with it an irresistible sense of oppression. It felt like facing a predator at the top of the food chain, as if one's natural enemy suddenly appeared. Johnson's heart almost jumped out of his chest, cold sweat ran down his forehead, his legs went soft, and he fell to the ground involuntarily. He was trembling all over, and even moving became a luxury. Having transformed into a beast, he relied on his wild instincts to clearly sense the huge gap between the two sides. It is an irresistible and terrifying existence. Why is this happening? Johnson was puzzled. Why did the opponent, whom he had just defeated easily, suddenly burst out with such terrifying momentum? Not only Johnson, but also the cloaked men who walked forward to finish off the unconscious agent, their bodies were shaking constantly, and the blades in their hands trembled slightly, revealing their inner fear. Louise also stopped her singing, and her originally cold eyes showed some fluctuation for the first time. Even the leader of the cloak, the high priest of the church in charge of South America, couldn't help but gasp and clenched his fists tightly under his cloak. An inexplicable fear and awe surged in his heart. Although this feeling is far inferior to that of my lord, it also possesses a transcendent mystery and antiquity. It is definitely not something that humans can possess. It is like my lord, an ancient real existence that has returned from illusion. Why would such an existence appear in the body of a human? The high priest's voice was low and trembling. He had received the gift from the god of chaos and knew more than anyone else. He knew that the being before him was definitely not an ordinary person. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying existence made him feel nervous. Will his plan change because of this? He had no way of knowing. But at this moment, stopping is no longer an option. The high priest tilted his head slightly, his eyes falling on the blood that kept dripping onto the ground. The bright red blood quickly spread out like winding streams. He clenched his fists suddenly, and the blue veins on his arms were clearly visible like the tangled roots of an old tree. I will never tolerate anyone who prevents me from pleasing the gods, no matter who he is. He roared loudly in his heart. Coulson tried his best to maintain the last bit of consciousness. His vision was blurry, but he still tried to turn his head and finally saw Steve, whose appearance and temperament had changed greatly. At this moment, a strong sense of enlightenment surged in Coulson's heart. The person in front of him was no longer the Steve he was familiar with, but the mysterious existence that broke out of the strange parchment, the Holy Lord with a bad temper. His fingers trembled slightly, and the metal shell of the grenade felt cold and heavy in his palms. Coulson hesitated for a moment, but finally he slowly let go of the grenade in his hand. Now that this mysterious saint has appeared, perhaps I no longer need to risk my life? He sighed deeply, as if releasing all his fatigue and helplessness. Gradually, an irresistible drowsiness came over him like a tide, and finally he could no longer resist. Everything went dark before his eyes, and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. At the moment he fell asleep, Steve, no, it should be said that the Holy Lord, had a slight sneer on his face, and an elusive light flashed in his eyes. Hey, it's been a while since I've had a complete body. This feels really good. The Holy Lord clenched his fist which turned into a dragon claw, his heart filled with joy. Hey, Holy Lord, stop sighing and go save people. After Steve exchanged places with the Holy Lord, he seemed to be thrown into endless darkness. His consciousness floated in the depths of a gloomy soul. It was pitch black all around him, as if even his breathing was suppressed in this endless darkness. The only light came from the two blurry windows in front of him. Through the small holes, he could vaguely see everything outside. He suppressed his discomfort and did not try to break the darkness around him to fight with the Holy Lord for control of his body. Instead, he gave his body completely to the Holy Lord. A complex emotion surged in Steve's heart. He knew that this was a big gamble. If the Holy Lord goes back on his word and does something that is detrimental to me and humanity. Steve's thoughts were in a mess. If things really get out of control, he will become a sinner for all mankind. But he had no way out. Steve closed his eyes and tried to calm the waves in his heart. He had to believe in the Holy Lord and his own choice in order to save everyone here and stop the enemy's plan. Perhaps this is the only hope. Rescue. The Holy Lord chuckled and shook his his scarlet right eye full of teasing. "I'm sorry, Steve, I'm better at killing people than saving them. I haven't done anything for a long time, so let me say hello first." The Holy Lord took a light step forward. His movement seemed casual, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard, shocking them so much that their minds were broken. An invisible pressure seemed to gather in the air, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if their chest was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Suddenly, a complex magic circle appeared under the feet of the Holy Lord. The runes flashed with strange light and twisted as if they had life. The next moment, endless flames burst out from the magic circle, like the gate of hell being opened, and the scorching air waves rushed towards people, making people involuntarily take a few steps back. The golden and hot flames rose rapidly and turned into a huge, lifelike fire dragon. The dragon's scales flashed brightly in the firelight, and each scale was like burning metal, emitting a scorching temperature. There was a ruthless flame burning in the huge dragon's eyes, as if it could turn everything into ashes. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, hot breath gushed out, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The fire dragon circled in the air, its roar deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. The Holy Lord stood steadily on top of the fire dragon, looking down at everyone with a gaze as cold as ice, like an emperor who ruled the world. Everyone was shocked by this sudden power, and their hearts were filled with fear and awe. In this suffocating silence, the high priest said in a low voice, "Don't be scared by him. In this world, only our Lord is eternal and invincible. Under the protection of our Lord, no one can erase our existence. Even if our current bodies perish, we will return with our true appearance one day. Nothing is real, only chaos is eternal. Praise my Lord. Nothing is real, only chaos is eternal. Praise my Lord." The fear in the hearts of all the cloaked men no longer exists, only the fanatical faith in the God of chaos. "Humph, I knew it, a bunch of lunatics." The Holy Lord sneered, "All right, let me have some fun." As if it heard the Holy Lord's order, the fire dragon roared loudly and swooped down towards Johnson, who was closest to it. Chapter 150. Roar. As the Holy Lord waved his finger, the huge fire dragon let out a deafening roar and swooped down towards Johnson, who was closest to it, with its fangs and claws bared. Flames danced between its scales like living fire snakes dancing, and the air was filled with a hot breath. Johnson felt the crazy alarm of inspiration in his body, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a crazy smile, as if what he was welcoming was not death, but some kind of glory. There was only one voice echoing in his heart, "Everything is for the Lord God." Johnson rushed forward, his muscles tensed and veins bulging, and used all his strength to throw a punch heavy enough to destroy a house. The fist cut through the air, bringing up a gust of wind and hitting the fire dragon's chest. Boom! The fist collided with the flame, and the powerful impact caused the fire dragon's flame to fluctuate slightly, like ripples on the surface of a lake. However, this fluctuation seems so insignificant in front of the fire dragon. The fire dragon roared, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Johnson in one gulp. The shrill screams echoed in the air, and Johnson's figure gradually disappeared in the flames. There was a flash of contempt in the fire dragon's eyes, as if it was mocking this tiny and ignorant resistance. The only thing left in the air was the scorching afterglow and the echo of the heart-pounding scream. Johnson's tragic end not only did not make those fanatical believers retreat, but instead aroused their greater fanaticism. Everyone rushed towards the Holy Lord, who fell to the ground like a swarm of mad bees. There was a deep black light flashing in Louise's eyes. She whispered a few obscure spells, and her voice seemed to come from the abyss. She pointed her index finger at the Holy Lord and whispered, "Darkness." A black gas quickly condensed and rushed towards the Holy Lord's eyes as if it had life, instantly shrouding his vision in a thick black fog. "How dare you show off your mere blinding skills in front of me?" The Holy Lord sneered, his voice full of disdain. A red light flashed in his eyes, like a burning flame, instantly dispelling the black fog. The moment the spell was broken, Louise suffered a severe backlash. Fresh red blood gushed out of her eyes and nostrils. She held her head and screamed in pain, her body shaking violently. However, her sacrifice was not in vain, as the short time was enough for the high priest to complete his preparations. A dazzling white-hot flaming spear suddenly appeared in the high priest's hand. The flames jumped like a living thing, emitting suffocating heat and amazing breath. The heat of the flames seemed to burn all the air. The temperature around suddenly rose, as if the whole world was shrouded in this scorching flame. Go with! The high priest threw the flaming spear with all his might, aiming directly at the Holy Lord. It's not over yet. The high priest waved his hands, and fireballs immediately appeared beside him. The fireballs quickly condensed and deformed in the air, turning into fire crows. They made shrill cries and flew away with flaming spears, like a firestorm that swallowed everything. That's interesting. The smile on the Holy Lord's face disappeared instantly. He snapped his fingers, and the raging fire dragon immediately circled and blocked the Holy Lord. The dragon claws swung out suddenly, colliding head-on with the flaming spear. Boom! Boom! The moment the two collided, a huge explosion of astonishing power erupted, and raging flames spread in all directions, shattering the surrounding glass, and fire snakes rushed out from the broken windows. The fire crows that followed fearlessly threw themselves into the flames of the explosion, triggering another round of continuous explosions. The cloaked men who had originally rushed up were blown away, and the scene was in chaos. The spreading flames rushed to the high priest, but seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier and could only pass through his body. The high priest's eyes were deep, staring at the center of the explosion, his heart filled with the tension of the stakes. He belongs to the hunter path, which represents jealousy among the 7 deadly sins. He is currently a sequence 7 fire mage, and has the ability to control fire, but he cannot summon such a terrifying fire dragon as easily as the Holy Lord. He could only gamble that this ancient mysterious being had not yet recovered all its power. As the flames slowly died down, the unharmed figure of the Holy Lord gradually emerged, but the mighty fire dragon had disappeared. The corners of the high priest's mouth curled up, revealing an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal. Sure enough, you haven't recovered all your strength yet. The Holy Lord's face was covered with frost. So what? It's still easy to get rid of you. The high priest smiled confidently. Destroy me? I have the ability to control fire just like you can't do anything to me. The Holy Lord sneered. Oh, who said that I only have the ability to control fire? I, the Holy Lord, am a great wizard. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to recite a string of ancient and mysterious spells in a low and majestic voice. In just 2 seconds, the floor in front of him bulged up, and out emerged 2-meter-tall monsters with dragon heads and human bodies. Go ahead and kill them all. At the command of the Holy Lord, the eyes of these monsters made of cement flashed red, emitting a terrifying evil aura, and they rushed towards the cloaked people who were repelled by the explosion with a grin. Holy Lord, is he actually a wizard? Steve, who was in the small dark room, was extremely surprised. He did not expect the battle to be so intense. It was completely beyond his imagination. The high priest's face darkened, he waved his arm and shouted, "The time has come for you to sacrifice your lives for the gods. Go and defeat these guys. The gods will remember our contribution." The cloaked men, who had been retreating, suddenly had flames of rage in their eyes. They glared at the dragon monsters rushing towards them and fought with them desperately. Seeing this, the high priest slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Almost there, just a little bit more. 2 groups that were not afraid of death collided violently. In the first encounter, the cloaked man suffered heavy casualties. Most of them were just rookies who had just obtained mysterious powers and did not have much strength. Facing the Dragonman monsters with concrete bodies that were not afraid of swords and guns, they naturally and inevitably fell into a disadvantage. But even so, the high priest just stood by and watched, motionless in the middle of the hall. Holy Lord, something is wrong. That guy must be plotting something. Steve, as a bystander, soon discovered the clues. It seems like he deliberately let those people die. The Holy Lord sneered. Of course, he wanted to perform a blood sacrifice in exchange for the god's gift. But he was also very cruel, and used his subordinates as sacrifices. You know? Then why don't you stop it? What can I do to stop it? The magic just now has exhausted my magic power. I told you to help me regain my strength, but you refused. Now you are at a disadvantage, right? Steve doubted the truthfulness of what the Holy Lord said. He gritted his teeth and said, Holy Lord, I will definitely help you find strength next time. Go and stop him. In that case, I will reluctantly agree to you. The Holy Lord chuckled, his scarlet eyes turned slightly, and looked at the high priest. As if they had heard the Holy Lord's orders, the dragon monsters that were slaughtering the cloaked men had red flashes in their eyes and turned to rush towards the high priest. Chapter 151. Faced with the invulnerable dragon monster, the cloaked people fell into despair. Those dragon monsters seemed like demons from hell, their bodies covered in thick cement, their eyes flashing with cold light, and their sharp claws like the scythe of the god of death, tearing open every cloaked man who tried to resist. Blood splattered in the air, forming blood-red arcs, and then fell to the ground, dyeing the entire battlefield red. The cloaks on their bodies were torn into pieces, revealing their true faces, men and women, old and young. Before becoming followers of the cult of chaos, these people were ordinary civilians. If the chaos cult had not appeared, they might have lived an ordinary life, experiencing the birth, aging, sickness and death of ordinary people. However, their desire for power, beauty, immortality, and becoming gods led them to fanatically believe in the god of chaos and embark on another path of no return. This includes the old man who used to be a bartender. He had the speed to defeat Eddie, but it was powerless in front of the dragon monster. Like other believers, he watched the sharp claws pierce into his body and felt the excruciating pain of his heart being taken away. He fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his body like a fountain. He had watched other people's blood gush out like this countless times before, and now it was his turn. At this moment, there was an expression of relief and liberation on his face. Perhaps, deep down in his heart, he was already tired of this endless pursuit and endless killing. All the blood that flowed from their bodies flowed along the tiny gaps between the floor tiles and gradually seeped into the ground. Except for the high priest, no one knew that there was a secret room hidden underground. In the center of the secret room stands a human-shaped statue. The statue has no face, but instead has 7 strange patterns distributed on various parts of the body. If Parker saw the statue, he would recognize that the spider web mark engraved on the statue's chest was the same as the one on his body. Blood continued to gather and drip onto the statue. As the blood dripped, the statue gradually began to glow with a strange red light, foreshadowing that some unknown power was about to awaken. The high priest vaguely felt the changes in the underground statue, and an ecstatic expression appeared on his face hidden under his cloak. It will be soon. We will soon be able to gain the attention of the gods. Suddenly, the dragon monster, receiving the order from the Holy Lord, changed direction and rushed towards where he was. The heavy footsteps stepped on the ground, making a rumbling sound, like thousands of troops galloping towards them. The high priest's expression changed. After watching the previous battles, he already knew how difficult these monsters were. Even for him, it would take a lot of effort to destroy them all. It was not worth wasting energy on these monsters at this critical moment. He needed to conserve his strength and prepare for the possible battle later. In addition to the people in front of him, there is another terrifying existence that he needs to be wary of. If that's the case, there's only one way left. The high priest's eyes fell on Louise beside him. After suffering the backlash of the failed spell, she had basically lost her fighting ability, so she retreated here to rest. Feeling the strange look of the high priest, Louise raised her head and smiled. I understand. For the sake of the gods, I am willing to sacrifice everything I have. Please rest assured, Father. The high priest nodded expressionlessly, call me high priest. The gods and I have seen your performance. We will definitely resurrect you in the future and serve the gods again. Okay, high priest. Louise turned around and faced the group of dragon monsters rushing towards her, but she curled the corners of her mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Her body flashed, but she did not move forward. Instead, she quickly retreated, directly passing the high priest. At the same time, She flipped her hands and threw 2 round balls at the high priest. The high priest's pupils shrank. He never expected Louise to do such a thing. When he wanted to dodge, it was too late. 2 small balls exploded directly in front of him, and the air waves they created threw his body more than 10 meters away, right into the pile of dragon monsters. At the same time, the red light hidden in the 2 small balls also shot out, penetrating the flames of the explosion like an illusion, and sank into the body of the high priest. The high priest felt as if struck by lightning. His body trembled violently. The fierceness in his eyes quickly faded and he became confused. The counter-attack he had just prepared was also cancelled. He became drowsy, as if he was sleeping. The dragon monster didn't care about his condition. When it saw the target in front of it, it raised its claws and poked it hard. With a puff, a ferocious arm emerged from the high priest's chest. Under the severe pain, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Louise in disbelief and said tremblingly, You are not Sequence 8. When did you get promoted? Not long ago. Louise smiled proudly and said, Father, you would never have thought that I have received as much favor from the gods as you have. The making of the sleeping spell was also a gift from the gods. I said before, I am willing to do everything for the gods, including you, my father. To please the gods, just go with peace of mind. Hearing this, the high priest couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face full of pain. He wanted to say something, but the dragon monster waved his arms and threw his body away. The high priest, who was once highly respected by the people, now lay on the ground like a rag, with blood constantly flowing out of his body and seeping into the ground. I want to continue to become stronger, I want to become a god, how can I die here? The high priest's vision gradually blurred, and at the moment he fell into darkness, a scene suddenly emerged in his mind. A beautiful little girl of 7 or 8 years old threw herself into his arms with an innocent and joyful smile, and kept shouting, Dad! Dad, you said that you can give up everything to please the gods. Seeing that the high priest had fallen silent, a trace of melancholy appeared on Louise's face, but more of it was excitement and joy. Her plan succeeded. She will replace her father and become the person closest to the Lord God. She will become the Lord God's favored one and enjoy his gifts alone. Ha ha ha, it was really a wonderful drama. The Holy Lord clapped his hands and laughed, Steve, you humans always bring me surprises. This is not a surprise, but a tragedy. Steve was in a very sad mood. Holy Lord, please let those dragon people take action quickly. I don't want to see that guy succeed. The Holy Lord shook his head, it's too late. The blood of the mysterious person of Sequence 7 has a power more powerful than that of the rest of them combined. The moment the drops fell on the statue burst into an extremely dazzling red light. The red light penetrated the thick ground and an entire building, shooting straight into the sky, dispersing all the surrounding clouds. Everyone's vision was covered by red light, and even the moon in the sky turned into a red moon emitting a strange red glow, as if the whole world had turned red. Seeing this scene, Louise could no longer control her expression, and her innocent face became distorted because of extreme enthusiasm and joy. I feel it. This is the gaze of the gods. The gods are watching me. Chapter 152. The red beam of light shot up into the sky like a sharp sword piercing the sky. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, and it could be seen clearly even dozens of kilometers away. Banner spread his wings and flew into the air, his eyes fixed on this sudden vision. Anger burned in his eyes, but at this moment, fear quietly crept into his heart, slightly diluting the anger. This feeling is undoubtedly the power of the god of chaos. It is much stronger than it was back then. He muttered to himself, his mind involuntarily recalling the scene from a few months ago. At that time, in order to avoid being hunted down by General Ross, Banner lived in seclusion in this quiet little city. However, a strange man who called himself the Archbishop of Sloth came to his door and easily subdued him. Banner knew that this stranger was coming for the Hulk in his body, but he didn't expect that the other party did not hurt him or even restrict his freedom. The Archbishop of Sloth only put forward one condition: let him become the Archbishop of Wrath, and in exchange, help him control the Hulk so that he would no longer lose his mind and hurt the people around him. This condition hit the softest part of Banner's heart. He was tired of being a monster and tired of being separated from the people he loved. So he agreed and met the legendary god of chaos. At that moment, Banner did not actually see the true appearance of the god of chaos, but only felt a hint of the breath of the gods. However, even so, even now when he thinks back on it, he still can't help but show a look of awe on his face. What other existence other than a true god could possess an aura as vast and majestic as the universe? With the grace of the god of chaos, Banner's nightmare truly disappeared. Apart from feeling angry from time to time, he has no other discomforts and has mastered a powerful ability, the ability to materialize his own or others' anger, a power that increases infinitely as the anger increases. Therefore, he who has the ability to protect himself would take the initiative to show up and attract the special forces to come and arrest him. However, he didn't expect that he could defeat them so easily. This made him truly realize that he could appear anywhere openly and honestly, and the so-called state machine was simply vulnerable in front of him. Once this matter is over, I will go back to America and take back everything that belongs to me. Banner secretly made up his mind, but the premise was. He looked at the pillar of light that lingered in the distance and took a deep breath. He really didn't want to conflict with the followers of the god of chaos, but he didn't want these guys to turn this quiet little city into a chaotic hell. After learning what the believers had done, Banner went to warn them. But he didn't expect that they only restrained themselves for a while and then secretly caused such a big thing. It seems that my warning was too light. Banner's eyes became firm, and the retreating anger swept over again. This time, I want to let them know who has the final say in this city. Feeling the powerful aura erupting again in the sky, Banner no longer hesitated. He flapped his wings behind him quickly, and like a flash of blue lightning, he flew towards the location of the beam of light at an incredibly fast speed, and his figure instantly disappeared into the night sky. This power is terrifying whenever you see it. In the hall, the Holy Lord looked at the brilliant red light that filled the surroundings, stretched out his arm that had turned into a dragon claw to feel it, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Steve, who was in the small dark room, did not understand the Holy Lord's sigh. He only knew that the situation was critical. If the enemy's plan succeeds, it will undoubtedly lead to an even more tragic tragedy. By then, the deaths will not be just dozens of people, but perhaps tens of thousands. Holy Lord, I know you still have some strength left, can't you give it a try? Fight? What should we use to fight? The Holy Lord smiled and shook his head. Steve, it seems that you haven't figured out the current situation. Now it's not about whether we can mess up other people's good things, but whether they will let us go. I do have some power left, but it's for our lives. You don't think we still have the upper hand, do you? Where are your dragon puppets? Oh, them, look for yourself. The Holy Lord turned his position, allowing Steve to see that the dragon monsters were all slowly turning into cement and stone blocks and shattering under the illumination of the red light. Don't think these red lights are just for show. They are the power of the god, and they will clear out other powers. If I get too close, I will be cleared out as well. So strong? So we can only watch here? Yes, just watch the show. As he spoke, the Holy Lord suddenly raised his eyebrows. Look, it has begun. Steve looked out intently, and saw the red light in front of Louise suddenly solidify into a scarlet door that looked like it was made of blood. Louise was so excited that she couldn't express it in words. She knelt down on the ground with her forehead pressed tightly against the ground, and said in an extremely pious voice, "Follower Louise, thank the Lord for the gift." As she kowtowed, the bloody door slowly opened, and a colorful red beam of light shot out from it and landed on Louise. Louise only felt a vast and boundless force rushing into her body. She couldn't help but scream. Her body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and flew into the air, facing the bloody door. Not only did the injuries she had suffered recover instantly, but the scarce mysterious power in her body also quickly replenished, filling up in just a few seconds. She seemed to hear a soft bang sound in her mind. She, who had just made a breakthrough not long ago, actually broke through to the next sequence again. Feeling her strength increase, Louise was filled with ecstasy, and the beam of light that fell on her had not disappeared yet. the mysterious power in her body continued to rise, as if there was no end. At this moment, a dark shadow pounced on her from behind. It was Eddie, who was exhausted before. His eyes were full of desire, and he instinctively felt that if he absorbed the power of this beam of light, it would bring him infinite benefits. So, after discovering that Louise seemed unable to move under the illumination of the beam of light, Eddie finally made up his mind and risked his own life to rush over and snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Strangely, the repulsive power in the Lord's mouth did not repel Eddie. He successfully rushed into the column of light, and some of the power bestowed by the gods was also divided and absorbed into his body. No. Seeing someone snatching the gift that belonged to her, Louise became crazy instantly, but her body could not move and she could only let out a shrill scream. The sound waves hit Eddie's body like a substance, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood immediately. However, instead of stopping, he sniffed even more hungrily, like a homeless man who had not eaten for 10 days. Haha, good fellow. The Holy Lord couldn't help but laugh out loud. Steve, your companion dared to steal the gift of other gods, he is dead. Steve sighed and could only cheer Eddie on in his heart. Perhaps, this will be a turning point. Chapter 153. If looks could kill, Eddie would have died countless times. Unfortunately, Louise's ability lies not in her eyes but in her voice. However, after trying sonic attacks many times and failing to kill Eddie, she had to give up and concentrate on absorbing the power in the light column. Moreover, her physical condition is not optimistic. The power that surged into her body was not only powerful, but also chaotic and strange, causing her to struggle between pain and pleasure. Every inch of her skin was trembling and every nerve was burning, as if her body was suffering unspeakable torture. Louise could only concentrate on fighting such torture and had no time to care about Eddie. As for Eddie, he was soaking in the beam of light. At first he felt warm all over, and any injuries on his body, no matter how severe, would be healed instantly. As the mysterious power continued to pour in, his mind began to be filled with a large amount of complex information, and more enlightenment appeared in his slightly opened eyes. It turns out that the assassin's potion he drank actually contained the power of the god of chaos. No wonder he was not rejected. In other words, if those cloaked men had not all died and only Louise was left, they could actually share this divine gift together. At this moment, Eddie heard Louise's scream. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there seemed to be countless bugs crawling under Louise's exposed skin, constantly rising and falling, and there were many uneven little bumps on her body. It was simply a nightmare for people with trypophobia. Not only that, with a crash, a big hole appeared in Louise's clothes on the back, and a deformed arm covered with black hair stretched out from the shoulder blade. Small cracks appeared on her face one after another, and tumors that looked like eyes grew on her face, which was extremely terrifying. Eddie felt horrified. He just took a look at the tumors that looked like eyes, and his head felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer. The pain was so severe that he quickly closed his eyes in fear. Fortunately, thanks to the mysterious healing power, he soon recovered. But the shock in my heart is not so easy to calm down. What's going on? How did she turn into a monster? Am I going to turn into a monster too? Don't do this. Eddie was worried, but soon another worse situation occurred. The nightmarish mumbling sound reappeared, and it became clearer and more harsh. His head felt like there was an electric drill spinning and stirring non-stop, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. Seeing the miserable state of the two, the Holy Lord who was standing by and watching the show seemed to be gloating. Ha ha ha, the power of the gods is not something that humans can easily withstand. Steve asked worriedly, what happens if you can't bear it? The Holy Lord chuckled and replied, haha, the best outcome is to die immediately. Otherwise, you will lose control and become a mad monster, living in pain forever. Transformed into a monster, Steve took a deep breath, and felt more and more that the appearance of the god of chaos would only cause more suffering to mankind. I hope Eddie can hold on. Just a few minutes seemed like several years. Finally, the beam of light shot out from the blood gate gradually dissipated until it disappeared completely, and the gate closed. The moment the door closed, Steve seemed to see a bizarre scene inside. Immediately afterwards, the bloody gate and the sky-high red light column disappeared together. Without the support of the mysterious force, Louise and Eddie fell to the ground together. The difference was that a powerful aura burst out from Louise's body, knocking Eddie, who seemed to have not changed, away. Compared to her previous image of an innocent girl, she had undergone a huge change. 2 arms covered with tough black hair grew out from her back, like the limbs of a spider, slender and hideous. Her black hair became unusually long, and scattered behind her like a group of dancing snakes, looking particularly strange. Around the pair of red, crazy eyes, there were many slender, strange, tumorous eyes, which looked extremely scary and chilling. Steve took a deep breath. Holy Lord, has she lost control? No, it shouldn't be completely out of control yet. The Holy Lord smiled and said, but judging from her appearance, she will be there soon. But that boy is a bit lucky. Eddie fell to the ground, his eyes regained clarity, but there was still a strong sense of fear in them. He couldn't believe that he had managed to hold on again. He took a look at Louise, who had turned into a monster, gasped, and quickly got up without saying a word. He ran a few steps in the direction of the Holy Lord and saw the strange changes in his body. His pupils contracted again. How come even the captain has turned into a monster? Eddie quickly turned around and moved away from these 2 monsters that looked tough to deal with. At this moment, all the eyes on Louise's body turned wildly and then focused on Eddie. Looking at the familiar figure, she seemed to remember that Eddie was the thief who stole her divine gift. Deep resentment appeared on her face and she screamed hysterically. Sound waves that were invisible to the naked eye spread out from her mouth and instantly hit Eddie's body. Eddie felt like he was hit by a huge truck. Every part of his body was in severe pain. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on the ground and curled up his body. The sound waves not only attacked his body, but also appeared in his mind, constantly echoing inside, making his head feel like it was exploding and causing unbearable pain. What's worse is that the strange whispering that he had resisted before sounded again. Eddie screamed, and cracks appeared on his face, revealing red flesh, like broken glass. The sound waves spread to the Holy Lord, and were blocked by the fire shield that suddenly appeared on his body. Seeing this, Steve couldn't help but shout out, "Eddie! Holy Lord, go save Eddie! Boy, you are so long-winded!" The Holy Lord said impatiently, "You are useless, so stop yelling and trying to influence me. You are not qualified to order me around, so just stay still." Steve was speechless after what the Holy Lord said. He clenched his fists and hated his own weakness. Why, at this critical moment, can he only be a spectator? Louise's attack was not over yet. She clenched her hands and suddenly, illusory and transparent figures appeared around her. Among them were many familiar faces, including the High Priest and Amy. These were the undead spirits of people who had just died. These undead spirits were summoned by her, and under her control, they swarmed towards Eddie, wanting to devour Eddie to death. At this moment, there was a loud bang and a big hole appeared in the building, and a bright green light flashed in. Banner stood in mid-air, overlooking the bloody scene below, with anger in his heart constantly boiling. "Damn you guys!" Chapter 154. Steve's heart sank as he recognized the man who broke in. He had almost forgotten that Bruce Banner had close ties to the church. Now, he didn't know whether Banner was a friend who came to help, or a deadly enemy. Although his mind was in a state of confusion, his eyes couldn't help but stare at Banner, trying to find any clues from his actions. The way Banner appeared undoubtedly showed his strong strength. He was seen slowly descending from the sky, the ground beneath his feet was blown into dust by the strong airflow, and the air around him seemed to become heavy under his momentum. If he came to help the church, Steve and the others would be in great danger. However, when Louise, who was almost out of control, saw Banner landing, a look of extreme fear and even terror appeared on her face, more of madness. Louise keenly felt the terrible murderous aura emanating from Banner, and the spirit in her body frantically warned her, "This is a terrible enemy." This actually stimulated her and made her even crazier. Louise's expression turned fierce, she raised her head and let out a sharp roar. The undead that were about to pounce on Eddie quickly changed direction and rushed towards Banner. Those undead spirits, with a cold aura, rushed towards Banner quickly like a black cloud. Seeing the undead rushing towards him, Banner's face was full of surprise. This was the first time he had seen this kind of intangible, illusory creature. As a scientist who had watched many science fiction and fantasy movies, he quickly guessed the nature of these creatures. There was a glimmer of curiosity and excitement in his eyes, as if he was facing some novel experimental subject. These should be the so-called ghosts. They are so magical and worth studying, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recognized several familiar faces among the undead, and to his even greater surprise, he saw the figure of the high priest. How is this possible? He is dead too? What is going on? Banner was full of doubts. He originally thought that the sacrificial ceremony was presided over by the high priest himself and planned to hold the high priest accountable, but he did not expect that the high priest was already dead. Banner looked at Louise and vaguely recognized her as the high priest's underage daughter. He couldn't help but frowned. Apart from Louise, the only one who could still stand steadily on the field was the Holy Lord with many scales on his body. The aura emanating from the Holy Lord made Banner feel extremely disgusted. That aura of evil and corruption seemed to be able to penetrate deep into the human soul. Banner couldn't figure out the truth of the matter, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Forget it, I'll just kill both of you, he said coldly. Banner stretched out his palm, and the angry emotional power continuously emerged from his body, materializing into palm-length spikes that densely covered the entire ceiling, leaving Steve stunned. Those spikes flashed with cold light, like messengers of death, carrying endless threats. What kind of ability is this? Steve was shocked. Haha, Steve, it looks like we're in trouble. The Holy Lord had an extremely solemn expression on his face. That guy has included us as a target of attack as well. Sure enough, Banner waved his fingers, and dense spikes immediately fell like raindrops, splitting into two waves in the middle. One wave flew towards the Holy Lord, and the other wave easily pierced all the undead that pounced on him. Some fragile undead spirits, because their spirit bodies were too severely damaged, dissipated directly into the air. Even the undead spirits that survived by chance looked severely injured, and their spirit bodies became much more transparent. Fortunately, a lot of the spikes that were transformed from anger were consumed, and the remaining spikes posed no threat to Louise, but they also made Louise look a little embarrassed. Louise bared her sharp teeth and growled angrily at Banner, with more timorous eyes appearing on her face. The Holy Lord on the other side had a much more difficult time. The fire shield he set up collided with the falling spikes and immediately became shaky. The collision of flames and spikes made a harsh sound and sparks splashed everywhere, like a small explosion. Kid, I've tried my best. This guy is a monster. I'm no match for him without my strength back. The Holy Lord said calmly, so, the rest is up to you. What? Steve's heart trembled. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his vision blurred. When his vision returned to normal, the first thing he saw was the collapse of the fire shield and the countless spikes coming towards him. At this critical moment of life and death, the Holy Lord actually gave up control of his body and returned it to Steve. Steve cursed inwardly, and the next second his body was pierced by those spikes, blood spurted out, and his body was knocked several meters into the air by the powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. The severe pain came in waves like a tide, drowning him directly. Steve gritted his teeth hard, but he could still feel his vitality rapidly draining away with his blood, and his body gradually became cold. At this moment, it seemed as if a fire was burning in his heart, dispelling the cold and making him feel much better. Holy Lord, you bastard who escaped from the battle. No, this is a strategic retreat, which I learned from the romantic country. Fuck. Died. Banner shook his head, withdrew his gaze from Steve, and looked at Louise. Now she was the only target left. It seems that you have lost your mind and turned into a monster. Then I will give you a way out. He raised his arms, and countless spikes appeared in the air again. As Banner pointed his finger at Louis, the spikes shot out like a rainstorm. Louise was overwhelmed by an extremely strong sense of crisis, and her eyes briefly regained clarity. Without time to think, she immediately screamed and stretched out her hand to violently grasp the high priest's spirit. "Father, save me!" The high priest's spiritual strength is the strongest among this group of undead. Even if he suffered serious injuries, he is still much better than other undead. Upon hearing Louise's call, he immediately turned into a meteor and instantly sank into Louise's body. Louise's aura then changed drastically. She suddenly raised her hands, and endless flames appeared around her out of thin air, condensing and transforming into the shape of fire crows. The fire crows all let out sharp cries and spread their wings to pounce on the countless falling spikes. The green tide and the red flames collided violently. After a brief silence, there was a huge explosion like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Boom! The towering building shattered, and endless flames gushed out, madly devouring everything around it. Even the night sky was turned red, and the entire community turned into a flaming hell. Chapter 155. In the completely ruined building, a dazzling green light broke through the thick building debris and burst out, revealing Banner's figure. There was a cold light flashing in his eyes, and the materialized armor on his body emitted a cold glow under the bright moonlight. At the moment of the explosion, he wrapped himself tightly with armor and did not suffer any damage. Banner looked down at the ruins at his feet, frowning. Did he escape? His voice was low and magnetic, with obvious anger and unwillingness. It seemed that Louise took advantage of the explosion to escape from here using a special method and did not die. Her escape made Banner unhappy, but he had no means to track her, so he had to give up and get rid of her. There are probably no other mysterious people in this city except Louise now, so there is no need for him to stay here any longer. Banner looked up to the north, his eyes deep, as if penetrating through layers of clouds and reaching his long-lost home. A strong sense of belonging and mission surged in his heart. It was time to go back and take back everything that belonged to him. Listening to the sirens coming from not far away, he no longer hesitated. A pair of broad wings appeared behind him again. He spread his wings and left here, quickly disappearing into the night sky. A minute later, the police car, fire brigade, and ambulance finally arrived to carry out the final finishing work. People were busy searching for survivors in the ruins, trying to find a glimmer of hope from this disaster. In an alley several kilometers away from the ruined building, Louise leaned against the wall in a miserable state, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, which seemed to have black hair wriggling in it, which was creepy. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were filled with endless fatigue and pain. She did not have strong defenses like Banner, and was inevitably hit by the explosion while escaping. Because of this, one of the evil arms behind her back was broken, a lot of her long black hair was burnt, and even many of the tumorous eyes on her face were closed, and the remaining ones looked tired. Louise felt a little weak, but she knew that this was actually a good thing for her. She was about to lose control, but after suffering a severe blow, she consumed a lot of excess mysterious power, which allowed her to come back from the brink of losing control and regain her sanity. Thinking of the dangerous situation just now, Louise's eyes were filled with fear. Almost, just almost, she died at the hands of that terrible angry archbishop. A deep fear and regret welled up in her heart, all because she alone absorbed most of the power bestowed by the gods. Louise suddenly fell to her knees in panic, licking the wriggling black hair on the ground and begging for forgiveness from the god of chaos. "Lord God, it's all my fault. I'm so useless that I can't even handle this little bit of power. I failed your expectations and trust." Her voice trembled, filled with endless regret and self-blame. After a long time, she swallowed all the black hair into her stomach, raised her head, and turned back into her original indifferent girl. Her eyes became firm, as if she was reborn from despair. Louise felt the powerful and chaotic power in her body and frowned slightly. With the infusion of power bestowed by the gods, she successfully advanced 2 levels and became a Sequence 5 spiritual witch, which shows how enormous that power is. If Eddie hadn't shared a small part of the burden with her, she would have completely lost control and become a monster. That guy can also absorb the power of the god. Could he also be a believer of the god? Humph, if he is willing to devote everything to the god in the future, then I will forgive him. Louise sneered and quickly threw the insignificant Eddie aside. The most important thing for her now was to use the acting method to digest the power bestowed by the gods as quickly as possible, completely master the abilities of the witch, and avoid losing control again. The most important ability of a spiritual witch is to control spirits. Her eyes flashed, she opened her mouth, and spit out an almost completely transparent spirit, which was the undead spirit that the high priest turned into after his death. The spirit of Sequence 7 is extremely rare and powerful. It was by merging with the high priest that she was able to use the high priest's abilities and escape with the help of the explosion. Father, it seems that you cannot go to the Lord God yet. You must stay and continue to help your daughter. Louise smiled slightly, stretched out her finger and gently touched the spirit of the high priest, turning it into a black dot and sealing it on her front teeth. Just then, two tall figures came into the alley. What was that explosion just now? It was scary. Whatever it is, it's none of our business. It's a pity that the pub is closed, so I can't see the beautiful Amy. Hey, look, there's a beautiful lady over there. Yeah, let's go over and chat with her. Louise raised her head and looked at them, her face expressionless and her eyes as cold as ice, like a sharp blade piercing their hearts. Soon, two screams were heard in the alley, and two translucent figures appeared beside Louise. The souls of these ordinary people are too weak to be of any use. I need souls that are tougher and stronger. She hesitated for a moment, covered her head with her cloak, and left the alley. Two translucent figures followed closely behind her, looking particularly strange and eerie. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if she was ready to face all challenges in the future. What did you say? In the office, Fury stood up suddenly, his face as gloomy as water, and his palm gripping the microphone so hard that veins popped out. After a long time, he nodded. Okay, I understand. He hung up the phone and looked out the window. White light was appearing in the distant clouds and the darkness of the night was gradually fading away, but there were some people who would never be seen again. Coulson. Fury took a deep breath and regained his composure. He dialed the number and said in a deep voice, Agent Sharon, I have an important mission for you. Go and bring the captain and the others back. Yes. So, when Steve regained consciousness and opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Sharon Carter. Sharon? Why do I see you again? Am I not awake yet? No, Captain, it's true. Sharon smiled and said, I was sent by the director to pick you up. This is still South America. Steve's thoughts gradually became clear. He remembered everything that happened last night and immediately looked at Sharon nervously. Where's Eddie? Are they okay? Eddie's fine. Steve didn't feel happy. He noticed something was wrong from Sharon's expression. What about Coulson and the others? Sharon opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent and turned her head away. Steve understood instantly, he slowly clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Chapter 156. These days, Parker is trying to figure out how to play a drifter. He kept replaying the images of those wanderers in his mind, ragged clothes, messy hair, lonely eyes with nowhere to go. But he soon realized that it would not work to just take all the clothes and quilts with him and sleep under the bridge. Not to mention that Aunt May would beat him to death, he also had to go to work and didn't have enough time to experience the life of a homeless person. Of course, he didn't want to stay with those dirty homeless people all the time. This kind of life was too strange and repulsive to him. Therefore, he could only choose another way, to regard himself as a wanderer in daily life. In his opinion, the acting method should not be so rigid. After all, that God has existed for who knows how many years. Would his followers at that time know how to play the role of a tramp or a gourmet? With this idea in mind, Parker needs to first understand the characteristics of homeless people. To this end, he went to Columbia University and found professors of sociology and anthropology to ask and discuss this issue. He also looked through various materials in the library, trying to solve the mystery theoretically. A few days later, he even wrote a publishable paper that was detailed and well organized. Anna, who naturally became Parker's girlfriend, did not hide her admiration. Oh my God, you must be a top student. Unlike her, she would just be a pastry chef, constantly making and tasting cakes and experiencing the feeling of a gourmet. Parker was not happy. He was good at theory, but it was a bit difficult to put it into practice. Wanderers are free first. They have no fixed place to live and are not bound to one place. Secondly, they are lonely. How can living in a group be called free? They will definitely be subject to various restrictions. Finally, they are cautious. If you wander alone, you will not live long if you are not careful. Therefore, he has summarized the 3 characteristics of wanderers, namely freedom, loneliness, and caution. But Parker had no idea how to embody these 3 qualities in life. You can't just kick Anna out and move out to live alone just for the sake of freedom and solitude. What's the difference between that and becoming a homeless person? Parker was alone in a corner of the laboratory, scratching his head in distress. The light from the laboratory shone on his face, making him look even more tired and helpless. "Hey, Parker, go make me another cup of coffee, please." The colleague turned around and handed over the empty cup in his hand, but was surprised to find that Parker had disappeared. He was there just now, how come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? "Forget it, I'll go to the bar by myself." Parker came out from under the table only after his colleague left. He looked at his colleague's back, seeming to be thinking about something. If he disappeared from everyone's sight, would that be equivalent to being free, lonely, and cautious at the same time? Parker curled his lips and felt more and more that this was a good idea. Next, he tried hard to reduce his presence, deliberately hiding in everyone's blind spot, and not speaking if possible, creating a situation where he seemed to have come to work but no one could see him. As Parker became more and more proficient and seemed to have realized something important, a voice sounded behind him. "Parker, what are you doing standing here?" Parker shuddered, turned around quickly, and saw a familiar gentle face. "Mr. Osborn." I. "Okay, don't be so nervous." Norman smiled and said, "I came to you to ask how Harry is doing these days? Is there anything unusual?" Parker breathed a sigh of relief and tried to calm down, but he could not suppress his excitement. The man in front of him was the chairman of the Austin Group, the man who developed the superhuman serum, and the man who founded the famous Patriot Alliance. He can be said to be an important idol in Parker's heart, second only to Uncle Ben. Harry is fine, all indicators are normal." "Then I'm relieved. You can continue to be busy." "Okay." Under Parker's gaze, Norman left the laboratory and walked in the corridor outside with a smile on his face. "Little Spider's growth is a bit slow. Do you want to help him and let him play in the high-end game sooner?" Norman shook his head and returned to the chairman's office. Just then the computer flashed and a video request popped up. Norman sat down on the chair and clicked it. As expected, General Ross's gloomy face appeared on the video screen. "General, looking at your appearance, has the mission to capture the Hulk failed?" "Call." General Ross let out a long sigh and nodded, "Yes, you guessed it right. The mission failed, and it failed completely." "How could this be?" Norman frowned and said curiously, "With the strength of Bronsky and Walker, even if they face Banner who has transformed into the Hulk, it is difficult for them to lose based on the data." General Ross shook his head. This time, Banner didn't transform into the Hulk. He mastered a new and strange and powerful ability, and easily defeated Bronsky and the other two. "New ability?" Norman became interested. "What kind of ability is it?" "I will have someone send you the specific information later, but now I have an important matter that I need your help with." "You don't want Spider-Man and Black Cat to capture Banner as well?" "With all due respect, they won't be of any use if even Bronsky is easily defeated." "No, not this," General Ross said in a deep voice. "In fact, we discovered Banner's whereabouts. He left South America and appeared in America. I know he must be coming for me. I must gather all my strength and must not let this guy succeed." "Banner is here to see you? It looks like we really can't just stand by and watch." Norman nodded and said, "I will let them go, but they will have to wait for several hours. In addition, I think you should prepare another plan, such as how to win over Banner. If he can become one of ours, you know how much help it will be." General Ross opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something harsh, but he held back in the end. He knew that Norman was right. If they could win over Banner, their strength would be greatly enhanced. The two were silent for a while, and General Ross finally nodded, "Okay, I will consider this suggestion." Norman smiled and said, "That's good. I hope we can succeed in our next operation." After ending the call, General Ross was silent for a long time before turning to the adjutant beside him and said, "Bring Betty to me." "Yes." Chapter 157. San Francisco. Uncle Ben and Jessica walked slowly down from the plane. Looking up at the clear sky, Jessica covered her eyes with her hands and took a long breath. "I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel that New York is a bit cold and grey even on sunny days, which is very depressing. I don't feel that way here." Uncle Ben looked around and nodded, "This is not an illusion. I have the same feeling. There may be too many mysteries hidden in New York City." Jessica sighed, "Yeah, even the devil showed up." She suddenly thought of Harry, who was still lying in the laboratory, and closed her mouth dejectedly. Uncle Ben seemed to have thought of Harry as well. He was silent for a while before he spoke, "Okay, let's hurry over there. That lady should be here to pick us up. She's been waving at us for a long time." "Ah." Jessica followed Uncle Ben and walked out with a worried look on her pretty face. "We should hurry up. New York can't survive without us." "Oh, don't worry, we'll be back soon after we get our things. Hopefully." When the two were halfway there, the short-haired woman in a business suit came up to them, her expression clearly excited. "You two must be Spider-Man and Black Cat, right? I'm an employee of the Life Foundation, and I'm here to greet you two. Just call me Lisa." "Yes, Lisa, please. No trouble, I am a fan of both of you, and I snatched the job of receiving you from many people." "Spider-Man, you are awesome, I like you very much." "Of course I like you too, Miss Black Cat, you are so cool." "Oh, sorry, please get in the car, I'll take you to the company." Under the hospitality of the talkative and enthusiastic Lisa, Uncle Ben and Jessica got into the car reluctantly and headed for the destination of this mission, Life Foundation Company. According to Norman's description, the exploration spacecraft launched into outer space by this company discovered several special life forms suspected to be aliens and brought them back. The Life Foundation has been acquired by the Austin Group, and those alien life forms naturally belong to the Austin Group as well. Therefore, their mission is to bring these alien life forms safely back to the Austin Group. This task seems simple and is actually not difficult. The only possible unexpected situation is that the boss of the Life Foundation will interfere. After all, if he could achieve outstanding results in discovering and studying aliens, it would make him famous. Other people would not be so willing to give up these important experimental materials. Regardless, Uncle Ben and the other man got in the car and headed to the Life Foundation. An hour later, a small island located in the middle of the river gradually appeared before their eyes. The island is surrounded by clear river water, sparkling like a huge mirror, reflecting the surrounding scenery. The buildings on the island are like an ancient castle, gradually rising from the outside to the inside, with layers upon layers in an orderly manner. In the center of the island, an extremely tall technology building rises from the ground, reaching into the sky, as if it is about to connect with the sky. "You two, that is the office building and experimental base of our Life Foundation." Lisa tilted her head and chuckled, "We'll be there soon." "Yeah," Jessica responded, looking into the distance through the car window. At some point, a large, dense black cloud appeared in the originally clear sky and spread towards them. The dark clouds quickly covered the sky like a huge black curtain, blocking out the sunlight and making the whole world dark in an instant. Jessica couldn't help but feel depressed, as if something bad was about to happen. The weather changes so quickly. Uncle Ben frowned, with a hint of worry in his tone. "Yeah, I hope it won't affect our schedule." Jessica's voice was a little low, and her eyes never left the dark cloud. She always felt that there was some ominous omen hidden in the dark cloud, as if warning them of impending danger. The car continued to move forward and gradually drove onto a long bridge connecting the islands. The moment the car drove onto the bridge, Jessica suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet and quickly spreading throughout her body. She shivered involuntarily and wrapped her coat tightly around her. Uncle Ben seemed to notice something was wrong with Jessica. He reached out and patted Jessica's shoulder gently, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, everything will go well." Jessica forced a smile and nodded, but the uneasiness in her heart did not dissipate. She looked up at the sky. The dark clouds had completely covered the bridge. There were faint lightning and thunder in the clouds, as if a storm was brewing. The car finally drove across the long bridge and entered the island. The scenery on the island is completely different from the outside world, as if you have entered another world. The road is lined with tall trees with dense leaves that block out the sun, giving people a deep and mysterious feeling. At the end of the road, a huge iron gate stood in front of them, inlaid with the logo of the Life Foundation, a phoenix with spread wings, symbolizing new life and hope. The iron gate slowly opened and the car drove into the foundation. Jessica looked out the car window and saw the surrounding buildings arranged in an orderly manner, and each building was full of the atmosphere of modern technology. Her eyes were attracted by the towering science and technology building, which was their destination. The car stopped in front of the building. Lisa opened the door and invited, "You two, please get out of the car." Uncle Ben and Jessica got out of the car and looked up at the tall building. It's really tall. It seems to be only slightly lower than the Osborne building. From this we can see that the Life Foundation is financially strong. If the Life Foundation's spacecraft exploration plan had not failed, the Austin Group might not have been able to acquire this company. "Come on, let's go in," Lisa said with a smile and took the lead to walk towards the building. Jessica calmed herself down and followed Lisa into the building with Uncle Ben. A young and energetic guy came up with a smile on his face. He looked at Uncle Ben and Jessica in their combat uniforms, with a strong fear hidden deep in his eyes. These two superheroes often appear on TV and he is very familiar with them. "Welcome. I'm Carlton Drake, currently the head of experiments at the Life Foundation." He put emphasis on the word currently, causing Uncle Ben to raise an eyebrow. "I've heard a lot about you, Dr. Drake. I heard that you were the one who developed the Life Foundation. That's amazing. There's no need to talk about the past. Come on, I'll take you inside for a look. It is good." Chapter 158. In the spacious and clean building, Dr. Drake enthusiastically introduced to Uncle Ben and Jessica every detail of the Life Foundation's establishment and development. The content is so detailed that it could be published as a book. After more than half an hour, Jessica finally couldn't stand it anymore. "I'm sorry, Dr. Drake, we are not elementary school students here for a visit. You don't need to introduce so much to us. We are not interested. It's actually quite interesting," Uncle Ben added in a low voice, and when he saw Jessica's cold gaze, he smiled helplessly. Having been in the society for many years, he inevitably became smooth-talking and did not want to make the relationship between the Austin Group and Dr. Drake too strained. But since Jessica had spoken, he had to support his teammates' point of view. However, it is indeed important to do the business first. "Dr. Drake, please hand over those alien life forms to us." Jessica nodded approvingly and looked at Dr. Drake. "Yes, you know we are very busy. Hurry and give us the stuff. We still have to go back and catch those restless villains." The smile on Dr. Drake's face froze instantly. He paused, then nodded gracefully and said, "Okay, I understand. No problem. I'll take you there right away. You two, please come with me." He turned around, his kind smile disappeared instantly, and the fingers of his right hand wiggled obscurely. A bald man who looked like the head of security who was following behind them narrowed his eyes, apparently noticing Dr. Drake's little move, and quietly turned around and left in the opposite direction. Little did they know that their little actions were seen by Uncle Ben. He sighed secretly and realized that this mission might not be so smooth. Soon, they arrived at the core area of the laboratory. In addition to many instruments and equipment, there are many small rooms like cells, distributed on both sides of the corridor. Jessica looked inside curiously, but the small rooms were empty and no one was there. "What are these rooms used for?" Dr. Drake smiled and said, "Those are single-person laboratories, used for some of the more dangerous operations. Like pouring sulfuric acid or something." "Ha ha ha, yes, you are right. Dr. Drake didn't seem to want to dwell on this issue any longer. He took 2 quick steps and led Uncle Ben and the other man through a security door and into a spacious and bright laboratory. Unlike outside, there was only a woman in a white coat here. This is Dr. Dora, my indispensable experimental assistant. Spider-Man and Black Cat, I don't need to introduce these 2 famous superheroes. Of course, I have always liked you too. Dr. Dora smiled. But this smile made Uncle Ben look a little flustered, as if he had done something wrong, just like the prisoners he blocked. So, where are those aliens? Where are they? Jessica was still thinking about getting her things and leaving quickly. Oh, they are here. Dora, prompted by Dr. Drake, quickly responded, I'll show you. She walked to the laboratory table, took a deep breath, reached out and pressed a hidden button. With a slight click sound, the side wall began to move slowly, making a faint mechanical sound. Transparent glass blocks gradually appeared behind the wall, and 3 of them contained a pool of liquid-like substance. They glowed faintly under the light of the laboratory, and were deep black, dark blue, and conspicuous yellow. Are these aliens? Jessica walked forward and observed for a while, with obvious disbelief on her face. You are not going to find fakes to fool us, are you? They don't look alive. As soon as the words fell, the black liquid closest to Jessica suddenly moved. It began to wriggle slowly, as if it had been activated. Suddenly, several slimy-looking tentacles stretched out from the liquid and quickly stuck to the glass, making a crisp pop sound. This sudden change startled Jessica. She couldn't help but take a step back, staring at the squirming black liquid in surprise and vigilance. Dr. Drake chuckled and took 2 steps forward. Relax, Miss Black Cat. After a period of research, we found that these strange alien life forms cannot survive alone on Earth. They need to parasitize other organisms to have the ability to move. Therefore, I call them symbiotes. Symbiote. Jessica glanced at the alien life forms in surprise and shook her head. Who wants to be parasitized by these things? It's disgusting. Dr. Drake spread his hands and said, Oh, for experimental exploration, some things are inevitable. Uncle Ben, who had been silent, interrupted at this time. Dr. Drake, please give us the experimental data here and take it back. Dr. Drake glanced at Dora with an unchanged smile and nodded, no problem. Then, under the watchful eyes of Uncle Ben and Jessica, they put the 3 symbiotes into a sealed device, packed them together in a sturdy suitcase, and handed it to Uncle Ben. When Uncle Ben and Jessica left the laboratory, they suddenly stopped, looked at Dr. Drake, and said, This should be all the symbiotes. There should be no omissions, right? Of course not. Dr. Drake smiled and said, I have something else to do, so I'll let Lisa take you out. We'll see each other sometime. Row. After watching Uncle Ben and the other person take the elevator down, Dr. Drake's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He looked at Dora beside him and said in a deep voice, You should have arranged it according to my order, right? Ah. Dora hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, Boss, isn't it a bad idea to do this? What if someone finds out? Then don't let anyone find out. Dr. Drake straightened his clothes and said to Dora word by word, You know, I have cancer and I have to rely on the symbiont to survive. Do you want to watch me die miserably? Dora shook her head in panic, and what about the egg? What should we do with it? That is also an important material, let's keep it for now. It is good. After Dr. Drake left, Dora sighed and returned to the laboratory. She pressed a button and another wall moved away, revealing a glass cabinet hidden inside. One of the cabinets contained an alien creature that was similar to the previous 3 symbiotes, except that it was silver-gray in color. However, the eggs originally placed in the cabinet next to it were cracked, leaving only a few pieces of eggshells, and there seemed to be a small hole corroded on the glass wall. Could the egg have escaped? Dora immediately became nervous. She took 2 steps back and just as she turned around to leave, a dark shadow pounced on her and covered her face. Chapter 159. Uncle Ben and Jessica had just walked downstairs and were about to leave the building when they were suddenly blocked by Lisa. Lisa's face was full of apologies, and her eyes were full of helplessness and anxiety. I'm really sorry, it's storming outside now, and the bridge leading outside has been submerged by the swollen river. You may not be able to leave here for the time being." Lisa's voice was a little nervous, as if she was afraid they would blame her for this. "Storm?" Uncle Ben frowned, with a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Jessica immediately walked to the window, lifted a corner of the heavy curtains, and looked out through the gap. There was a strong wind outside and heavy rain was falling from the sky like countless silver threads. The trees were swaying in the strong wind and it seemed that they would be uprooted at any time. The sky was covered with dark clouds, silver snakes were dancing, and thunder was roaring. It was extremely terrifying. Her heart sank as she realized the storm was far more powerful than she had imagined. Lisa glanced at the phone in her hand and said softly, "It's almost lunchtime. How about we go have lunch? Of course, we also have bars, KTVs, gyms, game rooms, and other leisure and entertainment venues here. You two can also go and experience them." Jessica looked at Uncle Ben, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. They are superheroes, but facing such powerful natural forces, they are temporarily helpless. She knew that Uncle Ben was always cautious and never took risks easily, let alone leaving rashly under such circumstances. Uncle Ben sighed helplessly and nodded, "Then let's go eat something first." Lisa breathed a sigh of relief, a smile on her face, and led the two of them to the restaurant. The restaurant's soft lighting and elegant decorations formed a sharp contrast with the violent storm outside. The table is already filled with various delicious foods, the aroma is overflowing, which whets your appetite. After Uncle Ben and Jessica sat down, Lisa poured them red wine personally. Jessica picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The aroma of the red wine spread in her mouth, slightly easing the tension in her heart. "Your place is really a different world." Uncle Ben looked around, with a hint of appreciation in his tone. "Haha, as long as you like it." Dr. Drake, who had just parted, appeared in front of them again and sat opposite Uncle Ben. "I didn't expect a sudden storm. It seems I can continue to introduce the Life Foundation to you." "Okay." Jessica rolled her eyes, showing no interest in their conversation and concentrating on the food in front of her. Time passed by minute, and it had been a long time since the end of lunch, but the sound of heavy rain outside had not subsided at all. The rain was pouring down, as if the faucet in the sky had been completely turned on, and the rain was hitting the windows frantically, making a distracting noise. Dr. Drake had something to take care of, so he just stayed with Uncle Ben for dinner and then hurriedly said goodbye and left. They were focused on the mission and had no intention of playing, so Lisa arranged a room for them to rest. "Okay, I understand. We will get back as soon as possible." On the sofa, Uncle Ben hung up the phone, his brows furrowed. Jessica on the side raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "I can't believe those two guys lost so badly. It seems that the guy named Banner is very powerful." Her hearing was very sensitive and she heard clearly the conversation between Uncle Ben and Norman just now. "Yes, now Bruce Banner seems to want to take revenge on General Ross. We have to go back to help as soon as possible." Uncle Ben turned to Jessica. "Why are you looking at me?" Jessica rolled her eyes. "Although I don't like General Ross, I won't stand by and watch him die. It just so happens that I want to see how powerful that Hulk is." Under the mask, Uncle Ben showed a gratified expression, his eyes slightly raised, and a warm smile on his lips. He was about to say something to Jessica when suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from outside the room and the air froze instantly. The two people in the room reacted almost at the same time, quickly stood up and ran out the door. "This way!" Uncle Ben shouted, and quickly shot out a spider web. The whole person swung quickly in the long corridor like a black shadow, still holding the suitcase containing the symbiote in his hand. Jessica followed closely behind. Although she did not have the spider web skills like Uncle Ben, her agile figure was like a black lightning, quickly shuttling through the corridor. Her eyes were sharp, her ears caught every movement, and her steps were light and swift. In just a few seconds, they arrived at the location where the sound came from. What came into their sight was a corpse lying on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was horrifying. Uncle Ben landed lightly next to the man, his pupils shrinking slightly. The man was wearing a Life Foundation uniform and was obviously an employee of the company, but his head was gone and there was a big hole in his chest, covered in blood and flesh, and his internal organs seemed to have been hollowed out. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people feel sick. When Jessica arrived, she frowned uncomfortably, with a hint of anger and uneasiness in her eyes. "Was he murdered?" she asked in a low voice, with a tremor in her voice. "No, it doesn't look like a human did it." Uncle Ben shook his head and stared at the wound on the body seriously. "Look carefully, his chest is empty, his internal organs are gone. From the time we heard the scream to the time we saw him, only 10 seconds had passed. If it was a human, it would be impossible to hollow out all his internal organs and chop off his head in such a short time." Jessica squatted down and carefully examined the gap in the body's neck. She found that the edge was not smooth, but jagged, as if it had been bitten off by some wild beast. Her heart tightened and she felt a chill spread from her spine to her whole body. "No, it doesn't look like the head was chopped off." Uncle Ben's voice was low and firm. "Could it be a mysterious incident?" There was a hint of shock in Jessica's voice. "It's possible, but it's not the only answer." Uncle Ben's eyes became deeper, and he seemed to be thinking about something. "You mean?" Jessica's voice was a little hesitant, and a terrible guess emerged in her mind. "Have you forgotten? There is also an alien life form here." Uncle Ben's voice was steady and powerful. Jessica's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. "So, that bastard is hiding another one." "Probably." Uncle Ben's voice was heavy and worried. "We must find Drake as soon as possible, find out the truth, and catch the murderer, otherwise more people will die." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find that bastard." Chapter 160. Dr. Drake, who was being looked for by Uncle Ben and Jessica, was hiding in a closed room in a slightly panicked manner. "How can that monster be so strong?" Dr. Drake's face was filled with shock and fear. After finishing lunch and saying goodbye to Uncle Ben, he returned to the laboratory and saw Dora lying in a pool of blood. There was an lingering fear on Dora's face. There was a big hole in her chest, and all her internal organs had disappeared, as if they had been eaten by some wild beast. Seeing such a bloody scene, Dr. Drake gasped immediately. He found the remaining eggshells in the cabinet and soon had a guess. Could it be that an alien creature hatched from an egg and attacked Dora? This egg was also found from the crashed exploration spacecraft and is obviously not a creature from Earth. It's just that Dr. Drake was more interested in the symbiote, so he put the egg aside for the time being. He didn't expect that this tragedy would happen. Dr. Drake took a deep breath, looked at the silver-gray symbiote still staying in the cabinet, and felt relieved. This concerned his life. Luckily it was not lost. The problem is that the alien creature that killed Dora is probably still hiding in this laboratory, staring at her hungrily. Dr. Drake hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up his mind. He looked around vigilantly, slowly backed away, took out his phone and contacted the head of security. "Hurry and bring everyone to the lab." Just as he was about to leave the laboratory, a dark shadow suddenly pounced on him from behind. The speed was so fast that Dr. Drake, who was always paying attention to the movements around him, only had time to roll forward and avoid the attack of the black shadow. He turned around quickly and what came into view was a humanoid monster about the size of a child. The monster was pitch black all over, with a smooth and transparent forehead, and something resembling a human skull could be vaguely seen inside. There seemed to be no eyes on its face, only a ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth. Dr. Drake clearly saw the saliva flowing from the monster's mouth and dripping onto the alloy floor, easily corroding a large hole. The spikes on its arms and its long, segmented tail, like a venomous scorpion, do not indicate that it is an extremely dangerous species. Dr. Drake decided to call this alien creature, which is very different from humans, alien. Dr. Drake knew that he could not be a match for the alien, and the only way he could be rescued was to buy time and wait for the security guards to come for his support. So, when the alien let out a low growl and pounced towards him, Dr. Drake grabbed the chair beside him and swung it to smash the alien back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dr. Drake quickly ran to the corner, picked up the fire extinguisher, pulled out the safety pin, turned around and pointed the nozzle of the fire extinguisher forward. However, the alien figure disappeared from his sight, as if it had hidden itself again. Dr. Drake took a deep breath and observed the movements around him attentively. He swore that he was not as serious as he is now when he was taking the doctorate exam. Fortunately, the security guards were loyal and knew that something was going to happen to the boss, so they ran faster than the other and soon appeared at the door of the laboratory. "Boss, are you okay? Something's going on, be careful, there's a monster here." "Monster?" Everyone immediately dispersed, took out their pistols, and nervously searched for possible monsters. As if sensing danger, the alien rushed out from its hiding place, using its speed to rush out of the laboratory like a phantom, and stabbed a security guard with its sharp tail on the way. It was not until its figure rushed out of the laboratory that the sound of gunfire rang out behind it. Dr. Drake breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had saved his life. He looked at the security guards standing still and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Go and chase them." Oh. Wait, leave a few people here. The rest of you go find the alien for me, and catch it alive." Without danger, Dr. Drake naturally became very interested in the alien that was like a killing weapon, and he wanted to catch it alive for research. "By the way, don't alarm those two people." "Yes." Most of the security guards left as ordered. Dr. Drake glanced at the body lying on the ground and frowned, "Get rid of the body." Immediately, he looked at the symbiote in the cabinet, felt that it was not very safe here, and decided to move it to a safer place. He placed the symbiote in a sealed container, held it in his hand, and headed to his office under the escort of several security guards. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction, but what he never expected was that this alien was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The security guards who went to capture the alien became its prey and food instead, providing it with the nutrients necessary for growth. Not long after, the alien that appeared in front of Dr. Drake again had fully grown. It was nearly 3 meters tall, almost 2 or 3 times larger. The bullets fired from the pistol in the security guard's hand only left white marks on its exoskeleton. The alien rushed forward suddenly and easily killed the security guards around Dr. Drake. Dr. Drake was completely frightened. He picked up the container containing the symbiote in panic and prepared to hide in the secret room, but he was greeted by the alien's terrifying spiked tail. He reflexively held the container in front of his body. The next second, an unrivaled force came over him, and his body immediately flew backwards and hit the wall. A crack appeared on the container in his hand, and it was also knocked away, falling to the ground and breaking apart. The silver-gray symbiote inside quickly ejected onto a security guard lying nearby and entered his body. Only 2 seconds later, the dying security guard stood up as if nothing had happened. Silver-gray tentacles surged out of his body like a tide, wrapping him up into a tall and strong, silver-gray monster. It had slanted white eyes, and after opening its bloody mouth, it stuck out a long red tongue and roared at the alien. When Dr. Drake saw this scene, his eyes burst into extreme enthusiasm. This was the research result he had always longed to obtain. But now the most important thing is to save his life. While the two alien monsters were confronting each other, he quickly hid in the secret room. Listening to the roars and fighting sounds outside, Dr. Drake felt extremely uneasy. "Symbiote, please don't die. That alien may look quite powerful, but it shouldn't be able to do anything to the symbiote, right?" Unexpectedly, after only waiting for a minute or two, the fighting outside stopped and became silent. But he didn't dare to open the door, so he could only continue to hide in the secret room, hoping that his security guards could successfully capture the two monsters. So Dr. Drake has waited until now. Chapter 161. In the secret room, Dr. Drake gradually calmed down. The surrounding walls were inlaid with various complex instruments and equipment, flashing faint lights, which brought him some comfort. However, despite his efforts to calm himself, the anxiety in his heart still surged like a tide. He forgot to bring any communication equipment with him, so he had no way of knowing what was happening outside and could only wait anxiously. After a long while, Dr. Drake took a deep breath and decided to go out and see what was going on. He knew that hiding here all the time was not a solution. His finger lingered for a moment on the control panel of the secret room door, hesitating. Just when he made up his mind to press the switch, a loud noise suddenly exploded in his ear, causing pain in his eardrum. The sturdy alloy door of the secret room suddenly sank, as if something outside was hitting the door hard. Dr. Drake's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he felt a strong sense of uneasiness surge in his heart. The sound was so shocking that it seemed as if the whole world before his eyes was shaking. He held his breath and stared at the crumbling door, afraid that his breathing would alert the monster outside. With two loud bangs, the alloy door finally couldn't bear it anymore and was blown away like a piece of rag, hitting the opposite wall. The huge impact force shook the entire secret room, and the instruments and equipment issued shrill alarms. Dr. Drake's jaw dropped open in shock, his eyes wide as he stared at the tall figure standing in the doorway. It was the most terrifying monster he had ever seen. Its 3-meter-tall body was covered with silver-gray mucus, and its narrow, blank eyes without pupils revealed endless brutality. Those eyes were like an abyss, swallowing up all light and hope. Below the eyes was a large mouth full of sharp teeth, from which a long, scarlet tongue protruded, as if licking the air provocatively. The tongue had a fishy smell that was disgusting. Long spikes grew on the monster's sturdy body, each of which flashed with cold light, as if ready to pierce anything that blocked it at any time. Behind it is a thick and long tail with a sharp barb at the end that can cut steel with a slight flick. Dr. Drake felt a chill running from his spine to his scalp, and all the blood in his body seemed to be frozen. A bold idea came to his mind: could it be that the symbiote was parasitic on the alien? Two monsters merged into one? At this moment, the monster let out a low roar, shaking the entire secret room. Dr. Drake felt a ringing in his ears and almost lost his balance. The next second, the monster stretched out its palm with sharp nails towards him, and countless tentacles suddenly extended from the silver-gray mucus on its arm, which bound Dr. Drake's body, quickly pulled him in front of it, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. The monster lowered its head and swung its long tongue in front of Dr. Drake's eyes, spitting out a fishy smell that made him feel sick. Dr. Drake tried hard to suppress the urge to vomit and said, "No, don't kill me. I can help you with whatever you want." "Really?" The monster opened its mouth wide enough to easily swallow a person, as if it was laughing, and then its silver-grey tentacles suddenly pierced into Dr. Drake's head. A powerful voice suddenly rang in his mind: "Human, I am the leader of the symbiote, Riot. Where are my subordinates?" On the other side, Uncle Ben and Jessica were taking the elevator to the top floor, where Dr. Drake's office was located. The air in the elevator seemed unusually dull, and the metal walls reflected the tense faces of the two people. Jessica's fingers tapped the elevator handrail unconsciously, making a subtle jingle. Only this monotonous sound could slightly ease her inner uneasiness. Along the way, they did not find a single living person, only headless corpses. It was obvious that a very serious situation had occurred in the building. Originally they wanted to find someone to ask about Dr. Drake's location, but now they can only try their luck in his office. Suddenly, they were both startled at the same time and looked at each other, seeing surprise and alertness in each other's eyes. The silence in the elevator was broken by a low vibration and a loud crash was heard in the distance. "Spider-Man, did you hear that too?" That's a loud noise, it's hard not to hear it. Maybe we should move faster." When the elevator door slowly opened, the two of them quickly ejected at the same time, but soon stopped because an extremely terrifying monster appeared in front of them. The monster's body was extremely huge, and its silver-grey skin emitted a cold light under the light, like a moving metal mountain. Surprisingly, the Dr. Drake they were looking for was standing next to the monster with a gloomy face. Both sides were stunned for a moment, and there was a tense atmosphere in the air, as if time had frozen at this moment. Dr. Drake was the first to react. He pointed at the briefcase in Uncle Ben's hand and said with a hint of satisfaction, "Riot, your men are in his hands." "Really?" Riot's voice was low and cold, full of murderous intent. He tilted his head to look at the suitcase in Uncle Ben's hand. His big eyes shrank quickly, and his huge body suddenly jumped up. With just a simple bounce, he appeared in front of Uncle Ben and the other man, raising his arms at the same time. The silver-gray tentacles wrapped around the arms and suddenly turned into two large axes, slashing down at Uncle Ben and Jessica. The arm fell at an incredible speed, and there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air, as if the entire space was shaking. "Be careful." Uncle Ben's spider sense took effect. He predicted Riot's actions in advance and pulled Jessica back a big step. Boom! The axe hit the floor, creating a big hole. Amid the flying debris, the axe quickly deformed and split into countless tentacles with spikes that stabbed towards Uncle Ben and the other man. The tentacles were as swift and deadly as venomous snakes, flashing with cold light. They didn't expect the Riot's attack to be so fierce and swift, and the method was even more unexpected. Jessica's pupils shrank slightly, and her petite body was like a nimble cat, dodging all the attacks of the tentacles. She flipped her hands, pulled out two daggers flashing with cold light from behind her, and waved them to create dense phantoms, protecting herself tightly. Uncle Ben flipped in the air, nimbly avoiding a dozen tentacles, but a few still brushed against his sleeves, leaving deep cracks. Riot was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two humans opposite him could actually dodge his attack, but his real purpose was not to kill these two people. A thick tail suddenly emerged from under the cover of a group of tentacles, wrapped directly around the suitcase, and with a strong pull, snatched the suitcase from Uncle Ben's hand. Just as the Riot was in triumph, a spider web shot out from Uncle Ben's hand and stuck to the suitcase. "Hey, I can't let you have your way, you murderous monster." Chapter 162. In the straight corridor, Dr. Drake leaned against the wall, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, staring at the inhuman battle between the superheroes and the Riot in front of him with flickering eyes. His heart was beating violently and sweat was dripping down his forehead, but he dared not make any sound for fear of attracting the attention of both sides of the battle. Riot, who parasitizes on the alien and forms a symbiotic relationship with it, has undoubtedly suppressed the alien's murderous will and is in a dominant position. There was a gleam of madness and bloodthirstiness in Riot's eyes, with an unparalleled confidence and dominance. As the leader of the symbiote, Riot was already extremely powerful. With the alien as his host, he was undoubtedly even more powerful and terrifyingly strong. Every move it makes carries the power to destroy the world. However, those two superheroes are not ordinary people and are not people who can be defeated so easily. Dr. Drake hopes that they will both suffer losses in the fight so that he can profit from it. He is too proud to be manipulated by others. His eyes were fixed on every detail of the battle, and he was thinking in his mind how to strike at the most critical moment and gain the greatest benefit. At this moment, the suitcase containing the symbiote was rolled up by Riot's tail on one hand, and wrapped by the spider web shot by Uncle Ben on the other hand. The two were fighting for strength around the suitcase. The alien already possessed considerable strength, and with the added boost of Riot, it undoubtedly surpassed Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben used all his strength but still couldn't prevent the suitcase from being gradually pulled towards the Riot, and his feet slowly moved towards the other side. "It's interesting, but not enough. So, all of you go to hell. Ha 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 ha." The violent laughter echoed in the corridor, and there was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, with a creepy madness. Laughing wildly, Riot leaped up, his huge body possessing the speed of Jessica. It ran along the wall and appeared above Uncle Ben's head in an instant. It clasped its arms together and transformed them into a huge sledgehammer, smashing down with the force of a mountain. Uncle Ben's spider sense went wild, and he no longer cared about the suitcase. He quickly let go of the spider web and dodged. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the originally thick floor could not withstand such a powerful attack. It collapsed and a big hole was created. In the rolling smoke and dust, Riot swung his tail and was about to take the suitcase in his hands. As a result, many spider webs shot out from the thick smoke, sticking Riot's hands, feet, body, and tail to the wall, making him unable to move for a while. Riot struggled desperately, and the spider silk made a creaking sound, as if it would be torn off at any time. There was a flash of anger and unwillingness in its eyes, as if it couldn't accept that it was bound like this. At this moment, blue electric light flashed in Uncle Ben's hand, and high-voltage current, enough to stun an elephant, fell on Riot's body along the spider web. Electricity rushed through its turbulent body, splashing sparks. Its body trembled violently, and the silver-gray mucus that had originally tightly wrapped the alien's body split into countless tentacles, revealing the alien's body inside, which let out painful roars in unison. Uncle Ben's eyes fixed, and he shouted, "Black Cat! Roger that!" Jessica and Uncle Ben have been partners for a long time, and their tacit understanding needs no words. In every mission, they are always able to cooperate with each other and overcome danger. This time is no exception. In fact, Jessica had been looking for this opportunity. Her eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed firmly on the alien in front of her. The moment the lightning came on, her body began to move. She exerted force with her feet and rushed forward silently like a swift cheetah. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. She jumped up, stepped on the wall, used the force to fly into the air, and swung the dagger in her hand like lightning. With two swoosh sounds, the dagger accurately pierced into the head of the alien that had lost its riot protection. The alien let out a shrill scream, and the whole room seemed to tremble with its wailing. Its bloody mouth suddenly opened, and the snake-like secondary jaw hidden inside suddenly shot out with terrifying speed and power. Jessica obviously didn't expect the alien to have such an attack method. Her eyes suddenly widened, and before she could react the jaws clamped around her arm. Although her special battle suit was extremely tough and withstood its bite, the corrosive saliva that came with it quickly stuck to the suit, directly corroding the surface and causing white smoke to float. Seeing this, Jessica broke out in a cold sweat and felt nervous. She knew that if she didn't get away quickly, she would be in extreme danger. She gritted her teeth, turned her arm, grabbed the horrifying secondary jaw, and pulled hard, tearing it off. The alien screamed again, feeling the host's turbulent emotions and becoming extremely angry. Its silver-gray tentacles quickly changed into countless spikes and stabbed towards Jessica. Seeing that Jessica was in midair with no way to escape, Uncle Ben shot out a spider web in time, which stuck to her back and quickly pulled her to his side. Jessica successfully dodged the attack of the spikes and breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she landed, she pulled Uncle Ben away from the rioters and aliens, and shouted, "Run!" Riot had just torn the spider web on his body into pieces when the two cat head discs stuck on the handles of the two daggers nailed on the alien's head began to make a dripping sound, giving him a bad premonition. With a thought, the tentacles quickly wrapped around the two daggers, pulled them out, and threw them out. The next second, the cat head disc suddenly exploded, and the raging flames directly engulfed the riot that was close at hand. The Black Cat bomb specially made by the Austin Group is incredibly powerful and is Jessica's strongest means of attack. The shock wave generated by the explosion will also destroy the walls on both sides. The flames rushed into the room along the collapsed walls, shattered the fragile glass windows, and spewed countless fire snakes out of the building. The storm raging outside rolled back and soon swept away the remaining flames and hot air in the corridor. Jessica and Uncle Ben stood in the ashes of the explosion, gasping for breath and staring straight ahead. Are they dead? It's hard to say. We have never dealt with such a guy before. Where's your spider sense? No response at the moment. That should be fine. Jessica sighed, but our mission items also disappeared in the explosion. Does this count as a mission failure? Uncle Ben shook his head. Maybe we can still find it. The box shouldn't be that fragile. Before he finished speaking, Uncle Ben's pupils shrank sharply and he yelled, "Be careful!" The ruins in front exploded with a loud bang, and a silver-gray tail suddenly shot out and stabbed Jessica amid the flying rubble. Fortunately, Uncle Ben reminded Jessica, and she dodged to the side, and the spiked tail missed. But the next moment, a blue shadow appeared in the ruins. The blue shadow was so fast that even Uncle Ben couldn't react, and Jessica's body was pierced and nailed to the wall. Jessica. Chapter 163. Jessica. Uncle Ben screamed, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He quickly raised his wrist and shot a web at the blue tentacle that pierced Jessica's body. The spider web drew a silver arc in the air, accurately wrapping around the evil tentacle. As if knowing the power of the spider web, the blue tentacle took a step back and pulled it out of Jessica's body, bringing out a lot of blood. Blood spilled on the ground, staining the surrounding gravel red and emitting a rusty smell. Uncle Ben ignored the tentacle. He rolled over and jumped to Jessica's side, helping her up as she was about to fall to the ground. He wrapped his arms tightly around her shoulders, feeling her trembling body and rapid breathing. "Are you okay, Jessica?" Uncle Ben's voice was full of anxiety and concern. Jessica endured the severe pain and gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay for now. It didn't hurt my vital parts." Her face was pale and her forehead was covered with cold sweat, but her eyes were still firm. She didn't want Uncle Ben to see her vulnerability, even though she knew she was already hurt a lot. "That's good." Uncle Ben breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in his heart had not completely dissipated. He quickly used the spider web as a bandage to bandage Jessica's wound. The spider web tightly wrapped around the wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. At the same time, the pile of rubble began to tremble violently, as if a huge force was surging underground. Two tall figures pushed aside the rubble and stood up one after another. One of them was Riot. Compared to before, the Riot was obviously in a much more miserable state, and it couldn't even completely envelop the alien inside. The silver-gray slime squirmed tenaciously, revealing the alien that was badly scarred by the huge explosion just now. A small half of its head was missing, and green blood kept flowing out, dripping onto the ground and corroding the gravel beneath its feet into holes. Standing next to Riot was a creature that looked very similar to Riot, with the same pure white narrow eyes, but it was slightly smaller and slimmer, with a dark blue body, and long whips growing from various parts of its body that it could control at will. It was with this long whip that it stabbed Jessica. After taking back the whip, it stretched out its long tongue and licked Jessica's blood on the whip like a snake, with an intoxicated expression. It's delicious." Its voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of evil pleasure. "I like this woman. She is much better than my loser host." "Can I change hosts, Riot?" There was a flash of displeasure in Riot's eyes, but it did not answer immediately. It knew that the dark blue creature in front of it was of its own kind and also its competitor. Even though he is the leader, he cannot command his subordinates if his strength cannot convince them. The bad thing is that it has suffered serious damage from the explosion just now, and its strength has declined a lot. "Whip, you want her?" Riot asked coldly, with a hint of threat in his voice. "Of course, her blood turns me on." Whip licked his lips, revealing his sharp teeth. "She will be a perfect host." "I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Whip." A gap appeared on the Whip's head, revealing Dr. Drake underneath. Even though he was called a wimp by the Whip, Dr. Drake did not seem angry at all. He said politely, "Those two people hate evil and are our enemies. We will not have a symbiotic relationship with you, Drake." Uncle Ben helped Jessica to lean against the wall and looked at Dr. Drake. Anger welled up in his heart. This guy had no bottom line. "Whip, what the human said is right. My answer is, no. Riot said in a deep voice, "If you don't want Drake to be your host, give him to Howl. I believe it won't be picky." Howl is the yellow symbiote. In the huge explosion, the suitcase containing the three symbiotes was completely destroyed along with the container. Fortunately, the whip fell next to Dr. Drake and parasitized on his body, helping him block the gravel, otherwise Dr. Drake would have been crushed to death by the stones. This is also Dr. Drake's luck. As for the remaining yellow symbiote Howling, and the black symbiote that seemed to be ignored, they fell a little further away and were temporarily buried under the rubble. Whip looked at Riot, and the two symbiotes stared at each other for a long time. Finally, Whip gave in. It has been imprisoned for too long, and the energy in its body cannot be replenished. It is very likely that it will not be able to defeat the seriously injured and violent opponent in a fight. So, it chose to endure. "Okay, you're the leader, I'll listen to you." Whip spread his hands and stared at Uncle Ben and Jessica with ill intent. "Then I should be able to eat them. I'm very hungry now. You can take action." "I have no objection." Riot was still in shock from the huge explosion, and without knowing whether Jessica still had bombs in her hands, she was unwilling to take such a big risk just to have 2 meals. "There are more foods out there that won't put up a fight." "Haha, forget it. Whip is not a fool. It knows a lot from Dr. Drake's memory. Naturally, it knows that those two people are not easy to mess with. After all, even the riots suffered a great loss. Humph, take Howl with you and let's get out of here. Riot seemed a little disappointed. No, we can't just leave like this. Dr. Drake appeared again and said urgently, we have to get rid of them, otherwise our existence will be spread by them, which will be very detrimental to our future actions. Before he finished speaking, Riot lowered his head, opened his sharp mouth full of fangs and roared at him, human, don't tell me how to do things. Even if they find out, it doesn't matter. As long as I can bring all my companions to Earth, this planet will become our new paradise. Whip, keep your host under control. Roger that, Chief. Whip grinned and said, did you hear that, Drake? Find your position. Okay, I get it. Feeling Riot's undisguised murderous intent, Dr. Drake's face turned pale and he cursed in his heart, damn egomaniacs, you have no idea how powerful superheroes are. But the next second, the sound of a whip rang in his mind, Drake, it's not that we are arrogant, but you don't understand how powerful we are. When our symbiote army arrives on Earth, you will understand. Can it actually directly access my thoughts? Dr. Drake broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Whip snorted in boredom, and the long whip on his body danced like a long snake, probing into the rubble on its own, and quickly caught Howl and the black symbiote out. Haha, you have a strong vitality, Venom. But we don't need trash, so get away from us. Whip sneered at the black symbiote and swung it out with force, just passing through the broken window and disappearing in the storm. The riots were indifferent to this. In its mind, no, in the minds of most symbiotes, Venom is a useless waste and an insignificant existence. It's the same with or without it, and we are even ashamed to be associated with it. Let's go, we still have a lot to do. Oh, as you wish. Riot and Whip ignored Uncle Ben and the other man and walked away. Chapter 164. Uncle Ben felt conflicted as he watched the figures of Riot and Whip quickly disappear from his sight. On the one hand, he was worried about Jessica's safety, on the other hand, he was unwilling to let the two rioters go so easily. No one knows how many people the riots have killed in this building. If they are allowed to go away, more people will inevitably be in danger. At this moment, Jessica gasped and said, Spider-Man, go ahead, don't worry about me, I'm fine. As long as you try your best to entangle them, I'll be safe. Uncle Ben thought about it and it seemed to be true, so he nodded and said, okay, then I'll try my best to hold them back, and you call back for support. At least we can't let them leave this island until the storm stops. It is good. Be careful. Uncle Ben patted Jessica's head, took a deep breath, and turned away. Looking at Uncle Ben's back, Jessica closed her eyes slightly, put all the weight of her body on the wall, and then struggled to take out the communicator. She was so distracted that she didn't notice that a black tentacle suddenly appeared on the edge of the broken window. It was the venom that was thrown out of the window by the whip. When it flew out of the window, it grabbed the windowsill tightly and was not blown away by the storm. Now that the rioters had left, Venom used all his strength to climb back into the room through the broken window and crawled towards the only person there. If it no longer parasitizes living organisms and obtains energy from the host, it will die when the energy in its body is exhausted. The instinct for survival made Venom crawl faster, and he finally came behind Jessica. Jessica, who was talking to Norman, did not notice the strange creature that appeared behind her. She focused all her thoughts on organizing her words, and nervously and quickly told Norman everything that had just happened. That's it, Spider-Man went to stop them, I need to rest for a while before I can go help him. Okay, I get it. Don't try to show off. Spider-Man will be fine. Also, there is a high-energy nutrient in the tactical package of your suit. You can drink it. It will be very helpful for your recovery. It is good. As soon as Jessica hung up the phone, she suddenly felt something entering her body, and the strange feeling made her eyes suddenly widen. Lisa hid in the closet of a room with a look of fear on her face. She originally wanted to find Uncle Ben and Jessica to ask them if they needed anything else, but she unexpectedly discovered a terrible monster eating a corpse. In panic, she quickly covered her mouth and hid. She knew that the safest place was with the two superheroes, but the problem was that she didn't know their contact information and couldn't ask them for help. If I had known earlier, I should have taken the initiative and asked for Spider-Man and Black Cat's contact information. Lisa curled up in annoyance. She didn't dare go out again. Who knew if the monster was standing outside the door, waiting for her to go out? No one answered the boss's call, and the work group was silent. It seemed as if she was the only one left in the world, and she felt very depressed. After a long time, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and decided to go out and see what was going on. Lisa took off her high heels and walked carefully to the door. She looked through the peephole for a while, made sure there was nothing outside the door, and then gently turned the doorknob. It only takes 2 minutes to get to the room where Uncle Ben and the others are. If you run hard for 1 minute, you can get there. It shouldn't be that easy to be caught. She made up her mind, opened the door violently and ran out, only to run into two monsters head-on. Lisa twitched her mouth and forced out an ugly smile. Please, please don't hurt me. Oh, of course, ma'am. Leather Whip opened his mouth wide enough to scare people and handed the long whip covered with yellow mucus to Lisa, but the premise is that you have to become our partner. Become your partner? Lisa shook her head, not understanding what this talking monster meant. The blue slime receded like the tide, revealing Drake's body. He had a mysterious smile on his face. It's simple, just relax your body. Boss you. Lisa was shocked and wanted to say something, but the howl had already impatiently bounced off the whip and landed on Lisa, disappearing into her body as she screamed. Stop! Uncle Ben was a step late and was very annoyed. He quickly shot spider webs at the rioters. Riot's eyes narrowed, he opened his mouth, and spat out a large mouthful of corrosive saliva, which instantly pierced through the flying spider web. It looked at Uncle Ben and showed a ferocious smile. I didn't want to kill you so quickly, but you came here to die. You can't blame me. Riot roared, and its huge body rushed towards Uncle Ben like a tank with unstoppable momentum. Its arms turned into two sharp swords, and the long tail swaying behind it was ready to go. Uncle Ben took a deep breath, adjusted his senses to the best, and rushed forward as well. He nimbly dodged the huge blade swung by Riot, like a blue lightning. The riotous sword hit the wall with a dull bang sound, and the wall cracked instantly. The two men were engaged in a fierce battle in the narrow corridor, and the surrounding walls were all tattered by the riot. Compared to Riot, Uncle Ben seemed frail, and his thin figure struggled to dodge Riot's endless and varied attacks. Fortunately, his hands flashed with electric light from time to time, hitting Riot's body and slowing down its movements. Hey, you still not well? The whip rapped Drake again and asked Lisa, who was lying on the ground. Yellow mucus appeared on Lisa's face, and she made an unfamiliar sound. No, I'm hungry. This host is too weak. I don't like it. Well, it looks like you can't help much. Just continue to lie down. Whip shook his head and looked at the battlefield, only to find that the riots were not firmly gaining the upper hand. Then get someone to help. The whip growled, and the whip on his body lashed towards Uncle Ben like a poisonous snake, with a whistling sound. Uncle Ben's spider sense activated, and he quickly raised his hand, used spider silk to stick to one end of all the whips, twisted them into a ball, and then pulled hard, causing the whips to stagger. The whip roared angrily and tried to break free from the spider silk, but was trembling constantly due to the sudden blue light. Riot rushed towards Uncle Ben again, so fast that it was almost impossible to see its movements. Uncle Ben jumped up at the critical moment, supported himself on the wall with both hands, and used the force to flip over Riot's head. He quickly shot spider silk in the air, accurately hitting Riot's ankle and sticking it firmly to the floor. But the next second, the tail found an opportunity and jumped up and poked forward. Uncle Ben was unable to dodge for a moment, and a large piece of flesh and blood was scraped off his abdomen. He fell to the ground in pain. Chapter 165. Without his spider sense, Uncle Ben would have died countless times. But the spider sense is not invincible. Even though it can let him know about the dangers that may arise, he is not able to avoid all dangers. Uncle Ben's spider sense allowed him to detect Riot's attack in advance, but this time the enemy was obviously prepared. The riot's tail was as swift as a venomous snake, with a speed and angle beyond previous predictions. Although Uncle Ben tried his best to twist his body in the air, he still couldn't completely avoid the fatal blow. The spike in the tail was supposed to pierce his heart, but because he dodged, it ended up ripping his stomach open. The electric battle suit made by Parker himself seemed fragile in the face of this attack and was torn apart in an instant. Deep bloodstains appeared on his abdomen, and the blood quickly dyed his battle suit red, and the intestines inside could almost be seen. Uncle Ben fell to the ground from the air and let out a painful groan. The pain came like a tide, and his vision was blurred for a moment, but he knew that now was not the time to relax. Without time to rest, Uncle Ben's eyes suddenly widened and he quickly somersaulted backwards twice, barely avoiding the whip. The opponent's attack was merciless, and the whip drew a sharp arc in the air, almost brushing his cheek. "You can fight us for so long by yourself. You are very good and deserve my name to be remembered." Riot took a step forward and asked in a deep voice, "What's your name?" Uncle Ben gasped, looking at Riot and Whip standing behind it, and his heart sank. He felt a sense of powerlessness rising from the bottom of his heart, but he knew that he could not show any fear. He slowly tied the wound on his stomach with spider silk and tried to make his voice sound steady and firm. "My name is Spider-Man." "Spider-Man? Yeah, great." Riot opened his mouth wide, with a weird smile on his face, "Then give me your body, Spider-Man." Before he finished speaking, Riot stomped his feet hard, and with a loud bang, his body shot out like a cannonball, and instantly appeared in front of Uncle Ben, stretching out his big hand to grab him. Uncle Ben certainly didn't want to be parasitized by such a bloodthirsty monster, so he retreated desperately, but he was seriously injured and couldn't keep up with the speed of the riot. Just as the riot was about to grab Uncle Ben, the ceiling above his head collapsed, rubble and dust flew everywhere. A pitch-black, bumpy symbiote monster jumped down from above and hit Riot. Riot was pinned to the ground, and before he could react, he was punched by the symbiote monster, leaving him a little dazed. "This is Venom." The Whip found it a little bit unbelievable. It had clearly thrown the waste Venom out before. How could it suddenly appear here and even have a host? Even though it was surprised, Leather Whip's movements were not slow. It swung the whip hard, intending to help the riot, but a spider web blocked its whip. Uncle Ben stood up and said, "I am your opponent." To be honest, Spider-Man was a little panicked. He was so hungry and dizzy that he couldn't exert much strength at all. Maybe he was no match for the seriously injured Spider-Man. With Uncle Ben helping to block the whip, there was no one to get in the way of the battle between Riot and Venom. Riot, who was a little dazed by the beating, quickly reacted and fell into a rage. As the leader of the symbiotes, it was actually beaten by a recognized loser? Unforgivable. Venom. Riot instantly went berserk, extremely sharp spikes suddenly shooting out from all parts of his body. Venom, who was in close proximity, took most of the attack, and screamed out. He clenched his huge fist and swung it out with all his might, knocking Venom away. Venom broke through the solid wall and fell outside. The wind was still howling outside the building and heavy rain was pouring down. Venom's figure became a little blurry in the rain. Riot was unwilling to let Venom go so easily. It wanted to make Venom pay the price. In a flash, it jumped up and caught up with Venom. It transformed a long sword and a meteor hammer into its hands and smashed them at Venom. Unexpectedly, Venom was extremely agile and dodged Riot's attacks one after another. Heavy rain poured down, and the sky and earth seemed to be covered by a thick curtain of water. Dazzling lightning flashed from time to time in the dim sky, and thunder roared, as if cheering for the upcoming fierce battle. The two terrifying monsters engaged in a fierce battle in the rainstorm. The rain mixed with the black liquid they sprayed, splashing up pieces of mud, and the entire battlefield looked particularly tragic. Riot wielded his huge sword, and the blade drew streaks of cold light in the air, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, as if it was going to chop everything that stood in its way into pieces. Venom dodged in the rain flexibly, his figure like a ghost, sometimes fighting back, sometimes dodging, and every movement was strangely beautiful. Every collision left deep cracks on the ground, as if the earth was shaking with their battle. The surrounding trees and buildings continued to collapse during their fight, making loud noises, as if the whole world was collapsing because of their battle. Suddenly, Riot seized a fleeting opportunity, and its large palms grasped Venom's head like a pair of pliers, and it tore it apart with great force. The rain flowed down Venom's body, revealing Jessica with an angry look on her face. "It's really you." Riot's voice was full of sarcasm. "Venom, you have a powerful host, and you rely entirely on the host's power. The real you is a waste." Jessica's eyes flashed with anger, she pouted and hit back unceremoniously, "Bullshit. Just do it, don't make personal attacks." Hearing this, Venom growled, and a strength that came from nowhere surged into his heart. It suddenly reached out and grabbed Riot's head, tearing it off the alien's body. The two symbiotes began to fight in midair, and the hosts below were also fighting fiercely. The alien bared its fangs and lowered its head to bite Jessica in front of it, but Jessica pulled out her arm and punched the alien's head, causing it to shift sideways. With her other hand, she took out a cat head bomb and stuffed it directly into its mouth. "You lunatic!" Riot's voice was filled with a hint of fear, and he instantly ejected from the alien's body, trying to escape the impending explosion. Venom also sensed the approaching danger, and quickly turned around and ran with Jessica. The next second, the scarred alien exploded, and endless flames gushed out, as if to swallow the entire world. The blazing flames burned in the rain, and a burnt smell filled the air, as if even the rain could not put out the fire. "Jessica!" Uncle Ben covered the wound on his abdomen and looked at the fire outside worriedly. At his feet lay Drake and Lisa, who were tied up like white mummies with spider silk. Chapter 166. Cough, cough, cough. The pouring rain fell on Jessica's face, choking her. She coughed violently a few times and woke up, feeling pain all over her body. She sat up, wiped her wet hair, and looked at her hands in surprise. "That thing is no longer in my body." Previously, Jessica was accidentally possessed by Venom. Miraculously, after being possessed, her injuries were healed and she felt full of strength. The price was just a simple bottle of high-energy nutrient. So, she had a friendly exchange with the Venom in her body and decided to beat up Riot. Even though Venom was a little afraid of Riot, it still mustered up the courage because it had a strong host. What happened next was very clear. The two of them did work together to beat the rioters, which was very satisfying. Although it was slightly recovered by the Riot later, the result is still very good. Jessica's cat head bomb worked again, not only blowing up Riot's host, the disgusting monster alien, but also scaring Riot into fleeing in embarrassment. The only thing worth discussing is whether Venom would be so unlucky that he was burned to death in the explosion. "Venom, Venom, where are you? Come out quickly, or your nutrients will be gone." Jessica tried to shout out loud, but her voice could not be heard for long in the heavy rain and was lost in the sound of the rain. After a few seconds, the puddles behind her made a splashing sound. Jessica dodged to the side without even thinking. A ball of black slime brushed past her shoulder and fell back into the rain. The black slime combined into a venomous head, and it growled at Jessica in confusion. "Why are you hiding? Brother, when you attacked me from behind, I was worried that you were an enemy. Can you blame me for this?" Jessica said. Venom thought about it and felt that what Jessica said made sense, so he jumped up again and pounced on Jessica. Looking at the Venom with a hideous face and sticky black liquid rushing towards her, Jessica's heart trembled. She gritted her teeth, took a big step back again and dodged. Wow! Venom fell into the puddles on the ground again. It quickly raised its head and spat out 2 mouthfuls of water, feeling a little angry and a little aggrieved. "Why did you avoid me again? Do you dislike me?" That's not the case." Jessica frowned, feeling very conflicted. Although she had only spent a short time with Venom, she could tell that Venom had a kind heart beneath his terrifying face. However, she really couldn't bear the sticky black liquid entering her body. She felt very uncomfortable. This violated her noble and independent character as a cat. Jessica tried hard to instill this feeling in Venom, but Venom only responded with a huh. "To put it simply, we are not suitable. Venom, you are a good person and you deserve a better partner. I understand. You really do dislike me. Don't forget who saved you when you were on the verge of death. Who saved your companion? Now you tell me it's inappropriate. Humph, you're talking as if I didn't save you. Without me, you would have died long ago. In that case, I'm leaving. Venom was heartbroken and turned into a pool of black mud, wandering around in the water. It left without any delay. Jessica wasn't worried at all. She crossed her arms and said in a deep voice, 2 bottles of nutrients. There was a brief silence, with only raindrops constantly hitting the water surface, like big and small pearls falling on a jade plate. Soon, Venom surfaced again and asked in confusion, 2 bottles of nutrients. Correct. Jessica nodded vigorously, as long as you come with me, I will give you 2 bottles of nutrients and help you find a more suitable host. Venom pretended to think for a moment, 3 bottles. Okay, 3 bottles then. Jessica was afraid that Venom would go back on his word, so she agreed without hesitation. 3 bottles of nutrient supplements can be exchanged for a top-level combat force. Even a fool would make this deal. The more Jessica looked at Venom, the more she felt that he looked like a puppy. It was very easy to raise, but he was a little ugly. Thus, a win-win situation was achieved. Venom followed Jessica happily and returned to the building together. Uncle Ben stood at the door of the building, retracted his foot that was about to step out, and the corners of his mouth under the mask couldn't help but curl up, revealing a relaxed smile. In the meeting room on the first floor, Uncle Ben looked at the black slime following Jessica in surprise and asked curiously, "You mean, let me be its host?" Jessica nodded. Yes, the venom may not look very effective, but it is actually quite effective. It can help heal your wounds. Look, I am healed now. Isn't that inappropriate? Uncle Ben subconsciously wanted to refuse, this is a minor injury that won't kill me. I can just go back and sleep for a few days to get better. Uncle Ben felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of letting this black mucus enter his body, and he also had Aunt May, which was not very convenient in some situations. So, let's just go back and talk about it. No. Jessica glanced at the trembling Venom, knowing that he was angry again. She quickly pulled Uncle Ben closer and whispered, "I'm just letting you possess him temporarily. Riot is probably not dead yet, and he will probably come back and try to take back his 2 companions, so you need to get back to good condition. Besides, I feel the healing properties of the venom may be able to help Harry." Harry? Uncle Ben suddenly realized. Indeed, if venom really has such a good healing effect, it might really help Harry. Okay. Uncle Ben understood Jessica's good intentions, and took the initiative to stand in front of Venom and extended his hand to Venom. "Come on, Venom, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." Ever since Venom learned that the host Jessica chose for it was Uncle Ben, it has become impatient. It can smell the special fragrance emanating from Uncle Ben's body, which makes it difficult to resist. If it didn't have strong willpower, it would have pounced on it. Hearing Uncle Ben's words, Venom no longer hesitated, and suddenly jumped up and sank into Uncle Ben's body along the palm of his hand. Soon, black mucus began to flow out of Uncle Ben's body again, not only helping to repair his wounds, but also repairing the torn Spider-Man suit. But the color of the battle suit was also dyed black. Uncle Ben clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body, and exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." Jessica smiled and said, "Venom, are you satisfied?" Venom came out of Uncle Ben's shoulder and he snorted, "Just barely." Haha. When Uncle Ben and others were all happy, the body of a security guard lying somewhere in the building suddenly trembled. A long monster broke through his chest and crawled out, roaring in a low voice. Chapter 167. In the morgue, the cold air seemed to freeze. Steve stared at the pale-faced Coulson, his heart filled with pain as if it was being cut by a knife. His eyes stayed on Coulson's face, which would never smile again, and the scene of his first meeting with Coulson a few days ago emerged in his mind. At that time, Coulson had a slightly shy smile, his eyes full of admiration and respect, and he excitedly told Steve that he was his fan. That smile has now become an eternal memory, like a broken mirror, the fragments of which pierced Steve's heart. Although Steve was used to seeing life and death on the battlefield, he still couldn't suppress the sadness and regret at this moment. Every death was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into his soul. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in his heart, and gently put Coulson's body into the body bag. The moment he zipped up his pants, he seemed to hear the face that would never smile again saying goodbye to him, and his heart ached. In the morgue, black body bags are neatly arranged one by one. Behind each body bag is a living life and a broken family. Steve's eyes swept over the body bags, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. He was a captain and a warrior, but in the face of death, he seemed so insignificant. Walking out of the morgue, Steve took a deep breath of the cold air and tried to calm himself down. He saw Eddie huddled in the corner, his arms tightly wrapped around his knees, looking extremely haggard. Eddie's eyes were empty, as if he had lost his soul. Steve walked up and whispered, "Come on, let's take them home." Eddie slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice hoarse, "Captain, will many more people die because of this in the future?" Steve was silent for a moment, with a trace of pain and helplessness in his eyes, and finally nodded, "Yes, maybe I will be the next one to die. But if I can save more lives, I think it is worth it." Eddie shook his head, with a flash of pain and anger in his eyes, "I would rather those damned evil people die." He seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up staggeringly, his eyes becoming firm, "Captain, I want to stay here. I won't give up until I kill all those guys." Steve frowned, knowing the pain and anger Eddie was feeling at the moment. He knew that Eddie had not only lost his comrades, but also lost hope for the future. "Eddie, I know you are in pain now." "No, I'm calm now." Eddie's voice was cold and firm, "You should still remember the problem I had. I have found a solution, and I need to stay here to solve it. Otherwise, I will be buried with Coulson in a few days." Steve was silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally nodded, "Okay, I will help you explain to Fury." "Thank you. I will compile the information about the Chaos Cult into a document and send it directly to the director. Tell him not to rush us." "Okay. You, be careful." Steve looked at Eddie deeply, his eyes full of concern. "You too." Eddie walked up to Steve and hugged him tightly, whispering, "Be careful with that guy. I hope you'll still be yourself the next time we meet." "Hey, has this guy forgotten that I saved him?" The Holy Lord snorted in dissatisfaction in Steve's mind. Steve ignored the Holy Lord and nodded seriously, "I will." The two separated, and Steve watched Eddie leave, praying silently in his heart that this war with the mysterious events would end soon. However, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Humph, forget it. Unless the world is destroyed or you humans perish, this war will not end." Steve frowned slightly. He was very familiar with this voice. It was the Holy Lord, a once extremely powerful being who now resided in his consciousness. "Not always." Steve raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes full of determination. "Humans are not so easy to be defeated. Even if the gods really want to destroy us, we must try to kill them." "Ha!" The Holy Lord sneered, not hiding his mockery, "You should wait until you have wiped out all of his followers before you speak such big words." "I will." Steve nodded heavily, his expression extremely sharp. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. This was not only a response to the Holy Lord, but also a vow to his own heart. "Holy Lord, I want to become stronger. Can you teach me witchcraft?" Steve suddenly asked. He knew that he had to become stronger to protect the people he loved. "It takes talent to learn witchcraft. You look simple-minded and muscular. You can't learn witchcraft. Instead of wasting time, you might as well help me regain my strength." There was a hint of disdain in the Holy Lord's voice. Steve wondered, "What exactly is your power?" "I once possessed the power to destroy the world, but after I lost the battle with the immortals, they stripped me of it and sealed it into the 12 zodiac talismans. If I find them, I can restore my original power." "The 12 zodiac charms." Steve frowned slightly and continued, "How do I find them?" "It's simple. I can feel it as long as I'm nearby. Moreover, the power that seals them is weakening, and their power will soon be revealed before your eyes." Steve was silent for a moment, and countless possibilities emerged in his mind. He knew that the world was so big that it would not be easy to find these spells, but he had no choice. That's easy to say. He muttered to himself, but he had already made up his mind. He would find these talismans as soon as possible to make the Holy Lord better. At least for now, the Holy Lord is on the side of humanity. Steve shook his head, adjusted his mood, and walked towards Agent Sharon, who had been waiting for him for a long time. Let's go home. Okay. Located on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean, far away from the American continent, in the country of cherry blossoms, Fukushima Prefecture. This is home to one of the largest nuclear power plants in the world, but in recent months, the plant has been experiencing frequent malfunctions and no one can figure out what went wrong. Under the nuclear power plant, a giant lizard over 50 meters in size was curled up, as if sleeping. Its spike-like dorsal fin was flashing blue light with the sound of its breathing. A man in a cloak suddenly appeared beside it. Haha, you want to kill gods, huh? Then let you feel the despair first. Hey, Godzilla, you've been eating for so long, isn't it time to get up and move around? As soon as the man finished speaking, the terrifying monster named Godzilla opened his eyes instantly, and his huge orange vertical pupils were filled with violence and greed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless day for the people of Sakura Country. Chapter 168. Daisho Iwata is an ordinary worker at the Fukushima nuclear power plant. He is 35 years old this year and has no wife or children. He is still single. As a result, he was often assigned to work the night shift. He didn't care about this and was even happier because there were usually no leaders patrolling at night, so he could slack off, secretly watch videos of his idols, and cheer for them. These little entertainments became the few bright spots in his life. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the wind blowing through the nuclear power plant was very loud. As usual, after finishing his work, Daisho Iwata found a secluded corner, took out his mobile phone, and started watching videos. The idol girl on the screen had a sweet smile, which seemed to dispel the loneliness in his heart. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Iwata Daisho's body and his vision were shaking violently, as if the whole world was shaking. He staggered, unable to control his body, and fell to the ground. His cell phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. The screen was still showing the beautiful dancing of the idol girls, but Iwata Daisho had no time to watch. Only one thought flashed through his mind: earthquake. He knew very well what an earthquake meant when working in a nuclear power plant. It was a harbinger of disaster and a shadow of death. His body reacted almost instinctively. He stood up quickly, staggering left and right and trying to run towards an open space. However, the next second, an unforgettable scene appeared before his eyes. The nuclear power plant buildings collapsed one after another, and the flames licked the earth like the tongue of a devil, and in the firelight, a giant monster that was more than 10 stories high slowly appeared. It looks like a lizard that has been magnified dozens of times, but its feet stand upright on the ground. Its lower limbs are thick and its upper limbs are as short as those of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Its skin is covered with bumps and is as hard as rock, exuding a suffocating atmosphere of fear. Daisho Iwata's heart was beating so violently that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. He had never seen such a horrible creature, not even in the most bizarre movies. Every step the monster took made the earth tremble, as if the whole world was trembling under its feet. What kind of monster is this? How did it appear here? Daisho Iwata's mind was filled with questions and fear. He knew he had to escape, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move. The scene before me was too shocking, like a nightmare from which I could not wake up. The monster let out a deafening roar and swept its huge tail across, destroying everything around it. Daisho Iwata only felt a strong shock wave coming towards him. He was knocked to the ground with his ears buzzing. Despite this, he tried his best to get up and ran away from the monster. Every step he took was like a race against death. The fear in his heart was like an invisible hand, tightly grasping his heart and making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped him. Daisho Iwata turned around and the last scene of his life came into his mind. A giant foot as big as a mountain fell down. Godzilla didn't react at all, as if he had stepped on an insignificant ant. The only thing in his mind was the fragrant nuclear reactor. In the past few months, it has generally only been able to eat waste from nuclear reactions. It is already extremely hungry, and its 50-meter-long body is full of emptiness, and it is in urgent need of filling its stomach. Anything that stood in its way was crushed into pieces by its rage. Soon the number 1 nuclear power plant was completely reduced to ruins, but Godzilla was not satisfied and moved his target to the number 2 nuclear power plant not far away. The Sakura government responded quickly. When Godzilla was on his way to the number 2 nuclear power plant, several fighter jets roared in and fired countless missiles at this unprecedented monster. The missiles hit Godzilla, splashing flames as bright as fireworks. It didn't cause much damage to Godzilla, but it was full of ridicule. Godzilla was very annoyed by these fly-like fighters. A hint of irritation flashed in his eyes, and suddenly a blue light began to glow from his tail fin, and spread along the dorsal fin on his back to the back of his neck. His entire back was dyed with an extremely dazzling blue light. Thump, 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 thump. Godzilla opened his mouth wide and hot, dazzling blue flames spurted out, forming an extremely powerful column of light that instantly cut through the night sky and swept across as his head swung. Without exception, those fighter jets were hit by its atomic breath and turned into even more brilliant fireworks in the air. Godzilla raised his head and let out a long roar, his voice full of pride and joy. Nothing could stop him from eating any more. In stark contrast, the Sakura government was as silent as death. After a long time, a message was finally sent to the most powerful country in the world. A monster as big as a tall building? I don't have time to care about these things now. Push it away. I'm not the only general in America. General Ross threw the documents in his hand aside, his heart filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Bruce Banner, who might appear at any time, was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making him terrified every moment. Staring at the adjutant in front of him with bloodshot eyes, General Ross slammed his palm on the table and said in a thunderous voice, "Haven't you found out his whereabouts yet?" The adjutant's body trembled slightly, obviously frightened by the general's anger. He lowered his head, his voice trembling a little, "I'm sorry, I'm incompetent," and failed to find out Bruce Banner's whereabouts. It's like he evaporated into thin air. I don't need to hear your excuses, I just want results. General Ross's voice was like a knife, piercing people's hearts. He panted, trying to calm himself down, and continued to ask, "Where's Betty? Has she arrived?" The adjutant answered cautiously, "Miss Betty said her experiment is not finished yet. Which is more important, the experiment or her father's life? You have to bring her here even if you have to tie her up." General Ross's roar almost shattered the air in the room. "What are you still standing there for? Go quickly!" His voice carried an irresistible command. "Oh, yes," the adjutant responded quickly and turned around to leave. "Wait a minute." General Ross pressed his temple, a look of struggle on his face. "Don't bring her here yet, arrange for her to go to the next barracks." "Yes." The adjutant nodded and quickly left the room. After the adjutant left, General Ross leaned back in his chair like a deflated balloon, with a complicated expression, sometimes angry, sometimes hesitant. He had been proud all his life and never bowed to anyone, but now he had to bow to a poor young man whom he once looked down upon. This humiliation was more painful than killing him. General Ross would not surrender until the last step. He clenched his fists and said to himself, "Bruce Banner, you better be as strong as they say you are." Chapter 169. Bruce Banner, who was frantically hunted by the military, now quietly came to America. He was wearing ordinary clothes and a baseball cap. His handsome face was covered by a mask. His eyes were staring dimly at the familiar university gate not far away. It was here that he studied for his doctorate many years ago, and it was here that he met the beautiful Betty. It was also here that he conducted a life-changing radiation experiment, which turned himself into an irrational green monster. That night that often appeared in his dreams, Banner clearly remembered that he almost killed Betty, the woman he loved deeply. This memory haunted him like a nightmare, and he couldn't let it go. But now everything is different. The pain in Banner's eyes quickly dissipated, replaced by a determined look that hid his anger. He is back, no longer the out-of-control monster, but a man with the ability to protect everything. Now he can bring happiness to Betty. Banner took a deep breath, stopped hesitating, and slowly walked towards the school gate. His approach immediately attracted the attention of many military personnel around him. "Attention all units, a man who looks like Bruce Banner has appeared. Go check with 2 people." "Yes." Banner was vaguely aware that more eyes were looking at him, but he didn't care, nor would he care. Now no one could block his way. 2 men in black walked towards him at a rapid pace, one in front and one behind. Tall and burly, they looked down at Banner, their eyes filled with extreme nervousness. "Hey, stop!" A man standing in front of Banner tried to reach out to stop him. The next second, a bright green light burst out from Banner's body and transformed into 2 huge fists, which directly knocked the 2 men more than 10 meters away. The military personnel who witnessed this all opened their mouths wide. "Oh my God, I think we found him, he's Bruce Banner." The news was quickly passed back to the military base. General Ross stood up in surprise. "What did you say, that guy showed up at the university? Not good, Betty." A panicked expression appeared on his face. "Hurry, everyone, go there and protect Betty." Dozens of elite soldiers standing in front of him, including Bronsky and Walker, nodded vigorously, yes. Under their protection, General Ross boarded the armed helicopter. Feeling unsure, he took out his cell phone and made one call after another. "Yes, he has already appeared. If you don't want to see the city destroyed, send someone to stop him." After making all the preparations, General Ross looked at the clouds outside, his face completely gloomy. "Wait for me, Bruce Banner." If there weren't a group of men in black behind him who kept driving the students away, Banner, who took off his mask and no longer concealed his identity, would look like an ordinary student. In order to look his best when meeting Betty, he took a good bath and shaved his chin, making him look 10 years younger. Following the road he had walked countless times, he came to the experimental building. His eyes fell on the beautiful figure that just appeared in front of the building, and a smile appeared on his face. "Betty. You are, Banner." Betty's eyes showed disbelief. She covered her mouth and a trembling voice came out of her throat. "Banner, is it really you?" She raised her feet and tried to get closer to Banner to see his appearance clearly, but 2 men in black stopped her in time. "Don't go over there, Miss Betty. He's very dangerous." In addition to the man in black, there was a handsome and mature man beside Betty. He held Betty's hand intimately and asked with concern, "Betty, who is this?" The gentle smile on Banner's face disappeared instantly. There was no trace of the man in black in his eyes. Instead, he stared at the 2 people's clasped hands. Anger surged in his heart, and he gritted his teeth. "I'm Betty's boyfriend, Bruce Banner." "Who are you?" The mature man's expression changed slightly. "So you are Bruce. I heard about you from Betty. As for me..." He glanced at Betty, whose eyes were misty with tears, sighed in his heart, and said nothing more. However, Banner, who was automatically imagining things, became angry. "What right do you have to call her Betty?" As he roared angrily, green light burst out from his head wildly, condensing into a dozens-meter-long sky-reaching sword. Amid the screams of many people, it suddenly fell down towards the mature man. "No, Banner!" Betty screamed and tried to stand in front of the mature man, but was pulled behind him. "Betty, be careful!" The dozens of meters-long sword stopped 10 centimeters above the mature man's head. The compressed air was like a strong wind, causing Betty and others there to have their hair flying and their eyes closed involuntarily. Banner clenched his fists and stared at Betty angrily and sadly. "Why?" Betty shook her head, looking miserable. "It's been so many years, and you haven't given me any news. How can I keep waiting? Is this my fault? If it wasn't for you, why would I risk doing that experiment? How would I become that monster? If your father, General Ross, hadn't sent people to hunt me down, why would I have had to flee for so many years and often go hungry? Was it my fault for losing all those years? No, it's not my fault, it's you who are wrong." Under the reflection of the green sword, Banner seemed to have turned green, making his face look even more distorted. Suddenly, Banner turned his head sharply and looked up at the sky. A steel battlesuit emitting blue light suddenly appeared in his sight, and at the same time, a frivolous voice sounded. "Wow, it's really lively here. I shouldn't have missed any good plot, right? I have to say, brother, you are so cuckolded. Could you be the legendary cuckold? Who else but Tony Stark could say such mean and annoying things?" General Ross, also called Fury, and Tony Stark, who happened to want to test the new battle suit, volunteered and came here first. "Who are you, a bastard spewing shit?" Banner stared at the iron suit and felt a huge energy from it. "You don't even recognize me. Are you living a savage life?" Tony controlled the Iron Man suit and slowly landed in front of Banner. He whistled at Betty, "Hey, beauty, tell him who I am." Betty didn't answer, but Banner couldn't suppress the anger in his body. "You wanna die?" Chapter 170. Anger is Banner's source of power. When Banner saw a pretty boy next to Betty, he couldn't help but feel angry, but he didn't want to hurt Betty and tried to restrain himself. Now that he has been provoked by Tony's trash talk, his patience has finally reached its limit. Fortunately, he now has someone to vent to. "You bastard, go to hell!" Banner roared angrily, and the dozens of meters long sword above his head immediately split into countless spikes, so dense that it seemed to cover the entire sky, leaving everyone stunned. "Wow, this scene is really exciting." Tony was also shocked, but he didn't seem to worry about his own safety at all, as if he had nothing to fear. "Just watch carefully, Betty, I'm the only one who can protect you." Banner stretched out his finger and pointed it fiercely at the iron armor in front of him. All the spikes flew out and stabbed the iron armor, like a huge dragon with bared fangs. Not always. Faced with this terrifying attack that was enough to destroy a building, Tony chuckled, and the back of the Iron Man suit quickly opened up with extended steel plates like petals. A dazzling blue light lit up at the tip, and blue rays shot out instantly. What was strange was that when the blue rays collided with the green spikes, there was no sound at all, but instead they annihilated each other and disappeared. But there were too many green spikes, and the Iron Man suit was forced to fly and dodge them while using the newly added weapon laser system to continuously reduce their number. At the same time, a blue light appeared on the palm of the Iron Man suit, and the palm cannon shining with blue light shot out, aiming at Banner who was standing still below. Facing the attack of the palm cannon, Banner's expression remained unchanged. Green light surged out of his body again, condensing into a thick shield in front of him. The palm cannon fell on the shield, instantly causing the thick shield to dissipate a lot, leaving only a thin layer. Banner frowned and felt deeply afraid of the blue light. He knew how strong the defensive ability of his own anger was. Ordinary explosions could not shake it in the slightest. But now, so much of it was directly annihilated by this strange blue light. What on earth is this blue light? Little did he know, Tony was even more surprised. Ever since he began studying the cosmic cube, he has been deeply shocked by the terrifying power contained in the cosmic cube. After trying various methods, he finally managed to draw out a trace of the power inside, but this little bit of power, after getting out of control, directly destroyed more than half of the laboratory he had built with great difficulty. As if bitten off by an undetectable giant beast, a large number of instruments disappeared along with more than half of the laboratory, as if they were annihilated into particles smaller than molecules and dissipated by the wind. Tony was shocked, and then he was deeply ecstatic. In his opinion, such power was enough to destroy the terrible demon. Human beings will no longer be lambs to be slaughtered. After the efforts of Tony and many scientific researchers, of course it was mainly his credit, they were finally able to make the terrible power inside the cosmic cube controllable. Thus, a new type of cosmic iron armor was born. The energy used was not a single arc reactor, but was provided by the arc reactor and the energy of the cosmic cube. The first appearance of the space armor was in Wakanda. Even the tall clockwork general was directly scrapped under the power of the cosmic cube. Now is the second time, but it suffered a Waterloo for the first time. The terrifying energy of the cosmic cube could only offset a part of the green light and was unable to destroy the shield. This might also be caused by Tony reducing the power of the palm cannon. He didn't want to become a murderer. The fear of being nearly killed made Banner's rage even more intense. He opened his hands and began to use more of his mind to control the spikes. After a lot of them dissipated, there were still tens of thousands of green spikes. Under Banner's control, they were divided into more than 10 strands, chasing and intercepting the Iron Man from all directions. Woe to fa! Tony cursed inwardly. Surrounded by so many spikes, he could no longer concentrate on attacking Banner. He increased the horsepower and controlled the iron armor to soar into the sky quickly. His speed directly exceeded Mach 3. The palm cannon was also used to attack the green spikes that were chasing him closely from behind. Soon the iron armor turned into a small black dot in front of everyone. Banner frowned, not knowing whether it was a coincidence or if the guy had discovered the weakness of his ability. The farther the distance was, the weaker his control over the power of anger became, and he could no longer chase and intercept the Iron Man as he had just done. But it was impossible for him to give up killing that bastard so easily. His anger would not disappear so easily. An even brighter green light surged out of his body and condensed into a suit of emerald green armor that tightly surrounded him. 8 pairs of broad wings spread out behind him, making him look like an angel descended to earth. But this angel is all green. Banner, no. Betty summoned up her courage and called out to Banner, who seemed like a changed man, don't hurt others anymore. You were not like this before. You were so kind back then. Banner looked back at Betty, his expression gradually becoming cold. So, I can only be bullied and not fight back? Just because I'm kind, I have to forgive everyone who hurt me. No. If that's the case, I'd rather be a bad person. I want everyone to know that I, Bruce Banner, am no longer the loser who allows himself to be bullied and hurt. After saying that, Banner no longer paid attention to Betty. He spread his wings and flew up, turning into a green light and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. The storm caused by the flapping of the wings made everyone below stagger around in an extremely miserable state. Banner! Betty bit her lip in pain. The mature man put his hand on Betty's shoulder, pulled her into his arms with a little force, and comforted her softly. Betty, it's okay, he's just angry for a moment, give him some time, he will figure it out. Betty leaned in the mature man's arms and shook her head slightly. No matter what, things between them could never go back to the way they were before. Soon, the noisy sound of helicopter propellers spinning was heard, and several armed helicopters flew from the sky and landed on the lawn on the campus. General Ross and a group of soldiers armed with live ammunition walked down from the plane and walked quickly to Betty. He glanced at the mature man with cold eyes and frowned slightly. Where is that brat? Betty stood up, looking panicked. Father, please leave here quickly, Banner will kill you. Kill me. General Ross gritted his teeth and said, Humph, come on if you have the guts, who's afraid of who? With so many people watching, how could he escape in such a panic? Does he still want to lose face? Chapter 171. High in the sky, Banner flew up like a meteor, penetrated the thick clouds, and finally saw the heart-pounding space armor. The green spikes that were originally densely packed around the cosmic armor are now few and far between, as most of them were destroyed by the powerful force of the cosmic cube. Banner's face was as gloomy as water. He stretched out his hand, and the remaining spikes quickly changed direction like soldiers obeying orders, flew back to his side, and merged into his body. Tony saw the 8 pairs of huge wings behind Banner and couldn't help but gasp. It's actually possible? Can anything be transformed? His heart was filled with envy. Banner's special ability was truly amazing, while he himself only had an ordinary ability to make money. Oh, yes, he also has a predictive ability that works sometimes and sometimes not, but he has been studying the cosmic cube recently and has almost forgotten this ability. Seeing the spikes disappear, Tony's tension eased a little, and his voice echoed in the sky through the loudspeaker. Hey, Bruce, why are you so angry? You look like you want to kill me. I just mentioned it casually. Isn't the most hateful guy the one who stole your girlfriend? Shut up! Banner roared, and the armor on his body suddenly burst out with a dazzling green light. Countless snake-like tentacles suddenly stretched out from the armor and flew towards the space armor. The space armor is extremely fast and flexible, so Banner must block its movement space. You won't even let people tell the truth. Tony manipulated the space armor, nimbly shuttling through the air like a bird, dodging the attacks of the tentacles, with a mocking smile on his face. It seems that the beauty was right not to choose you, otherwise, wouldn't she be killed by you if she made you angry? I won't hurt Betty. Banner's voice was full of anger and determination. That's not necessarily true. Angry people always lose their minds. Tony continued to provoke. I am a special case. Anger is just my strength. I still remain sober. Banner's eyes were like burning flames, firm and unshakable. I can't tell that. Tony's voice was still frivolous, but a hint of complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. Banner's anger was like a volcanic eruption. The green light illuminated the entire sky. The tentacles pounced on the space armor like a beast, while Tony shuttled flexibly in this green ocean. The battle between the two was like a magnificent dance, full of power and passion. Suddenly, a large area of dazzling red light lit up on the screen in front of Tony, and the alarm sounded suddenly, as if tearing apart the silent space. The voice of the artificial intelligence butler Jarvis followed closely, calm but with a hint of urgency. Sir, the energy core has become extremely unstable and is expected to explode in 8 seconds. 8, 7, 6. What the hell? It was fine just now. Could it be that the laser weapon was used too much and caused an overload? Tony muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, but there was no fear in his eyes, only deep disappointment and regret. His testing was not yet complete, it was all too sudden and too imperfect. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Tony sighed lightly, turned his gaze to the green light on the screen, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He stopped the space armor and stopped running. Instead of running away, he flew towards Banner resolutely. Let's give him a little shock at the end. It shouldn't kill him, right? Banner looked at the space armor that rushed towards him and clenched his fists expressionlessly. Countless tentacles rushed forward like a storm, instantly binding the space armor tightly, wrapping it into a ball, constantly compressing and tightening it, trying to squeeze it directly into scrap metal. Tony's eyes flashed with regret, and Jarvis' voice was very clear in his ears. 2, 1, 0. The moment the countdown ended, the energy core on the chest of the cosmic armor shattered instantly, and all the cosmic cube energy contained in it burst out and exploded. Banner's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked in disbelief at the sphere that was tightly wrapped by tentacles suddenly expanding and gushing out endless flames. What was even more frightening was that the flames were mixed with a familiar blue light, and wherever it went, all the green tentacles disappeared in an instant, and the blue light quickly approached Banner. Banner's mind moved, and the wings behind him flapped rapidly. He dodged quickly diagonally upwards. At the same time, a shield 3 times thicker than the previous one appeared in front of him again. The next second, blue light hit the shield like a torrent, and the sturdy shield melted quickly like ice and snow under the erosion of the blue light. Feeling that the situation was not good, Banner immediately raised his hands and pushed them forward violently. It seemed as if endless green light poured out from his palms, and the shield that was about to melt away became solid again. After a stalemate of 2 or 3 seconds, Banner finally escaped from the range of the blue light. His chest heaved violently and he let out a long sigh. The anger in his eyes gradually subsided as a large amount of angry power dissipated, and was replaced by deep shock. What on earth is this blue light? Banner muttered to himself, his eyes full of disbelief and deep confusion. He looked at the few pieces of space armor left flying in the wind, frowning tightly. Given that guy's personality, he shouldn't be so open-minded to accept death. Could it be that he's not dead yet? Banner shook his head and stopped thinking about this question. The 3 pairs of wings behind him quickly disappeared and were absorbed into his body. He then turned around and landed quickly. The anger in his eyes gradually burned again. General Ross, you should be here by now. SHIELD Headquarters, Stark's exclusive luxurious laboratory. With a soft beep sound, Tony took off his helmet and breathed a sigh of relief. He himself was not in the space armor, but adopted a remote control mode to avoid any accidents during the test. As he expected, an accident happened. Well. Tony stroked his long beard, a thoughtful look on his haggard face. Even after several improvements, the energy core that incorporates the energy of the cosmic cube will still be unstable. It seems that we have to adopt the eighth plan. Only the energy supply of the weapon system uses the energy of the cosmic cube, and the rest is left to the arc reactor. Jarvis, is Fury gone? Yes sir, Chief Fury left half an hour ago. He's walking so fast. It looks like he's also very interested in Bruce Banner. Tony snorted lightly, then I have to go there earlier, otherwise that guy will be robbed by someone else. Jarvis, put on the Mark 7 for me. Yes. Chapter 172. On the university campus, all teachers and students had already evacuated, leaving only empty buildings and a group of fully armed soldiers. The air was filled with tension. The roar of fighter planes and the sound of armored vehicle engines could be heard from time to time, as if the whole world was waiting for a storm to break out. In order to ensure Betty's safety, General Ross resolutely ordered his men to take her away, while he himself stayed on the battlefield. He stood in the middle of the playground, his eyes deep and heavy, looking up at the sky, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew Banner would come. Suddenly, a green light flashed in the sky. The adjutant held the telescope, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, "He's coming!" General Ross narrowed his eyes slightly and straightened his body, which was no longer young. His heart beat faster, as if he had returned to that era full of passion and ideals. The next second, green light descended in front of him and transformed into a young man wearing green armor. Banner stood in front of General Ross, his eyes sharp. The anger in his body gradually dissipated and was absorbed into his body. He looked no different from an ordinary person. He stared at General Ross, with only his figure in his eyes, and the soldiers and tanks around him seemed to not exist. Banner didn't even look for Betty, because he knew that the root of all this was the man in front of him. The two looked at each other, their gazes filled with determination and persistence, as if they were engaged in a silent contest. Time seems to stand still at this moment, with only the sound of heartbeats echoing in my ears. Finally, anger surged in Banner's eyes, and his deep voice was filled with endless anger and pain. "General Ross, until today, you still don't admit your fault. What's wrong with me?" General Ross's voice was firm and hard. "Everything I do is for America. If the Super Soldier Project succeeds, do you know how much less our soldiers will sacrifice?" Banner laughed out of anger, his voice full of sarcasm and despair. "So, you can sacrifice me alone? Let me become your experimental subject, and I can only stay in the laboratory for the rest of my life to be studied by you." General Ross raised his chin, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. "I didn't say that. You have become an irrational monster. I want to arrest you for the safety of the people. If you take the initiative to let us monitor you, nothing will happen. Haha, so I can only listen to you and help you create more and more Hulks, right?" Banner's voice was full of bitterness and anger. "That's right. It's just a failed experiment. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe we can get a sane Hulk." General Ross's eyes also ignited with anger. "It is because of your fear of death and indecision that the plan has been shelved for so many years. If you had cooperated earlier, so many people would not have died in the demon incident. Do you know why I don't agree with you and Betty being together? It's because you are too selfish." Banner looked at General Ross in shock, a chill running down his spine. He never thought that General Ross would say such a thing. What's even more terrifying is that this is not a lie, but General Ross's true voice. In General Ross's eyes, Banner's life, freedom, and emotions are all insignificant, and everything should be voluntarily dedicated for the so-called plan and the so-called future. But what about his future? Why should I be the one who made the sacrifice, and not you? Banner lowered his eyes slightly and sneered, "Because you are a powerful general, and I am just a poor guy. But now, I am different. I have extremely powerful strength, my existence can save more people, I am more important than you. Do you think if I kill you here, do they want to lose a powerful helper like me for you?" General Ross' pupils shrank slightly, and his heart felt cold, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, "If you kill me, you will be a murderer and will only be thrown into prison. Besides, it's not that easy to kill me. Do you want to kill all the soldiers as well?" Hearing General Ross's words, Bronski and Walker stepped forward, stood in front of him, and stared at Banner. Even though they have been defeated by Banner before, they will not back down easily. Do you think I don't dare? Banner's eyes were burning with rage, and most of the anger that had been consumed before was replenished again. As long as he continues to be angry, his power will be endless. If he is given enough time, he can even destroy the earth. The air seemed to freeze, and a tense atmosphere spread between the two people, as if an earth-shattering battle would break out at any time. At this moment, a black fighter plane appeared silently in the air and slowly landed on the lawn. The never-before-seen fighter model attracted the attention of General Ross and others. Under the gaze of everyone, Fury slowly walked down from the fighter plane. Following behind him was a man in black wearing a hood. It was Matt, the daredevil who had recovered from his injuries. His breathing was extremely light and slow, and his presence was low. If he hadn't been following behind Fury, many people might not have noticed him. After experiencing several life and death battles, Matt's strength seems to have increased further. Now Captain America has not returned yet, Eddie stays in South America, Agent May and Hawkeye are receiving treatment in Wakanda, and Bucky is only a shell of his former self. Only Matt can follow Fury to carry out this extremely difficult mission. Fury's face was solemn, his eyes fell on the seemingly ordinary Banner, but his heart was extremely serious. His desk was already filled with a lot of intel about Bruce Banner, all of which showed that Banner's power was beyond anyone's imagination and comparable to that of a god. For such people, Fury believes it is necessary to fight for them. So, here he comes. Fury walked between General Ross and Banner, forming a triangle with the two of them. He nodded slightly to General Ross before turning to Banner and said in a deep voice, "Hello, Dr. Banner. My name is Nick Fury, and I am the director of SHIELD, responsible for maintaining world security. SHIELD? Keeping the world safe." Banner narrowed his eyes. "Do you mean to eliminate this insecurity factor of mine?" "No, quite the opposite." Fury shook his head and said, "I would like to invite you to join SHIELD and the Avengers, and work with us to maintain the stability and security of the world." To Fury's surprise, Banner curled up the corners of his mouth and nodded, "Okay, I can join." "What?" Everyone was a little surprised. After a pause, Banner added, "But I have a condition. I want him to apologize to me, and I want to use him for experiments so that he can also contribute to America." His finger pointed directly at General Ross. Chapter 173. You want to use General Ross as an experiment? Hearing Banner's conditions, Fury frowned and looked extremely embarrassed. As the director of SHIELD, although he has considerable power, he cannot arbitrarily decide to let a general do such a thing. General Ross was furious. "How dare you say such a thing, you bastard? You are simply wishful thinking." Banner smiled coldly and said mockingly, "Is there anything wrong with what I said? Didn't you say that everything is for America? In that case, what's wrong with using your old and decayed body for experiments? Isn't this exactly what you want?" General Ross was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. Banner smiled slightly, and suddenly stretched out a finger. A lifelike, dancing green butterfly condensed on his fingertips. The angry energy flickered on the butterfly's wings, leaving Fury and others stunned. Is this the power Banner wields? It seems to be omnipotent, it is indeed magical. What Banner said next made Fury's expression change slightly. "Do you know why I have this ability? Or, do you want to obtain my power? If you agree to this condition, I can help you with all these things." Fury's breathing suddenly became rapid. He didn't need everyone to master this power, which was unrealistic, but as long as one or two people had this ability, they would have a better chance of winning when facing mysterious events. General Ross saw Fury's heartbeat and said anxiously, "He's lying. How could he possibly do this?" Banner gave General Ross a cold look and turned away. "Believe it or not, I will wait for your answer." "General Ross, do you think I would kill you and put myself in trouble again? No, I'm not the silly boy I used to be. I will strip you of your glory, destroy all your supports, and leave you alone, so that you can feel the pain that I have endured over the past few years." Banner's eyes were filled with anger that was enough to destroy an entire city, but his mind was extremely calm. General Ross was trembling all over, and he was finally afraid. He was afraid that he would be the one abandoned. Compared with an old man who is about to retire and an extremely powerful being, it is easy to tell which one is more valuable. The so-called title of general cannot protect him. Just a few pieces of evidence of his crimes are enough to make him a prisoner who is not worthy of his life. He knew very well that in this world of capital, only profit is supreme. Looking at Banner who was about to leave, General Ross's expression turned cold and he clenched his fists. "Bruce Banner. Do you want to escape from the crime? Everyone, come on, catch this murderer. How many people have you killed during your escape? Have you forgotten?" "Yes." Walker gritted his teeth, was the first to respond to General Ross's order, and rushed towards Banner. In his previous operation, he was knocked out by Banner at first sight and fell into a brief coma. He often thought of this humiliating scene and could not sleep at night. He wanted to prove that he was not such a weak person. Bronsky, who was standing next to him, had a flash of light in his eyes and rushed out with Walker. His situation is similar to Walker's, but he is more unwilling to accept the consequences. He should be the strongest fighter, and he wants to defeat Banner. Banner looked coldly at the two people rushing towards him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. "Do you really think you can defeat me easily?" He sneered in his heart, and the anger in his body began to surge. Fury stood aside, hesitated for a moment, and did not speak to stop him. He set his eyes on Bronsky and Walker. The exposed skin of these two people turned red in an instant, like cooked shrimps, and they ran out at an extremely fast speed, like a phantom. Is this the latest improved version of Superman serum developed by the Austin Group? Fury narrowed his eyes and compared the performance of Agent May and others in his mind. He indeed felt that Bronsky and the other two were stronger, at least in terms of speed. Norman Osborn is indeed a rare talent. During Fury's brief thought, Bronsky and the other man had already arrived in front of Banner. Their bodies radiated astonishing heat, and even a wisp of white steam floated up. They all clenched their fists and hit Banner with all their might. Banner smiled coldly and released all his anger. Endless green light surged out and wrapped around his body. The next second, a huge green giant over 50 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The tall teaching building looked extremely small next to him, as if he could touch the sky with just his hand. Fury took a breath, shocked. He already knew the outcome of this battle. General Ross opened his mouth and looked despair. No matter how much he read in the reports, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. This Banner is actually that powerful. Bronsky and Walker's fists hit the Hulk's ankles, but they were like ants trying to shake a tree. They were not even able to tickle it. Bitterness and despair appeared on both of their faces. Why does the other party have such powerful strength even though they are both human beings? In the distance, Norman flew over with Uncle Ben and Jessica, who had arrived late. They saw the green giant that was as big as a tall building through the window and were extremely shocked. Jessica's eyes widened. "No way, Uncle Norman, are you asking us to fight this giant? I would rather stay in San Francisco and fight the rioters for days and nights." Uncle Ben took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously. Even with the bonus of venom, he didn't think he would be a match for the Hulk. This was simply too crazy. Venom even suspected that he was dreaming. "Are you Earthlings that powerful?" Norman glanced at the little venom that appeared on Uncle Ben's shoulder without leaving any trace, and chuckled. "I think General Ross should give up the idea of using force to make that man surrender. I don't want you to fight him either, it's too difficult for you. However, just in case, let's go over and take a look. Tony is also on the way like Norman and others. He personally wore the Iron Man suit and flew all the way from the SHIELD headquarters, and on the way he saw the Hulk standing tall on the earth. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting, worthy of being the person I've chosen." Tony's face lit up with excitement, and he wanted to invite Banner to join his Illuminati. If successful, then his Illuminati will definitely be the most powerful organization in the world, and the Avengers and the Patriot Alliance will have to stand aside. Chapter 174. On campus, Banner is like a Gundam pilot, and the angry power wrapped around him like the Hulk is exactly the Gundam he is controlling. Unlike ordinary drivers who need to operate countless buttons, Banner can perfectly control the huge Hulk with just a thought. Banner looked down at Bronski and Walker who were standing at his ankles. There was no trace of blood on their faces and despair flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that their confidence had been completely destroyed and they had given up any thought of fighting back. However, Banner did not intend to let them go. He once said that anyone who dared to hurt him would be repaid double. Banner's eyes suddenly turned cold, like a freezing winter. He quickly raised his house-sized foot and then kicked it out as if kicking a football. Although Bronski and Walker had lost confidence, their instinct for survival made them react quickly. Facing this horrific kick, they tried their best and rushed to the left and right. The next second, the huge foot came with boundless momentum, almost brushing past their bodies. A strong wind suddenly arose, like a small storm, blowing them away as easily as ants. The grass and soil underfoot were lifted up by this force, and the tanks and armored vehicles in the path were actually overturned with their bottoms facing the sky. The surrounding soldiers were thrown out with screams, and the scene was in chaos. After the storm passed, a deep gully appeared on the ground, as if the earth had been torn apart. This kick was so terrifying that it made people shudder. Fury covered his mouth and nose, reached out to brush off the dust on his body, his eyes fell on the giant, and his heart was filled with waves. Such a terrible performance, although still not as good as Captain Marvel 20 years ago, has obviously crushed anyone in the Avengers today. No, it should be said that he is the strongest creature on the Earth at present. Even the giant devil tree that brought heavy damage to New York is unlikely to be Banner's opponent. More importantly, his current performance may not be his ceiling. No one knows how strong he can become. So, Fury made up his mind instantly that no matter what method he used, he must win Banner over to Shield. In his opinion, Banner is not showing any signs of madness now. On the contrary, he is very rational. Faced with the culprit who forced him to flee for several years, he can bear not to kill him, which greatly changes Fury's mind. At most, he is a little irritable, which is a very small shortcoming. At least he is more reliable than Tony. Fury was just about to talk to Banner again, but Banner did not give him face. The Hulk spread a pair of extremely large wings behind him, flew high, and soon disappeared. The fighter jets circling in the sky did not dare to follow and pretended not to see it. Fury withdrew his gaze in disappointment and glanced at General Ross, whose face was pale and silent. He sneered inwardly and felt very disdainful in his heart. He was just pushed forward by the forces behind the scenes to be a mascot. Even now he still can't see the situation clearly and is clinging to his pathetic dignity, which has forced himself into a dead end. He knew that General Ross was doomed. How could the forces behind him choose to go against other forces just for him? Fury shook his head and turned to look at Matt, who hadn't said a word. How do you feel about him? Very strong, but I feel that his heart is not as decisive as he appears, but full of contradictions. As long as one is a human being, there will be contradictions in his heart, because human beings themselves are contradictions. Fury didn't take it seriously, and pursed his lips and said, "Let's go, we have to go back early to prepare." Matt nodded and followed Fury towards the Quinjet parked not far away. He stroked the mark of the big knife on his palm. Strange thoughts arose in his mind. It seems I can cut it off. After flying high in the sky and unable to see the people below, Banner recovered most of his anger. The huge Hulk disappeared, leaving only a thin layer of green light covering Banner's whole body, shielding him from the strong wind when flying high in the sky. The wind in the sky was as cold as a knife, but the green light was like a warm cloak, isolating him from the outside world. Banner felt the weight of his body gradually lighten, as if in this vast sky, he had finally gotten rid of those heavy burdens. After flying for a while, Banner suddenly stopped. He looked back and could no longer see the university. That place that was once full of youth and dreams is now only a vague memory. A complex emotion surged in Banner's heart, a mixture of relief and deep loss. He sighed, a deep sense of loneliness rising in his heart. New York is so big that he has no place to go back to. The house he used to live in must have been taken back by the landlord, or perhaps moved into by another stranger, and all traces of him and Betty had disappeared. Those once warm times slipped through my fingers like quicksand and can never be grasped again. Now he is just a stranger to New York. Banner took a deep breath, flapped his wings slowly, chose a direction at random, and flew out. His mood was like the boundless sky, empty and directionless. Countless images flashed through Banner's mind, including Betty's smile, the good times they spent together, and his anger and helplessness when he turned into the Hulk. Not long after, he frowned and looked towards the sky. A golden red light flew towards him rapidly and arrived in front of him in an instant. Then a whistling sound breaking through the air was heard. Looking at the familiar iron suit, Banner's expression gradually turned cold. Iron Man? You are not dead yet. There was a hint of solemnity in his voice and a dangerous green light flashed in his eyes. Hey, of course. The previous one was an armor I controlled remotely. Tony took off his mask, revealing his distinctive face, spread his hands, and laughed. Now, I'm here in person. What are you doing here? Do you want to fight again? There was a green light in Banner's eyes, which made Tony a little frightened. The feeling of watching it on the screen and watching it in person is indeed very different. Banner's anger is like a volcano about to erupt, which may swallow everything around it at any time. Of course not. Tony quickly denied it. We are all civilized people, why do we fight all day long? I just think you are great and want to invite you for a drink. There was a hint of teasing in his voice, trying to lighten the mood. Drink wine. Banner saw that Tony really didn't want to fight again. The green light in his eyes gradually faded. He pondered for a moment and nodded, okay. Anyway, he had nowhere to go, and he just wanted to drink some wine to numb himself. Tony smiled and said, okay, follow me. He turned and flew off into the distance, with Banner following closely behind. The two were flying high in the sky. Tony's iron armor was flashing with dazzling light, while Banner's green light looked gentle and peaceful. Two rays of light intertwined in the sky, like two meteors streaking across the gradually darkening sky. Chapter 175. Tony took Banner to the top floor of a skyscraper, which was his private bar and only a very few people knew about it. The bar's decoration is luxurious and elegant, and through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the entire night view of New York. Banner walked into the bar and felt a long-lost warmth and comfort. Tony walked to the bar, skillfully mixed a cocktail, and handed it to Banner. Try this, I mixed it myself. There was a hint of pride and anticipation in his voice. Banner took the wine glass and took a sip. The rich aroma of the wine in his mouth made him close his eyes and enjoy this moment of tranquility. He suddenly felt that this night might not be as lonely as he had imagined. How is it? Tony asked with a smile. Not bad. Banner nodded, with a hint of approval in his eyes. He put down the wine glass and looked at the night view outside the window. The loneliness in his heart seemed to be diluted a little by the wine. Tony also mixed himself a cocktail, walked over to him, raised the glass in his hand, chuckled and said, "Come on, Banner, let's have a drink to celebrate our first meeting." Banner glanced at him, picked up the wine glass, raised it up, and gently clinked it with the glass in Tony's hand, making a crisp sound. He raised the corners of his mouth and shook his head. "You know, Tony, you are really annoying, especially when you talk. I really wanted to kill you at that time. But at least it is much better than those people who say one thing and mean another. At least I'm telling the truth, right? In human society, the truth always makes people uncomfortable." Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "The news media always say that I have low emotional intelligence, but who cares about a stranger's feelings? I care even less. He feels bad, so what? It's his fault for having low psychological tolerance. Tony, it's a miracle that you have grown up safely. Haha, cheers to miracles." The two clinked their glasses again and took a sip. The alcohol entered their bodies, paralyzing their nerves and making them more relaxed. "Hey, Banner, what do you want?" "What do I want? If you succeed in taking revenge, what do you want to do?" When Banner heard Tony's question, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a long time before he said, "I don't know. I guess I should continue to study some topics that interest me. My dream since I was a child was to become a scientist. Now, this goal is not far away for me. Scientist? Not a bad dream. But wouldn't your strength be wasted? Tony's face suddenly showed a tough expression. I don't know what I want to do. I just know that I don't want to see the world become broken and everyone looks terrified. Although this world is not so perfect, it is still worth protecting, right? Banner thought of the happy times he had with Betty and nodded slowly. Maybe, you are right. So, do you want to invite me to become a superhero? Join the Avengers? No, not the Avengers. Tony shook his head and said, why do we have to wait until someone hurts us before we seek revenge? I would rather kill them before they do anything. So, I founded an organization called the Illuminati, and I want to invite you to join us, become a pioneer of mankind, and bring true light to this world together. Banner's eyes flickered, and he said noncommittally, I'll think about it. Okay, you have plenty of time to think about it. As the night deepened, Tony found a villa for Banner to stay in, and he left and returned to Shield. On the way, Tony looked at his palms and felt a little disappointed. When he was drinking, he had tried to touch Banner with his hands many times, but Banner was always alert and avoided physical contact with him even when he was drunk, so he was unable to succeed. Therefore, his predictive ability, which he had not used for a long time, was no longer effective. Well, there will always be opportunities in the future. I want to see what choice you will make in the future. A confident smile spread across Tony's face. On the other side, Captain America Steve Rogers hurried back to the Shield headquarters and walked into Director Fury's office with a heavy heart. The lights in the office were dim and there was a heavy atmosphere in the air. Fury was sitting behind his desk, holding a document in his hand, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. As soon as Steve walked in, Fury looked up, his eyes full of sadness and doubt. He took a deep breath and tried to look calm, but the pain and self-blame in his heart were evident. I'm sorry, Chief. I failed in my duty on this mission. Steve's voice was low and hoarse, as if every word carried a heavy burden. There was a flash of sadness and helplessness in his eyes, as if he was mourning for the lives lost. Fury shook his head, a look of understanding and comfort in his eyes. Captain, this is not your fault. He said in a deep voice, originally, when it comes to mysterious events, the difficulty rises sharply, and death is inevitable. Steve's mind went back to that moment, Coulson lying in a pool of blood, and all the images kept replaying in his mind. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. Last time it was Bucky, this time it was Coulson and the others. But next time, I hope no one will be sacrificed, that's why we work so hard. There was a hint of sob in his voice and his eyes were firm and determined. Fury looked at the warrior in front of him with mixed emotions. He knew that Steve was carrying a heavy responsibility and pressure, but he also knew that it was this sense of responsibility that made Steve Captain America and a hero in everyone's heart. Steve, we will all try our best to avoid sacrifice, but sometimes, fate is not in our control. Fury sighed, all we can do is try our best. Steve took a deep breath and nodded, yes, Chief. Fury stood up, walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of cold drink and handed it to Steve. Come on, tell me again about the whole mission. Although you have submitted the report, I am still worried that there will be omissions. Okay. Steve nodded and began to recall their experiences in South America. His voice was deep and powerful, and every word seemed to carry a picture, making people feel as if they were in that dangerous and unknown world. He told Fury exactly what happened after they arrived in South America, including the fact that the Lord asked him to find the Zodiac charm. Chapter 176. In the office, there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Steve sat in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, as if trying to sort out his thoughts. He took a deep breath and began to recount in detail what had happened in the previous 2 days, leaving out no detail. Fury sat behind his desk, his hands folded on the table, staring intently at Steve. His eyes revealed a deep thought, as if he was relived the thrilling battle through Steve's description. Have you found the woman who seemed to be on the verge of losing control and turning into a monster? Is her body among the ruins? Fury's voice was low and powerful, with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Steve shook his head, frowning slightly. Her body was not found, so it is likely that she is not dead. He recalled the scene at that time, with a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. I was unconscious at that time, but seeing the scene, even if the woman was not dead, she must have been seriously injured. Eddie stayed in South America to search for her whereabouts. Fury's eyes became sharper. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Tell Eddie not to be careless. These mysterious people have all kinds of abilities. It's hard to guarantee that they won't recover in a short time." Steve nodded, with a hint of determination in his eyes. "Well, I will remind him." Fury turned his gaze to the window, as if thinking about something. He suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, is Eddie okay? Didn't he also absorb a lot of the power bestowed by the god? Isn't he also in danger of losing control?" Steve recalled the meeting with Eddie and said seriously, "It shouldn't be. Eddie's mind is very clear, there is no sign of madness, and he also told me that he has found a solution." Fury's brows relaxed slightly, but there was still a hint of doubt in his expression. "Really?" Fury didn't have much confidence in Eddie, who always acted unreliable, but with Steve's guarantee, he put his worries aside for the time being. "Okay, then let Eddie stay in South America for a while to prevent that mysterious church from growing stronger again. Remember to ask him to send me the report as soon as possible." There was an unquestionable command in Fury's voice. Steve smiled and said easily, "Oh, he said it will be finished soon." Fury nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. "That's fine." He paused, his face turned serious, and continued, "You probably don't know yet, but Bruce Banner arrived in New York before you did, and caused a big incident." Steve's eyes narrowed and his expression suddenly turned cold. "He's in New York? What did he do?" "Most of the responsibility for the death of Coulson and those agents lies with the guys in the mysterious church, but it is undeniable that Bruce Banner also bears part of the responsibility. If it weren't for his fight with the woman causing the building to collapse, perhaps the death toll would have been significantly reduced. Moreover, it was difficult for Steve to like his behavior of leaving alone without saving anyone. He had some run-ins with General Ross." Fury noticed something from Steve's expression and understood his emotions, but he still said bluntly, "Banner has great power, stronger than the entire Avengers, and we need him. You have seen his power, so you should know that what I said is correct." Steve's mood became complicated. He knew that Fury was right, but he still couldn't completely let it go. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "I understand, but we have to make sure he doesn't do something like this again." Fury nodded, with a hint of approval in his eyes. "You are right, we will strengthen our monitoring of him and ensure that his actions are under our control." Steve's expression eased a little. He knew this matter was far from over, but at least they had a clear direction. Then they talked about the Holy Lord and the 12 zodiac charms related to his power. The Holy Lord is a wizard, and the power in his body was stripped away and turned into the 12 zodiac spells. Fury asked. "Yes, that's what the Holy Lord said." Steve knew that the Lord in his body was also listening, so he answered calmly, "The 12 zodiac signs are rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. Each talisman has an extremely magical power. If he wants to return to his heyday, he must find these talismans." "I see." Fury nodded slowly. "I will have someone keep an eye out for intelligence in this regard, and if there is any news, I will inform you immediately." Then he looked up at Steve with a serious look. "Steve, I know you are anxious, but I still hope you can be careful." Steve understood the look in Fury's eyes. He wanted him to pay attention to the Holy Lord and stay alert at all times. After all, the Holy Lord was not a human being, and it was difficult to trust him completely. "I know, Chief." "Okay, then you go down and take a rest." "Ah." Steve left the office and closed the door, and a red light suddenly appeared in his eyes. The light was so dim that even Steve himself could hardly detect it. "Holy Lord, did you hear me? We will do our best to help you find the 12 talismans, so we hope you can help us more seriously. Don't worry, I am a famous person of integrity. I will definitely do what I promised you, including helping you resurrect Bucky. Bucky. Steve took a deep breath and took a step forward with a determined look. Late at night, the top floor of Osborn Building was still brightly lit. After feeling Banner's power, Norman did not choose to disturb General Ross, who was obviously distracted. After helping to rescue the wounded, he took Uncle Ben and Jessica back to Osborn Building. In the chairman's office, Norman looked at Uncle Ben, whose Spider-Man suit had turned darker, with great interest. "Spider-Man, can you get Mr. Venom to come out and talk? What do you want from me, human?" Without Uncle Ben saying anything, the venom drilled out of Uncle Ben's body on its own. The black mucus continued to accumulate on Spider-Man's suit. Uncle Ben, who was originally just a little strong, immediately swelled up a whole circle and turned into a burly man over 2 meters tall. His face also became extremely hideous and terrifying. Below the narrow and long eyes without eyeballs was a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, which could undoubtedly swallow a big head in one bite. Jessica frowned, trying not to show any disgust, but she moved her feet a few steps away from the transformed Venom Spider-Man. "It's incredible." Norman's eyes lit up. "Can I study you?" "Research? Impossible." Venom refused without even thinking about it. 3 bottles of nutrients. Make a deal. Chapter 177. Norman stood on the top floor of the towering office building of the Austin Group, overlooking the prosperity and hustle and bustle of the city. There was a hint of depth in his eyes, as if he was thinking about some unfathomable plan. For safety reasons, he asked Uncle Ben to stay in the Austin Group for a week to observe and study. For Norman, this week is not only a test for Uncle Ben, but also a key link in the entire plan. Jessica is an important character in another line. Norman asked her to go back and rest first, but did not forget to give her homework, to record every detail of what happened that day and hand it in to him. This is a mandatory requirement, and every experience requires writing a report. Jessica has become accustomed to this arrangement, but deep down she hopes that she will never get used to this kind of life. "Well, I'll go first." Jessica waved to Uncle Ben with a relaxed smile on her face, but a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. She walked up to Norman and whispered, "Remember to give Venom 3 more bottles of nutrients." "I promised it." Norman smiled and nodded, with a doting look in his eyes. "Don't worry, the stock of nutrients is sufficient." After Jessica left, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became quiet. A middle-aged man in a white coat walked in. He had a stern look in his eyes and a steady pace. He was obviously an experienced scientist. Norman turned to Uncle Ben, his tone gentle but still dignified. "You go too, just follow Dr. Allen, he will help you arrange it." "Okay." Uncle Ben nodded. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still chose to believe Norman. He followed Dr. Allen out of the office and walked down the long corridor. Venom's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Hi, that man gives me a very dangerous feeling, more dangerous than Riot." Uncle Ben was slightly stunned, then looked at Dr. Allen in front of him, and quickly reacted, "Are you talking about Mr. Norman?" "Well, that should be the name, right?" Venom's voice contained a hint of uncertainty, but more of vigilance. "Is he dangerous?" Uncle Ben smiled and shook his head, trying to appease Venom. "Mr. Norman has always been gentle and kind, how could he be dangerous? Could it be that you are wrong?" "Hi, you actually want to question me?" Venom was very dissatisfied, his voice full of anger and disdain. "How could I be wrong?" "Well, that's probably because Mr. Norman also received the Superman serum." Uncle Ben began to have doubts, as if Mr. Norman rarely demonstrated his superhuman abilities in front of others, so much so that he almost forgot that Mr. Norman was the first person to be injected with the superhuman serum. His thoughts began to drift to the past, recalling Norman's firm and calm eyes in the laboratory. At the end of the corridor, a heavy metal door slowly opened, and Dr. Allen led Uncle Ben into a high-tech laboratory. The equipment here was complete, flashing with cold blue light, giving people a feeling of future technology. "Spider-Man, please take a seat." Dr. Allen pointed to a chair and said with a hint of coldness in his tone, we need to conduct a series of tests to observe your physical condition. Uncle Ben sat down on the chair as he was told, his heart still filled with doubts and uneasiness. With Venom's warning still ringing in his ears, he began to doubt whether he really knew Norman. No, compared to a strange alien life form, he should trust Norman more. Uncle Ben shook his head and closed his eyes. The inspection is done quickly, but the report may take 1 to 2 days. Uncle Ben thanked Dr. Allen and received a small bag of nutritional supplements from him. He took a glance and saw that there were at least 10 bottles in it. The venom in his body immediately became excited, as if it smelled the scent of prey, and could not wait to emerge from Uncle Ben's body and transform into the appearance of Venom Spider-Man. Dr. Allen was so scared that his hands shook and the bag of nutrients fell. 2 black slime tentacles quickly stretched out and caught the bag as flexibly as a snake. Then Venom opened his mouth wide and poured the entire bag into his mouth, making a satisfying chewing sound. He licked the corner of his mouth with an aftertaste, successfully scaring Dr. Allen to death. The doctor's face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the pen in his hand fell to the ground. "Hey, don't show up out of nowhere." Uncle Ben took control of his body and kicked the venom back into his body. He apologized to Dr. Allen with a helpless look on his face. "I'm sorry, Dr. Allen, he can't control himself sometimes." Dr. Allen forced a smile and waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a little scary." Uncle Ben nodded and left the laboratory, his heart filled with helplessness and worry. He knew that the presence of venom was a huge hidden danger, especially in such a quiet laboratory. Any movement would cause panic. "Are those nutritional supplements really that delicious?" Uncle Ben asked in a low voice as he walked, trying to communicate with the venom in his body. "I like to add some orange flavor to it." It tastes good, but your brain, eyeballs, and pancreas smell even more delicious." Venom's voice sounded in his mind, with a hint of cold smile. "Don't say scary things, okay?" Uncle Ben sighed. He almost forgot that this was a vicious alien creature. Although Venom is now symbiotic with him, its nature has not changed. "From now on, you can't eat anything without my permission, okay?" Uncle Ben's tone turned serious. "Why?" Venom asked somewhat dissatisfiedly, obviously unhappy with this restriction. "Because I am the host." Uncle Ben's voice was firm and powerful. He knew that he had to control this symbiotic relationship, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. "Okay." Venom finally compromised, but there was still a hint of reluctance in its tone. Uncle Ben could tell that he didn't want to live with such an alien creature and share the same body. In his mind, he could even imagine the scene of Aunt May being frightened by the hideous-looking venom after waking up. This won't work. Aunt May has always had a bad heart. What if she gets scared and becomes ill? He decided to confront Venom after the test results and tell him that they were not suitable. Of course, this also needs to be affirmed by Mr. Norman. This should be mentioned in Jessica's report, right? Uncle Ben went to a lounge with a worried look on his face, took off the battle suit he had been wearing for a long time, and went into the bathroom. What was reflected in the full-length mirror was not his appearance, but the hideous appearance of Venom. "Well, it feels weird." Chapter 178. South America. The cityscape here is like a painting of sharp contrasts, with the glittering and magnificent wealthy areas coexisting with the dirty and chaotic slums. The skyscrapers in the wealthy area sparkle in the sun, as if showing off their luxury and prosperity to the world. However, just a few steps away are the narrow alleys, dilapidated houses, and stinking garbage dumps of the slum. Everything here seems so dark, as if forgotten in the corner of time. In the slums, theft, murder and looting are rampant, which is more terrifying than hell. There is no protection of the law here, and the power of the police is useless here. The ones who really control this place are the gangs, and the Viper Gang is one of them. Jack has been an orphan since childhood and grew up under the protection of the Viper Gang. There were 2 hideous scars on his face, one of which extended from his forehead to under his eye. This is the medal he got when he was a kid a few years ago and participated in a large-scale gang fight. During that gunfight, a machete grazed the corner of his eye and almost caused him to lose his eyesight. Whenever he looked in the mirror and saw the scar, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, a mixture of fear and pride. He was afraid of the near-fatal experience, but proud of the scar that earned him respect and status in the Viper gang. Today, Jack has become a small boss managing a bar in the red light district. The bar's neon lights flicker at night, attracting all kinds of people to come in for excitement and pleasure. Of course, what is mainly sold here is not alcohol, but those shady transactions. That night, the bar was brightly lit and the music was deafening. Jack sat behind the bar, looking around with a stern look. Suddenly, a younger brother came running over excitedly, with an unconcealable joy on his face. "Boss, I saw a good deal." The younger brother's voice was particularly clear in the noisy environment. Jack raised his head, a hint of curiosity and alertness flashing in his eyes. He seemed to see his own shadow in this younger brother, the impulse to prove himself impatiently. "Is it difficult?" Jack's voice was low and calm, as if he was measuring the value of a commodity. "It's not difficult. She is alone and has no companions. She seems to be a solo backpacker." The younger brother answered excitedly, with anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Jack nodded, motioning for his younger brother to continue. He knew that lone backpackers were the easiest targets in the slums. Without the protection of their companions, they appear particularly vulnerable. "She looks like a foreigner, probably here for tourism," the younger brother added, with a sly glint in his eyes. Jack pondered for a while, thinking about the feasibility of this action. Cases of foreign tourists disappearing in slums occur frequently, and the police are unable to track them down. A feeling of excitement and anticipation surged in his heart. This might be an opportunity to make a fortune. "Take me to see it." Jack stood up with a cold light in his eyes. The younger brother nodded and led Jack through the bar and out to the street, with two muscular thugs following behind him. The slums seemed particularly eerie at night. The alleys were quiet except for occasional whispers and footsteps. Jack followed behind his younger brother, observing his surroundings vigilantly. They soon arrived at a shabby hotel. The younger brother pointed to a window on the second floor and whispered, "She's in that room." Here's the key." Jack nodded, signaled his younger brother to guard the door, and he went upstairs quietly with the two strong men. His heartbeat gradually quickened and he felt a long-lost excitement. He turned the door lock with the key and gently pushed it open. He saw a young woman sitting on the bed, packing her backpack with her head down. Her blonde hair gleamed in the dim light, making it stand out. Jack and two strong men walked into the room. The woman raised her head when she heard the noise, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. She obviously had not expected someone to break into her room. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The woman's voice trembled and she seemed extremely helpless. Jack sneered and slowly approached her, with a cold light in his eyes. "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk to you." The woman obviously didn't believe his words and tried to escape in panic. However, without Jack's signal, two strong men stepped forward, each grabbed one of her wrists, and pressed her down on the bed. The sturdy man was very strong and the woman couldn't break free at all. "Let me go. Help!" The woman struggled desperately, her voice echoing in the small room. Jack looked at her coldly, without a trace of pity in his heart. He knew that no one in this world would come to save her. The rule of the slums is the survival of the fittest, and only the strong can survive. "Don't waste your energy." Jack whispered with a hint of threat in his tone, "Your only choice now is to listen to me, otherwise you will regret it." A trace of despair flashed in the woman's eyes. She knew that she was powerless to resist and could only succumb to the cold man in front of her. Her body gradually relaxed and tears glistened in her eyes. Jack looked at her expression and felt a mixture of emotions. He knew that he had completely fallen and become a part of this dark world. However, he also knew that this was the only way to survive. In this slum, only the most callous and ruthless can survive. "Be obedient and I won't hurt you," Jack whispered with a hint of comfort in his tone. He didn't want this rare cargo to be damaged. The woman nodded, her eyes still filled with fear. Jack raised the corner of his mouth and tilted his head, "Take her away." As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the room suddenly went out and the whole house fell into darkness. Jack was suddenly startled, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, beating wildly. His pupils dilated rapidly, trying to catch a glimmer of light in the darkness, but all he saw was pitch black, as if the whole world had been swallowed up. Before he could react, a cool breeze suddenly blew from behind him. The wind was bitingly cold and circled around his neck like an icy snake, making him shudder. Jack couldn't help but shiver all over, as if countless cold hands were gently stroking his back. Feeling the cold, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Then, he seemed to feel a sharp pain in his neck, as if it had been scratched by something sharp. Jack reached out and touched it, and came out with a sticky liquid. In the darkness, he couldn't see what it was, but the wet touch gave him a fright. My throat was cut. This thought flashed through Jack's mind, and he was suddenly terrified. He tried to shout, but all that came out of his throat were intermittent ho-ho-ho sounds. His vocal cords were also cut, and he could only cover his throat and fall to the ground in pain. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, staining his collar red. Jack raised his head with difficulty, and as his eyes adjusted to the darkness a little, he glanced around with blurry vision. The two thugs he brought with him also fell to the ground like him, with blood flowing from their throats. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear and unwillingness, as if they could not understand what was happening even at the last moment. Jack turned his gaze to the other end of the room, and there seemed to be a blurry figure like a ghost in front of the woman. The figure was as terrifying as the god of death. He stood there quietly, as if blending into the darkness. Only his cold eyes flashed in the darkness. Jack's eyes widened, the light in them gradually fading. His vitality was rapidly fading, and his consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. At the last moment before he was about to lose consciousness, he seemed to hear the woman's scream. Listening to the screams in his ears, Eddie frowned and said in a low voice, "If you don't want to die, get out of here quickly." After saying this, he ignored the frightened woman and quickly blended into the shadows. He went downstairs and saw the younger brother also lying in a pool of blood. Edi lowered his hood over his head to hide his face and walked into the alley. This wasn't the first group of people he had killed. From the gift of the gods, Eddie not only obtained the enormous mysterious power, but also a lot of mysterious knowledge. He finally realized that the assassin's potion he drank also contained mysterious power from the gods. After all, these mysterious powers came from gods. After drinking the potion, part of the power changed his body and made him stronger. But most of the power is still hidden in his body, causing auditory hallucinations. If this goes on for a long time, even if he is not tortured into a madman, he will sooner or later lose control and become a monster, or even explode and die, leaving only a pile of minced meat. Therefore, he could only use the acting method he learned from the mysterious knowledge to digest the potion in his body. So he played the role of an assassin, specifically targeting those who did evil, and in just one night he assassinated nearly 20 people. When Eddie first started killing people, he felt a little uncomfortable, but when he thought of the sacrifices of Coulson and others, he hardened his heart. He felt it was worth it to exchange his life for a group of damned people. He still had important things to do and couldn't just die like this. At least, give that so-called god a beating. As time went by, Eddie became more and more skilled, as if he had really become an assassin. If he didn't move, he would kill someone. Many times, those who were killed by him could not find his figure and fell into eternal sleep. Walking in the dim alley, Eddie clenched his fists lightly. He could clearly feel the mysterious power being digested in his body, truly becoming a power that he could control. However, it's not enough. He still needs more killing to make himself stronger. Fortunately, there is no shortage of damned people here. Chapter 179. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed quietly. Due to Eddie's crazy killing of gangsters, gang members in the whole city are in danger, and their domineering figures are no longer seen on the streets at night. The crime rate dropped suddenly, and the city seemed surprisingly quiet when night fell. Residents in the streets and alleys gradually felt a long-lost sense of security, and the smell of blood in the air seemed to dissipate. However, this peace did not last long. The gang leaders finally lost their patience and decided to take the risk and call the police. Although they always looked down on the police, they had no choice but to bow their heads at this moment. After all, facing a ghost-like assassin, their fear had surpassed their disgust for the police. After receiving the report, the police initially dealt with it perfunctorily and sent several police officers to conduct a perfunctory investigation. The police don't care about the lives of the gangsters and even seem to enjoy their misfortunes. However, things took a turn when the police chief received a generous gift. This generous gift not only filled his pockets, but also forced him to face up to this problem. Driven by the generous bonus, the police were so motivated for the first time. They began patrolling around the clock to protect gang members and even developed a series of precautions against assassins. The entire city's police force was mobilized, and it seemed that a siege operation against Eddie was quietly unfolding. When Eddie heard the news, he was in disbelief. He used to be so fearless, but now he has to face the police's strict precautions. He knew that it was no longer realistic to continue playing the role of an assassin. So he decided to give up this identity and think about new countermeasures. However, Eddie was not discouraged and he could still play other roles. After receiving the gift from the gods, Eddie was promoted from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8 and became an instigator. Although this new identity did not directly enhance his combat capabilities, it gave him an extremely special skill. As an instigator, Eddie became extremely eloquent. He can actively arouse other people's deepest desires, and what he says is more likely to convince others. He is good at intensifying conflicts and provoking disputes. Although this ability does not meet his original expectations, it can produce unimaginable effects in certain special occasions. Eddie quickly realized that this ability would be extremely useful when working undercover. He recalled his last undercover experience and felt that he had a talent for this, especially now that he had the ability of an instigator. He was even more confident. So, Eddie began to carefully analyze the information sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., and a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone gradually formed in his mind. This plan will not only allow him to digest the mysterious power in his body, but also allow him to continue to fight against the gangs. If successful, he will be able to control the power of the gangs and investigate those mysterious church believers who seem to have disappeared. It is perfect. With the help of the police, the gangsters spent a peaceful night. That night, they had a rare opportunity not to worry about being attacked by the elusive assassin, nor did they have to be wary of sudden police raids. The streets under the night sky are quiet and peaceful, as if all the storms have gone away. So, the next night, they couldn't wait to start the party. At the entrance of the underground boxing gym, neon lights flicker, attracting wave after wave of spectators. The boxing gym was crowded with people. The air was filled with the smell of tobacco and sweat, mixed with people's excitement and anticipation, and the atmosphere became increasingly heated. They surrounded a closed ring that was like a cage and kept screaming. The lights in the boxing gym were dim, with only a few spotlights above the ring illuminating the area. People's faces appeared dark and unclear under the light, but their eyes were flashing with fanaticism. Amid their cheers, a man in a suit and tie rode a lift up into the air and looked down at the crowd below. There was a confident smile on his face, and his slightly narrowed eyes revealed a hint of cunning. This man is the host of the boxing gym. He held the microphone and said in a loud voice, "Long time no see, did you miss me? Wow, it seems that everyone misses me, but I guess everyone misses this bloody ring more, right?" "Yes," the crowd responded in unison. The sound was deafening. "Get started, assholes," someone shouted in the corner, causing laughter from everyone around. The host smiled and continued, "Well, it seems that everyone can't wait. In fact, I am also looking forward to it. So without further ado, please welcome our first group of contestants tonight with the warmest applause." Amid screams and shouts loud enough to blow off the ceiling, Eddie walked out of the aisle and entered the cage. The audience around was like a lit powder keg. The fanatical emotion filled the air, making the entire boxing gym seem like a huge furnace, hot and oppressive. Eddie's figure looked a little thin under the light, but his steps were firm and powerful. Each step he took made a dull sound on the floor, as if declaring his determination. Eddie was wearing a pair of worn boxer shorts, and his bare upper body was covered with scars, obviously from countless fights. Those scars were like medals from his past, recording every struggle and effort he had made. Yes, the new identity he prepared for himself was a poor old boxer who was forced to participate in bloody fights in underground boxing gyms for money. This boxer named Eddie is participating in our underground boxing gym for the first time, but please don't underestimate him. When he was trying to get the admission ticket, he knocked out our guy with one punch. He's definitely a dark horse. The host's voice was particularly clear in the noisy crowd, as if to engrave Eddie's image deeply in the minds of every audience member. After a pause, the host spoke again. Next, let us welcome another contestant tonight, our old acquaintance, Ripper Blake. Accompanied by an even louder cheer, a tall and strong man walked out from the other side. Blake was a burly man with well-defined muscles, and he looked like a ferocious beast. What was even more eye-catching was that his left wrist did not have a palm but an iron hook covered in blood, which had obviously pierced into the bodies of many people. There was a fierceness in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to tear the opponent in front of him to pieces. Let me explain to the newcomers. The reason why Blake is called the Ripper is because he likes to cut a big hole in his opponent's chest during a match. So far, Blake has won 7 consecutive games and is a popular player in our boxing gym. Eddie glanced at the iron hook and sneered in his heart. Tonight he had witnessed the bloodiness of an underground boxing match. However, that guy is just an ordinary person and there is no way he can beat him. What he needs to think about is how to win the game in a difficult and exciting way. Alright, the match is about to begin. Audience members who haven't placed their bets yet, please hurry up. It's up to you to decide whether to play it safe or try to win against a dark horse. Alright, now please invite the 2 boxers to the stage. Eddie and Black walked onto the ring, facing each other, their eyes met, sparks flew. Eddie's eyes were calm and resolute, while Black's eyes were full of bloodthirsty fanaticism. The auras of the 2 people collided on the ring, forming an invisible pressure that made the air around them become heavy. The host stepped aside and waited for a minute or two before announcing, "The rules are simple. There is no surrender. You win by beating your opponent to death or until he loses his ability to fight. Now, the game begins." The shouts of the audience gradually died down, and the entire boxing gym fell into a suffocating silence. The game started. Blake took the lead in attacking. He rushed towards Eddie like a ferocious beast, wielding an iron hook. Eddie quickly dodged to the side, and the iron hook created a gust of wind that whistled past his ears. He took advantage of the moment when Blake's attack missed and quickly counterattacked. His fist flew out like lightning, heading straight for Blake's face. Blake barely blocked it with his other hand, but was still knocked back a few steps by Eddie's strength. The audience exclaimed, obviously shocked by Eddie's speed and power. Black roared and rushed at Eddie again. This time he changed his strategy and tried to force Eddie into the corner with an iron hook. Eddie dodged nimbly, narrowly avoiding the hook's attack each time. His mind was rapidly calculating Blake's movements and flaws, looking for the best time to counterattack. Finally, Eddie seized an opportunity. At the moment when Blake's hook missed again, he suddenly turned sideways and flashed to the side of Blake. Then he punched Blake in the ribs with all his might. Blake groaned in pain and his body bent involuntarily. Eddie didn't give Blake any chance to breathe. He followed up with another uppercut, hitting Blake's chin. Blake's head jerked back and he stumbled back a few steps. The audience once again erupted in deafening cheers as they were stunned by Eddie's barrage of attacks. Blake was obviously enraged. He roared and swung the hook to attack Eddie frantically. Eddie dodged while looking for opportunities. He knew that he could not confront Blake head-on and had to use his speed and flexibility. Blake's attacks became more and more impatient, and his movements became more and more rough. Eddie saw an opportunity, suddenly dodged to the side and got behind Blake, then used all his strength to punch Blake on the back of the head. Blake's body trembled violently, and then fell to the ground weakly. The entire boxing gym fell into silence in an instant, and everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. A few seconds later, the audience burst into thunderous cheers, cheering for Eddie's victory and applauding his courage and strength. Eddie stood in the center of the ring, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, a hint of fatigue in his eyes. It was not easy at all. My opponent was too weak to take a beating and I almost killed him with one punch. Oh my god, the winner is our dark horse Eddie. Let's cheer for him. The host walked into the ring, raised Eddie's arm, and declared him the winner. The audience cheered again, cheering for the dark horse's victory. Eddie felt the cheers around him, curled up the corners of his mouth, but his heart was extremely calm. At the host's instruction, he walked around the field, then returned to the locker room and changed his wet clothes. During the fight, Eddie was not hit by a punch, nor was he hooked by his opponent's hook. Naturally, he didn't need to apply any medicine. He went straight into the bathroom and took a hot shower. When they came out, they found 3 men with fierce faces in the locker room. Eddie, come with us. Eddie narrowed his eyes, said nothing, just nodded slightly, and followed the 3 men to a spacious private room upstairs. His heartbeat quickened slightly, but he tried to remain calm, without a single fluctuation on his face. The lights in the private room were dim, and the air was filled with a faint smell of cigar smoke. Sitting inside was a bald old man wearing gold and silver jewelry. His fat fingers were covered with gem rings, and each ring was shining with a different color. He looked like a nouveau riche. Behind the old man stood 2 burly bodyguards, their eyes were cold and they were always alert to everything around them. Eddie tried hard to suppress his laughter and walked to the old man with an expressionless face. Through a large piece of one-way glass, he could clearly see the ring below. On the other side of the glass, the audience's cheers rose and fell, as if it were a carnival feast. At this time, the second group of fights had already begun. The 2 boxers on the ring were beating each other desperately. Both of them were bleeding from their heads. The blood mixed with sweat dripped onto the ring, which seemed particularly cruel. Eddie's eyes swept across the ring, without a trace of emotion in his heart. "Do you know who I am?" the old man asked suddenly, his voice low and hoarse, with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Eddie was slightly stunned, then calmly replied, "Boxing gym owner." The old man raised his lips slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile, "Ha, you only guessed one identity. I am the boss of the Viper Gang. Not only this boxing gym, but also this area and half of the slums are mine." Eddie's eyes flashed and he sneered in his heart. If he had not seen the intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. a long time ago, he would probably believe what this guy said. This guy was just a stand-in pushed out to attract fire. The real boss is someone else. "You're a good boxer, so follow me from now on. There's a lot of money to be made." After the old man said this, a hint of greed and expectation flashed in his eyes. Eddie's heart moved. This was his original purpose, but he didn't want to agree so readily. "Give me 50 first, and my life is yours." 50. The old man frowned slightly, then waved his hand and said generously, "Oh, I'll give you 1 million directly." Eddie's heart skipped a beat, but he remained calm and said expressionlessly, "Okay, $1 million, deal." The old man nodded with satisfaction, and then winked at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard immediately picked up a suitcase from behind him, opened it, and inside was a thick stack of cash, which he handed to Eddie. Eddie took the cash and felt the heavy weight in his hands. There was a hint of ecstasy on his face, but his heart was filled with coldness. "Very good, from today on, you are mine," the old man said with satisfaction, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Eddie nodded, which meant that his plan officially began. Chapter 180. Osborne Building. As night falls, light shines into the laboratory through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting a cool sense of technology. In order to study symbiotes, Norman Osborn built this high-tech laboratory, and the person in charge of this project was the previous Dr. Allen. In the laboratory, the humming sound of operating instruments is endless, and various complex equipment surrounds the central laboratory table. At this moment, Uncle Ben was wearing his Venom suit, lying on the experimental table, allowing various scanning instruments to scan back and forth on his body. The black surface of the suit glowed slightly under the light, as if it had life. Dr. Allen stood in front of the operating table, typing on the keyboard attentively, with various data and charts flashing on the screen. From time to time, his gaze passed through the transparent glass cover and fell on Uncle Ben on the experimental table, with a trace of solemnity on his face. It was obvious that the risks of this experiment should not be underestimated. "Spider-Man, now let's try to separate you and Venom." Dr. Allen's voice came through the speaker into the glass cover, his tone calm and firm. "Okay." Uncle Ben nodded and agreed without hesitation. He was well aware of the importance of this experiment, not only for himself, but also for those innocent humans who were parasitized by the symbiote. However, Venom obviously didn't think so. From Uncle Ben's body, Venom's black tentacles quickly emerged, forming a hideous head, roaring at Dr. Allen, "No, why do you want us to separate?" "Venom, calm down, this is just a test," Uncle Ben soothed. "Test? Why test something unnecessary?" Venom's voice was full of dissatisfaction and resistance, its tentacles waving in the air, as if expressing its inner anxiety. "Have you forgotten? In addition to you, there are 2 other symbiotes parasitizing on humans. We need to find a way to separate them without harming the human body." Uncle Ben explained patiently. "You mean those 2 idiots, Whip and Howl?" Venom snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt and disdain. "Burn a fire on them, and they will be obedient." Uncle Ben sighed helplessly. It was obvious that Venom's suggestion was completely inconsistent with his original intention. While they talked, Dr. Allen did not stop what he was doing. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, finally pressing a key button. The lights in the laboratory suddenly dimmed, replaced by a shrill noise. Uncle Ben immediately turned over from the laboratory table, covered his ears with his hands, and a painful expression appeared on his face. This high-frequency noise was a great torture to both him and Venom. He could feel Venom in his body trembling violently, as if it was fighting a life-and-death battle. "Stop! Stop now!" The Venom roared madly in Uncle Ben's body, and its tentacles struggled desperately, trying to get rid of this painful torture. But what comes in return is more high frequency and harsh noise. "What?" The Venom couldn't hold on any longer, and it had to leave Uncle Ben's body, turning back into a pool of black slime, ricocheting onto the glass wall, trembling in pain. Its tentacles weakly slid across the surface of the glass, as if struggling to find a glimmer of hope to cling to. Seeing this, Dr. Allen immediately turned off the instrument. The annoying noise finally disappeared, and Venom relaxed, as if he had survived a disaster. Every molecule of it was cheering, feeling a long-lost tranquility. However, this tranquility did not last long. Venom stretched out its tentacles and was about to return to Uncle Ben's body, but found that Uncle Ben opened the door and left the glass cover. "No. I haven't gone in yet." Venom's voice was full of fear and despair. It suddenly ejected, drawing an arc in the air, and landed exactly at Uncle Ben. However, when he was only 10 centimeters away, he was stopped by the closed glass door. At that moment, Venom's tentacles almost touched Uncle Ben's back, but were ruthlessly blocked. "No, open the door." Venom's voice became rapid and sharp, like a wild beast trapped in a cage, roaring desperately. Uncle Ben turned around and looked at the agitated Venom, his eyes revealing mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and said with deep apology, "I'm sorry, I still can't accept you. You deserve a better host who cherishes you more." After saying that, Uncle Ben turned and left. His steps were firm, but each seemed so heavy, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. Venom shouted behind him, "You lied to me. Come back here. Ben Parker." There was despair and anger in its voice, and the feeling of being abandoned almost made it collapse. Uncle Ben left the lab, closed the door, looked at Norman standing in front of him, and whispered, "I always feel like I did something wrong. In the past few days with Venom, I can feel that it's not bad at all." A complicated light flashed in Norman's eyes. He patted Uncle Ben's shoulder and said, "This is not the reason why you must accept it, Ben. Have you forgotten the test results? Its DNA is slowly merging with you. After a while, you will be equivalent to the same life form and it will be difficult to separate. Are you willing to have Venom between you and your wife forever?" Uncle Ben thought about it carefully, and every warm moment he spent with his wife came to his mind. They cooked together in the kitchen, watched TV together on the sofa, and took walks in the garden together. He couldn't imagine that in these wonderful times, Venom would suddenly appear. He felt a little awkward, but finally shook his head. This is a lifelong matter, we can't compromise, both parties need to agree. Leave it to us, we will find another host for Venom that is willing to spend its life with it. Norman's voice was full of determination and comfort. Yet, Uncle Ben nodded heavily, and he felt a little more relaxed. Go back and have a rest. You haven't seen your family for a long time, right? Norman said with a smile. Okay, I'll leave the Venom to you. There was a hint of fatigue in Uncle Ben's voice, but more of a sense of relief. Watching Uncle Ben leaving, Norman curled the corners of his mouth, smiled slightly, opened the door of the laboratory and walked in. In the laboratory, Venom was still sliding weakly on the glass wall, its tentacles waving helplessly, as if looking for a glimmer of hope. Norman walked up to Venom and whispered, "Do you remember me? I'm Norman, we've met before." There was a gentle strength in his voice, as if soothing Venom's wounded heart. But Venom didn't appreciate it at all. It changed its face and roared at Norman, "Of course I remember you, you hypocritical guy. You like Ben Parker and you like to lie. Call that coward in quickly, I want to teach him a lesson." As it spoke, it moved back and forth anxiously inside the glass cover. Losing its host is a heavy blow to it. It must have a host to survive safely in this world. Calm down, Venom. Norman chuckled and said, "It seems that you don't want to parasitize on me anymore." "You?" Venom clearly refused, "Of course not, I hate you." "Well, in that case, you can live here alone for a while, and I will find you a host you like." Without waiting for Venom to answer, Norman looked at Dr. Allen and said, "Let's get started, according to our experimental plan." "Yes." After saying that, Norman ignored Venom, who was still cursing, and turned to leave the laboratory. "Finally I can take a break." Uncle Ben felt extremely tired. He stood on the roof, took a deep breath, and felt the cool night breeze caressing his face. He tried hard to control his heart and stop thinking about the Venom incident that was invading his mind. He raised his wrist slightly and shot a spider silk towards the building opposite, and his body flew in the night sky of the city like a nimble bird. The city is brightly lit in the night, and the traffic is heavy, as if strips of light are passing through the city. Uncle Ben was flying in the air, admiring the beautiful night view and enjoying the rare peace. Soon, he returned to his familiar home. He gently pushed open the window, entered the room quietly, took off the battle suit he had been wearing for a long time, changed into comfortable home clothes, and looked much more relaxed. He quietly left the bedroom and went downstairs. In the living room, the TV was playing the evening news, with various information and images flashing on the screen. However, Aunt May was lying on the recliner with her eyes closed, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. There was a peaceful smile on her face, as if she could feel the breath of happiness even in her dreams. Uncle Ben looked at Aunt May's peaceful sleeping face and felt a warm feeling in his heart. They had gone through many ups and downs over the years and had gone through many difficult moments together, but the tranquility at this moment made him feel extremely precious, as if all the fatigue in his body had disappeared. He leaned over and kissed Aunt May on the forehead, his gesture gentle and loving. Aunt May opened her eyes and saw Uncle Ben appearing in front of her. A surprised expression appeared on her face. "You are finally back. Are you hungry? Have you eaten?" Uncle Ben shrugged, with a mischievous smile on his face. "I'm not very hungry, but it would be great if I could eat the delicious food you made yourself." Aunt May rolled her eyes at him, but there was a gentle gleam in her eyes. She patted Uncle Ben's hand gently and walked into the kitchen. Uncle Ben followed and leaned against the kitchen door frame, and asked casually, "Where's Peter? He doesn't seem to be in the bedroom." Aunt May answered while busying herself, "Who knows? I haven't seen him recently. Maybe he has found a girlfriend." Uncle Ben smiled, with a hint of fondness in his eyes. "Well, it's time to find a girlfriend." He paid no attention to Peter's whereabouts and went over to help Aunt May and worked together. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, and the sound of pots and pans clattering seemed particularly warm on this night. This kind of peaceful life seems to be what he really wants. Fighting and adventure are exciting, but only at such moments can Uncle Ben feel true happiness. Chapter 181. Just as Aunt May thought, Parker was with his girlfriend Anna at the moment. However, their date was not in a romantic restaurant or park, but in a dimly lit secret room. There were several dim oil lamps hanging on the walls of the secret room. The weak light barely illuminated the small space. The air was filled with a stale and musty smell, which made people feel a little uneasy. In addition to the two of them, there were more than a dozen unfamiliar strangers. They sat together silently, forming a semicircular circle. Everyone had a mysterious and solemn expression on their face, as if waiting for some sacred ceremony to begin. Parker was a careful person. He looked around and found that there seemed to be one person missing from the party this time. The last time he came here, he remembered that there was a young man named Norton sitting near the door, but he did not show up today. A trace of doubt flashed through Parker's mind, but seeing that others seemed accustomed to this situation, he suppressed his uneasiness and decided to listen carefully to everyone's stories. The party began and everyone spoke in turn, sharing their recent experiences and feelings. However, Parker soon discovered that most of these speeches were trivial and meaningless topics. Some people say that after they became mystics, their waist pains no longer existed, their feet no longer felt sore, and they no longer had shortness of breath. It was as if they were listening to an exaggerated advertisement. Parker couldn't help but mutter to himself, these words sounded really ridiculous. Anna was also speaking, her eyes sparkling with excitement and a confident smile on her face. I feel like I've become much more beautiful recently. My skin is smoother and my eyes are brighter, she said. When Parker heard this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, isn't this his credit? He took good care of Anna every day, exercising with her and making healthy food for her. Were all these efforts ignored? Parker had come to this gathering with great anticipation. He hoped to hear some insightful speeches and gain some real insights about the mystics. However, the current situation made him extremely disappointed, and this meaningless nonsense made him feel that he was completely wasting his time. Just when Parker was feeling a little regretful, Priest Hansen's eyes fell on him. Priest Hansen was an elderly man with grey hair and a serious face, and his eyes revealed an unfathomable wisdom. Parker, it's your turn. Priest Hansen said, do you have anything to share with us? Or do you have any questions? Parker hesitated. He originally wanted to ask some questions, but seeing other people's reactions, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he quickly decided to go ahead with his original plan. Mr. Hansen. Parker said, I want to know how I can know that the potion in my body has been completely digested. When Priest Hansen heard this question, he smiled slightly and nodded. Oh, that's a good question. He said in a gentle but firm tone, the digestion of potions is a complex and delicate process, and everyone's situation is different. Generally speaking, when you feel that your physical and mental state has reached a new peak and you can use the power of the potion more freely, it means that the potion has been fully digested. After hearing Priest Hansen's answer, Parker felt a little relieved, but he was still a little confused. But how can I be sure that I have reached that peak? He continued to ask. Priest Hansen pondered for a while, then replied, there is no fixed answer to this question. You need to experience and feel it yourself. You can judge through meditation, practice, and observing your own changes. The most important thing is to trust your intuition and feelings. Parker nodded. He understood what Priest Hansen meant. He decided to meditate and practice more seriously when he returned, carefully observing his changes and looking for that peak. After the party, Parker and Anna walked out of the dim secret room and were greeted by the fresh night breeze. The night sky is dotted with countless stars, and the breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness, as if telling them a new beginning. Parker and Anna walked side by side on the quiet street, their footsteps sounding particularly clear in the night. Parker felt a sense of relief, but at the same time he was filled with new doubts and expectations. He knew that he still had a long way to go to become a true mystic. By the way, Anna, do you know how to advance to the next sequence after you have digested the potion? Parker couldn't help but ask. The doubts in his heart made him unable to calm down. Anna stopped and looked up at the starry sky, as if recalling something. She pondered for a moment and said slowly, it seems that Priest Hansen said that we need to make a certain contribution before we can get the potion to advance to the next sequence from the headquarters. Contribution? Why haven't I heard of this? Parker frowned, feeling even more confused. Anna sighed softly and explained, you are still a newcomer now, and all the contributions you get will go to me, because I am the one who brought you into the church. When you pass the probation period and become a true believer, you will have your own contributions. After hearing Anna's explanation, Parker suddenly understood. He finally understood that the organizational structure of this church was not as loose as he had imagined. Since there is a headquarters, it means there must be many branches. Maybe there are not only a dozen believers like them in New York City, there may be many priests like Mr. Hansen. They each developed their own subordinates, extending downwards layer by layer, like a solid pyramid. Anna didn't notice the change in Parker's expression and continued, in addition to this, there are also the marks on our bodies. That is the bridge that allows us to communicate directly with the gods. It just requires the assistance of some rituals, just like when you first came to my house. When Parker heard this, he couldn't help but fall into memories. Anna was actually quite scary at that time. She actually cut her fingers and smeared blood on her face. I guess that was the so-called ritual. Anna, why didn't you tell me these things earlier? Parker couldn't help but ask, with a hint of blame in his tone. Anna glanced charmingly at Parker, whose face was flushed, and chuckled, that's because someone always makes me exhausted and never gives me a chance to talk properly. Parker's face turned even redder when he heard this, and he licked his lips, trying to suppress his urge. There was a hint of teasing in Anna's smile that made his heart beat faster. Or, why don't you move out? Since you've started working, there's no need to live with your uncle and aunt anymore, right? Or, why not just move in with me? Anna's voice was soft and warm, as if it carried some kind of magic that made people unable to refuse. Parker's heart was beating fast. He knew how tempting Anna's proposal was, but he also understood that this was not an easy decision to make. He shook his head, trying to calm himself down, and said, I'll think about it again. At least I have to discuss it with them. Anna nodded and said nothing more. The two continued to walk forward, and in the night, their figures gradually disappeared around the corner of the street. After sending Anna home, Parker didn't stay long and went straight back to his home. Unfortunately, when he went up to the bedroom on the second floor, he seemed to hear some strange noises. Parker was no longer the little kid he used to be. He returned to his room awkwardly, locked the door, lay on his narrow bed, stared at the ceiling above, and seriously thought about Anna's suggestion. It seems that I really have to move out, which is a good thing for me and Uncle Ben. Parker has many secrets that he doesn't want Uncle Ben to discover. If he lives with them for a long time, there is no guarantee that they will not be discovered because Uncle Ben is an extremely powerful superhero. He also didn't want Uncle Ben and Aunt May to be implicated because of his own affairs. In addition, there are the marks on his body. According to Anna, they can communicate with the will of the gods in the mark through some rituals, but whether they can get a response depends on the situation. Not everything can interest the gods. But she heard from Priest Hansen that there was once a person who was directly rewarded with a bottle of magic potion by the gods because he sacrificed something through the mark. Either way, it was different from what Parker encountered. It seemed that he could easily enter the Shadow Wilderness. As long as he successfully passed the test in the tower, he could directly obtain the potion for promotion. Therefore, he only needed to focus on digesting the potion in his body, and did not have to spend time accumulating contribution points like other people, which undoubtedly made things much easier. Is this because I have received more grace and attention from the gods? Parker took a deep breath, feeling both happy and fearful. Being noticed by such a powerful god is not necessarily a good thing. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with becoming stronger. He has a lot of experience in acting out tramps, and perhaps it won't be long before he's promoted. At the same time, in the secret room where Parker and others were gathering, a man in a cloak knelt in front of Priest Hansen and begged bitterly, Master Priest, I feel that I have completely digested it and am qualified to be promoted. Please agree to my request and let me go on the trial mission. Priest Hansen had a gentle look on his face. He looked down at the cloaked man in front of him and sighed, "Your contribution value is enough to complete the trial mission, but I still want to remind you that the trial mission is not that simple. Please think about it again." "Don't think about it. I believe I can do it." "Oh, okay then." Priest Hansen sighed, put his hand on the cloaked man's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Create a chaos involving hundreds of people. This is your trial mission." Chapter 182. The next morning, the alarm rang on time and Parker was awakened from his dream. He rubbed his eyes and stretched, as if to dispel last night's fatigue. After turning off the alarm, he quickly got up, washed up, and walked down the stairs. In the cozy restaurant downstairs, the sunlight shines through the curtains, giving the entire room a golden glow. The table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast, and the air was filled with the aroma of bread and coffee, making people feel happy. "Good morning, Uncle Ben, Aunt May." Parker greeted with a smile, his voice a little hoarse from just waking up. "Morning, Peter," Aunt May responded gently, holding a cup of steaming milk in her hand. Parker sat down in his chair, picked up a piece of bread without hesitation, spread a layer of salad dressing on it skillfully, then rolled it into a ball and put it into his mouth. His movements were smooth and seamless, and it was obvious that he was used to this breakfast rhythm. Aunt May took a sip of milk, looked at Parker tenderly, and asked with concern, "What time did you come back last night? How come I didn't hear the door open?" Uncle Ben coughed and tried to cover up his embarrassment by eating. He lowered his head and took a bite of the fried egg as if it was the most delicious food in the world, but in fact, he was avoiding Aunt May's gaze. He heard it all clearly when Parker came back last night, but he didn't tell Aunt May because he was dealing with some important things at the time. "Last night?" Parker's expression was a little unnatural. He lowered his head and ate bread, trying to hide his inner nervousness. "It was probably around 11 o'clock. I thought you were all asleep, so I didn't wake you up." "Going on a date with a girl?" Aunt May joked with a smile. Parker blushed slightly. Even though he was an adult, he always felt like a child in front of Aunt May. He scratched his head and answered awkwardly, I guess so." "Let's not talk about my business, Uncle Ben. Is this mission difficult? Why didn't you go home for so long?" Uncle Ben nodded, his expression becoming serious. "It was difficult. We encountered some strange aliens this time." He began to recount what had happened in the previous few days. Although he omitted some of the gory details, the story is still fascinating. Parker and Aunt May listened with great interest, as if they were there themselves. Parker's mood fluctuated as Uncle Ben told his story. Sometimes he was proud of their bravery, and sometimes he was worried about their danger. After breakfast, Uncle Ben drove Parker to Osborne Building as usual. The car drove smoothly on the morning street. The trees on the street swayed gently in the breeze. The sunlight shone through the leaves onto the car window, creating mottled light and shadows. Parker looked at the scenery outside the window, his heart filled with complicated emotions. He gritted his teeth and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Uncle Ben, I want to move out and live on my own." Uncle Ben's hands on the steering wheel trembled slightly, and the car swerved slightly. He turned and looked at Parker, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. "Why do you suddenly have this idea?" Parker took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound firm and calm. "I'm grown up, Uncle Ben, and I think it's time to learn to be independent. Besides, I don't want to cause you any more trouble." Uncle Ben was silent for a moment, as if thinking about what Parker had said. He knew that Parker had always been a sensible child who had always been considerate of others. But because of this, he didn't want Parker to take on too much responsibility too early. "Parker, you know we always want you to be happy, and we will support you no matter what decision you make." Uncle Ben's voice was low and warm, with a hint of reluctance and worry, "but living independently is not easy. Are you sure you are ready?" Parker nodded with a firm look in his eyes. "I know there will be many challenges, but I believe I can handle them. I also hope that I can grow better in this way." Uncle Ben sighed and finally nodded, "Okay, since you have made up your mind, we will respect your choice. But remember, no matter what happens, we will always be your family, and you can come back anytime." Parker nodded gratefully, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that he was not alone, and no matter what difficulties he encountered, he had the support of Uncle Ben and Aunt May. The car slowly stopped at the entrance of Osborne Building. Before getting out of the car, Parker looked at Uncle Ben deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Ben." Uncle Ben smiled and patted Parker on the shoulder. "Go ahead, Parker, and chase your dream bravely. I'll tell your Aunt May." Parker nodded gratefully, said goodbye to Uncle Ben, and turned to walk towards the building. Uncle Ben watched him leave until he was out of sight and then drove the car into the parking lot. He quickly put on his Spider-Man suit, shot out spider silk that stuck to the outer wall of the tall building, pulled it hard, and flew straight into the air, swinging in the air. "Hey, good morning, Spider-Man." A worker who was cleaning exterior glass at high altitude, wearing heavy protective clothing and holding cleaning tools in his hands, waved and greeted Uncle Ben. The sunlight reflected through the glass onto the worker's face, making his smile look particularly bright. "Good morning. Be careful." Uncle Ben responded with a smile. His voice was warm and powerful, as if it could penetrate the wind and reach the worker's ears. He waved his hand with smooth and confident movements, and then quickly shot out a spider silk, which deftly drew a graceful arc in the air and landed lightly on the roof of the Osborne Building. Standing on the roof, Uncle Ben overlooked the panoramic view of the city, and an inexplicable sense of pride surged in his heart. The city, busy and vibrant, is his home to protect. He took a deep breath, feeling the morning breeze on his face, and walked towards the elevator. The elevator door slowly opened, Uncle Ben walked in and pressed the floor button. The mirror in the elevator reflected his figure, and his blue battle suit looked particularly dazzling under the light. As the elevator descended, his thoughts began to soar, and he recalled the process of separating from Venom yesterday, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. The elevator door opened again, Uncle Ben walked out of the elevator, and met Jessica in a black battle suit. Her battle suit fits her body tightly, outlining smooth lines and making her look heroic. "Good morning, Black Cat." Uncle Ben greeted with a smile, and there was a hint of kindness in his voice. "Morning, Spider-Man huh?" Jessica blinked, her eyes lingering on Uncle Ben's suit for a moment, revealing a hint of surprise. "Have you separated from Venom?" Uncle Ben nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of mixed emotions. "Well, yes, it was successfully separated from the Venom yesterday with the help of Dr. Allen." The two walked side by side towards the office, their steps brisk and rhythmic. On the way, Jessica couldn't help laughing. "I guess Venom must have scolded you badly? It has a bad temper." Uncle Ben shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I was wrong this time, it can scold if it wants." There was a hint of helplessness and tolerance in his voice, as if he was facing a willful child. Jessica sighed, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. "Actually, it's quite pitiful. Not only is it despised by its own people in its hometown, but it's also despised by us humans here." Then she said thoughtfully, "Well, we can let it parasitize a dog. It looks like a dog." Uncle Ben smiled and shook his head. "The point is, Venom will dislike it. It is also very picky and must choose a host that it likes." Jessica couldn't help laughing out loud. "Humph, with that appearance and still being so picky, he deserves to be single." The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the office, and saw Norman sitting behind his desk, concentrating on organizing the documents on the table. There was a hint of fatigue on Norman's face, but his eyes were still firm and powerful. "Uncle Norman, do you come so early every day?" Jessica asked with concern. Norman raised his head and smiled. "Oh, I'm used to it. You guys sit down." Uncle Ben and Jessica sat down in the chairs across from Norman. Norman continued to sort the documents and asked casually, "Spider-Man, why are you here too? You can rest for 2 more days." "No need." Uncle Ben shook his head and said firmly, "I haven't moved much in the past few days, so I don't need to rest so much." Norman nodded, with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Okay, you and Black Cat will carry out the mission together. As usual, patrol separately. If anything major happens, the Secretariat will notify you in time." Jessica looked around and didn't see Bronski and the other man. She asked curiously, Where are they? Norman sighed, put down the documents in his hand, and explained, as you know, something happened with General Ross. They probably won't be able to work with us for a long time. Huh? Does the military really intend to hand over General Ross? Isn't this embarrassing? Jessica asked curiously. Uncle Ben has much more experience than Jessica and can see further. He shook his head and said, as long as we open a case to investigate General Ross and make him a criminal instead of a general, we can deal with him as we please. How can dealing with a military parasite be considered shameful? Jessica opened her mouth wide and took a deep breath. I finally understand, you adults are really dark-hearted. Although she couldn't stand General Ross's meddling, she still felt it was not realistic that such a powerful general could be ousted so easily. Norman chuckled and said, this matter is still under discussion and has not been finalized. It is hard to say what changes will happen in the future. However, this is also an opportunity for us. Chance. Well, I have always wanted to prevent the Patriot Alliance from being interfered with too much by the military and becoming a weapon in the hands of the military. Now that General Ross is in trouble, he has no intention of paying attention to us anymore. I can take this opportunity to try to make the Patriot Alliance independent. Okay, I agree with this. Jessica raised her hand happily and said, superheroes should not be controlled by the government. Uncle Ben also nodded, we just need to do what we should do and save those who need to be saved. It is better for us not to get involved in the military and politics. Well, don't worry, I will try my best. Norman paused and said, there is one more thing. Now that Bronsky and the others have withdrawn from the Patriot Alliance, we will be short of manpower, so we need to recruit some people. If you meet anyone who can be a teammate, you can tell me directly. Teammate. The first person Uncle Ben thought of was Venom. If it found a good host, it should be able to become their new teammate. But the matter had not been concluded yet, so he didn't say anything. Jessica naturally hoped to have more teammates, but she was more worried about Harry's situation. Are there any progress in the research on Venom? Can it help Harry? Well, it's still under study, and I can only say there's a good chance. Norman curled his lips and smiled, don't worry, it won't be long before Harry can fight alongside you. Okay. These days, Banner stayed in Tony's villa, quietly thinking about his future life. The villa is located in a picturesque bay. The sunlight shines into the spacious living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the sea breeze blows gently, giving people a sense of tranquility. However, Banner's heart could not calm down, his thoughts were like rolling waves, unable to calm down. Tony would come to visit him occasionally, and the two would sit on the terrace of the villa, drinking cold beer and talking about past battles and future plans. Tony always tried to ease Banner's tension with his unique sense of humor, telling some interesting stories in the technology world, or sharing some of his latest inventions. However, Banner still felt heavy-hearted, as he knew he had to face the challenges ahead. Besides Tony, there were all kinds of people coming to the door. The first to arrive were some government agents in black suits, their faces filled with seriousness and indifference. They told Banner in a threatening tone that he had destroyed a large amount of public property and injured many people and must be held accountable for it. After listening to this, a trace of anger flashed in Banner's eyes. He knew that these people just wanted to use him. He didn't say much, just waved his hand lightly, and the agents were thrown out of the villa, falling to the ground groaning. Then, some rational people came to visit. They brought thick documents and tried to convince Banner with law and reason. They offered a large compensation in the hope that Banner would give up punishing General Ross. These people spoke in calm tones and with sincere attitudes, but Banner knew in his heart that their purpose was only to protect their own interests. He looked at them coldly and finally did not agree. Of course, there are also some people who try to get close to Banner in a flattering way. They brought all kinds of gifts, including precious antiques, expensive perfumes, and some beautiful women. These people were all smiling and trying every means to please Banner, hoping that he would join their organization. Banner accepted the gifts and money, but never agreed. He knew that these people didn't really care about him, they just wanted to take advantage of his power. From a fugitive who had to hide from place to become the object of fawning by many people, Banner experienced the ups and downs of life, which made him feel deeply moved. Chapter 183. The midday sun poured into the kitchen through the window, and the warm light shone on Banner's face as he was busy in the kitchen with great concentration. The tomato chicken soup in the pot exudes an enticing aroma, and the air is filled with the warm scent of food. Banner stir-fried the vegetables skillfully, with a deft technique, as if this was not an ordinary lunch but a carefully prepared feast. Just as he was about to enjoy the lunch he had cooked, the doorbell suddenly rang. Banner put down the knife and fork in his hand, frowned slightly, and wondered in his heart who would come to visit at this time. He walked to the door, opened it, and saw a familiar face, Tony Stark. Standing next to Tony was a tall black man wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking serious. "Hey, Banner, is it time for lunch?" Tony walked in with a smile on his face and walked straight to the dining table without any courtesy. Banner shook his head helplessly. "Tony, what's going on this time?" Tony didn't answer, but introduced the black man next to him. "This is Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD." Fury nodded, took off his sunglasses, and revealed a sharp look. "Dr. Banner, nice to meet you." Banner frowned. "Director Fury, we have met before." Fury smiled slightly and said calmly, "We just want to chat with you, oh, and taste your cooking by the way." The two men walked into the kitchen, took out the bowls and chopsticks without hesitation, scooped out the little tomato chicken soup left in the pot, and sat down opposite Banner. Tony tried to take a sip, his eyes lit up. "Hey, I didn't expect you can cook." Banner smiled and continued cutting the steak in front of him. "I was forced to learn this when I was living outside. At least it's much easier than doing experiments. You only need to consider the time to light the fire and the amount of seasoning to add." Tony shrugged. "Oh, I can't do that. It's such a waste of time. I might as well just order takeout." Fury chuckled and said, "I have to agree with Tony. I will only cook for myself when I have free time. I don't have that kind of free time now." Banner's eyes moved between the two of them, and his doubts grew deeper and deeper. "You didn't come here just to eat, did you? Or do you have good news to tell me?" "Don't look at me, I just accompanied him here." Tony raised his hand. So, Banner set his sights on Fury. Fury took out a piece of paper, wiped his mouth, and his expression became serious. "To be precise, this is not good news." As he spoke, he took out a thick stack of photos from his pocket and handed them to Banner. The edges of the photos were a little worn, and it was obvious that they had been looked at countless times. There was a complex emotion in Fury's eyes, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Banner took it, and after looking at the first photo on it, he narrowed his eyes and looked up at Fury. The scene in the photo is shocking. A huge monster is standing in the ruins, and the surrounding buildings seem as small as ants in front of it. At its feet was a town that had been destroyed beyond all recognition. Thick smoke was rising from the ruins, and it seemed that there were still unextinguished flames burning. It was none other than Godzilla, the one wreaking havoc in the land of Sakura. The Sakura country had no way to deal with the extremely powerful Godzilla, so it had to ask the American military for help. But even the military was unable to do anything to Godzilla, and instead suffered heavy losses. So, someone found Fury and hoped that he could persuade Banner to take action. Because, back then on campus, Banner once transformed into a giant almost as tall as Godzilla. "What is this?" Banner's voice was low and calm, but there was a hint of uneasiness and doubt in his eyes. Fury took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "A prehistoric beast? A genetically mutated monster? Who knows? Anyway, the scientists haven't come to a conclusion yet." Banner looked down at the photo again, a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes. His fingers gently ran across the surface of the photo, as if he wanted to feel the real existence of the monster through touch. Godzilla in the photo has fierce eyes, as if staring at Banner, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. "We only know that it is extremely harmful to humans." Fury continued, with a hint of anxiety and resignation in his voice, "If it is not dealt with, entire countries may be destroyed by it." Banner raised his head and looked at Fury coldly, with a mocking smile on his lips. "So, you came to me. You want me to help you kill this monster? Why? Why should I help you? Fury's eyes became more determined. He looked directly at Banner, as if he wanted to see through his heart, because this is your best chance to show your strength. Now those people are still hesitating, not knowing whether they should agree to your conditions. If you help them solve this problem, I believe many people will stand on your side because you are indeed a victim. Banner's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep suspicion and distrust. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. He knew that what Fury said was not groundless, but he still couldn't completely believe the man in front of him. His mind was filled with past experiences, the pain and struggle, the memories of betrayal and exploitation, which made him deeply suspicious of anyone's promises. I need time to think about it, Banner said finally, with a hint of fatigue and helplessness in his voice. Fury nodded, with a hint of understanding and sympathy in his eyes. I understand your concerns, but time waits for no one. I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Banner didn't say anything else, just looked down at the photo in his hand, as if thinking about something. Fury turned and left, but Tony didn't leave immediately. He looked at Banner, who was in hesitation, and said with a smile, "Don't be too entangled, just follow your own thoughts. After all, people live for themselves, not for others. Even if you are called cold-blooded and heartless, so what?" After saying that, Tony also left. Banner was left standing there alone, lost in his own thoughts. As night fell, Banner stood at the window, looking at the dark night sky outside. The city outside the window was brightly lit, but his heart was confused. He knew that this was not just a battle, but also a test of trust and choice. He recalled his past dreams and pursuits, the young man who wanted to change the world with his own power. However, the cruelty of reality and the complexity of human nature put him in trouble again and again, and he almost lost himself. Now, facing this giant beast, he must not only defeat the external enemy, but also overcome the fear and doubt in his heart. Banner's thoughts gradually became clear, and he knew he had to make a decision. He took a deep breath, clenched the photo in his hand, and his eyes flashed with determination. He understood that this was not only about saving the world, but also about finding his former self. The next morning, under the guidance of Tony, Banner walked into Fury's office and looked at him firmly. "I promise you, I will deal with that monster." In the bustling city, neon lights are flashing and the streets are crowded with traffic. However, the peaceful night was broken by a shrill scream. "Run, the monsters are coming! Godzilla is coming!" People looked up in the direction where the sound came from, and saw tall buildings in the distance shaking violently. Panic spread like a tide, and people on the streets fled in panic. Some people were pushing others, some were falling to the ground, and cries of grief and shouting were heard one after another. "Ah! Don't panic, keep order." A policeman tried to maintain order, but his voice was drowned out by the chaotic crowd and seemed so insignificant. At this moment, a tall building was cut in half, and the upper half collapsed and hit the ground with a loud bang. In an instant, the earth shook and dust flew everywhere. People's fear reached its peak and the screams became more shrill. From behind the ruins of a high-rise building, a huge monster that was at least 50 or 60 meters tall slowly poked out its extremely ferocious head. Its skin was as rough as rock and covered with thick scales, and every step it took made the ground tremble. The cars on both sides of the road were crushed like toys under its feet, making a heart-pounding sound of metal twisting. Godzilla ignored the fleeing crowds on both sides and moved forward towards his goal with a determined look. Every step it took left deep footprints on the ground, and behind it was a straight, destroyed road, like a passage to hell. In the sky, a Quinjet was approaching rapidly. Inside the cabin, the SHIELD agents nervously watched the scene on the ground. Banner and Tony stood side by side, looking solemn. After agreeing to Fury's request, Banner became a consultant of SHIELD like Tony and officially joined SHIELD. At this moment, they came to Sakura Country to save the people of Sakura Country who were suffering under the ravages of Godzilla. That's it. People here call it Godzilla. It's currently estimated to be 56.8 meters tall and weigh 2 tons. A beautiful female shield agent introduced Godzilla's situation to the two through the headset. Although her voice was calm, there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. According to intelligence, it feeds on nuclear radiation. In the past few days, it has destroyed 37 nuclear power plants and devoured all the radioactive fuel inside. What's even more terrifying is that after consuming the nuclear radiation, its body has grown from 50.2 meters to 56.8 meters now, which shows that it is still a growing monster. He grew 6 meters taller in just a few days? Tony took a breath. If he let it continue to devour, it might grow to 100 meters. It looks like we have to defeat it as soon as possible, Banner said. Obviously he also knew how terrifying the growing monster was. But that's not the scariest part about it. Tony stared at the series of information that appeared on the lenses of his glasses. He waved his hand, and a three-dimensional image of Godzilla appeared in front of everyone. Unlike the real thing, this image is covered with red light. Because it has swallowed too much nuclear energy, its body is filled with a large amount of radiation energy, equivalent to the 10,000 little boys that exploded here. If this energy explodes accidentally, everyone in the cabin showed a look of horror. They had no doubt that this huge explosion of energy would not only burn everyone to ashes, but also the island and even the entire country might sink. So how do we deal with it? Chapter 184. The city's skyline was shrouded by the huge figure of Godzilla, whose huge body was like a moving mountain, moving straight forward. Every step it took shook the earth like an earthquake, and all the tall buildings, vehicles, and streets that stood in its way were destroyed. People fled in all directions, and screams and cries filled the air in a chaotic symphony. In the sky, the Quinjet was circling above Godzilla like a nimble falcon. Inside the cabin, Tony Stark frowned, his eyes fixed on the behemoth below. His mind was racing, thinking of ways to deal with this terrifying beast. The atmosphere inside the fighter plane was tense and solemn, and everyone's eyes were focused on Tony, waiting for his instructions. In order to prevent the energy that erupts after its death from destroying the entire country, we must first lead it into the sea. Tony's voice was low and firm, breaking the silence in the cabin. The nearest sea area is 50 kilometers away from here. Let's lure it there. Tony quickly drew up a battle plan with a gleam in his eyes. Dr. Banner frowned, obviously having some doubts about this plan. What to use as bait? It seems that there is not enough time to ask them to transfer the radioactive materials from the nuclear power plant now. Tony curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a mysterious smile. No, we have a more convenient bait, the kind that can move on its own. There was a hint of confidence and a hint of cunning in his tone. Dr. Banner's eyes flashed with surprise and confusion, but soon he seemed to understand what Tony meant and said in surprise, "You don't want it." "That's right." Tony snapped his fingers decisively, turned to the beautiful female agent and said, "Please help me contact the commander of the nearby fleet. I want to borrow their nuclear submarine." The female agent was obviously surprised, and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. "Using this as bait, this is..." Tony's expression became more determined. "Don't worry about it, it's just a small loss of money. I think the commander will know what is more important." "Yes." The female agent finally nodded and quickly began to contact the fleet commander. The atmosphere inside the fighter plane became tense again, and everyone was busy with this bold plan. Tony stood aside, staring firmly at the huge figure of Godzilla. His heart was filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. This was not just a battle, but a life-and-death struggle involving countless lives. After Tony's emotional appeal and money-giving, the nuclear submarine was quickly mobilized and quickly sailed towards the coast, getting closer and closer to Godzilla. But obviously Godzilla was not tempted by the nuclear submarine and still moved straight in the original direction. In the Quinjet, Tony was not frustrated by this. He shook his head and said, "Its target should be the nuclear power plant 30 kilometers ahead. The distance is much shorter than that of a nuclear submarine." So it ignored the temptation of the nuclear submarine. "It seems that we have to use conventional means to lure it to the seaside first," Tony said, looking at Banner who had been waiting for a long time. "Now, it's our turn to appear." Godzilla stomped down, crushing several large trees in front of him into pieces. The huge paw sank into the mud, and the ground shook, as if the entire forest was trembling under Godzilla's power. The branches and leaves of the trees were flying in the air, like dead leaves blown up by the wind and scattered everywhere. Every step Godzilla takes carries endless destructive power, as if the earth is a fragile toy in front of it. It seems to be moving slowly, but it is actually faster than an ordinary car. With every step taken, the ground made a dull roar, as if whispering a plea to the giant beast. In just a few hours, it crossed the entire city and entered the dense forest on the outskirts of the city. The wreckage and ruins of the city's skyscrapers gradually disappeared behind it, replaced by endless greenery and vibrant forests. Godzilla was thinking of rushing to the nuclear power plant not far ahead to have a free buffet, but he didn't expect to hear several familiar screams. Its eyes suddenly became sharp, like a beast in the hunt, and it became alert in an instant. Then, several balls of fire lit up on its huge body, like fireworks in the night sky, instantly igniting its anger. The unfamiliar feeling of pain reached his mind, causing Godzilla to roar in anger. The voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and reach the sky. It turned its head and finally saw a tiny thing suspended in midair, looking down at it. It was a man wearing golden red armor, emitting dazzling light, like a god descending from heaven. "Hey, big guy, how are you?" Tony Stark, wearing the latest Mark VII Iron Man suit, waved and greeted Godzilla. There was a hint of teasing and provocation in his voice, as if he was teasing a huge beast. In response to him, Godzilla let out a low roar, and deep in his eyes, which looked a little small, there was a strong sense of violence. There seemed to be endless anger and dissatisfaction in his eyes, as if he was blaming this little guy for his rudeness and provocation. But after weighing the benefits and costs of dealing with this mosquito, Godzilla blew out 2 streams of steam from his nose. He ignored the iron armor and turned his head back to take another step. "Huh? You look down on me." Tony was a little angry. He activated all the weapons on Mark VII except the Cosmic Cube Energy Laser. The powerful fire power, comparable to that released by a steel fortress, was poured onto Godzilla's huge body without any omission. Dazzling flames bloomed on the grey-black body, almost covering Godzilla's entire body in flames. However, when all the flames disappeared, Tony was shocked to find that the giant beast seemed to be unharmed, and even its steps did not waver at all, and it stepped down steadily. Godzilla's skin seemed to be made of some unknown super material, so indestructible that even the missiles could not shake it at all. What the hell? What material is its skin made of? How can it be so hard? Tony shook his head, not believing that what he saw was real, but Jarvis kindly reminded him that he was not mistaken. Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in his heart, a feeling that was extremely rare in him because he had almost never encountered a problem that could not be solved. "Haha, I finally understand why such a huge country like Sakura is helpless. Now it's your turn, Banner." There was a hint of helplessness and expectation in Tony's voice. He knew that the next battle would be more intense and cruel. "Got it." Banner opened the door of the Quinjet and jumped out, falling straight down in free fall. The wind whistled past my ears, as if playing the prelude to the upcoming battle. The next second, a rich green light burst out from Banner's body, not only dyeing the entire sky green, but the bright green light also turned Godzilla's entire body into dark green. A green giant quickly turned from an illusion into a solid entity, and its height of nearly 60 meters made it look taller than Godzilla. Banner hid in the heart of the Hulk. The scene of Betty lying in another man's arms kept flashing in his mind, and the anger burning in his eyes seemed to burn the entire city to ashes. Anger was surging in his body, as if it would explode with destructive power at any time. Every step the Hulk took was filled with endless power, and the ground cracked under his feet, as if it was under tremendous pressure. Godzilla turned around and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He felt that the green giant in front of him should not be underestimated. The 2 giant beasts confronted each other in the center of the forest, and 2 streams of steam spewed out of Godzilla's nostrils, as if protesting against the Hulk. There was flames of rage burning in the Hulk's eyes, his fists were clenched, and his muscles were swelling in rage, as if endless power would burst out at any time. Tony hovered in the air, watching intently the battle that was about to break out. His heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. This would be an unprecedented battle, and he couldn't help but remind him, "Hey, Banner, hold back your anger and don't kill it directly. This is a baiting operation." In response to him was a low roar, and the Hulk rushed towards Godzilla, smashing his fist into its body with endless power. Godzilla was not to be outdone. He spread out his seemingly thin arms and swung out his sharp claws that could easily tear through steel without hesitation. Boom! The two forces met in the air, erupting into a storm-like air wave. The aftermath of the battle spread through the forest. Trees were broken by the powerful impact and the ground was cracked in an instant. The Hulk and Godzilla held hands and engaged in a direct contest of strength. The ground beneath their feet kept breaking, as if it could not withstand their strength. Looking at the enemy in front of him that posed a threat to him, Godzilla's eyes became fierce, and the spikes on his tail immediately lit up with a bright blue light. Thump thump thump! The blue light followed the dorsal fin to its throat, and it opened its huge mouth, condensing an extremely huge amount of radiation energy. "Banner, be careful!" Tony, who was watching the battle in the air, immediately warned Banner. But, it's too late. Godzilla blew out a beam of fiery blue energy, striking the Hulk's head in front of him. With a boom, the Hulk's head was instantly covered in the beam of light and melted quickly like ice and snow. The dazzling light seemed to set the entire sky on fire. After the light disappeared, the Hulk's head had completely melted away, leaving only his huge body still standing. Godzilla raised his head and roared, as if cheering for his victory. However, Banner was fine. He was hiding in the heart of the Hulk and was not affected too much, but he felt deeply scared. If that atomic breath had been directed towards his chest, Banner might have died instantly. He took a deep breath, realizing how powerful the monster in front of him was, and decided not to force himself anymore and proceed according to the original plan. He controlled the rest of his body, broke free from his hands, punched Godzilla hard, then turned and ran towards the sea. Godzilla looked at the Hulk in confusion, who was still running without a head. He growled and chased after him quickly. He would not allow his prey to escape from his hands. The two huge monsters chased each other and soon got away from the city and came to the seaside. Chapter 185. Rumble. As the earth shook violently, two huge figures slowly appeared on the horizon. They are none other than Godzilla and the Headless Hulk. Godzilla's body is like a moving mountain, and every step seems to be able to shatter the earth. The figure of the Hulk looks a little weird. Although he has lost his head, he still exudes a power that cannot be underestimated. Banner stared at the blue sea ahead and made a quick decision in his mind. He took a deep breath, and the huge Hulk figure began to shrink rapidly, and the power of anger retreated like a tide and returned to Banner's body. At the same time, a pair of wings grew out of his back, and he quickly and lightly hid in the woods nearby. Godzilla followed closely behind, his huge footsteps echoing like thunder. It chased to the place where Banner disappeared, but found that the enemy in front of it suddenly disappeared. Godzilla's eyes widened in confusion and his huge head looked around, but he couldn't find Banner no matter what. Its originally intelligent eyes became confused at this moment, and it could only stomp its feet angrily a few times, crushing the ground with great force, as if venting its anger in its heart. At this moment, Godzilla's nose twitched slightly, as if he smelled some food. Its gaze turned towards the blue sea, its nostrils trembling slightly, as if it was hesitating whether to go and explore. After a moment's hesitation, Godzilla finally decided to head to that sea area to look for the delicious food he smelled. "Okay," Godzilla starts moving towards the nuclear submarine, "we succeeded." The beautiful agent in the Quinjet shouted excitedly, with a surge of excitement in her heart. However, Tony Stark's expression remained solemn. His eyes passed through the screen of the iron suit and stared at the huge figure of Godzilla. "Why are you so excited? This is just the first step. Our next task is whether we can kill it," Tony said calmly, with a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Tony thought back to the previous battle and was impressed by Godzilla's defense. Ordinary missiles cannot even penetrate its skin. If you want to really hurt it, you must use special weapons such as ground-penetrating missiles. However, time was running out and they had no time to prepare these weapons. They could only try to use the secret weapon he brought, the Cosmic Cube Energy Laser Cannon. There was a greedy look in Godzilla's eyes. He walked towards the sea step by step, his nostrils twitching all the time, as if he was a giant hound tracking the scent of his prey. The air was filled with the smell of nuclear radiation, and that familiar and deadly aroma excited its olfactory nerves. At the same time, it also smelled the familiar smell of the sea, which was its former home, the call of the ocean. Its memory seemed to be awakened, as if it had been staying by the sea for a long time. At that time, it was not so huge and powerful, it was just an ordinary creature. Soon, the sea water made a splashing sound, and the cold liquid touched its skin, bringing a long-lost feeling of comfort. Its feet sank into the sea one after another, followed by its body and head. The buoyancy of the sea water made it feel relaxed. Only the sharp dorsal fin was exposed above the water, like a huge blade cutting through the water. After a while, even the dorsal fin disappeared, and the sea returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. But on the seabed, Godzilla was swimming forward at an astonishing speed, and its target was clear, which was the nuclear submarine ahead. In the sky, Tony's Iron Man suit was suspended high in the air, his eyes fixed on the red dot representing Godzilla on the screen in front of him. The red dot was moving towards the nuclear submarine at an astonishing speed. He frowned and said in a serious tone through the communicator, "Los Angeles, pay attention, it is moving very fast in the sea, almost 100 kilometers per hour. Speed up as soon as possible and don't let it catch up. This concerns the lives of all of you." The Los Angeles is the military nuclear submarine requisitioned by Tony, carrying a nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of nearly 2,000 million tons, enough to drive Godzilla crazy. The commander of the nuclear submarine heard Tony's warning and immediately gave the order, "Full speed ahead. We must get rid of it." On the radar screen in the nuclear submarine, a huge red dot was approaching rapidly, and they all knew what that meant. In order to avoid becoming the monster's meal, they immediately increased the speed of the nuclear submarine, aiming for a planned deserted island. At the same time, Banner, who had been hiding before, also returned to the Quinjet according to Tony's instructions. The SHIELD agents inside the fighter plane looked at him with awe. Although Banner lost the battle with Godzilla, the fierce scene of the fight between the two giants still deeply shocked them. Banner let out a long sigh, a tired look on his face. Without saying much, he found a place to sit down and rest. Although the battle with Godzilla was not long, it was his most difficult and tiring battle so far. He closed his eyes and replayed the battle scene in his mind, with every detail vividly remembered. The Quinjet flew high in the sky, heading to the deserted island ahead of time. On the side, a naval fleet belonging to the US military was moving slowly, with the same target being the deserted island. That deserted island was exactly the final battlefield Tony had chosen for Godzilla. Even if the huge amount of radiation in Godzilla's body was detonated there, it would not have much impact on the distant Sakura country. Soon, more than an hour had passed. Under the sea, Godzilla's speed did not slow down at all. Its huge body swims in the deep sea like an invincible battleship, stirring up layers of waves. Its target is getting closer and closer. It is a fast-moving nuclear submarine, which hides the delicacy it has always dreamed of, nuclear radiation. Godzilla's huge eyes flashed with greed, as if he had already smelled the tempting scent. Inside the submarine, radar alarms kept sounding, and the piercing sound made people's heart beat faster. The commander's nerves were stretched to the limit. He stared at the red dot on the screen and kept repeating in his mind, "Faster, faster." They knew that time was running out and they had to reach the deserted island as soon as possible, otherwise everything would be in vain. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the commander's forehead. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Finally, the outline of the deserted island appeared on the radar screen. The commander felt relieved and immediately gave the order, "Go at full speed and go around to the back of the deserted island." The nuclear submarine rushed towards the deserted island like an arrow, and the water currents on both sides were surging. At the same time, in the sky, a Quinjet was hovering over the deserted island. Tony Stark, wearing the Iron Man armor, was suspended next to the Quinjet, his eyes fixed on Godzilla under the sea, secretly thinking about the next step in his plan. Then, he contacted Bruce Banner on the Quinjet through the communicator. "Have you rested well? It's your turn again." Banner opened his eyes, and anger began to burn in his eyes. "I have rested a long time ago. This time, I will not lose." Tony nodded, his heart full of confidence. He knew that now only Banner's Hulk form could compete with Godzilla. The nuclear submarine finally arrived near the deserted island, went around to the other side of the island, and lay in ambush temporarily. At this time, Godzilla had approached the deserted island. Its huge body stirred up huge waves in the sea, like a moving mountain. "Banner, it's time." Hearing Tony's voice in the earpiece, Banner took a deep breath and jumped off the Quinjet. In the air, endless green light quickly surged out of his body, and he instantly turned into a 60-meter-tall Hulk. He landed heavily on the edge of the deserted island. The huge impact force caused the ground to shake violently and the trees to fall down one after another. The Hulk let out an earth-shaking roar at Godzilla under the sea. The sound echoed in the air, almost tearing the entire sky apart. When Godzilla heard the roar, he stopped immediately and a trace of anger and disdain flashed in his eyes. It recognized the defeated opponent in front of it who had once escaped from it, and faced with the challenge from the opponent, it chose to fight without hesitation. Godzilla stepped on the rocks on the seabed and ran as fast as if he was on land. Every step made the small deserted island tremble violently. The birds that originally lived in the forests on the island all flew into the sky and fled in all directions. Seeing this, the Hulk's arms turned into two tough thick ropes, shot out like cannonballs, inserted into the sea, and accurately grabbed Godzilla's body. With a roar from Banner who was hiding in the heart of the Hulk, Godzilla's huge body was dragged out of the sea, once again showing its hideousness to the world. Its huge tail waved in the air, causing strong winds and huge waves, as if it was going to destroy the whole world. The Hulk grabbed Godzilla's body tightly, with flames of anger burning in his eyes, and suddenly exerted force, throwing Godzilla heavily onto the deserted island. The ground shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Trees fell down and rocks cracked. Godzilla let out an angry roar, and his huge tail swung in the air, lashing towards the Hulk. The Hulk dodged quickly, but was still hit by the tail. His body was knocked back and hit a huge rock hard, breaking a hill. Such physical attacks could not cause much damage to Banner and the Hulk. He quickly controlled the Hulk to stand up and pounced on Godzilla again. It wants to delay time as much as possible and consume Godzilla's physical strength before the military fleet arrives. Looking at the Hulk rushing towards him, Godzilla showed no weakness and met him head-on. The two collided in the air, making a deafening noise. The huge impact force caused the entire deserted island to tremble violently, and it could collapse at any time. Seeing such an intense scene, the agents in the Quinjet all gasped. Fortunately, Tony used a nuclear submarine to lure Godzilla to this uninhabited island. If the battle broke out in the city, even a metropolis like New York might be destroyed. By then, no one knows how many people will die. Military representatives far away in the United States, sitting in a conference room in Washington, watched the scene of Godzilla fighting the Hulk through remote video, and they all fell silent. The conference room was silent, with only the sounds of battle coming from the screen. Everyone's face showed shock and fear, as if all this was beyond their understanding. After a long while, a young officer pointed at the screen and laughed, "Ha ha ha, are they showing us a science fiction movie?" His laughter was particularly abrupt in the silent conference room. However, no one joined in his laughter. The solemn expressions on those silent faces made the young officer's laughter stop abruptly. He realized that he had said the wrong thing, lowered his head in embarrassment, and dared not say another word. The white-haired old man sitting in the middle was a senior military advisor. He coughed and broke the silence. "I think Bruce Banner's personal opinion should be carefully considered. Although his voice was not loud, it was full of authority. He must become a weapon in the hands of our military, not our enemy. No one wants to become an enemy of such a terrifying being unless he is a madman. So General Ross." A middle-aged officer spoke hesitantly, but was interrupted before he could finish his words. "Look at everything," the white-haired old man said coldly. "If he is not clean, you can't blame us for being ruthless. Okay. The middle-aged officer nodded with a complicated expression. I agree. Another officer immediately stated. I agree. More voices joined in, and most people in the conference room raised their hands, which was equivalent to directly announcing General Ross's fate. Rumble. On the deserted island, the battle between Godzilla and the Hulk continues and becomes more intense. With the previous lesson in mind, Banner always paid attention to Godzilla's dorsal fin. When its dorsal fin lit up, Banner dodged in time to avoid the atomic breath that blasted out of Godzilla's mouth like a beam of blue light, avoiding the risk of being killed in one blow. However, Banner had not anticipated that the atomic breath would take another form. A familiar blue light appeared in Godzilla's bloody mouth. Banner narrowed his eyes and prepared to dodge. The next second, Godzilla's eyes became fierce, his body leaned forward, and he spit out blue flames that spread like smoke towards the Hulk. The range of the blue flame is much wider than that of the beam laser. Caught off guard, half of the Hulk's body was engulfed in flames. Under the attack of the ultra-high-temperature atomic breath, Banner only felt the power of anger covering his body rapidly decreasing, and a shadow of death enveloped him. Banner's pupils shrank, and he no longer cared about winning or losing. His body quickly moved from the Hulk's heart to his back, broke through the skin and bounced out. He spread a pair of wings from his back, soared into the sky, and hid high in the sky. He watched helplessly as the angry power he used to create the Hulk was burned to ashes and disappeared without a trace under Godzilla's atomic breath. Banner took a long breath, his eyes filled with shock. This monster is too powerful, isn't it? Chapter 186. Godzilla seemed particularly happy after once again successfully defeating that seemingly powerful opponent. Its huge body shone with a metallic luster in the sun. It raised its head and howled at the sky. Its violent voice was like thunder, shaking the earth slightly. Hearing this terrible roar, the agents in the Quinjet turned pale. At this moment, a low roar was heard from the distant horizon, and the American Invincible Fleet finally arrived. A fleet consisting of 7 destroyers and a sea-dominant aircraft carrier slowly entered Godzilla's sight like a giant dragon. The sea water was stirred up into layers of waves by the propulsion of the ships, as if playing a prelude to the upcoming battle. More than a dozen fighter jets took off from the aircraft carrier, soared into the sky, cut through the sky, and roared past Godzilla's head. The fighter plane's tail flames drew dazzling streaks of light in the air, like sharp swords pointing straight at Godzilla's heart. Under the water, there are 4 submarines lurking quietly, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Such a large fleet is only a small part of the U.S. Third Fleet, but this force is enough to make any coastal country tremble and even enforce the highest etiquette of France. The arrival of the fleet is like a huge iron fist, ready to smash Godzilla's defense at any time. Tony stood high in the air, staring at Godzilla below with burning eyes, his heart filled with excitement for the upcoming battle. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You can start now. There is no need to be stingy with your firepower. Hit me hard. It is good." The fleet's supreme commander agreed immediately, with a hint of nervousness and excitement in his voice. He changed the channel and issued an order to all the commanders of the fleet, "Attention, this is not a drill, this is not a drill. Everyone, aim at the monster on the island and fire at full force." "Got it." The commanders of each ship responded in unison, their voices uniform and full of determination and fighting spirit. With an order, the artillery fire from the destroyers and aircraft carriers in the fleet began. Missiles and shells rained down like raindrops, heading straight for Godzilla with destructive force. In the sky, the missiles launched by fighter jets drew white tracks, like poisonous snakes, rapidly approaching Godzilla. Under the sea, the submarines were not to be outdone. They launched all the ballistic missiles they carried, suddenly breaking through the water and bombarding Godzilla. Godzilla roared to the sky, and the deafening roar seemed to tear the sky apart. Its huge tail swung suddenly, like a giant steel whip, instantly shattering several approaching missiles. The flames of the explosion bloomed around it like burning flowers, but Godzilla's eyes were flashing with angry flames that seemed to come from the depths of hell, burning every inch of its scales. The huge claws slammed the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust, as if the earth was shaking at its anger. Every move of Godzilla seems to be issuing a final warning to the enemy. It is the majesty and anger from the ancient behemoth. Anyone who dares to challenge its existence will face the fate of destruction. However, human courage and stupidity always go hand in hand. The next second, more missiles and artillery shells followed, falling on Godzilla's body like raindrops. Flames flew everywhere, explosions were deafening, and the entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Godzilla's huge body shook in the explosion, but it remained standing. Its scales gleamed in the firelight, like an indestructible armor that blocked most of the impact of the artillery fire. Despite this, a lot of shock waves were still transmitted to its body, causing it to roar in pain. Such pain became the fuel for its rage. Godzilla roared angrily, and the sound rolled in like thunder, shaking every living being present. Its huge dorsal fin suddenly flashed an astonishing blue light, as if lightning was jumping on its back. The blue light became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to dye the entire sky blue. In the sky, Tony's eyes were fixed on Godzilla below, and he whispered in his heart, "Now!" He immediately activated the long-awaited secret weapon, the cosmic cube energy laser cannon he had recently developed. Tony opened his palms, clenched his hands together, and put his arms together in front of him. His armor deformed with a click, extending forward, covering his hands, and turning into a thick cannon barrel. An even more dazzling blue light quickly condensed on the muzzle of the gun. The blue light seemed to penetrate everything and turn everything into ashes. Below, Godzilla's atomic breath first burst out of its mouth, and the blue energy beam was like an angry dragon, destroying the flying missiles and hitting the aircraft carrier in the distance. The aircraft carrier was torn apart in an instant, and the explosions and flames were like the end of the world. Tony was not to be outdone. He aimed at Godzilla below and shouted, "Cosmic Cube Energy Laser, fire!" As he shouted, a blue energy beam shot out from the barrel and headed straight for Godzilla. The energy beam drew a dazzling trail in the air, like a blue lightning bolt, tearing the sky apart with the power to destroy everything. It was moving so fast that people could not capture its full picture. They could only feel a strong sense of oppression, as if the entire sky was making way for it. Godzilla seemed to sense the danger as well. At the moment when the energy beam was about to fall on it, Godzilla let out a low roar and tried to turn around to avoid the attack from the sky. However, its response was still a little late. The laser weapon uses the energy inside the cosmic cube as its driving force and possesses extremely powerful power. As soon as this energy laser falls on Godzilla's shoulder, his skin, which is harder than rock, instantly cracks, making a sharp cracking sound. Bright red blood gushed out, but was burned into charcoal by the blue laser in an instant, and a burnt smell filled the air. Godzilla screamed in pain, and the sound shook the earth and sky, as if the whole world was trembling with its pain. Its huge eyes flashed with flames of anger and pain, and it immediately turned its head. The energy accumulated in its mouth quickly gathered into a dazzling blue light, which suddenly spewed out and hit the energy laser shot out from the iron armor. Two blue energies collided in the air, bursting out with dazzling light and a huge shock wave. At that moment, it seemed as if time had stopped, all sounds were swallowed up by the collision of energy, and the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The light gradually dissipated, and the shock wave pushed everything around toppled. The remaining rocks on the deserted island collapsed under this force, and dust rose up, covering the sky and the sun. Godzilla's huge body could no longer stand firmly on the ground. This was the first time it fell down with its head raised. Its huge body hit the ground with a deafening noise, and the ground shook violently, as if the earth was shaking. It struggled hard to stand up, but the impact of the energy made its body seem to be crushed by a huge weight, and its limbs collapsed to the ground weakly. At this time, Tony, who was in the air, was also feeling uncomfortable. The violent shock wave hit the iron suit, instantly blowing it away. It tumbled into the sky, and its parts fell off one after another, falling like a meteor shower. Inside Tony's helmet, alarms rang out one after another, and the screen in front of him was full of flashing red lights. Almost all systems had failed. Tony gritted his teeth and tried to stay awake. He knew that if he didn't take action, he would most likely fall from a high altitude and be smashed to pieces. At this critical moment, a figure rushed up from below and grabbed the iron armor that had lost power. Tony's vision was blurry, but he could still recognize the familiar face. Who else could this person be but Banner? Banner held onto Tony's iron suit tightly with both hands, and the two pairs of green wings behind him flapped rapidly, trying to maintain balance. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and allowed the other party to take him back to the Quinjet. Banner's face was covered in sweat, but he remained calm and placed Tony safely in the seat. "Are you okay?" Banner stood up and asked in a low voice. Tony took off his mask, forced a smile, and nodded, "Fortunately, thanks to you, otherwise I would be dead." Banner exhaled lightly and shook his head, "Consider it as a reward for buying me a drink." Tony chuckled, and even though he felt dizzy, he couldn't help laughing. "In your eyes, my life is so worthless? I can buy you a few drinks and you can save my life? Or is that so?" Before he could finish his words, he heard a scream, "Brother, Godzilla is not dead yet." Tony's eyes flashed, and he was about to stand up, but Banner pushed him down again. "Leave it to me now." Banner took 2 steps forward, then suddenly turned around and said to Tony, who looked surprised, "Try to irritate me with your trash talk." "What?" Tony had never heard of such a request before, and he was very happy to say, "You know, Banner, your green hat suits you very well, very beautifully." As soon as he finished speaking, green light appeared in Banner's eyes. He stretched out his fist wrapped in green light and punched the door of the Quinjet, sending it flying. "Thank you, Tony." After saying that, Banner jumped out of the broken hatch. Tony shrugged. "You're welcome." Meanwhile, Godzilla struggled on the ground, his eyes burning with unyielding rage. Despite being badly hit, it did not give up its will to fight. Its huge tail suddenly swept towards the surrounding ruins, stirring up a gust of wind, and it tried to stand up again. At this moment, a green sword several dozen meters long fell from the sky, smashing down with boundless momentum. Boom! Chapter 187. Banner, who was filled with anger by Tony, erupted like a volcano. His eyes flashed with flames of anger and he once again possessed powerful strength. Banner jumped down from a height of several hundred meters. The air around him made a sharp whistling sound, and endless anger poured out of his body. In an instant, a 50-meter-tall green-skinned giant appeared in the air, holding a dozens-meter-long sword in his hand. The blade flashed green light in the sun, as if it could cut through all obstacles blocking the way. "Godzilla!" Banner roared, and his voice echoed in the Hulk's body. His goal was clear, which was to completely defeat the monster in front of him. Godzilla, this huge monster, was lying in the middle of the deserted island, his body covered with scars from the battle, looking extremely embarrassed. The Hulk descended from the sky, smashing down on Godzilla with immense rage and power. The big knife in his hand drew a green arc in the air, with a devastating momentum, and slashed straight at Godzilla's back. With a loud bang, the sword chopped Godzilla's back. The powerful impact caused the deserted island, which had long been traumatized, to shake violently again. The ground was torn into pieces, and the surging sea water gushed out from the cracks, washing Godzilla's body. Godzilla roared in pain, his voice filled with endless anger and pain. His thick tail swung out suddenly, making a sound of wind, and hit the Hulk hard. Banner only felt a huge force coming, and the Hulk's body was involuntarily knocked away, falling heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Godzilla tried hard to straighten his body, with anger flashing in his eyes. He glared at the Hulk fiercely, then turned and ran towards the sea, apparently intending to use the protection of the ocean to escape the Hulk's pursuit. "Don't let it escape into the sea." Tony Stark's voice sounded in Banner's headset, with a hint of anxiety and tension. Tony knew that if they let Godzilla escape into the sea, they would have little chance of killing the ferocious beast and they would face greater trouble in the future. Banner controlled the Hulk to get up from the ground, a sneer on his face and a determined light flashing in his eyes. "Want to escape? It's not that easy." Banner controlled the Hulk to stand up, and his strong legs moved alternately, and soon he came behind Godzilla. He raised the dozens of meters long sword again, and gripped the hilt with both hands, as if to concentrate all his strength in this blow, and chopped it down heavily. However, Godzilla is clearly not an opponent that can be easily defeated. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, it turned suddenly, opened its huge mouth, and a beam of blazing blue light gushed out of its mouth, hitting the big knife just right. The huge force made the Hulk unable to control his body and he took a few steps back. Taking this opportunity, Godzilla took 2 big steps and stomped his huge feet heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly and the waves to roll. Its goal is clear, and it is about to step into the sea. However, dozens of missiles shot from the front, cutting through the air with a shrill scream, and accurately hit Godzilla's body. It turned out that the fighter jets hovering high in the sky received the order to continue the attack and started a new round of attacks. The flames of the explosion bloomed one after another, like dazzling fireworks, covering Godzilla's entire body. The huge thrust generated by the explosion forced Godzilla to stop. Its huge body shook slightly, but soon stabilized. It roared, and its huge tail swept across the sea, causing huge waves. After the aircraft carrier was destroyed by Godzilla's atomic breath, the remaining destroyers and submarines took a short period of time to repair and then launched another attack on Godzilla. On the sea, the destroyer's artillery fire fell like raindrops, and the submarine on the seabed fired torpedoes one after another, heading straight for Godzilla. The powerful firepower of human weapons was fully demonstrated at this moment, leaving a deep mark on Godzilla, but also arousing the violence in his heart. Godzilla's eyes flashed red and his dorsal fin glowed blue. It generously released all the radiation energy stored in its body, and its entire body was enveloped in brilliant blue light, even its originally scarlet eyes were covered with a layer of blue light. Its rage burned fiercely in its chest, as if it was going to burn the entire world to ashes. It's going to fight. Godzilla opened his mouth wide, endless radiation energy rushed into his throat, and then ejected an energy beam that was 20 meters thick. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, as if the sky and earth were dyed blue. A 20-meter thick beam of energy light swept across, and the destroyers on the sea, the submarines on the seabed and even the fighter jets in the sky were all hit one after another and turned into balls of fire. Even S.H.I.E.L.ds Quinjet was almost hit and turned into fireworks lighting up in the sky. The pilots manipulated their planes in panic, trying to avoid the destructive beam of light, but several planes were unfortunately hit, instantly turning into fireballs and crashing into the sea. The final energy was all borne by the Hulk. Under the attack of the powerful atomic breath, the Hulk retreated continuously, and the green light of his body became dimmer and almost transparent. Fortunately, Godzilla's energy was exhausted at this moment. It was breathing heavily, its chest heaving violently, the ferocity in its eyes remained the same, but it was more tired. Every breath it took was accompanied by a heavy gasp, like a mountain about to collapse. It glanced at the Hulk who seemed to have lost power, turned around, and once again took steps towards the sea it longed for. Every step seems so heavy, but it remains firm and unwavering. As long as it enters the seabed, it can slowly recover from its injuries with the help of geothermal radiation, and it will not take long to fully recover. Looking at Godzilla's receding back, Banner fell to the ground and clenched his teeth tightly, anger burning in his body. It has come to this, how can I let you leave safely? Otherwise, everyone's sacrifice will become meaningless. His voice was full of anger and despair, as if he was questioning the whole world. Banner roared, and the almost transparent Hulk exploded, turning into sharp boulders that flew towards Godzilla under Banner's control. The huge rocks drew arcs in the air and smashed into Godzilla's back with destructive force. Godzilla roared in pain and his body trembled slightly, but he still did not stop moving forward. Banner's face was covered with sweat, and his eyes flashed with determination. He gathered all his strength again, manipulated more boulders, and launched a new round of attacks on Godzilla. Huge rocks rained down on Godzilla, making dull thuds. Cracks began to appear on Godzilla's back, and blood flowed down the cracks, dripping onto the sea surface, dyeing the water red. Its footsteps began to become heavy, and every step seemed so difficult. Godzilla's body began to tremble, and each of its breaths came with a heavy gasp. Banner was also gasping for breath. Such a long period of continuous fighting had exhausted him physically and mentally, and he almost didn't even have the energy to be angry. However, he still tried to use up his last bit of strength to condense an extremely large green boulder, which was suspended above Godzilla's head. Sweat slid down his forehead, soaking his eyebrows and corners of his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a hint of tenacity in his gaze. Go to hell! Banner clenched his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, as if it was the last bit of strength squeezed out from the depths of his throat. He swung his arms violently and his body fell to the ground. At that moment, time seemed to stop, Banner's vision became blurred, and the only sound in his ears was his own heavy breathing and heartbeat. The huge rock suspended above Godzilla's head roared down, like a green meteor across the sky, carrying destructive power. The huge rock hit Godzilla's head with a deafening noise that made the ground shake. Godzilla's body was crushed by the huge rock and fell to the ground with a loud bang, crashing onto the sea, causing huge splashes. The shallow waterline could only submerge half of its body in the sea water, and its tail swung weakly to the side, creating only a little splash of water. Tony, sitting in the Quinjet, saw on the screen that Godzilla's movements became extremely slow and he breathed a sigh of relief. Have we won? The beautiful agent broke the silence, with a hint of uncertainty and hope in her voice. Tony shrugged, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but his eyes remained calm. Probably. But it's best not to open the champagne so early. However, at this moment, something happened that no one expected. The USS Los Angeles nuclear submarine, which had originally circled behind the island, could no longer suppress its will to fight after witnessing the heavy casualties of its comrades, and drove out from its hiding place. Inside the submarine, the commander's face was solemn, his eyes fixed on Godzilla on the screen. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity to defeat this behemoth in one fell swoop. Fire all missiles! The commander's voice was firm and decisive, as if every word carried unquestionable determination. Sir, I think you should know that 2 seconds ago, the Los Angeles nuclear submarine launched an attack on Godzilla. Jarvis' voice sounded in Tony's ears, calm and mechanical. What? Tony's expression changed drastically. He looked up at the screen suddenly, but only saw a huge mushroom cloud rising from Godzilla's body. The explosion of the mushroom cloud was deafening, as if the whole world was torn apart at that moment. Damn it, what are they thinking? Tony gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger and helplessness. Meanwhile, Banner lay on the ground, the scene before his eyes becoming blurry. His body had reached its limit and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. The sound of explosion next to his ears forced him to open his eyes with difficulty. When he saw the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, a complex emotion surged in his heart, including anger. A faint green light lit up, covering Banner's entire body. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally he fell into endless darkness. Chapter 188. Inside the Quinjet, Tony stared at the screen nervously. The mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, and a ruin appeared on the sea. All the higher mountains were broken into stone, and not a single tree stood straight. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if the whole world had fallen into doomsday silence. Tony's fingers tapped unconsciously on the console, the anxiety in him surging like a tsunami. However, his heart was still filled with anxiety. Was Godzilla really destroyed? Or is this just the calm before the storm? Tony, we have to evacuate immediately. The radiation here is too strong. The beautiful agent's voice interrupted Tony's thoughts. Her face was full of worry and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. The sudden voice was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Tony shook his head, his eyes firm. No, Banner is still down there, I'm going to save him. But, isn't your suit broken? How can you save him? There was a hint of confusion and worry in the beautiful agent's voice. She couldn't understand Tony's determination at the moment. Tony looked at the beautiful agent in surprise, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, who said, I only have one set of Iron Man suit. There was a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, as if he had everything under control. Jarvis, how long will it take? Tony quickly asked the artificial intelligence butler Jarvis, his tone full of urgency. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Jarvis' voice was as calm and accurate as ever, and it seemed that nothing could break its calm. Fortunately, we should be able to make it. Tony nodded, seeming relieved. Tony glanced at the beautiful agent and said, "Please fly higher." Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. After saying this, he ignored the surprise and exclamation in the beautiful agent's eyes, stood up and walked towards the cabin door. At this moment, a low roar came from the ruins, as if the demons in hell were waking up. The voice was deep and powerful, as if it could tear the whole world apart. Tony's eyes widened, he couldn't believe his ears. He quickly adjusted the camera, and a huge black shadow appeared on the screen, and Godzilla's figure appeared on the screen again. Its huge body was like a slowly rising mountain, carrying with it an endless breath of destruction. Compared to before, more than half of the wounds on its body have healed, and its dorsal fin is glowing blue again, as if its exhausted energy has been adequately replenished. The blue light was particularly dazzling in the smoke and dust, like a sharp sword piercing Tony's heart. "I knew it!" Tony muttered to himself, his vision almost went dark, and he sighed. After knowing that Godzilla could absorb radiation energy, he guessed that mankind's most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb, could not effectively kill Godzilla, but would instead become a nutritious meal for the opponent. Now, his guess has come true. So many people worked hard, so many people sacrificed, but in the end, everything fell through because of a bunch of stupid teammates. Tony's heart was filled with helplessness and anger, but he could no longer blame them. Because Godzilla had recovered most of his vitality, he quickly sank to the bottom of the sea, and his target was the benefactor's nuclear submarine. Under its pursuit, the fate of this nuclear submarine and everyone inside it was determined. Tony's heart was filled with powerlessness, he knew he couldn't change the outcome. The only thing that made Tony feel a little relieved was that the escape of the nuclear submarine also led away Godzilla, allowing the people here to survive. A glimmer of hope flashed through his mind, however slim it was. "Banner, you must be okay." Tony felt the strong wind blowing in his face, closed his eyes, leaned forward, and fell straight down from the air, his heart full of worry and prayer for Banner. Behind him, many rays of fire lit up. They were a group of Iron Man suit parts that flew over on their own. They caught up with Tony, assembled themselves directly in the air, and wrapped Tony inside. Every part seems to have life, fitting into place quickly and precisely. The mask slowly closed, covering his face. The iron suit drew an arc, rose into the air, and flew to the place where the Hulk had just disappeared. The scene before my